Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
Always sitting right in front of him during meetings. Silver alloy transformation. Zhang Wensi exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, I want the ability of silver alloy transformation." Back at the New World KTV, Wang Hui had the ability of alloy transformation. At that time, unable to tolerate Wang Hui bullying women, he had fought with Wang Hui several times only to be soundly defeated, leaving him yearning for the alloy transformation ability. Now with this opportunity, he chose the alloy transformation ability almost without a second thought. Alright. Zhang Fan nodded and granted the ability of silver alloy transformation to Zhang Wensi. Everyone watched Zhang Wensi with rapt attention. Although they did not think Zhang Fan would joke about such matters, they still felt it was too incredible to believe. Granting abilities to others. It seemed unreal. After the white light merged into his body, Zhang Wensi's cheerful demeanor changed instantly. A fierce look appeared on his honest face, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Did I awaken it? Just like when I awakened my ability. It's starting. The pain came swiftly and went even faster, disappearing completely. Zhang Wensi exhaled a breath of turbid air, and Yang Guang sitting next to him handed him a tissue. Thanks. Zhang Wensi wiped the sweat from his forehead and closed his eyes to feel for a moment. Under the gaze of everyone, he began to rapidly turn silver, starting from his head. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wensi transformed into a shimmering silver figure as if sculpted from silver alloy. Alloy transformation. It worked. Zhang Wensi actually obtained the alloy transformation ability. Heavens! The boss was not joking, he was serious, and Zhang Wensi really had gained the alloy transformation ability. The meeting room erupted. Everyone rushed to their feet, crowding around Zhang Wensi to touch his chest, squeeze his arms, and tug at his ears. It was like a handsome reader entering a land of daughters besieged by countless beautiful women. It's really alloy. Amazing, my boss, you're incredible. It truly is alloy transformation. Everyone was very excited. Zhang Wensi was even more excited, trembling all over, almost at a loss for words. I never expected that Zhang Wensi would also possess the alloy transformation ability. I have the alloy transformation ability. Zhang Wensi's eyes welled with gratitude. Boss, from today on, old Zhang will be your most loyal underling. You tell me to go east, I want go west. You tell me to climb a mountain of knives, I want descend into a sea of fire. We're both surnamed Zhang, we were one family 800 years ago. Saying such things feels too distant. Zhang Fan patted Zhang Wensi on the shoulder and smiled. We need to unite sincerely and conquer the world together. From now on, I will resolutely follow the boss. The boss orders will be my guiding principle. Zhang Wensi nodded earnestly. Let's try out the new abilities. Zhang Fan smiled and turned to Yang Guang beside Zhang Wensi. Old Yang, tell me your choice. Yang Guang, looking robust and large, was actually in his second year, just over 20 younger than Zhang Fan. He excitedly said, Boss, I want the super vibration ability. He possessed the super physique ability, and his attributes of strength, speed, and defense were all formidable. He only lacked an area effect ability, and after some deliberation, Yang Guang ultimately chose the super vibration ability. Having seen the effects of the super vibration ability which had been used by Zhang Fan's clone, he knew its power was astonishing. With his physique combined with the super vibration ability, his combat strength would definitely ascend to a new level. Bao Yuning chose the alloy transformation ability. He had laser eyes which had great lethality, and combined with the alloy transformation ability he would have both offense and defense, greatly increasing his fighting power. Cui Yen also chose alloy transformation. In fact, alloy transformation was the most popular ability among the 14 abilities. Many people, including sisters Wu Yan and Wu Miao Yang, Linger Zhou Ling, Wang Yuan and Lu Mu, chose the alloy transformation ability. Now zombies were everywhere. The most terrifying thing was being surrounded by countless zombies. With the alloy transformation ability, this problem would be easily solved. Even if besieged by zombies, one could immediately transform, and how could zombies bite through hard alloy? The advantages of the alloy transformation ability were quite evident, but its drawbacks were also very clear. Once faced with metal control abilities, it would be severely suppressed. Yet despite this, the number of people choosing the alloy transformation ability was the highest. The super vibration ability was also popular. Among the 30 people present, 8 chose the super vibration ability. This ability had extremely high lethality and could almost kill zombies of the same level in an instant. In the blink of an eye, everyone had completed their ability transfers. Each person had obtained an ability, including 7 ordinary individuals. They were the most excited and thrilled members of the team. They had previously been ordinary people only able to be part of the logistics department and do some supportive work. Although they could shine in the logistics department, who would want to stay there if given a choice? Well, it turns out there were some. Girls like Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling and Wang Yani with their gentle personalities felt intimidated at the sight of zombies and did not enjoy going out to hunt them. In contrast, they preferred staying at home doing housework and managing logistics. In summary, this time everyone got the abilities they wanted and was very happy. Before disbanding, Zhang Fan mentioned one more thing: if you discover zombies with special abilities in the future, you can come to me to exchange for abilities. Zhang Fan would never think he had too many abilities. If team members could find powerful abilities, they could come to him to exchange for abilities. Really, boss? Of course. That's great. Everyone dispersed with satisfied hearts. Zhang Fan did not hurry back to his room. He activated his teleportation ability and arrived at the Yangtze River tunnel, intending to test the newly acquired super speed ability. The area around the resort was filled with orchards and vegetable fields, and the winding paths were not smooth, unsuitable for running. The Yangtze River tunnel was much smoother and completely unobstructed, making it an excellent track to test his super speed ability. As Zhang Fan activated his super speed ability, he immediately felt a peculiar energy surging within him, coursing through his limbs and body, causing some unknown transformation. What this transformation specifically was, Zhang Fan did not know. He only knew that his body felt stronger and lighter. Yes, lighter, as if he were floating. This floating sensation was different from a reduction in gravity. It was a very peculiar feeling. Zhang Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air and shot forward in an instant. Whoosh! With this movement, Zhang Fan shot forth like a bullet, tearing through the air in a straight line. His body scraped against the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom like a supersonic jet passing by. Boom! As he passed, a powerful gust of wind swept up debris along the way. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Fan saw the scenery on both sides flash by like a 34x playback of surveillance footage. His body continuously expelled waste and his joints became smoother and more effectively lubricated than before. His tendons were like spring steel with astonishing elasticity. His bones were incredibly hard and durable, able to withstand the dynamic impact caused by his feet contacting the ground at high speed. His tears were thicker than before, preventing evaporation and replenishment of the liquid on the surface of his eyes due to high-speed movement, avoiding obstruction of his vision. Faster. Even faster. This isn't my limit, I can go faster. Accelerate, keep accelerating. Sprint, keep sprinting. Zhang Fan was unaware of how fast he was going now, but he had definitely surpassed the speed of sound and reached a supersonic state. The piercing sonic boom and the sonic cloud surrounding him were the hallmarks of breaking the sound barrier. The speed of sound equals 340 meters per second or 1,224 kilometers per hour. Breaking the sound barrier means exceeding these two figures. One can only imagine how terrifying Zhang Fan's speed had become at this moment. Crack! As Zhang Fan raced past, he generated an enormous shockwave. Vehicles parked in the Yangtze River tunnel had their windows shattered. The zombies encountered along the way were either directly turned into a mist of blood or had their heads blown apart by the shockwave. Fight. There was no need for a fight at all. Even a gentle collision was beyond what the zombies could withstand. Zhang Fan circled Longheng Island several times before finally coming to a stop. He felt somewhat unsatisfied. The sensation from running at full speed just now made him feel a sense of unrestrained freedom. He truly wished he could keep running. The most frightening thing was that despite running at such a terrifying speed for so long, Zhang Fan felt no fatigue whatsoever. He hadn't even broken a sweat. I underestimated this ability. Zhang Fan murmured to himself, it's even more terrifying than I imagined. This deal with the guy with yellow hair has really benefited me. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Zhang Fan could only imagine the destructive power he would unleash once he used this ability. Coupled with his golden alloy transformation ability, he would be like a supersonic moving humanoid machine. Who could match him? If they dared to provoke him, he would crash into them. Zhang Fan opened a portal and returned to the hotel. Everyone had returned to their rooms, but none were asleep. The lights in the rooms were on, likely indicating they were cultivating. Zhang Fan wanted to find Jingya to discuss life with her, but found Lu Mu was once again in Jingya's room. He felt a strong urge to curse, but had no choice but to return to his own room in frustration. Having successfully confessed his feelings to Jingya today, Zhang Fan naturally wanted to exercise his rights as a boyfriend and take their relationship to the next level. But Lu Mu being there really ruined the mood. After washing up and getting into bed, he absorbed the crystal while reading a novel on his phone, waiting for Lu Mu to leave. Unexpectedly, he dozed off while reading. He didn't know how long he had slept when the intercom on the bedside suddenly rang. "Zhang Fan, are you asleep?" It was Jing Ya's voice. Zhang Fan jolted awake, the drowsiness vanishing, and grabbed the intercom, shouting, "Did your aunt leave?" "She has." Jing Ya forced her voice to sound calm, but there was still a hint of tremor. "I'm so bored I can't sleep." "Can't sleep?" Zhang Fan swallowed and said, "Should I come over to keep you company?" "No. Don't." Jing Ya instinctively refused, "It's already so late." Zhang Fan was not like those protagonists from web novels who had lived through thousands of chapters yet remained clueless, never having even held the female lead's hand. A woman's words should be taken in reverse. If she says no, she certainly means yes. Zhang Fan swiftly vanished from his bed, and when he reappeared he was already in Jing Ya's room. Jing Ya's room was decorated warmly with soft green tones that looked refreshing and natural, exuding an air of elegant purity. Dressed in ice silk pajamas, Jing Ya leaned against the headboard supported by a pillow. Her long dark hair cascaded casually over her right shoulder, emanating a lazy aura. She held the intercom in her hand, listening attentively, seemingly waiting for Zhang Fan's response. Whoosh! Zhang Fan appeared in the room. Jing Ya was startled, and upon seeing Zhang Fan, 2 blushes rose on her elegant and delicate face. "You? Why are you here?" "Hey, when a beauty calls, how could I not come?" Zhang Fan grinned, pulled back Jing Ya's blanket, and swiftly slipped in his speed, astonishing. It was like getting out of bed on a freezing winter day to urinate shivering and then diving back under the covers. What are you doing?" Jing Ya instinctively covered her chest, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was used to sleeping naked, and now he was only in his underwear, making Jing Ya too shy to look at him. "Tonight I will show you the unparalleled secret skills passed down by the Zhang family for hundreds of thousands of years." At 6 in the morning the alarm clock rang. Zhang Fan opened his eyes. The warm and soft body in his arms felt like he was holding a beautiful jade person. "Get up," Jing Ya softly urged. "I'm sealed by the bed." Zhang Fan chuckled. Reflecting on the intoxicating sensations from last night, he didn't want to get up, he just wanted to snuggle with the beauty in his arms. With cloud-like hair and flower-like features adorned with a golden hairpin, the warm spring night seemed too short to rise with the sun. From now on the emperor would not attend morning court. Tisk, what a delightful experience. Peck, Jing Ya planted a kiss on Zhang Fan's lips. Her face flushed and asked, "Has the seal been lifted?" "Not yet." Zhang Fan chuckled, "It needs to be done 3 times. Greedy. After some intimate time in bed, Zhang Fan finally reluctantly returned to his own room. Then he freshened up and left the room. Morning, boss. Zhang Wensi happened to come out of his room looking like a panda with dark circles under his eyes, appearing not fully awake. "What's wrong, didn't sleep well?" Zhang Fan teased, "Excited about your new ability and couldn't sleep." Zhang Wensi rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "I heard moaning all night. Crying sounds making me quite annoyed. I only fell asleep after 4. Crying sounds? Zhang Fan was taken aback. Zhang Wensi chuckled, winking, "You know very well whether it was crying or something else, boss." Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat as he pretended to be clueless. "What nonsense are you saying? I completely don't understand." During breakfast, Zhang Fan noticed the strange looks everyone was giving him and Jing Ya. Zhang Fan had a thick skin and didn't take it to heart at all. Jing Ya, however, was much more shy, feeling embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig a hole. In the time it took to eat a meal, she could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. After breakfast, Zhang Fan called for a brief meeting. Now out of the entire team except for Lu Heng, Xiao Yudian and Yang Miao, all 30 others had gained abilities and needed to make adjustments. "If anyone does not wish to hunt zombies, please raise your hand," Zhang Fan said as he looked at everyone. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, Wang Yani and 3 other women stepped forward. "Is there no one else?" Zhang Fan asked again. Everyone shook their heads. Zhang Fan looked at the 6 women. "Chao Jia, you will temporarily be in charge of the logistics department, while the remaining 22 will be assigned to the hunting team to continue exterminating zombies. The hunting team will be divided into 5 groups. The first 3 groups will have 4 members each, while the 4th and 5th groups will have 5 members each. Any objections?" Zhang Fan looked at everyone. Others shook their heads, but only the guy with yellow hair raised his hand. "Boss, I'm used to acting alone, I want to operate solo." "Agreed." Zhang Fan gave the guy with yellow hair a deep look and nodded, but your task is still to clear the zombies on the island while collecting white crystals. Is that a problem? The guy with yellow hair had the ability of super speed, which was indeed suitable for solo action. Forcing him to team up would not only limit his abilities but also his erratic personality was not suitable for teamwork. No problem, the guy with yellow hair answered loudly. Group 1 heads towards Duck Nest Sand. Group 2 goes towards the engineering school. Group 3 heads to Daxing Village. Group 4 is to Fengshe Team. Group 5 to Pan City Town. Everyone, based on my estimates, on the night of June 20th, it is very likely that another blood rain will fall. Zhang Fan stood up. Although this is just a guess with no evidence to confirm whether it will actually happen, we still need to prepare for the worst. So in the coming days everyone must exterminate the zombies on the island as quickly as possible. Even if we cannot completely eradicate them, we must heavily injure most of the zombies to prevent any changes on the night of the 20th. Yes, boss. The 22 hunting team members responded loudly, knowing exactly what Zhang Fan meant. On the night of May 31st, blood rain fell and the zombie outbreak officially began. On the night of June 10th, blood rain fell and the zombies underwent significant evolution. The time interval was 10 days. Therefore it was hard not to suspect whether another blood rain would fall in 10 days, causing the zombies to evolve again. During meals Zhang Fan had mentioned this matter. Although it was pure speculation, no one dared to take it lightly. What if it were true? In the apocalypse anything was possible. No matter what, they must prepare for the worst, treating the night of June 20th as if blood rain would fall. Under this premise, what they needed to do was exterminate the zombies as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence, let's get to work. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed and Zhang Fan and Jingya also left the holiday inn, heading towards Mo Hai. Their task today was to collect various seasonings, such as sugar, salt, soy sauce, dabanjiang, hot pot base, vinegar, cooking oil, MSG, chicken essence, etc. To make delicious food, these seasonings were indispensable, especially salt and oil, which were essential for cooking. This morning's task was to collect these items. Jingya had set her sights on a seasoning wholesale market in Puyao District, Mo Hai Xing Seasoning Food City. Xing Seasoning Food City, established in 1999, is the largest seasoning market in Mo Hai. The market has over 3,000 merchants from across the country. It offers thousands of varieties of seasonings, agricultural and specialty products, aquatic products, frozen foods and processed goods, with a marketing network covering the entire country. The product variety is rich, basically including all the seasonings and dry goods available on the market. This market has a very complete selection of seasonings, but it's a bit far. It takes over an hour to drive there. It is indeed a bit far. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Xiaoya, have you been to Xing Seasoning Food City? I have been there a few times. Jingya replied, why? Since you've been, it will be easier. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Let's switch abilities. Switch abilities. Zhang Fan had coveted Jingya for a long time, not only her body but also her extraordinary ability. Jingya's beauty was beyond words. She was a pure Ninyaotoftan beauty with a face and figure that were simply stunning. Her ability was equally formidable, a portable space with astonishing capacity that kept everything perpetually fresh. Where could one find such a perfect warehouse? Zhang Fan had long been entranced by it. Yet coveting was all he could do until now. Having acquired the replication ability, how could he let this opportunity slip? Jingya, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped his intent. You want to swap for the portable space ability? Zhang Fan nodded eagerly. Sure. Jingya agreed without hesitation. Given their relationship, swapping an ability was nothing. Moreover, Zhang Fan had already gifted her 5 abilities. It was only reasonable for her to reciprocate. Zhang Fan promptly replicated the replication ability to Jingya. Jingya now possessed the replication ability. She then replicated her portable space ability to Zhang Fan. After half a minute of fusion, Zhang Fan examined his new portable space and was utterly astounded. Though invisible to the eye, Zhang Fan could clearly sense his portable space. It was a perfectly square space resembling a colossal warehouse. The warehouse was enclosed by strange silver walls reminiscent of the alloy walls in sci-fi movies. The space within was completely empty. No air. No clutter. Nothing at all. So this is the portable space. Zhang Fan blinked. How big is it? How big? Zhang Fan had no idea, for his portable space was absurdly vast. Standing at one end and looking toward the other felt like gazing from Changheng Island at the Magic Sea Center Tower. It was so far that he estimated it to be at least several tens of kilometers. According to Jing Ya's calculations, the side length of the portable space correlates with one's level. At level 1 the side length is 10 to the power of 1 meter. At level 2 10 to the power of 2 meters, at level 3 10 to the power of 3 meters. Zhang Fan mused silently, I'm at level 5, so my side length should be 10 to the power of 5 meters. That is 100 kilometers. Hiss, Zhang Fan drew a sharp breath. A portable space with 100-kilometer side length. It's simply terrifying. His shock was understandable. A portable space with 100-kilometer side length could easily hold the entire Magic Sea. How big was Magic Sea? It stretched about 120 kilometers from north to south and 100 kilometers from east to west, covering an area of approximately 6340 square kilometers. Taking the Magic Sea's tallest structure, the center tower, at 632 meters, as the height containing Magic Sea would require a volume of 7584 cubic kilometers. How big was Zhang Fan's portable space? 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers equaled 1 million cubic kilometers, enough to hold 130 Magic Seas with ease. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. How many supplies can such a vast space store? Zhang Fan marveled. Jing Ya's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhang Fan, how big is your portable space? 1 million square kilometers. It's too large to measure. Zhang Fan exclaimed, but my estimate is close. Wow, you're amazing. Jing Ya said enviously. You just got this ability and your space is already bigger than mine. Actually, being this big isn't that meaningful, Zhang Fan said, squeezing his girlfriend's hand. No matter how big it is, I'll never use it all. True. Jing Ya nodded. At level 3 her portable space was 1 cubic kilometer and she felt it was more than enough. Anything larger was indeed pointless, at least for them at their current stage. Next, Zhang Fan replicated the portal ability to Jing Ya. Jing Ya was a Magic Sea expert and the portal ability would be far more useful in her hands than in his. Zhang Fan, how do I use this ability? Jing Ya asked. Just picture a place in your mind, then activate the ability. Zhang Fan replied. Let me try. Jing Ya closed her eyes, envisioning the Magic Sea Xinji seasoning food city. A hum resonated as the void before her rippled. Soon a black hole-like portal emerged. Jing Ya's portal was noticeably smaller than Zhang Fan's, stabilizing at a diameter of just 3 meters. I did it. Jing Ya's face flushed with excitement as she grabbed Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Fan, I succeeded. I saw it. Zhang Fan laughed. Let's go. Hand in hand they were about to step through the portal to the Magic Sea Xinji seasoning food city. Suddenly a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded Zhang Fan's mind. He halted immediately. What's wrong? Jing Ya looked at him with concern. Ignoring his girlfriend, Zhang Fan closed his eyes and rapidly absorbed the memories. Scenes flashed through his mind like slides, each one assimilated. After a long moment Zhang Fan opened his eyes and turned toward Magic Sea, his brow furrowed. Seeing his sudden change in expression, Jing Ya's heart leaped, sensing something ominous. Zhang Fan, what happened? Jing Ya, one of my replicas died, Zhang Fan said slowly. A replica died? Jing Ya was taken aback. On the night of June 10th, when we fled the villa and reached the center tower area, I saw many zombies there, so I left 10 replicas behind. Zhang Fan explained, I left them for 2 reasons: to collect abilities and to gather crystals. There was a third reason, to pick up attribute orbs, but he couldn't tell Jing Ya that. Jing Ya nodded. She knew Zhang Fan possessed the replica ability and the plunder ability. Given the dense crowds and numerous zombies around the center tower, it made perfect sense for Zhang Fan to create replicas to collect abilities and white crystals. And then, Jing Ya pressed. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Just now one of the replicas died. Died? Jing Ya gasped. Zhang Fan's replicas were as strong as he was, at least as strong as he had been before June 10th. Now a replica had died. How? What had it encountered? Who could have killed it? Zhang Fan, what exactly happened? The replica was killed by zombies, Zhang Fan explained. My replica had been active around the Lujiazui area. Just now it was surrounded and killed by a group of zombies. Killed by zombies? Jingya was stunned. Your replica has teleportation. What kind of zombie could kill one with that ability? It doesn't make sense. Even if it couldn't win, it could have escaped. I don't know the specifics. Zhang Fan shook his head. Its death was very strange. It only saw a flash of golden light and then it was dead. It didn't even know how it died. These 10 replicas were created by Zhang Fan on the night of June 10th. Though they lacked abilities like time freeze and super vibration, they possessed all his previous abilities. Moreover, they had been hunting zombies daily, leveling up quickly and were close to breaking through level 6. In terms of level, they had surpassed Zhang Fan himself. Yet after being besieged by zombies it had died inexplicably, utterly absurd. Zhang Fan, what do you plan to do? Jingya asked. Well, split up, Zhang Fan said after a moment's thought. I'll create 10 replicas to go with you to Shinji Seasoning Food City. I'll head to Lujiazui to investigate the replica's death and find out who killed it. Jingya's face paled, tension gripping her. You're going yourself. Will it be dangerous? Don't worry. Zhang Fan reassured her with a smile. I've just won a beauty like you. I'm not about to die. Until I figure out what caused the replica's death, I won't take unnecessary risks. The replicas will handle everything. All right then. Jingya breathed a sigh of relief. Take care of yourself. Don't be reckless or act impulsively. I will. Zhang Fan and Jingya split into 2 groups. One group consisted of 10 replicas who followed Jingya to the Mahai Shinji Flavoring Food City to collect seasonings. The 10 replicas, besides shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting Jingya, were also to hunt zombies and collect white crystals. The other group was Zhang Fan himself. He intended to investigate the truth behind the replica's death and find the killer. Based on the memories transmitted back by the deceased replica, Zhang Fan opened a portal leading to Lujiazui. The next instant he arrived at Lujiazui near the large roundabout intersection in front of the Pearl Tower. It was here that the replica had been killed. The zombies here had not yet dispersed and had gathered into a zombie tide. Fearing an ambush, Zhang Fan teleported away the moment he appeared. After several consecutive teleports he entered the Pearl Tower. The Pearl Tower is one of Mohai's iconic cultural landmarks, integrating urban sightseeing, fine dining, shopping and entertainment, river cruises, exhibitions and performances into one. It consists of 3 pillars with a diameter of 9 meters, a tower base, a lower sphere, an upper sphere, a space capsule and more. Zhang Fan went straight up to the main observation deck of the upper sphere. Standing there he could enjoy a 360-degree view of Mohai's beauty, and the massive horde of zombies gathered on the ground was also in full view. In truth, they had all been attracted here by the replica. The purpose of the replicas was to hunt zombies, collect crystals and pick up attribute light orbs. Thus wherever they went they always caused a great commotion to lure the zombies. After arriving at Lujiazui, that replica did the same, deliberately choosing the large roundabout. This place was connected to all parts of Lujiazui, had the most zombies and was an excellent spot for hunting. The replica found a car and blared the horn incessantly. The tremendous noise indeed attracted all the surrounding zombies. As usual, the replica charged into the zombie horde and began a massacre. He was on the verge of breaking through to level 6, so killing ordinary zombies was as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. But this time, he met a formidable opponent. A beam of golden light shot from somewhere, striking the replica. The replica offered no resistance and was killed instantly. Because he had merged with the replica's memories, the sensation of the replica's death was as if Zhang Fan had experienced it himself. Recalling the golden light that had killed the replica, Zhang Fan grew solemn. After being struck by that golden light, the replica distinctly felt his body rapidly weakening. Or rather, weakening frantically, a decline of several thousand constitution points every second. Within a few seconds the replica felt his physical condition drop from the peak of level 5 to level 4. Then the weakening continued. He tried to escape using teleportation, but it seemed to have failed, leaving him unable to leave. He attempted to dodge, but his body was completely unresponsive, making even simple evasion a luxury. Ultimately the replica watched helplessly as his body weakened to level 3. Then lost consciousness. He knew nothing of what happened afterward. Rapid weakening after being hit by golden light. What kind of ability is this? Zhang Fan frowned in deep thought. The art of absorbing yin to nourish yang. Or the northern dark divine art. He was perplexed. He couldn't figure it out. But it didn't matter. He could just test what that golden light ability was. Zhang Fan created a replica and issued a command. Go. All right. The replica nodded, then turned into a plume of black smoke, rushed out of the Pearl Tower's upper sphere and charged towards the zombie horde on the ground. Boom, the black smoke crashed into the zombie horde. The replica's entire body became golden alloy and his arms transformed into two golden long blades over a meter in length. Kill. The replica let out a roar, the sound waves exploding around him. He brandished the golden long blades formed from his arms, madly slashing through the zombie horde. To lure out the zombie that emitted the golden light, the replica refrained from using abilities with excessive speed like teleportation or superspeed force, lest the enemy fail to strike him. Only when the other party made a move could Zhang Fan, hidden in the Pearl Tower, follow the clues and uncover the true culprit. From within the Pearl Tower, the carnage on the ground was in full view. Zhang Fan was like a hunter lurking in a corner, silently waiting for his prey to take the bait. Under the replica's slaughter, heads flew up one after another and light orbs dropped. The replica was like a reaper harvesting souls, continuously reaping the lives of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding zombies, like puppets ignorant of fear, howled and roared as they charged forward. Fearless of death, they came wave after wave. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, 2 minutes had passed. Over 100 corpses lay on the ground, blood pooling into rivers, dyeing the surrounding area red. Yet the zombie that fired the golden light remained still. Has it left? Or has it been killed already? Zhang Fan furrowed his brows. What he feared most was that the zombie had already left. If it had, how could he find it in the vast zombie sea? I hope it hasn't left. Zhang Fan sighed. Swish, just then a dazzling golden beam shot from a tanker truck behind the zombie horde. Silent and as swift as light, it struck the replica the moment it appeared. The replica didn't last even a second before vanishing. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into Zhang Fan's mind almost simultaneously. The memory was not large, mostly scenes of slaughtering zombies, precisely the memories of this replica. Zhang Fan was shocked. He wasn't too surprised that a replica could die. What surprised him was the manner of this replica's death. Why didn't he, like the previous replica, experience rapid weakening before dying, but instead died instantly? Could the same golden light have different effects? Or was it that the golden lights that killed the two replicas were entirely different? Various doubts churned in Zhang Fan's mind, but this was clearly not the time to ponder them. To resolve his confusion, Zhang Fan dispatched another replica. Whoosh, the replica charged into the zombie horde and began another massacre. This time Zhang Fan didn't have to wait long. A golden light shot out from the tanker truck and struck the replica. The replica saw the golden light, but he simply couldn't dodge it. Because the speed of the golden light was equal to that of light itself, by the time he saw it, it had already landed on him. His body became immobile as if it had lost control. His abilities became unusable as if he had none. Whoosh, he didn't last even a second before this replica vanished. He was dead too, and his memories returned to Zhang Fan. As he assimilated the replica's memories, Zhang Fan noticed that the deaths of these two replicas were identical, both vanished instantly. This was completely different from the first replica. But all three shared a common trait: once struck by the golden light, their bodies became immobile and they could no longer use any abilities. The difference was that the first replica's body weakened rapidly while the latter two did not. The question remained, was it the same golden light that killed all three replicas? If it was, what kind of attack was this golden light? Why couldn't even a level 5 replica withstand it? Again. Zhang Fan sent out another replica, this time targeting the large tanker truck instead of the zombies. Boom, the replica used the metal manipulation ability. All metal substances turned into metallic powder and the tanker truck instantly disintegrated like collapsing sand. Boom, a short zombie burst out from the metal powder, staring coldly at the replica. This zombie was only 1.6 meters tall, wore a sanitation worker's uniform and had skin like dead pork. Its pupils were all white like a severe cataract patient. Although its skin was pale, there was no trace of decay on its body, setting it apart from other zombies. Swish, the short zombie stared at the replica and its brow suddenly split open, forming a vertical eye. The next moment a golden light shot out from the vertical eye, heading straight for the replica. The replica instinctively thought to flee, but the very moment the thought arose, the golden light landed on him. Whoosh, the replica vanished instantly. The result was identical to the previous two times, dead the moment it was hit by the golden light without any pause. After killing the replica, the sanitation worker zombie didn't linger. It darted into the zombie horde and fled into the distance. It was planning to escape. 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 Zhang Fan sneered. After killing 4 of my replicas, you think you can still get away? Do I have no dignity left? Go. With a wave of his hand, another replica materialized out of thin air, charging at the sanitation worker zombie. Zhang Fan transformed into a wisp of black smoke, trailing leisurely behind. This zombie's ability was eerily peculiar. If struck by the golden light it emitted, even Zhang Fan reckoned he'd be done for. So better to let the alt account handle it while the main account played it safe and reaped the rewards from afar. With a whoosh, the sanitation worker zombie, no low-level creature, darted swiftly between vehicles like a cheetah. From its speed alone, Zhang Fan could tell it was no mere level 3 zombie, at least level 4. It was Zhang Fan's first encounter with a level 4 zombie, and he couldn't help but marvel at how rapidly zombies evolved. With his infinite looting ability, every zombie he killed yielded its physique. By slaughtering hordes daily and absorbing white crystals, he had only reached his current stage. Yet zombies evolved silently to level 4, how did they manage it? The replica closed in quickly, catching up to the sanitation worker zombie, and launched an attack without a word. Zhang Fan's first 3 replicas were meant to probe the zombie's ability. Thus he hadn't struck lethally, giving the zombie a chance to pick them off one by one. But this replica was different. It was the Reaper of Death. Time freeze. The replica struck first, freezing time. Everything around instantly halted. The vertical eye on the sanitation worker zombie's brow had just begun to split open, aiming to kill this replica as it had the previous 3, but it was a step too late. With time frozen, it too was immobilized, its brow eye half open, half closed. Die. The replica pointed a finger at the zombie's brow, unleashing a terrifying wave of vibrations. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded, its white brain matter splattering like tofu pudding. 3 glowing orbs dropped from its body. 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 white. A plume of black smoke descended, landing heavily, and coalesced into Zhang Fan's form. He glanced at the fallen zombie and picked up the 3 orbs in turn. Looting the golden orb, physique 8175. 8,000 physique points. The sanitation worker zombie was indeed level 4, and barely 2,000 points shy of level 5. Looting the silver orb, spirit 228. Level 3 spirit power on par with Zhang Fan's, whose own spirit was a mere 483. Looting the white orb, obtained primal divine light ability. Primal divine light. Zhang Fan was taken aback. What kind of ability is this? Sounds so domineering. Zhang Fan immediately checked. After a while he was stunned. He finally understood why all 4 replicas had been killed. He also grasped why the first replica had weakened gradually before dying, while the subsequent 3 were instantly slain upon being hit by the golden light. It was all because this ability was too broken. Primal Divine Light, a timer-winding ability, could revert a target's time to end days prior. What did that mean? Simply put, if you were struck by Primal Divine Light, your time would rewind to end days ago. The effect seemed straightforward, but it was incredibly overpowered. Take a simple example. Last night Zhang Wensi gained the Silver Alloy ability, now possessing 2 abilities in total. If struck by Primal Divine Light, his time would rewind to before last night, leaving him with only 1 ability. Second example, Zhang Fan had broken through to level 5 yesterday. If hit by Primal Divine Light, he'd revert to before yesterday, dropping back to level 4 or lower. Any abilities gained after yesterday would be lost entirely. Third example, Yang Guang was injured by a Siberian tiger that day. If Zhang Fan had possessed this ability, then a single blast of Primal Divine Light would rewind Yang Guang's time to before the injury, erasing his wounds completely. Another example, Jingya was deflowered last night, transitioning from girl to woman. A dose of Primal Divine Light would turn her back into a girl. From these examples it's clear Primal Divine Light's effect is simple: rewind the target's time to a few days ago. This also meant that everything the target had done in recent days would be nullified. New breakthroughs, new abilities, a recent circumcision, all would vanish, and the labor of recent days would turn to dust. Thus Primal Divine Light's effect could be summed up in one phrase: back to square one. Most terrifyingly, the rewind time wasn't limited to just 1 day. The rewind duration was proportional to the user's level. For level 1 ability users, the maximum rewind was 2 days. For level 2, it was 4 days. For level 3, it was 8 days. For level 4, it was 16 days. And so on. The sanitation worker zombie was level 4, so its primal divine light could rewind up to 16 days. That's why the 4 replicas were utterly helpless against it. They simply hadn't existed long enough. The first replica was born on the night of June 10th, existing for only 4 days. The other 3 had just been created, existing for less than 10 minutes. Because their existence was so brief, even as level 5 beings with myriad abilities, they couldn't withstand primal divine light for a moment and were instantly slain. Such a tyrannical ability. Zhang Fan gasped. Good thing I didn't recklessly attack that zombie earlier, or I'd be done for. The sanitation worker zombie was level 4, capable of rewinding up to 16 days. The apocalypse had only begun 14 days ago, and Zhang Fan had awakened his ability less than 10 days prior. If struck by primal divine light, all his efforts and gains would evaporate. His level abilities, everything would vanish, reducing him to an ordinary person stripped bare. In this apocalypse, it's truly best to lay low. Who knows what freaks you'll encounter? Zhang Fan felt a mix of fear and excitement. He was currently level 5, so using primal divine light, the maximum rewind time should be 32 days. That meant Zhang Fan could rewind a person's time to 32 days ago. This is a game changer. The apocalypse only started 14 days ago. No survivor or zombie has awakened abilities for more than 14 days. Once hit by my primal divine light, they'd go straight back to square one. Wait. Zhang Fan's mind stirred. If a zombie is struck by primal divine light, would it revert to a normal human? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Zombies were once human, and the transformation only took 14 days. Theoretically, if a zombie's time is rewound by 14 days, it should revert to a human. Try it. Zhang Fan scanned the area, his gaze landing on a zombie. It was a pot-bellied middle-aged zombie sporting a beer gut and a bald, greasy Mediterranean-style head. Primal divine light. Zhang Fan's eyes widened and a vertical eye split open on his brow. This eye, like Erlangshan's heavenly eye, was a golden orb. With a flash, a beam of golden light shot from the eye, striking the Mediterranean zombie. A slit split open on Zhang Fan's brow, forming a vertical eye from which a beam of golden light shot forth, striking the middle-aged zombie with a receding hairline. A startling scene unfolded under the influence of the golden light. The aura of the middle-aged zombie rapidly weakened. Simultaneously, patches of decay appeared on its body. The decayed patches gradually increased, then eerily diminished, until finally all rot vanished from its form. Its skin slowly shifted from a deathly pale like spoiled pork to a normal complexion. Its cataract-like pupils also gradually became distinct in black and white. Skin and eyes were the most prominent features distinguishing zombies from normal humans. At this moment, the middle-aged zombie's skin and eyes appeared as normal as any humans. So had it reverted to a normal person? Zhang Fan ceased emitting the golden light. The middle-aged zombie looked around with a bewildered expression. Though its eyes were confused, they were full of vitality and spirit, unquestionably the gaze of a normal human. Zhang Fan was both astonished and overjoyed. He had attempted this merely as an experiment, never imagining it would actually succeed. The middle-aged zombie had truly turned back into a normal human. This was a monumental feat. It meant that given time, Zhang Fan could revert all zombies back to humans, ending this apocalypse and steering the human world back on course. Where am I? The middle-aged man looked around, finding himself standing on a street surrounded by blood and corpses. Where is this? How did so many people die? A dream. I must be dreaming. The man's face twisted in terror. Hello, sir. Zhang Fan prepared to greet him. Regardless, this man was the first human he had saved, and he couldn't just abandon him. But at that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly began to tremble violently, his body convulsing and his eyes rolling back. Veins bulged on his forehead, looking as if they might burst like writhing earthworms. Roar! His once distinct black and white pupils were replaced again by a murky gray. In an instant, his skin shifted from a light yellow to a corpse-like pallor. Roar! His gaze turned vacant, his limbs stiffened, and he moved mechanically like a marionette on strings. Zhang Fan's mouth fell slightly open as he stood frozen. The middle-aged man had turned into a zombie once more. Why did this happen? He clearly reverted to normal, so why did he become a zombie again? And after turning back into a zombie, why did he become the lowest-level common zombie from the early days of the apocalypse, instead of returning to his state before being struck by the initial divine light? Zhang Fan pondered deeply, conceiving a possibility. During meals people often discussed topics about the apocalypse and zombies. Someone had mentioned that humans turned into zombies due to a substance in the air akin to a zombie virus. Of course, whether it was truly a zombie virus remained unverified and no one was certain. But people didn't become zombies for no reason, something must have caused it. Assuming this substance was indeed a zombie virus, a minority were naturally immune and thus didn't transform. The majority lacked immunity and became zombies. Based on this inference, a conclusion emerged: the middle-aged man had already turned into a zombie, indicating he wasn't immune to the virus. After being struck by the initial divine light, he indeed reverted to a normal human. This was evident from the changes observed after the light hit him. He turned back into a zombie because he couldn't resist the zombie virus in the air. That's why he became the lowest level common zombie. This was Zhang Fan's hypothesis. To test its validity, he selected several other zombies and emitted the initial divine light at them. Their situation mirrored the middle-aged zombies almost exactly, first reverting to normal humans then turning back into zombies shortly after. And all of them became the weakest common zombies. The kind that roamed the streets at the dawn of the apocalypse with stiff limbs and vacant stares. After going full circle, we're back to square one. Using the initial divine light to turn zombies back into humans seems utterly pointless. Unless I can eradicate the zombie virus permeating the air. Otherwise, even if zombies are reverted, they'll just turn back again. Forget it. Zhang Fan completely abandoned the idea of reverting zombies. It was meaningless. There are plenty of zombies here, you'll hunt them this morning and meet up with Jingya at noon. To hunt zombies, Zhang Fan created 20 replicas in one go. At level 5 he could produce up to 50 replicas. 9 replicas were hunting zombies at the central tower. 5 replicas led the hunting team to clear out zombies. 1 replica stayed at the Holiday Hotel to guard the base. 10 replicas accompanied Jingya to collect seasonings. That meant Zhang Fan had already created 25 replicas, leaving him with only 25 more. But creating 25 would completely drain him. Zhang Fan wasn't that foolish, 20 replicas were sufficient. First hunt the zombies, then collect the crystals. Zhang Fan issued the command, "I'll pick up the attribute light orbs." Got it. The 20 replicas acknowledged and immediately dispersed. They first goldalloyed themselves, transforming into 20 dazzling golden figures. Then they turned their arms into long blades, charging into the zombie horde and slaughtering the surrounding zombies. The 20 replicas, like tigers descending a mountain, spread out around Zhang Fan and systematically cleared the area in all directions. Heads flew one after another. Zombies fell one by one. Light orbs dropped continuously. Zhang Fan followed behind the replicas, leisurely picking up the attribute light orbs, his physique beginning to surge again. The sheer number of zombies here and the massive commotion attracted even more, seemingly endless. This was exactly what Zhang Fan wanted. After encountering the sanitation worker zombie today, Zhang Fan craved greater strength. Though he had never boasted with arrogant words like "I'm invincible" or "I dominate heaven and earth," Zhang Fan had always been confident in his abilities. But after today's encounter he clearly realized that the apocalypse was a deep quagmire he might not fully grasp. Who knew what monstrous beings lurked in obscure corners? As the saying goes, beyond the mountains there are always higher peaks, among the strong there are always mightier warriors. With reverence one can walk far and long. So focus on improving strength. Strength is the ultimate truth. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, all his actions here were being observed. At the Cue Tian Hotel apartment near the Pearl Tower. The Cue Tian Hotel apartment was located in the heart of the Lujiazui financial district, a prime golden location. From the hotel's windows one could gaze westward at the Pearl Tower, the global financial center, Lujiazui Greenbelt, and the Huangpu River, all stunning sights. At this moment, in a luxurious residence on the 43rd floor of Cue Tian, several pairs of eyes were fixed on Zhang Fan. That guy is amazing. Killing zombies is like stepping on ants for him. We're saved. Quick. Find him and make him my bodyguard no matter the cost. Yao, he's so powerful, would he agree to be our bodyguard? How do you know without trying? If he's my fan he might willingly become my bodyguard. This is a spacious flat of over 600 square meters adorned in a light luxury decoration style. The overall color scheme of the room is traditional, combining gray tones with wooden hues exuding the warmth of a home. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows not only absorb ample sunlight but also offer a breathtaking view of the bustling scenery around Lujiazui. At this moment the wide windows were obscured by curtains, leaving only a narrow gap that let a sliver of light through. A few people stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, peering through the curtain gap, intently watching the carnage at the roundabout intersection. There were 5 people in total, 4 women and 1 man. Sister Yao Yao, that person is amazing. Killing zombies is like slaughtering chickens, even better than Brother Yang. Sister Yao Yao, look quickly. That person just split into 20 copies of himself. Is that some kind of multiple shadow clone technique? Wow. They turned into robots, that's incredible. The group exclaimed, filled with awe. The woman referred to as Sister Yao Yao was tall and stunning with an exquisite oval face. Her oval face was exceptionally delicate, complemented by a pair of enchanting eyes, making her appear like a seductive vixen. This woman is Gu Yao, a film actress and fashion model with a massive fanbase, currently one of the hottest female stars. The other 3 women and 1 man in the room were all Gu Yao's assistants, namely Xiaoya, Xiao Han, Xiao Shi and De Zhuang. Before the apocalypse, Gu Yao was a highly sought-after star in the country, active on screen and in the hearts of many otaku, adored by thousands. After the apocalypse, Gu Yao and her team were trapped here. Fortunately, Gu Yao's bodyguard Yang Anmin awakened his abilities and has been protecting Gu Yao and the others. Yang Anmin, a retired soldier, is honest and diligent in his duties. In the face of the apocalypse, he not only refrained from overstepping his bounds but strictly fulfilled his responsibilities to protect the group. Though he cannot lead Gu Yao and the others out of the April Sky apartment, he ensures their safety and relatively stable living conditions by hunting zombies and gathering supplies. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Yao and her team's survival until now is entirely due to Yang Anmin's efforts. Xiaoya, go find that person. We must have him as my bodyguard. Gu Yao was also shocked by Zhang Fan's formidable strength and immediately instructed an assistant, with his protection we will definitely be able to leave here. Although the April Sky apartment is quite large, spanning from the 1st to the 43rd floor with a total of 106 units, searching each unit would indeed yield a decent amount of supplies, but it is bound to run out eventually. Being stuck here offers no hope and no way out. This was said by her bodyguard Brother Yang, and Gu Yao fully agreed. She managed to rise to the status of a top-tier star in the chaotic entertainment industry not only due to her skills in seduction but also because she possesses a very sharp mind. She understands that she must leave this place and head to the suburbs where zombies are sparse if she wants to survive. There are simply too many zombies in Lujiazui, staying here would mean certain death. But Sister Yao Yao, that person is so powerful. Will he be willing to help us? Asked the assistant named Xiaoya with concern. Her full name is Yang Xiaoya and she is Gu Yao's personal assistant, previously responsible for her daily life. The reason Gu Yao wanted her to find Zhang Fan is that she has also awakened her abilities. Her ability is Object Exchange, which Xiaoya refers to as Heavenly Hand Power. She is an avid fan of Naruto and knows that her ability resembles Sasuke's Sixtamo Rinnegan technique, Heavenly Hand Power, allowing her to exchange herself with a target object in an instant. It is precisely because of this ability that Xiaoya has played a significant role in gathering supplies. How would we know if we don't try? Gu Yao said, gazing intently out the window. Lujiazui is in a bustling area with an outrageous number of zombies. With so many zombies, survivors would definitely not dare to come here. In all these days, have you seen anyone come here? The assistants shook their heads in unison. He is the only one who has come here, which shows he is very confident in his own strength, and he is indeed very strong. Gu Yao calmly analyzed, we can only rely on him, and we must rely on him if we want to have any hope of leaving here. So no matter the cost, we must invite him to help us. Otherwise, how long will we have to wait for the next person to come? The assistants couldn't help but nod in agreement. Opportunities are fleeting. Gu Yao turned to Xiaoya and said, go Xiaoya. If necessary, you can tell him my identity. What if he is a fan of mine? He will definitely be willing to help us. Even if he isn't a fan, he must have heard of my name and knows my beauty, he will still help us. Xiaoya, however, showed a worried expression. Sister Yao Yao, what if he is a bad person with malicious intentions? Why don't we wait for Brother Yang to come back before making a decision? Don't worry. Gu Yao waved her hand dismissively. Even if he has ulterior motives, could he really kill us? The worst-case scenario would be just having to sleep with him or becoming his toy. Gu Yao spoke as if it were a trivial matter. In fact, such things are not significant to her at all. From being an unknown model to reaching this point today, she has truly slept her way up. Especially in her early years, she would enter a room every night with a different groom each time, never repeating. The most exaggerated instance was when she accompanied 8 big bosses in one night, yet the next day she was still full of energy. If anyone were to ask her about her sleeping skill, she would claim to be second to none, and no one would dare to claim the top spot. Thus Guyao was not afraid of someone desiring her beauty. What she feared was being trapped in this cursed place, starving to death, or one day being bitten to death by zombies. Guyao had another reason for needing to leave. There are 6 people in the team, yet the other 5 have awakened their abilities while only she has not. This is quite embarrassing. As a prominent star, the boss of these few people, she has not awakened her abilities while those working for her have. Who can she turn to for justice? Currently, with time still short, the power gap among them is not significant, and with the most powerful Yang listening to her commands, the others can follow her orders as well. However, as time goes on, who can guarantee that the assistants will continue to listen to her? She has certainly bullied a few of them in the past. Therefore Guyao must leave. Alright Sister Yao Yao, I will give it a try. Xiaoya nodded earnestly, her gaze searching around the vicinity of the roundabout intersection for a suitable target for exchange. Her heavenly hand power has a broad range. As long as it is something her eyes can see and it is not too large or heavy, she can exchange positions with it. However, after searching, all she found were zombie corpses or zombie heads as well as vehicles. Where could she find a suitable target? There was nothing she could do but proceed with this. Xiaoya locked onto a bloody zombie head and activated her heavenly hand power. Whoosh, she vanished from her spot, and at the same time a bloody head appeared in her place. Ah, Guyao screamed in fright, falling onto the ground staring in horror at the zombie head. The other 3 assistants were also startled. Although they did not fall to the ground like Guyao, they jumped back as if electrocuted. That stupid girl. When Xiaoya reappeared, she was already at the roundabout intersection, less than 10 meters away from Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was collecting attribute light orbs. Although there were only 20 clones, they were extremely fierce, like tigers descending the mountain, blocking thousands. Zombies rushing from all directions were intercepted by the 20 clones, who were slaughtering them madly. In an instant, a blockade with a diameter of about 20 meters formed around Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was inside the circle collecting light orbs, while a large number of zombies were outside. With each orb absorbed, his physique surged dramatically, increasing by more than 800 points in just a short time. Whoosh, at that moment Xiaoya appeared. Zhang Fan noticed her immediately. Seeing a living person in such a place surprised him. Moreover, she appeared out of nowhere, which was quite impressive. Could it be instant teleportation? Hello, sir. Xiaoya wanted to greet him, but looking at the bloodied zombie corpses and heads on the ground made her stomach churn. Even though the apocalypse had been going on for nearly half a month, she had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Wow, Xiaoya immediately vomited. Seeing this, a large amount of black mist erupted from Zhang Fan, sweeping over the zombie corpses on the ground. Hiss hiss hiss, the black mist spread. Whether it was the zombie corpses' heads or the blood and flesh, everything vanished without a trace. In just a few seconds, Xiaoya found the area in front of her completely clean, with not a single corpse or a drop of blood in sight. Xiaoya was stunned. What kind of ability is this? Who are you? Zhang Fan looked at her with curiosity. Xiaoya was quite delicate, with a round face that gave her a cute, naive appearance. Xiaoya, coming back to her senses, quickly jogged over and said, "Hello, sir. My name is Yang Xiaoya, and I am a survivor from the nearby April Sky apartment. We need your help." Zhang Fan realized as he guessed that Lujiazui is crowded with people, so it is only natural for survivors to appear given the commotion he had caused. How many of you are there? How many of you have abilities? Zhang Fan asked. The team currently has food, water, land and supplies, but is lacking people. As long as the person's character is not too bad and they are willing to join the team, Zhang Fan will not refuse. There are 6 of us in total, 5 of whom are ability users. Xiaoya immediately replied, "We are on the 43rd floor of the April Sky apartment. We hope you can help us." What kind of help do you need? Zhang Fan asked. We want to leave here and go to the suburbs where there are fewer zombies, or to other places. Yang Xiaoya said, "There are too many zombies in Lujiazui. Staying here is hopeless." Zhang Fan nodded, "Take me to see the others. We can discuss it after that." Xiaoya nodded eagerly, "Sir, if you don't mind, I can take you there." Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, "Sure. Don't resist." Xiaoya approached Zhang Fan, holding onto his arm and looking up at the top of the apartment. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the apartment, a suspended basket typical of construction sites was hanging. The basket contained many shoes. Xiaoya's abilities are well suited for transporting supplies, which is why bodyguard Yang had the basket suspended here. This allows Xiaoya to exchange positions with the shoes in the basket each time she returns, making it convenient for her to go home. Whoosh! Zhang Fan and Xiaoya disappeared from their spot and reappeared on the top floor of the apartment inside the suspended basket by the floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Fan looked at the floor-to-ceiling window before him and then at the roundabout intersection he had just been at, greatly surprised. You can teleport this far in one go? Zhang Fan was quite astonished. The top floor of the April Sky apartment is at least 500 meters away from the roundabout intersection in a straight line, yet she teleported here instantly. This teleportation is even more impressive than his own. My ability is not teleportation, it is object exchange, quite similar to Sasuke's heavenly hand power. Xiaoya quickly explained, anything I can see with my eyes can be exchanged. Heavenly hand power. Zhang Fan expressed his amazement. Being a fan of Naruto, he naturally understood what kind of ability Sasuke's heavenly hand power is. It is a powerful ability that allows for the exchange of positions with objects, but its limitations are quite significant. Zhang Fan believes it is not as versatile as his own teleportation. However, Xiao Ya's ability has a significantly greater range. Currently Zhang Fan, being at level 5, can teleport a maximum of 50 meters at once. Yet Xiaoya can exchange with anything her eyes can see. This is quite exaggerated. One must understand that ability users have significantly enhanced physiques and their vision has also improved greatly. Just like Zhang Fan, now he can clearly read the text on a billboard several kilometers away. If Zhang Fan had this ability, he could move several kilometers in one go. In terms of distance, this ability is indeed superior to teleportation. Sir, let's go inside. Alright. Whoosh! Xiaoya exchanged again and the two entered the room. Guyao and the three assistants rushed over, their eyes filled with eagerness and excitement. Thank heavens, we finally waited for you to arrive. Zhang Fan naturally recognized Guyao. This woman was a famous star. Imali had watched every episode of her romantic dramas without missing a single one, and Zhang Fan had seen a few episodes along with her, but that was all. Although Guyao was a top-tier celebrity and a darling of the fashion world, Zhang Fan held no interest in her. This woman was embroiled in countless scandals, changing her benefactors one after another. Her rise to fame was paved through such liaisons. Zhang Fan didn't dislike celebrities in general, he had his favorites, including both seasoned actors and fresh-faced idols. He didn't care whether a star was a veteran or a newcomer. If they were pleasing to the eye, he would even follow dramas starring young idols. If they weren't, even the finest acting from a veteran left him unmoved. But Guyao was not among those he liked. This woman was too pretentious. Clearly no longer innocent, yet she insisted on portraying a pure and chaste image. Did she think her fans were that gullible? Seeing Guyao rushing toward him, Zhang Fan directly sidestepped. Say what you need to say, but spare me this act. Guyao stood frozen in place. This wasn't following the script. Guyao had never met Zhang Fan nor heard of him. She assumed he was just an ordinary person. Shouldn't an ordinary person, upon seeing a big star like her, scream with excitement and feel overwhelmed by the honor? Why was Zhang Fan so calm? Shouldn't he be trembling with agitation, clamoring for a photo with her? Like Xiao Shenyang meeting Lao Bai. Did he not recognize her? Guyao's heart sank. She saw Zhang Fan as a lifeline and knew she had to win him over at any cost. How could she win him over? Naturally, by leveraging her star power and beauty. Guyao was confident that with a little seduction she could easily enchant Zhang Fan. This was how she had always handled her benefactors. In Guyao's eyes all men were the same, old, young, upright, lecherous. With just a flick of her finger they would grovel at her feet like dogs captivated by her charm. Zhang Fan was certainly no exception. But his reaction was off. Could he be gay? Guyao, ever the actress, quickly composed herself. Extending a delicate jade-like hand, she smiled radiantly. Nice to meet you. Guyao. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled and extended his hand. Their hands clasped. Guyao deliberately tickled his palm lightly, sending a shiver of thrill through him. Damn. This woman is seducing me. Zhang Fan grumbled inwardly. In the past, even if he felt nothing for Guyao, facing such an exquisite bowtie's blatant provocation, any normal man would have a physical reaction, and Zhang Fan was no exception. But unfortunately today's Zhang Fan felt nothing, his heart utterly still. What could he do? He had been a bit too wild with Jingya last night. Now Zhang Fan was as serene as a saint in a state of reflection. In physiology this is known as the male refractory period, during which libido drops to freezing point. Moreover, Zhang Fan's heart was entirely with Jingya. They were in a sweet phase, leaving no room for other women. Zhang Fan withdrew his hand nonchalantly. Do you need help? Seeing that her seduction had no effect on Zhang Fan, Gu Yao felt a pang of disappointment but put on a pitiful expression. She nodded repeatedly, looking pitiful and endearing like a wronged fox spirit. Brother Zhang Fan, we're trapped here. Can you lead us out? I could, but where do you plan to go after leaving? Zhang Fan frowned. Zombies are everywhere now. Without a proper destination, it's best not to wander aimlessly. Before arriving, Zhang Fan had considered recruiting these people into his team, but upon seeing Gu Yao he decisively abandoned the idea. This woman couldn't carry anything or lift anything. What use would she be? As a decorative vase. Expect her to hunt zombies. Don't be ridiculous. Cook or do chores. Fat chance. Plant crops or tend fields. Impossible. Since she was utterly useless, why keep her? To waste food. Moreover, this woman was clearly trouble. Bringing her in would likely disrupt team harmony. So better to forget it. We have no choice. Gu Yao looked on the verge of tears. Lujiazui is a bustling area swarming with zombies. We dare not even leave the apartment. Once outside, the zombies would tear us apart. But supplies in the apartment are limited. We can't stay here forever or we'll starve. Leaving is our only way out. Gu Yao's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Zhang Fan imploringly. Brother Zhang Fan, you will help us, won't you? Please stop calling me brother. You're nearly 30 and I'm only 21. Do I look that old? Zhang Fan grumbled inwardly. Just as he was about to refuse, a knock came at the door. Who is it? Gu Yao tensed up immediately. It should be Brother Yang back. I'll get the door. Assistant de Zhuang hurried to the door, peeked through the peephole and opened it. Brother Yang, you're back. I'm back. Brother Yang was a young man with a crew cut, a lean and well-proportioned build and a resolute sharp face. This was Yang Anmin, Gu Yao's bodyguard, who also sometimes served as her driver. She called him Brother Yang. Of course, before the apocalypse he was just little Yang to her. After the apocalypse he was upgraded to Brother Yang. Yang Anmin strode over, quickly greeted Gu Yao first, then looked at Zhang Fan with a wary expression. Boss, who is he? Let me introduce you. Gu Yao briefly introduced Yang Anmin and Zhang Fan. Yang Anmin's wariness eased slightly. Ignoring Zhang Fan, he said to Gu Yao, Boss, I went out this time and made contact with a survivor team. Gu Yao's eyes lit up. Do you know them? You definitely know the team leader. It's President Zhao of Deming Pharmaceutical. Yang Anmin said. Zhao Hongyuan. Gu Yao exclaimed in surprise. That's him. Yang Anmin smiled. After the apocalypse struck, President Zhao started with the surviving employees of his company, gathering nearby survivors and collecting supplies. As of now, President Zhao has over 100 people under him, all of them ability users based at Dongjiao Garden. You know what Dongjiao Garden is, boss? Yang Anmin chuckled. President Zhao now has both people and supplies in abundance. If we join them, given your relationship with him, we'll surely be well treated. Great. Gu Yao nearly cried out in excitement. Of course she knew Zhao Hongyuan, they had even sparred in martial arts before. Gu Yao believed that given their relationship Zhao Hongyuan would not treat her poorly. The assistants were also thrilled. President Zhao of Deming Pharmaceutical, a tycoon worth billions. Wealth aside, the key is that President Zhao has over 100 people, all ability users. Joining them would surely be safe, right? President Zhao really knows how to pick a spot. Dongjiao Garden is a top-tier villa area next to Dongjiao Guesthouse with over 1,000 acres of greenery, a natural oxygen bar. Most importantly, Sister Yao Yao and President Zhao are old acquaintances. He even pursued her before. Sister Yao Yao, let's join President Zhao. Sister Yao Yao. Gu Yao was also excited. She stared at Yang Anmin. Brother Yang, you said you contacted President Zhao. What did he say? I've already met with President Zhao. Yang Anmin nodded immediately. When he learned you were trapped in the Cue Tian apartment, he insisted on coming to get you. He sent me back to inform you while he brings people shortly. Great. Finally we can leave this godforsaken place. Gu Yao paced back and forth excitedly. Once we get to Dongjiao Garden, I'm going to take a nice bath and have a good meal. I've been terrified and miserable these past few days. President Zhao must have gathered plenty of seafood, right? I want to eat crawfish, spicy ones. I just want to shower now. I'm filthy and starting to smell. Does President Zhao have electricity? I want to charge my phone. The assistants chattered noisily discussing the wonderful life of joining Zhao's team. As for Zhang Fan, he was already ignored. It seems you found a suitable team. You don't need my help anymore, do you? Zhang Fan asked. Hearing this, the chattering group fell silent in unison and turned to look at him. Gu Yao smiled faintly, her expression indifferent. We don't need you here. You can leave. Fine. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and vanished instantly from the room. Where did he go? Where is he? The assistants were startled and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling windows, but there was no trace of Zhang Fan. Let him be. Gu Yao waved her hand, dismissing the insignificant man. Brother Yang, when will President Zhao and his people arrive? Should be soon. As Yang Anmin spoke, he suddenly noticed over 20 heavy trucks on the nearby street. Rumble, these trucks like steel beasts rumbled forward. Along the way everything, vehicles and zombies alike, was mercilessly crushed into pulp. Boss, President Zhao is here. Yang Anmin exclaimed. Gu Yao and her assistants immediately looked out at the street. Upon seeing the imposing convoy of heavy trucks, they cheered and jumped for joy, overwhelmed with excitement. They're here. President Zhao is here. Great. We're leaving this place. Gu Yao was also thrilled. She immediately ordered, Xiao Han Xiaoya Xiao Shi de Zhuang, pack up quickly. We're leaving now. Okay, Sister Yao Yao. The assistants acknowledged and hurried off to pack their belongings. Meanwhile, the 20-plus heavy trucks rumbled to a stop in front of the Cue Tian apartment. 6 ability users soared into the air, flying toward the top floor of the apartment. Among the 6 flying ability users, 2 had wings, 1 was surrounded by a tornado, and 1 had flames shooting from his feet. 1 had arms that stretched like rubber, gripping the apartment rooftop. His arms contracted, launching him upward. The last one had neither wings nor flames, but walked through the air step by step. The 6 reached the top floor, escorted Gu Yao and her group down, settled them onto the heavy trucks and prepared to evacuate. Just then a high-pitched piercing roar echoed. In the next moment, countless zombies surged from all directions, flooding like a tide toward the truck convoy. My dear, I never expected to see you in this lifetime, woo woo woo. Gu Yao's tearful eyes filled with emotion as she threw herself into the arms of a middle-aged man beside her, sobbing uncontrollably. The middle-aged man was in his 50s, wearing glasses with a broad forehead and prominent ears. His head was bald and shining. However, judging by his features, he must have been a handsome man in his youth, blessed with excellent genes that could captivate countless girls. This middle-aged man was Zhao Hongyuan, the CEO of Mingda Pharmaceutical before the apocalypse, with a fortune worth billions. Zhao Hongyuan was known for his flirtatious nature and had been Gu Yao's secret admirer. They shared an indescribable past. Zhao Hongyuan had once liked Gu Yao very much, hoping she would retire from acting and devote herself to being his lover. Gu Yao was not satisfied with that. She wanted more, hoping Zhao Hongyuan would divorce and marry her to become his official wife. Naturally, Zhao Hongyuan refused, as he was a womanizer, not a fool, and how could he agree? He and his wife had built this vast enterprise together. Once divorced, the assets would be split in half. He could not give up dozens of billions of wealth for Gu Yao alone, leading to an unhappy parting. But regardless, they had shared a brief romantic connection, and this little bond before the apocalypse was nothing significant. Without Zhao Hongyuan, there were still other wealthy men to turn to. Without Gu Yao, there were still other women. In the apocalypse, this bond would become extremely important. With the arrival of the apocalypse, 90% of humanity turned into zombies, and nearly every survivor became isolated. Parents, partners, children, friends, colleagues. Everyone familiar was gone. Looking up, there was no one familiar. Only zombies surrounded them. Even if they occasionally encountered a survivor, it was most likely a stranger, and the chance of seeing someone familiar was exceedingly low. Thus, encountering a familiar face in the apocalypse felt like reuniting with family abroad, joyful, thrilling, and heartwarming. Impossible to express in words. It can be said that it was a reunion with an old friend in a foreign land. Both Zhao Hongyuan and Gu Yao were feeling this way at that moment. Hence, unable to contain her emotions, Gu Yao plunged into Zhao Hongyuan's embrace, crying bitterly. Sure. Don't cry, don't cry. Zhao Hongyuan gently patted the fragrant shoulder of Gu Yao in his arms, softly comforting her. From now on you will be Zhao Hongyuan's woman, and I promise to cherish you for a lifetime. Will you keep your word? Gu Yao's tear-filled eyes looked up at him. When has Zhao Hongyuan's words ever been unreliable? Internally scoffing, Zhao Hongyuan however looked at her with deep affection. "Don't worry my dear, no one will tear us apart again. I believe you." Guyao felt sweetness in her heart and leaned in to kiss him. The two immediately shared a kiss that lasted 3 minutes, reluctantly ending it. Zhao Hongyuan was extremely excited, wishing he could immediately engage in passionate encounters, but he also knew it wasn't the right time. So he waved his hand and shouted to the driver, "Follow my orders, turn back immediately." "Understood, boss." The driver replied and then picked up the intercom. "Attention all vehicles. Rear vehicles become front vehicles, turn back immediately. Attention all vehicles. Rear vehicles become front vehicles, turn back immediately." Rumble. More than 20 heavy trucks roared back to life, their engines growling like fierce beasts. Zhao Hongyuan embraced Guyao, waving his hand, exuding confidence. "My dear, we are going home." "Yes, yes, home." Guyao nodded eagerly, her big watery eyes filled with admiration as she looked at him. Roar! At that moment a high-pitched sharp roar suddenly echoed. The sound was like a charge resounding through the streets, reaching Lujiazui and the banks of the Huangpu River. The next moment countless zombies surged from all directions, flooding towards the convoy of heavy trucks. There were an overwhelming number of zombies. Some were office workers in shirts and slacks. Some were hot girls in shorts and skirts. Others were overweight individuals in glasses and flip-flops. There were all kinds, shapes and forms of zombies flowing like a tide, converging along the streets. They jumped over vehicles or moved through the traffic, roaring. They screamed. They roared. Like a swarm of locusts they surrounded the 20 heavy trucks, their sheer numbers shocking. At that moment, these endless zombies showcased the terrifying foundation of this city, the largest in the country with a population exceeding 20 million, to everyone in the vehicles. "Boss. We're surrounded by zombies. What do we do?" Voices filled with panic came through the intercom. "My dear, what should we do now?" Guyao also looked terrified. Zhao Hongyuan had naturally seen this terrifying scene, snatching the intercom from the driver and shouting, "Accelerate. As long as the vehicle starts moving, the zombies won't be able to stop us." "Yes. Boss." The truck drivers slammed on the gas, trying to get the vehicles moving. "My dear, don't worry." Zhao Hongyuan reassured the trembling beauty in his arms. "I've seen this kind of scene many times. As long as the trucks are moving, these little pests definitely can't stop us." Guyao felt a little more at ease. Bang bang bang. But at that moment a horde of zombies charged like cannonballs, crashing into the nearest heavy truck. Although zombies are unafraid of pain, they are still flesh and blood and were smashed into a bloody mess. But the zombies, undeterred by death, were determined to crash into the trucks without rest. Moreover, among these zombies there were undoubtedly second and third tier zombies and those awakened with supernatural abilities. Second tier zombies had physiques comparable to Olympic athletes. Third tier zombies exceeded human physical limits. Bang bang bang, one after another. Heads crashed against the trucks, and under the relentless and reckless assault of the zombies, even the toughest and heaviest trucks were left battered and swaying. Those zombies with abilities were even more terrifying. Some created earthen walls. Some shot fireballs. Some summoned lightning. Others dismantled truck wheels. Zombies wielding magic were unstoppable, not even Jesus could stop them. Various dazzling skills were unleashed and the 20 heavy trucks were directly engulfed. Some toppled sideways. Some crashed into walls. Some lost their tires. In a short time all 20 heavy trucks were rendered useless, completely paralyzed on the street. The zombies swarmed the heavy trucks, smashing windows and climbing in, overwhelming the vehicles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, shadows burst out from within the trucks. They were the awakened individuals sitting inside the trucks, beginning to fight back, or rather, trying to escape. However, the vast majority of awakened were torn to pieces by the frenzied zombies as soon as they emerged. Screams echoed all around, akin to the wails of hell's demons, sending chills down one's spine. A few fortunate awakened soared into the sky, using their flight abilities to escape the encirclement of zombies. Some were lucky and managed to flee. Others met a dreadful fate, grabbed by zombies at their ankles, dragged down and torn apart alive. Zhao Hongyuan was one of the fortunate ones who managed to escape, as his ability was to control gravity, allowing him to fly. During his escape he took Guyao with him and the two ascended into the air together. At this moment Zhao Hongyuan held Guyao tightly, watching as the 20 heavy trucks were engulfed by zombies, his heart bleeding. 20 heavy trucks were not worth much whether before or after the apocalypse they could be readily obtained. What pained Zhao Hongyuan was the awakened individuals inside the trucks. He had over 160 subordinates and this time he had brought along more than 80. These over 80 individuals were all second-tier awakened, either powerful support types or formidable combat types. All of them were elite team members, the backbone, the core, the trump cards of Zhao Hongyuan's crew. But now, they were all gone. Aside from a few who managed to escape with flight abilities, everyone else was lost. Even if they were still alive now, they would surely die later. The ruthless zombies would not spare them. Zhao Hongyuan's heart was bleeding. He had come here with great fanfare, wanting to show off in front of his former lover, and was confident of succeeding. He never expected that instead of succeeding he would instead be caught in such a predicament. Zhao Hongyuan suddenly felt that the beauty in his arms was no longer appealing. A beautiful disaster. The ancients weren't wrong about this. What a crying shame. But Zhao Hongyuan also understood that he could not blame Gu Yao for this. This wave of zombies was abnormal. The sheer number was outrageous, and they were fiercer, more aggressive and more violent than any zombies encountered before. This was clearly not normal. Boss. A few who had narrowly escaped flew over, each face marked with fear and lingering dread. Boss, should we leave or? A young man, flames erupting from his feet, dressed in a white t-shirt and bell-bottom pants adorned with a gold chain around his neck, looked at Zhao Hongyuan and asked. Leave. Zhao Hongyuan squeezed out a few tears, pretending to be heartbroken. My brothers are still down there, how can I leave? No, I must save them. Saying this, he was about to hand Gu Yao over to the young man with fiery feet. Take care of her for me, he'll go save my brothers. Boss, absolutely not. No boss, there are too many zombies. If you go down it's a certain death. Boss, these zombies are very different from the ones we've encountered before. Even if you go down now it won't make a difference and you'll just lose your life for nothing. Several survivors were startled and hastily tried to dissuade him. But my brothers. Zhao Hongyuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Boss, this is how the apocalypse is. Being alive is already a blessing, and if you die you can't blame anyone else. Your brothers won't blame you. That's right, boss, as long as the Green Mountains remain there's no need to worry about firewood. As long as we survive we can still recruit more people. There's no need to stubbornly fight here. Several survivors urged. Sigh. Zhao Hongyuan sighed deeply. Roar. Just then a high-pitched roar suddenly rang out, catching everyone's attention. Following the sound they saw a beautiful zombie standing on the rooftop of a 30-story building. This zombie was about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful figure, curvaceous in all the right places. With long straight legs and a delicate oval face, she wore a loose t-shirt on top and super short hot pants below. Before the apocalypse she would definitely be a stunning beauty. Unfortunately she was a zombie. Her skin had the typical grayish-white hue of zombies and her eyes resembled those of dead fish with cataracts. Unlike other zombies, her skin was intact, showing no signs of decay. This zombie is not like ordinary zombies. Zhao Hongyuan and the others stared at the beautiful zombie on the rooftop, their expressions changing. Roar. The beautiful zombie on the rooftop let out a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the air like thunder. An astonishing scene unfolded. The previously restless, bloodthirsty and violent zombies suddenly fell silent. It was as if they had received some command, stopping their attack, ceasing to bite, halting their lunges. One by one they obediently jumped down from the heavy trucks and retreated to the side. What is going on? Zhao Hongyuan and the others were stunned. The apocalypse had been around for nearly half a month and they had seen all kinds of zombies and experienced various situations. But what unfolded before them was unprecedented. Zombies actually obeying orders. What a joke. Were they not a mindless horde without intelligence, only knowing how to kill? How could they possibly obey orders? This scene completely overturned Zhao Hongyuan and the others' understanding of zombies, shattering their worldview. The beautiful zombie on the rooftop let out a low growl and suddenly jumped down from the 33rd floor. The air rushed past her face and her long hair flew wildly in the wind. Boom! The beautiful zombie landed heavily on the ground, instantly unleashing terrifying kinetic energy that created a massive crater. Gulp! Zhao Hongyuan and the others swallowed hard. How strong must her physique be to jump down from a 33-story building without dying? The beautiful zombie brushed off the dust on her body, calmly walked out of the crater and headed toward the nearest heavy truck. Crack! She leaped onto the hood, smashing the windshield with a punch and forcibly dragging the driver out of the seat. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was not completely dead yet, but blood was flowing from his nostrils and mouth, clearly seriously injured and incapable of fighting back. The beautiful zombie extended her right hand and pressed it against the driver's forehead. Ah! The driver let out a piercing scream, convulsing and twitching as if enduring immense agony. What? What is she doing? Guyao trembled as she spoke. I don't know. Zhao Hongyuan looked terrified, but it's definitely not good. The others remained silent, watching in terror. The driver's convulsions lasted for half a minute before finally coming to an end, his eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. The beautiful zombie closed her eyes, let out a satisfied sigh, then glanced at the awakened individual in the passenger seat. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the beautiful zombie was about to proceed with her actions, a series of roars echoed from afar. These were the roars of zombies. The beautiful zombie frowned, a flicker of anger flashing in her cataract-like eyes, and her body slowly rose into the air. Then she looked toward the direction of the roaring. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyuan, Guyao and the others also turned to look. On the other side of the street, near a roundabout, 20 golden robots appeared. These 20 robots had arms like blades, ruthlessly slashing at the zombies standing in the street. There were many zombies on the street, but they only had 20 robots. Yet these 20 robots acted like a meat grinder, a bulldozer, mercilessly slaughtering zombies as they advanced. How is it him? Guyao exclaimed. 20 gleaming golden robots were none other than Zhang Fan's duplicates. After leaving the Cue Tian apartment, Zhang Fan returned to the large roundabout intersection and continued picking up attribute light orbs. As he picked them up, he arrived near the Cue Tian apartment. He was then shocked by the scene before him. Zombies. So many zombies. Zombies swarmed like locusts, clogging every street and alley. There were too many. Astonishingly, within the encirclement of zombies stood over 20 overturned heavy trucks. In the sky 6 or 7 people were suspended, and Zhang Fan recognized one of them. Wasn't that Guyao? What was she doing up there? What's going on here? Zhang Fan was baffled. The 20 duplicates hunting zombies created a huge commotion. Combined with the zombies' roars, the noise was even greater. So Zhang Fan truly didn't know what had happened here. But judging by the scene, it wasn't hard to guess what had just transpired. It had nothing to do with him. His goal today was to hunt zombies. With so many zombies, Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't let them go and immediately issued the kill order. Kill. The 20 duplicates charged into the zombie horde like tigers descending a mountain, slaughtering wildly. There were too many zombies here. In such a situation, slashing one by one would be foolish. They went big. One duplicate leaped into the air, rising a dozen meters above. Then it spat out a fireball that surged toward the ground. The fireball grew as it fell, turning into a supermassive fireball over 20 meters in diameter as it struck the earth. The immense fireball radiated scorching heat, distorting the surrounding air, and then crashed into the densest area of zombies, exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! Flames instantly spread, engulfing an area 50 meters in radius, turning it into a sea of fire. The merciless flames consumed everything within: vehicles, debris, zombies, all reduced to ashes. Again. The duplicate teleported to another area, spat out a second fireball, and continued the fiery coverage. Meanwhile, another duplicate began its own performance. It teleported to another dense area, opened its massive jaws, and let out a furious roar. The roar was like a dragon's cry or a thunderclap, as if it were the first sound after Pangu created the world. Rings of tangible sound waves spread outward, surging like monstrous waves in all directions. Crack. 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 Where the sound waves passed, zombie heads burst like watermelons struck by a hammer. Heads exploded one after another. Zombies fell one by one. Within 100 meters, zombies lay scattered, with only a few still standing. The other duplicates were not to be outdone. The third duplicate slammed the ground, causing the earth to churn and rise. Rumble. Massive chunks of cement and soil detached from the ground, gathering toward the sky. Then they converged and compressed. Before long, a massive stone over 20 meters in diameter, formed from asphalt, cement and soil, appeared in the sky. Fall. The duplicate shouted. Whoosh. Under its control, the stone plummeted at terrifying speed, crashing heavily into the ground. Boom. Earth and stone splattered, debris flying. The ground within 50 meters shook violently as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. All zombies in that area were either crushed into pulp or killed by flying debris. The entire zone was a bloody mess like a battlefield of horrors. Seeing this, Zhao Hongyuan and his group were stunned. Guyao in particular widened her seductive phoenix eyes, her mouth agape as if it could swallow a whole eel. How can he? Guyao stammered, too shocked to speak. Is he even human? Who the hell is this guy? When did such a freak appear in Lujiazui? He's incredible. Ferocious. Overwhelming. Zombies are like chickens and dogs in his hands. What level is he? Definitely not level 3, level 3 isn't this strong. At least level 4 or even stronger. Monster. Zhao Hongyuan and his group were astounded. A single fireball turned 50 meters into a sea of fire. A single roar killed zombies within 100 meters. A single meteorite covered 50 meters. Was this still human? No. This wasn't human. It was like a god. Who is this guy? Zhao Hongyuan stared intently at the duplicates, then suddenly recalled Guyao's earlier exclamation. Why him? Did Guyao know him? Zhao Hongyuan looked at Guyao. Yao, do you know him? The other survivors also looked at her, surprised that the famous star knew such an expert. Not really. Guyao took a deep breath, calming her shock, and recounted the earlier incident when she sought Zhang Fan's help. Zhao Hongyuan narrowed his eyes. This guy named Zhang Fan, who was he? If I could harness such a powerful person, who could oppose me in this apocalypse? Zhao Hongyuan thought sourly, but he knew it was just wishful thinking. Recruiting him was unrealistic. In modern society, information had expanded people's horizons. The apocalypse had shattered order and unleashed people's ambitions. In this end times, anyone with strength wouldn't submit to another. Especially someone like Zhang Fan with terrifying power. How could he be someone's lackey? Besides, Zhao Hongyuan had no sufficient leverage to attract Zhang Fan as an underling. Money. What use was that? Could it wipe your ass? Women. He could find his own. Supplies. With such terrifying power, what couldn't he gather? So why would he want a boss lording over him? There were no fools these days. Trying to charm people with smooth talk like in ancient times would get you beaten to a pulp. The duplicate's performance continued. The fourth duplicate unleashed a torrent of lightning, turning 50 meters into an ocean of electricity. Crackle. Crack. Silver serpents slithered, thunder dragons rampaged. All zombies in that area were electrocuted into charcoal, twitching and falling backward. The fifth duplicate teleported to a dense zombie area, its body radiating dazzling golden light. Whoosh! Wherever the light touched, zombies were coated in gold. Then, like gilded statues, the zombies turned into golden sculptures and stopped moving. The sixth duplicate slammed the ground and thick vines burst forth from the earth. Within 50 meters, vines covered everything. Some vines coiled, some strangled, others turned into spears. Zombies in that area were either crushed or killed, a gruesome sight. With the 20 duplicates each attacking, hundreds of zombies perished in moments. This terrifying combat power shocked Zhao Hongyuan's group and shattered their perceptions. Roar! At that moment, the beautiful female zombie finally reacted. She let out a piercing shriek and the lower-level zombies retreated. Meanwhile, the powerful level 3 zombies charged at the duplicates. The female zombie roared and flew toward them. Look! The beautiful female zombie is attacking. This one can command zombies. It's no ordinary zombie. I wonder if that Zhang Fan can handle it. Who knows? Zhao Hongyuan's group watched intently. The female zombie moved swiftly, reaching the nearest duplicate in the blink of an eye. Roar! The female zombie roared, its right fist like a cannonball slamming toward the duplicate. Humph! The duplicate snorted and a strange wave spread, enveloping the surroundings. Time stop. Activated. Buzz. The female zombie froze midair. It hovered 3 meters above ground, eyes cold, face twisted, fist poised to strike. Yet it remained motionless, as if frozen in place. Die. The duplicate's blade flashed, slicing across the female zombie's throat. Splat. Blood. No, this time it was fresh blood. Crimson blood gushed from its neck and the female zombie's head soared into the air. The female zombie's blood was almost identical to a normal human's. Not at all like the murky thick and foul blood of ordinary zombies. A miraculous scene unfolded despite having its head severed. It should have died, but no light orb dropped. Only when a zombie dies does a light orb drop. No orb meant the zombie wasn't dead. The duplicate's pupils contracted as it stared at the female zombie. Whoosh! Suddenly a sharp sound of an arrow cut through the air and the duplicate teleported away without a second thought. Splat! The moment it left, a sharp arrow pierced the spot where it had stood, embedding itself deep into the asphalt road. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then countless alloy arrows rained down on the duplicate like a storm. Splat splat splat. The duplicate moved casually, easily dodging the arrows. As it moved, time stop automatically deactivated, freeing the female zombie. The severed-headed female zombie picked up its own head from the ground and reattached it to its bloody neck. The flesh at the severed neck writhed and the severed head regrew onto the neck. The female zombie opened its eyes, twisted its neck and flexed its muscles with no trace of the injury, as if nothing had happened. Yet a ring of blood remained on its neck, proof of the prior decapitation. This zombie. The duplicate frowned slightly. Zhao Hongyuan and his group exchanged glances in the sky. What's with this zombie? Its head was cut off and it still came back. That's eerie. It must be some super self-healing ability, otherwise it couldn't have survived. I'm more and more baffled by this apocalypse. How many freaks are hidden in this world? Roar. The female zombie roared, its cataract-like dead eyes showing no emotion. But from its furious roar it was clear it was enraged, deeply enraged. Roar. The female zombie spread its arms, palms up, as if lifting something. The next moment vehicles around it slowly rose into the air under a strange force. When they reached a dozen meters high, the female zombie clenched its fists tightly. Crack. A terrifying force compressed the vehicles. With a sharp crack they were crushed into iron balls. Roar. The female zombie hurled the dozen iron balls like cannonballs, whistling toward the duplicate. But it wasn't over. The female zombie roared again and its body split along the center line. It split into two halves. The two halves writhed quickly, completing the missing halves, becoming two female zombies. This wasn't the end. The two split into four, then four into eight. In an instant. One female zombie had split into eight. The body could split but not the clothes. So the 8 female zombies were completely naked, like streaking, an eyesore. Yet no one cared about their voluptuous figures, everyone was stunned by the ability. What ability is this? One person turned into 8. Is it the same as that Zhang Fan's ability? It looks similar. Zhang Fan had long noticed the commotion and was astonished by the female zombie's transformation. Is this also a duplication ability? No. It's a split ability. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, this split ability dividing into 8 must weaken combat power. The logic was simple. Mass is conserved. Weight too. A 100-pound body split into 8 gives each 1/8. In that case each split strength, speed, stamina, etc. would be greatly reduced. The duplication ability was different. The duplication ability created new individuals based on Zhang Fan's template. Apart from losing some energy, stamina, Zhang Fan's weight and strength weren't reduced. So his combat power didn't diminish, only stamina and endurance were affected. To understand, splitting divides $100 into parts, it's division splitting. Duplication clones another $100 from the original, it's creation cloning. One is self-division, total doesn't increase. The other is creation from nothing, total increases. Which is better is clear. Roar. The 8 female zombies roared in unison, dispersing to surround this duplicate. Then they glared, shooting 16 dazzling blue beams from their eyes at the duplicate. At that moment the dozen giant iron balls arrived above the duplicate, whistling as they crashed down. A dozen massive iron spheres hurtled toward him. 16 blue beams of light arrived in an instant. All directions were completely sealed off. Unless the duplicate could burrow into the ground, it seemed there was no escape. Facing this fatal strike, the duplicate's body surface, as if leaking air, spewed forth thick rolling black mist. The mist spread, enveloping all directions. Whether it was the massive iron spheres or the blue beams of light, the moment they touched the black mist they dissolved and vanished rapidly like ice meeting flame, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. The menacing iron spheres and the devastating blue beams were effortlessly neutralized into nothingness. At the same time a stream of pure energy surged into the duplicate's body, rapidly replenishing its stamina. What kind of ability is this? Zhao Hongyuan and the others in the sky were stunned. The blue beams weren't too visually terrifying, but the dozen massive iron spheres were enormous. Each one was the size of a millstone, and being metal they must have weighed several tons, right? Several tons of material had vanished right before their eyes. What kind of ability was this? Zhao Hongyuan and the others felt their minds struggling to comprehend. Seeing their attack effortlessly neutralized by the duplicate, the 8 beautiful female zombies roared in unison. Strange white flames suddenly erupted from their bodies, shrouding them completely and transforming them into 8 figures of fire. This white flame was bizarre, resembling the bone-chilling cold fire from some world of chi refining and horse transformation, starkly pale. The moment the white flames appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped by over 20 degrees Celsius. The area instantly became freezing cold, as if transitioning from a sweltering summer day into the dead of winter. With a roar, the 8 beautiful female zombies' white flames suddenly flared brilliantly, transforming into a surging sea of fire that cascaded and swept toward the duplicate. As the white flames spread across the road, the ground became covered in a thick layer of frost. Zombie corpses, blood-severed limbs, all were frozen into crystalline ice sculptures. Interesting flames. Zhang Fan, watching from a distance, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Flames always emitted high temperatures. One that could freeze everything like an ice ability was a first. It was undeniably peculiar. Seeing the rolling white sea of fire surging toward him, the duplicate shook its head slightly and released the annihilation black mist. This white flame clearly possessed the power to freeze everything. The duplicate was curious, could it freeze the annihilation black mist? Or would it be annihilated by the mist? As the black mist and white flames collided, a sizzling sound erupted. The white flames radiated extreme cold, attempting to freeze the annihilation black mist. The annihilation black mist, which annihilates all things, naturally sought to destroy the white flames. Their clash was a true meeting of titans. The white flames rapidly dissipated and retreated. The annihilation black mist swelled and advanced. The white flames were defeated. Under the annihilation of the black mist, the white flames fell back step by step, collapsing like a landslide. The annihilation black mist quickly advanced to the 8 beautiful female zombies. The 8 beautiful female zombies immediately leaped up, narrowly avoiding the annihilation black mist. Subsequently they launched several more attacks, but all were effortlessly countered by the duplicate. Finally its stamina rapidly depleted, it was forced to merge back together. This can end now. Zhang Fan, seeing this, teleported behind the beautiful female zombie. With a time freeze he immobilized it in place. Zhang Fan walked up to the beautiful female zombie, a smile spreading across his face. He had no intention of killing it. This beautiful female zombie could command other zombies, a tremendously valuable ability. Killing it would only yield its abilities physique and spirit, which Zhang Fan deemed insignificant. In comparison, enslaving it held far greater value. In the apocalypse, if there was one thing in abundance, it was zombies. Enslaving this beautiful female zombie meant indirectly acquiring a zombie army. Zhang Fan didn't need a zombie army to fight for him or conquer territories, but he hoped the zombies could guard his base. Changheng Island was fixed in place, immovable. If they could occupy it, others could too. But if a zombie army was stationed on the only route to Changheng Island, who could enter? Enslaving this beautiful female zombie also offered another advantage, using it to gather all the zombies on Changheng Island. Whether to wipe them out in one fell swoop or drive them off the island would then be entirely up to Zhang Fan. Thus enslaving this beautiful female zombie was far more valuable than killing it. So be it. Zhang Fan activated his enslavement ability. A black beam shot from his forehead, piercing into the beautiful female zombie's head like an arrow. Zhang Fan released the time freeze. The previously immobilized beautiful female zombie suddenly began to tremble violently. Its body convulsed and it smashed its head against the ground as if enduring immense agony. This scene was almost identical to the previous enslavement of Penghu. The process lasted about half a minute before it ended, and the beautiful female zombie gradually calmed down. It looked up at Zhang Fan. The coldness, killing intent, and iciness in its eyes vanished. Replacing them were closeness, obedience, and submission. Zhang Fan patted its head just as he would pat the heads of Dahuang and Penghu. The beautiful female zombie obediently squinted its eyes like a well-behaved, sensible girl enjoying her boyfriend's caress. Witnessing this, Zhao Hongyuan and the others in the sky stared blankly, their mouths agape. They could never have imagined that the murderous menacing beautiful female zombie from moments ago would transform so completely. What's going on here? What did he do? What's wrong with this zombie? They exchanged bewildered glances, their minds brimming with questions. Unfortunately, no one answered them. Continue. Zhang Fan waved his hand and the 20 duplicates resumed their slaughter. Rather than enslaving a zombie army for his use, Zhang Fan preferred to convert them into attribute spheres to enhance his own strength. Thus he would not spare the zombies here. Do you have a name? Zhang Fan looked at the beautiful female zombie. The beautiful female zombie looked bewildered. Although it had gained intelligence even matching humans in intellect, it had no concept of a name. I'll give you a name. Zhang Fan said, you're very beautiful. From now on I'll call you De Piaoyang, okay? The beautiful female zombie gave a confused look. De Piaoyang, find some zombies to help me collect the white crystals from the zombies' heads. Zhang Fan gave his first command, it's this thing. He pried a white crystal from a zombie's head and showed it to De Piaoyang. De Piaoyang understood. It let out a roar toward the distant zombies and immediately several zombies rushed over. Only 5 of them. These 5 zombies were low level 2 at level 2, 3 at level 1. Zhang Fan couldn't understand why De Piaoyang called them over. Was it short on subordinates? Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain inwardly. De Piaoyang growled a few times at the 5 zombies. The 5 zombies growled back in response and immediately began collecting the white crystals. Then Zhang Fan was stunned by their slick operation. The 5 zombies walked up to the corpse of a zombie and gently brushed their hands over its head. Their palms seemed to possess a suction force directly pulling the white crystal out from the zombie's head. The 5 zombies grabbed the extracted crystals and moved on to the next corpse. This operation. Zhang Fan was somewhat astonished. When he collected white crystals, he had to first crack open the zombie's head, then rummage through the brain's blood and gore to find the crystal. But these 5 zombies just brushed a hand over the zombie's forehead and sucked the crystal out. Was that a show-off? Could this be an ability too? Zhang Fan teleported in front of one of the 5 zombies, flicked his finger and blasted its head apart. 2 spheres dropped. 1 gold, 1 white. Zhang Fan picked up the white sphere. Whoa! It really is an ability. Zhang Fan exclaimed in amazement. The ability had no name, as zombies didn't name things. Its function was very simple: collecting crystals. More precisely, it was controlling crystals, similar to manipulating metal. Because it could control crystals, this ability allowed the user to pull the white crystals out of zombie heads. A great ability. Zhang Fan beamed with joy, happier than if he had acquired many powerful abilities. With this ability, collecting crystals will be much easier in the future, greatly improving efficiency. Let's test this ability. Zhang Fan closed his eyes and immediately sensed all white crystals within a 50-meter radius. Come. With a thought from Zhang Fan, white crystals burst out of zombie heads one by one, flying out and converging toward him. They flew to Zhang Fan, hovering around his body. Bloody, sticky and covered in brains and gore, anyone fastidious would find them repulsive. Zhang Fan didn't mind. A brilliant smile bloomed on his face. This ability is really handy. When I get back today, I'll paste this ability to the hunting team members so they can collect crystals. Saying this, Zhang Fan took out a plastic bag, opened it, and the crystals flew in automatically. Satisfied, he carried the bag and continued picking up attribute spheres while collecting crystals. In the sky. Boss, should we leave or? Several survivors looked at Zhao Hongyuan. Zhao Hongyuan showed hesitation. He wanted to greet Zhang Fan. A powerhouse like Zhang Fan, even if he couldn't be recruited, it was necessary to make his acquaintance. At least to become familiar, so if something happened later he could shamelessly ask for help. Boss, people's hearts are treacherous. A survivor warned, he's so powerful. If he has any ill intent, we won't even be able to escape. That's not necessarily true. With the strength he's shown, if he wanted to kill us, he'd have done so already. You have a point. Zhao Hongyuan nodded, making up his mind. Let's go down and see. The group descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhang Fan. Seeing Zhao Hongyuan and the others, De Piaoyang closely following Zhang Fan bared its teeth and let out low growls. Zhang Fan waved his hand at it. De Piaoyang retreated behind Zhang Fan, but its cataract-like dead fish eyes remained fixed on Zhao Hongyuan and the others. Zhao Hongyuan and his group felt a chill run down their spines under its gaze if they had already experienced a Piaoliang's power. If it charged at them they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately their worries were unfounded. With Zhang Fan's restraint Piaoliang remained relatively calm. Zhao Hongyuan enthusiastically extended his hand. Hello hello. I'm Zhao Hongyuan. Pleased to meet you. Hello Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan extended his hand. Young man, you're truly incredible. Zhao Hongyuan praised, you're the strongest survivor I've ever seen bar none. Gu Yao and the other survivors also looked at Zhang Fan, their eyes filled with awe and ingratiating smiles. Gu Yao in particular, her fox-like face plastered with a sycophantic expression. At that moment she regretted it. Regretted it to the core. If only she had known Zhang Fan was so powerful she would have been better off following him instead of Zhao Hongyuan. But now. No. It's not too late. Not too late at all. With my beauty, as long as I throw myself at him, he'll surely accept me. After all, I'm so attractive. Gu Yao had always been confident in her looks. Thinking this, she smiled coquettishly and approached Zhang Fan, batting her eyelashes. Brother Zhang Fan, do you take in survivors? If so, what do you think of me? Zhao Hongyuan's beaming face stiffened slightly upon hearing this. He felt a surge of anger. Damn it, I lost men for you and now you want to betray me and run into someone else's arms. What a despicable woman. Sorry, I don't take anyone in. Zhang Fan flatly refused. Gu Yao's smile froze on her face. Take Gu Yao. Zhang Fan truly looked down upon her. Such a weathervane bending with every wind should be cast far away. Beauty. What did a pretty face amount to? His Changheng Island was teeming with beauties. The elegant and dignified Jingya. The gentle and virtuous Sister Chao. The youthful and voluptuous Wang Yuan. The mild and reserved Zhou Ling. The icy and aloof Yang Linger. The cultured and sensible Wang Yani. Wasn't every one of them more beautiful than Gu Yao? What use was that rotten goods like Gu Yao? To seduce men and disrupt the team's harmony. Get lost. After this cold refusal, Zhang Fan ignored Zhao Hongyuan's group and went about his own business. Gu Yao stood frozen, her face turning a livid purple, caught in an awkward dilemma. Let's go. Zhao Hongfei snorted coldly, preparing to leave with his lackeys. Seeing this, Gu Yao quickly said, Darling, take me with you. Don't leave me here alone. Zhao Hongyuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fan, seeing he had walked away, and immediately spoke with sarcasm, Aren't you looking for a better prospect? Why are you still following me? Gu Yao, full of embarrassment, put on a pitiful expression, Darling, I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? Boo hoo hoo. Zhao Hongyuan snorted coldly, scooped Gu Yao into his arms and soared into the sky, flying towards the eastern suburb hotel. It wasn't that his heart had softened. Having been a rogue in the business world for decades, his heart had long turned to stone. How could it soften? In the end, Zhao Hongyuan still coveted Gu Yao's beauty, unable to shake off his old habit of womanizing. Before the apocalypse, beauties like Gu Yao were a dime a dozen. Boss Zhao could toy with them as he pleased. But times had changed. With the apocalypse, 90% of humanity had turned into zombies, drastically reducing the number of beautiful women. High-quality beauties in particular had sharply declined. Zhao Hongyuan had recruited over 100 followers, but only a small fraction were women, and high-quality ones were even rarer. None were prettier than Gu Yao. So Zhao Hongyuan was reluctant to let Gu Yao go. Additionally, there was another important reason. After becoming an esper, his physical fitness had greatly improved, reviving the vigor of his youth. His desires were now even stronger than in his younger days. Calling him a 7-times-a-night man was an exaggeration, but he indulged nightly. Over 2 hours later, the zombies gathered around the Cue Tian Hotel were finally wiped out. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. The streets were filled with the pungent stench of blood, a scene more terrifying than a hellish battlefield. Zhang Fan stood amidst the sea of corpses and blood, his expression calm and indifferent, completely unfazed by the surrounding carnage. All of you return. Zhang Fan waved his hand. All 20 clones reintegrated into his body. Instantly 20 streams of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, all scenes of the clones hunting zombies. Zhang Fan carefully absorbed the battle experience from the clones' struggles against zombies and their use of various abilities, silently accumulating combat expertise. This function of the clone ability was remarkably similar to Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique. Once the clones returned, the memories they carried were all fed back into Zhang Fan's mind as if he had experienced them himself. Ordinary memories were of little use, but battle-related memories enhanced Zhang Fan's combat experience and his mastery of various abilities. It was like Naruto using the multiple shadow clone technique to train in the Rasengan. Countless shadow clones practicing the technique simultaneously meant any progress made by a clone was progress for Naruto himself. Accumulating small gains, Naruto eventually mastered the rank Rasengan within a week. The clone ability worked the same way. Thus the clone ability was an extremely powerful one with numerous advantages. After digesting the memories, Zhang Fan felt he had gained new insights into using various abilities. Then he checked his status panel. Name Zhang Fan. Level 5 Esper. Physique level 5, 493611000000. Spirit level 3 9741000. Ability Infinite Pickup Ability. 49361 Physique. Zhang Fan blinked. It was 27,503 before an increase of 21,858, equivalent to killing 4,371 zombies. Spirit increased by 263, a bit low. Overall, today's gains are good. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with his harvest today. While his physique had made tremendous progress, he had also acquired the bug-like ability Initial Divine Light and taken in a stunning beauty. Another day of bountiful harvest. In fact, he had also collected a bunch of miscellaneous abilities, many of which were duplicates and even more were useless trivial abilities that served no purpose. For example, the ability to masturbate without hands to make a star 100 million light-years away explode, to automatically adjust glasses to a comfortable position to stop time including himself, to cause instant hair loss, to turn invisible in darkness. And so on. These useless abilities were worthless, so Zhang Fan deleted them. Time to go home. Using the ability to turn stone into gold, Zhang Fan cleaned the blood off his body, changed into clean clothes and prepared to create a portal to return to Changheng Island. Whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Yang Xiaoya. The stunning beauty stared at Yang Xiaoya with eyes as sharp as knives. Is it you? Zhang Fan looked at her in surprise. Hello, brother Zhang Fan. Yang Xiaoya gazed at him with immense admiration. Can I follow you from now on? Thanks to her object-swapping ability, she had escaped when surrounded by zombies, barely surviving. She had witnessed Zhang Fan's massacre of zombies and was utterly awestruck. Yang Xiaoya was eager to follow Zhang Fan, as being with him guaranteed safety at least. Zhang Fan pondered briefly and agreed, as Yang Xiaoya's ability was quite useful and she was talented. Thank you, brother Zhang Fan. Yang Xiaoya was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. No need to be polite. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Let's head back. Back. Yang Xiaoya was taken aback. Back where? To my stronghold. Zhang Fan smiled slightly and created a portal. Let's go. Zhang Fan stepped into the portal first, followed closely by the stunning beauty. Yang Xiaoya stared at the portal appearing out of thin air, stunned on the spot. What ability is this? Hurry up, the portal is about to disappear. Oh. Suppressing her shock, Yang Xiaoya hurriedly trotted into the portal. The next second she arrived in front of the holiday hotel, where Chao Jia, Wang Yuan and Zhou Ling were still picking vegetables. This afternoon they had harvested another large batch of ripe vegetables piled in the hotel's front yard. Taking in her surroundings, Yang Xiaoya cautiously asked, Brother Zhang Fan, is this your home? Yes. Zhang Fan nodded and walked over to Chao Jia and the others, Sister Chao picking vegetables. Chao Jia nodded gently, intending to greet Zhang Fan, but then noticed Yang Xiaoya and the stunning beauty standing behind him. Yang Xiaoya was cute enough, but nothing special. What terrified Sister Chao was the stunning beauty, pale skin, lifeless eyes. Was this a zombie? Chao Jia's delicate frame trembled, her voice stammering, Xiaofan she. Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling and Wang Yani also noticed the stunning beauty, their faces turning pale. Don't worry. Zhang Fan said with a smile, let me introduce you. This is my newly acquired zombie servant. Her name is De Piaoyang. De Piaoyang. After dinner, Zhang Fan gathered everyone in the meeting room for a brief discussion. The meeting's agenda consisted of two main items: first, adjusting the future focus of their work. Second, distributing the ability to manipulate crystals. This afternoon I subdued a zombie. Zhang Fan looked around at the group and briefly introduced De Piaoyang. Everyone was astonished. A zombie that can command other zombies. Such a thing exists. Pang Hu once mentioned such zombies, but we've never seen one. If such a zombie truly exists, it could be incredibly useful. We could have it gather all the zombies on Changheng Island. The group buzzed with chatter, all expressing amazement at De Piaoyang's existence. Boss, where is that zombie named De Piaoyang? Why haven't we seen it? Zhang Wensi asked curiously. The others also looked at Zhang Fan. I gave De Piaoyang an order to gather all the zombies on Changheng Island. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Barring any surprises, every zombie on the island will be assembled by it. The first topic of our meeting today is how to deal with these zombies. Is there even a need for discussion? Blondie, lounging with a cucumber in hand and legs crossed, took a bite and said, of course we wait until all the zombies are gathered, then we strike together and wipe them out in one fell swoop. I agree with old Huang. Yang Guang nodded in agreement. Changheng Island is our turf and not a single zombie should be allowed to exist. Their hunting team had been killing zombies street by street and neighborhood by neighborhood, a slow process that yielded few kills each day. Now that they could gather all the zombies, it was only logical to eliminate them quickly. I agree too. Killing these zombies will yield white crystals for our cultivation, a win-win. Zhang Wensi added his support. I agree. Seconded. No objections. Everyone nodded in unison, unanimously calling for the zombies' destruction to turn them into white crystals. Since everyone agrees on killing all the zombies, that's what we'll do. Zhang Fan made the final decision. He had previously considered two options: first, extermination. Second, expulsion. Extermination needed no elaboration. Expulsion involved gathering all the zombies on the island and having De Piaoyang lead them away from Changheng Island. Then let these zombies linger near the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel as a barrier to protect Changheng Island. This would both fend off zombies and deter other survivors, a dual benefit. But upon reflection, zombies were plentiful. Without these, De Piaoyang could just go to Mahai to subdue another batch. There was no need to waste so many white crystals, which were vital cultivation resources. I estimate there are at least 100,000 zombies still lurking on the island, a substantial number. Zhang Fan continued. If such a large horde dies on the island, it will severely pollute the environment. So we cannot kill them on the island. Everyone paused, then nodded in agreement. It was indeed a problem. Changheng Island stretched about 27 kilometers east to west, 2 to 4 kilometers north to south, covering an area of 88 square kilometers. In such a small space, 100,000 zombies dying in June when bodies rot and stink quickly would unleash an unbearable odor. One could imagine the air being filled with the stench of rotting corpses for a long time. The thought alone was nauseating. Isn't it simple? Blondie bit into his cucumber juice, spilling everywhere. Have De Piaoyang gather all the zombies by the river, kill them and dump them into the Yangtze. Zhang Wensi raised a concern, want that pollute the river? Bro, that's a ridiculous question. Blondie looked at Zhang Wensi as if he were an idiot. Do you know what's in the Yangtze River right now? What? Zhang Wensi was puzzled. The others also stared at Blondie. Blondie, with his unruly, thuggish demeanor, wasn't particularly liked by the rest of the team. Of course, it hadn't reached the point of dislike, just not fondness. Zombies. Blondie took another bite of his cucumber. The Yangtze River is now full of zombies, specifically zombie fish. Zombie fish? Everyone shuddered. Old Huang, are you sure? Zhang Fan frowned at him. He had been active in the city and never paid attention to the river's condition. Absolutely sure. I went to the riverbank this afternoon planning to swim because of the heat. Recalling the afternoon's events, Blondie looked disgusted. The moment I got into the water, I was attacked by zombie fish, a whole swarm of them. They were huge with razor-sharp teeth, even scarier than the demon piranhas in movies. If I hadn't been fast using my iron palm water glide technique, those bastards would have torn me apart. This. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions grim. It was shocking news. Until now, everyone had only encountered human zombies, leading them to overlook the water. Now, upon reflection, they realized zombies weren't limited to land, they existed in water too. Aquatic animals were also present. It made no sense for land animals to turn into zombies while water creatures remained unaffected. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and said slowly, if the blood rain truly caused the emergence and rapid evolution of zombies, then aquatic animals in rivers, lakes and seas couldn't have escaped becoming zombies either. Moreover what? Everyone focused on Zhang Fan. Rivers, lakes and seas are where rainwater gathers, so the blood rain would naturally accumulate there too. Zhang Fan said gravely, thus the concentration of blood rain in these waters is far higher than on land, meaning the zombies in the water might be much stronger than those on land. Everyone was deeply shaken. It made sense. Every time it rained, the excess water flowed into ditches, canals, reservoirs, rivers, lakes and seas. The blood rain was no exception. Especially the torrential downpour on the night of June 10th, which must have washed vast amounts of rainwater into the waters. One could imagine how much blood rain had accumulated in the water. There was another issue. Water evaporates far more slowly from bodies of water than from land, meaning the blood rain lingered longer in water, nurturing countless powerful zombies. Changheng Island is surrounded by the river. The zombie fish in the river shouldn't be able to crawl onto the shore, right? Wang Yuan's doll-like face showed unease as she asked timidly. Probably not. Chao Jia said hesitantly. Fish are still fish even if they become zombies. They can't climb onto land, can they? That makes sense. Fish don't have legs. Even if zombie lobsters, crabs or turtles crawl ashore, their numbers shouldn't be too large and they shouldn't pose a major threat, right? If all aquatic animals have turned into zombies, I can't imagine how many there are in the sea. Indeed, the ocean's area is more than twice that of land, and the marine environment is three-dimensional with far more creatures than on land. One can only imagine the sheer number of zombies if all marine animals became zombies. Terrifying. It's a bit frightening. I think everyone is worrying unnecessarily. Even if ocean zombies are strong and numerous, what can they do? They can't come ashore, so they pose no threat to us, right? That's not necessarily true. Zhang Fan looked at Cui Yen, who had spoken. Both survivors and zombies are evolving rapidly. Everyone listened quietly. It's only been 14 days since the apocalypse began and we've all become superhumans, something unimaginable before. Zhang Fan continued, as the apocalypse progresses, we'll grow even stronger. Zombies are also getting stronger. So, who knows what zombies might become in the future, whether they'll fly, leave the water or form terrifying beast tides like in movies and novels. No one can say for sure. Everyone nodded. Boss, that's a profound insight. Loyal follower Zhang Wenxi immediately chimed in, since the apocalypse the world has undergone earth-shattering changes. The future is full of unknowns. Using old perspectives, knowledge and attitudes to view this new world is clearly no longer viable. At this point Zhang Wenxi joked, maybe one day a monster like Godzilla will appear and spit out a mouthful of old pickled cabbage to blast us all to bits. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't think Zhang Wenxi was exaggerating, it was highly possible. After all, in just 14 days since the apocalypse, 4th and even 5th level powerhouses had already emerged. What about a month later? 3 months? 6 months? A year? Or 10 years? Who knew how many freaks would appear in the future? Who knew if zombies would truly evolve into monsters like Godzilla? It was uncertain. Everything was uncertain. So what should we do? Cui Yen asked. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. What to do? Indeed, what should they do? If terrifying monsters like Godzilla appeared in the future, how could they resist? How could they survive? The mere thought weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, filled with fear and pessimism. Seeing this, Zhang Fan smiled and said, everyone, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Fan. I've always believed in one saying, man can conquer nature. Zhang Fan stood up, supporting himself on the table with burning eyes. Yes, zombies are evolving and we don't know what they'll become in the future. But don't forget, we are evolving too. Zhang Fan said with a smile. I remember when the apocalypse first broke out, I was so scared of zombies that my legs went weak and I hid in my rented room for 6 days without daring to go out. Oh. Everyone was taken aback. In the eyes of everyone, including Jingye, Zhang Fan had always appeared as an invincible figure. He killed zombies like slaughtering pigs and dogs, dominating the horde with a single blade that seemed mightier than 1,000 troops. Over this time he had left an indelible image of invincibility in everyone's minds. They never expected that he had been so timid at first. Don't look at me like that. I was indeed very cowardly at the beginning. Zhang Fan didn't mind sharing his embarrassing past. I holed up in my rented room for 6 days and finally when I ran out of water and food I had no choice but to muster the courage to step out. Then I realized that zombies weren't as terrifying as I had imagined. Though they were stronger, they were stiff, slow and dim-witted, easy to hunt. The rest you already know. Zhang Fan looked around at everyone. As I said, zombies are evolving and so are we. As long as we remain stronger than the zombies, they will never pose a threat to us. It's like 2 marathon runners. As long as one stays ahead, the other will never catch up. You all understand these simple truths, so I won't belabor the point. It all comes down to this. Cultivate, grow stronger. Cultivate, grow stronger. Cultivate, grow stronger. Important things must be said 3 times. If we are strong enough, even if zombies become immensely powerful in the future, we can handle them calmly. As Zhang Fan finished, Jingya was the first to applaud, her eyes full of admiration for her man. Zhang Wensi also clapped vigorously. Boss, that was brilliant. Like a ray of light, it dispelled the fog and gloom, illuminating our path forward. Others joined in the applause. Indeed, while zombies would grow stronger and more fearsome, they too were constantly becoming more powerful. As long as they stayed ahead of the zombies, what was there to fear? With this realization, everyone felt encouraged, shedding their pessimism and uncertainty, and regained confidence in the future. Once the applause subsided, Zhang Fan continued with a smile, "They'll have De Piao Yang gather the zombies by the river, and tomorrow we'll act together to wipe them out completely. Once all the zombies on the island are cleared, everyone's tasks will be simpler. My plan is hunt zombies in the morning to collect white crystals and concentrate on cultivation in the afternoon." Boss, brilliant. Seconded. No objections at all. Everyone expressed agreement, eager to increase their cultivation time. Extending cultivation time will drastically increase the consumption of white crystals. To address this, I'm giving everyone an ability to collect crystals. Collecting crystal abilities. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. Was there such an ability? Zhang Fan smiled slightly, waved his hand and produced the afternoon's harvest, several plastic bags full of crystals. A murmur rippled through the crowd. So many white crystals. Holy crap. Boss, how did you gather so many white crystals? Wow. So many crystals. Enough for us to absorb for ages. Ho ho. Long live the boss. The boss is mighty. The boss is awesome. The boss is a legendary archer. The group was exhilarated as their strength grew, their absorption rate of crystals accelerated. In the past 2 days especially, several had broken through to the 3rd level, consuming a large quantity of crystals daily. The supply was barely keeping up with demand. Naturally, the crowd was overjoyed at Zhang Fan's sudden display of so many crystals. Zhang Fan smiled and crooked his finger. Dozens of blood-stained crystals flew out of the plastic bags, swirling and dancing in midair. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Everyone swallowed hard, staring at the dozens of crystals suspended in the air. What kind of ability was this to manipulate crystals? They suddenly understood what Zhang Fan meant by a crystal collecting ability. With this power to control crystals, gathering white crystals was indeed possible. One could imagine that with this ability there would be no more need to laboriously crack open zombie skulls. Just activate the ability and the crystals would fly out automatically, simple, effortless and clean, all in one. Boss. Everyone fixed their eyes on Zhang Fan eagerly, their faces as ingratiating as lapdogs. One at a time. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Me first. Second. Boss, I love you. After half an hour of pasting the crystal manipulating ability to every member, each happily tried it out. Alright, that's it for today's meeting. Go back and cultivate. Zhang Fan announced the adjournment. Tomorrow. There's a major operation. Everyone rest well tonight and conserve your energy. Yes, boss. After the meeting, Zhang Fan and Jingya walked out of the conference room side by side, hand in hand, like a couple deeply in love. Everyone watched their retreating figures, murmuring among themselves. So the boss and sister Jingya are really together. Isn't it as obvious as a louse on a bald head? When did they get together? I heard they were classmates and knew each other before the apocalypse, but they officially got together last night, right? Last night they were in bed and the noise was so loud. Damn. It was them last night. You didn't know. How would I know? I thought it was someone else kept me up half the night with all that wailing. Too bad for Sister Jingya, my goddess, how could you give yourself away? What? You have a problem. If not the boss, would she marry a short poor loser like you? Watch your mouth. Zhang Fan led Jingya to Lu Heng and his daughter's room. Little Yudian, just 3 years old, was playing with toys on the floor. Children know no sorrow, she had recovered from the grief of losing her mother and played happily. Lu Heng had also somewhat recovered, his spirits much improved over the past 2 days and his body was mostly healed. At that moment Lu Heng was playing with little Yudian, his face full of tenderness and eyes brimming with affection. Brother Lu, how are you feeling? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. Boss, you're here. Lu Heng hurriedly greeted them and moved to pour water. Zhang Fan stopped him, no need for trouble. We just came to check on you and will be leaving soon. Zhang Fan smiled and patted little Yudian's head. Little Yudian, have you been good today? Uncle, I've been very good. Little Yudian blinked her big eyes and said in a babyish voice, Daddy even praised me. What a good girl. Zhang Fan smiled, waved his hand and produced a Lamborghini children's electric car. Zhang Fan had spotted it in a shop by the street. Considering there were children in the team, he had brought it along. Little Yudian, do you like it? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. Yes. Little Yudian stared at the car, her eyes sparkling with stars. Come on, get in. Zhang Fan lifted little Yudian, placed her in the car, turned on the switch and pressed the remote control. The Lamborghini immediately started moving. The car is moving. Daddy, the car is moving. Little Yudian giggled with joy. Seeing his child so happy, Lu Heng was delighted too and said to Zhang Fan, Boss, thank you so much. Older than Zhang Fan, he felt awkward calling him boss, but settled on boss, as it felt natural and conveyed the meaning. It's nothing. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Boss, the kindness you've shown my family, I can never repay it in this lifetime. Lu Heng said solemnly. From now on my life is yours. Brother Lu, saying that makes it sound distant. Zhang Fan scolded playfully. Times are tough, we need to support each other and survive together. Yes, I understand. Lu Heng nodded repeatedly. Boss, starting tomorrow I want to get to work too. I can't keep slacking off. Why not rest a couple more days? Zhang Fan urged. No. Lu Heng laughed. The sooner I lay down the solar panels, the sooner everyone can use solar power. That way I won't have been saved from the dead for nothing. Brother Lu, you're in full charge of this. If you need more hands, just say the word and I'll have everyone cooperate fully. Zhang Fan assured him. Got it, boss. Leaving Lu Heng and his daughter's room, the two went to Pang's family room to play with the 3 tiger cubs. Their room was cleaned daily, so it was spotless and odorless. Pang's milk was exceptionally nourishing. The 3 cubs changed visibly day by day and could now trot around. They recognized people, especially Zhang Fan, and were incredibly affectionate toward him. After leaving Pang's family room, Zhang Fan returned to his own room while Jingya went to hers. Lu Mu was waiting in her room, so she felt shy about going directly to Zhang Fan's. Back in his room, Zhang Fan found Dahuang sprawled on a chair watching TV, which was playing Tom and Jerry. The creature had become obsessed with TV but couldn't understand anything too complex. After all, it was illiterate. Despite its high intelligence, its knowledge level was lower than a kindergartner's. So it could only watch simple cartoons, barely managing to keep itself entertained. Zhang Fan had put on Tom and Jerry for it and it became utterly absorbed, letting out strange gleeful howls at the funny parts. When Zhang Fan entered, it was deeply engrossed. He paused the TV because he needed to talk to it. Woof woof, Dahuang immediately protested, barking at Zhang Fan. Quiet. I need to discuss something with you. Zhang Fan tapped it on the head and said, in a moment I'll give you the paste ability and you'll give me your black flame ability. Zhang Fan was sure Dahuang could understand him. This dog had become practically sentient and grasped human speech perfectly. Sure enough, Dahuang understood. But it refused, shaking its head like a rattle drum. Not agreeing. Why? Zhang Fan glared at Dahuang. You ungrateful mutt, you eat my food, drink my water and dare to refuse me. Do you believe it'll send you to Yulin? Dahuang rolled its eyes, giving him a look that said, you idiot, if you have the heart, go ahead. Zhang Fan could also understand dog language, having privately exchanged for the beast tongue ability from Wang Yani to communicate with Dahuang and Pang's family. I'm telling you, Dahuang, acting like this will leave you friendless. Zhang Fan glared fiercely. Give me the black flame ability. I have a big use for it tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, barring surprises, Big Beauty would gather all the zombies together. To maximize the scale of destruction, Zhang Fan needed the most fearsome area effect ability. And the most terrifying area effect ability he had seen was none other than Da Wang's Black Flame. The black flames it released, like the Amaterasu from the Mangekyo Sharingan, burned everything in their path. Crucially, they never extinguished. As long as there was fuel, they would keep burning. This trait was unmatched by ordinary area abilities like fire or lightning. And that was exactly what Zhang Fan needed. Alright, considering your sincerity, I can give it to you. Da Huang tilted its head. But you have to agree to a few conditions. What the hell do you mean by sincerity? Zhang Fan glared at it. Spit it out. First, I'm not eating dog food, that stuff is disgusting. Da Huang declared solemnly. Second, every meal must be rice soaked in meat broth with rich broth and ample portions. Third, every night you must give me 2 pork knuckles for a late night snack with some meat scraps attached. You damn. Zhang Fan felt exhausted. In this day and age, even dogs could negotiate terms with a straight face. How was anyone supposed to survive? Fine deal. Then hand over the paste ability. Zhang Fan obtained the Black Flame ability as desired and lay contentedly on the bed to sleep. Just as he was fiddling with his phone, a figure suddenly appeared in the room, standing gracefully by the bed. It was Jingya. Having tasted the pleasures of womanhood, she no longer needed an invitation, she came on her own. Get in yourself. Zhang Fan lifted the blanket. Tens of thousands of words of indescribable scenes omitted here. The two fell asleep in each other's arms until dawn. During breakfast, the duplicate returned. This duplicate was one Zhang Fan had sent out last night with Big Beauty to gather the zombies. As the duplicate merged into his body, Zhang Fan instantly learned of their experiences from the previous night. Everyone. Zhang Fan announced joyfully, Big Beauty has succeeded in her mission. All the zombies on the island have been gathered at North Orchard Road around Jinbuai. Excellent. Big Beauty is amazing. Now we don't have to hunt them down one by one. Let's go there directly and wipe them out. Finish it in one decisive battle. Big Beauty deserves the highest credit. Once these zombies are eliminated, Changheng Island will be completely ours. No one else compares to Big Beauty. Everyone was energized, cracking their knuckles and itching for a fight. Eat breakfast first, then we'll head to Jinbuai. Zhang Fan waved his hand. This time we must eradicate all zombies on the island and restore peace to Changheng Island. Understood. After breakfast at exactly 8 o'clock, Zhang Fan left a duplicate to guard the hotel as usual. Then he opened a portal and led the hunting team through it, arriving at Jinbuai. Everyone was stunned. On the embankment near the river stood countless zombies densely packed. They clustered together like a sea of corpses, resembling an army of 100,000 on the march. Even before the battle, just seeing this formation sent chills down everyone's spines. Too many, right? Is this really 100,000 zombies? It feels like 1,000,000. So terrifying. Zhang Fan was the calmest among them, though he wasn't truly calm, he was exhilarated and excited. In his eyes, these 100,000 zombies were no longer zombies but 100,000 shimmering orbs of light. He could already envision slaughtering them all and breaking through to become a 6th-level psychic. At such a moment, words were futile. There was only one word: fight. Duplicates shot out from Zhang Fan's body, soaring into the sky and unleashing their full power. Vermilion birds, 4 strikes. 3,000 thunderous moves. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Meteor shower. Tree realm descent. Lion's roar. Touch of gold. Black flames. Afraid someone might steal his kills, Zhang Fan created 40 duplicates at once. These 40 duplicates plus the 9 deployed to the central tower and the 1 guarding the hotel totaled exactly 50. That meant Zhang Fan had reached his limit. He couldn't produce any more duplicates. He felt drained, dizzy, weak in the limbs, as if he had exhausted himself a dozen times in one night. He was utterly depleted. It has begun the time for hunting. 40 clones, like ferocious tigers released from their cages, charged into the horde of zombies, initiating a frenzied slaughter. Each of their strikes was a grand spectacle. Whether it was a storm of lightning engulfing a 50-meter radius, a sea of flames covering the same area, or a tangle of vines spreading out, or flying swords enveloping a 50-meter radius, The various powerful moves appeared ceaselessly. Each clone could kill dozens of zombies in just a few seconds, achieving a hunting speed and efficiency that was as high as 7 stories. If it had been a creature with normal intellect, seeing such a terrifying display would have sent it fleeing in terror. But the zombies did not. At least 99 of them did not. Upon seeing the 40 clones, rather than fleeing, they roared and surged forward, seemingly intent on tearing the clones to shreds. Only a few zombies that had developed some intelligence refrained from blindly rushing and choosing instead to hide back and observe. The combat power displayed by the 40 clones instilled fear in them, but the zombies' thirst for blood also left them drooling at the sight of the clones. Escape. There was no thought of that for now. Zhang Fan was not idle either. He felt weak and urgently needed to replenish his energy. Zhang Fan activated his teleportation ability, instantly moving into the horde of zombies, and then unleashed his obliteration black mist ability. The viscous ink-like black mist spread out as if an octopus had released its ink, enveloping a 50-meter area. In an instant this area was completely shrouded in darkness, resembling the dark technique of the second Hokage. Accompanied by a series of chilling hissing sounds, all the zombies within this area silently disintegrated into pure energy. An unending stream of pure energy flowed into Zhang Fan's body, replenishing his physical strength. Like a parched riverbed receiving rainwater, his strength rapidly restored. In just a few minutes after killing hundreds of zombies, Zhang Fan was fully revitalized. At this moment he could create clones again. This was real, he could indeed continue making clones. The greatest limitation on Zhang Fan's ability to create clones was his physical strength. This meant he could only create a certain number of clones at a time before exhausting his energy. It was similar to how Kakashi could use Raikiri only 4 times a day before exhausting his chakra. The principle is the same. At level 3 Zhang Fan could create 30 clones at once, at level 4 he could create 40, and at level 5 he could create 50. This does not mean Zhang Fan was limited to creating only that many clones, but rather that his energy would be depleted and he could not create more. In fact, as long as he maintained sufficient energy, Zhang Fan could continue creating clones without any upper limit. He had never created an excessive number of clones before because it was simply unnecessary. After all, a dozen or a few dozen clones could handle everything. Why create so many? But today was different. The mission today was to annihilate 100,000 zombies, and to complete it as quickly as possible. Zhang Fan would hold nothing back. His plan was to recover strength using the obliteration black mist ability while simultaneously creating clones. To create as many clones as possible and kill as many zombies as possible. Zhang Fan continued to create, generating another 40 clones in one breath to join the battle. Feeling drained, he teleported to the densely packed area of zombies using the obliteration black mist ability to recover. On the other side, seeing Zhang Fan unleash a massacre, others despite their fear charged in as well. They could not afford to hesitate at this moment. If they did, they would lose face in the team. After all, they had boasted the night before that they would annihilate all the zombies on the island in one fell swoop. To back down now? Did they want to be ostracized? Kill, kill, kill. Yang Guang transformed into a silver robot wielding 2 large cleavers, crazily chopping at the zombies. He had a super physique ability and also activated his alloy transformation ability, far surpassing the physical capabilities of first and second level zombies. Moreover, there were very few third level zombies among the 100,000. Thus ordinary zombies were no match for Yang Guang, making him appear exceptionally fierce. Zhang Wensi was also impressive. He was the third person in the team to break through level 3, a genuine third level ability user. He activated alloy transformation to ensure his safety, then slammed his hands against the ground, causing stone bullets to shoot up, soaring to over a dozen meters high before crashing down. Bang bang bang, each zombie had its head smashed open, splattering blood everywhere. Bao Yuning also activated alloy transformation for safety, then shot out red laser beams from his eyes. The laser beams sliced through like laser knives, decapitating a large number of zombies. The cut areas completely burned and not a drop of blood flowing out. Yang Linger transformed into an ice person, her entire body translucent as if sculpted from solid ice. Coupled with her curvaceous and slender figure, she was a perfect work of art. However, this work of art exuded a terrifying chill all over. Crack crack crack, the chill spread out, and with the sound of cracking, all zombies within 30 meters were frozen into ice sculptures and the ground turned into a white icy surface. She was the 4th third-level ability user in the team, breaking through 3 hours later than Zhang Wensi. Wu Miao raised her arms and golden energy beams shot out from her fingertips. The energy beams pierced through the bodies of zombies like laser guns, and although the accuracy needed improvement, there were simply too many zombies ahead. Even shooting randomly could easily hit them. Looking around, apart from Zhang Fan's clones, the most explosive performer was Huang Mao. This guy wielded a knife in each hand, transforming into a flash of lightning, weaving in and out of the zombie horde. Wherever he passed, zombies fell like wheat harvested by a sickle. Huang Mao crazily darted through the zombie crowd, and none of the zombies could stop him, showcasing incredible destructive power. Thus an incredibly bloody massacre unfolded, with Zhang Fan still being the main force behind it. He used the obliteration black mist ability to recover his strength, and when his strength was sufficient he again created clones. In just half an hour the number of clones on the battlefield reached 300. These 300 clones were like 300 demonic gods rampaging through the dense zombie horde. Every moment saw a large number of zombies perishing. Yet even so, Zhang Fan still felt the pace was too slow and wanted to use his black flame ability. But he knew he could not do that. The black flame ability was indeed powerful, but it had a fatal flaw: once ignited, even white crystals would turn to ashes. This was clearly unacceptable. The massacre began at 8 a.m. and concluded at 11 a.m., lasting a full 3 hours. During these 3 hours Zhang Fan exerted himself fully, creating a total of 1500 clones. This was a monumental feat, resulting in over 90 of the 100,000 zombies being eliminated by the clones. At this moment the battle finally came to an end, and the banks of the Yangtze River were silent, devoid of any roaring or shouting. The scene was one of complete silence. Only the rising black smoke and the countless zombie corpses scattered across the ground silently narrated the brutality of the previous conflict. Countless corpses piled up on the banks of the Yangtze River. Large streams of blood converged, forming a river of blood that flowed into the Yangtze River. The river surface within a 10-kilometer radius was completely stained red with blood, and through the crimson water one could see fearsome zombie fish gasping for air. The teammates were slumped under a few trees by the roadside, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. After 3 hours of intense battle they had exhausted their strength, feeling drained as if they had engaged in an all-night session. The only ones still standing were Zhang Fan and his clones, who continued to roam the battlefield. Zhang Fan was not panting, his body agile, showing no signs of having fought for over 3 hours. His mental state was even better than before the battle. The boss is simply a freak. After such a long fight and so many kills he looks completely unfazed, like a monster. His stamina is incredible. He must be amazing in bed. I really want to experience that. The boss must have some sort of energy recovery ability, otherwise even iron would not last this long. Although my body is exhausted, I'm incredibly happy that we managed to handle all the zombies on the island. Of course. Even if we didn't completely wipe them out, the remaining ones are just a handful, not worth fearing. Everyone chatted and laughed, their spirits high, full of anticipation for the future. No one liked zombies. Now that all the zombies on the island were dead, everyone felt invigorated. At this moment Zhang Fan suddenly walked over and said, "Don't rest, quickly get up and collect the crystals." The teammates immediately turned sullen. Zhang Wensi chuckled bitterly, saying, "Boss, just let us rest for a bit. We really can't move right now, our arms can barely lift, we feel completely drained." "Yeah boss, we are indeed exhausted, and not everyone is as freakish as you." Everyone spoke up. Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled, saying, "Since I asked you to get up and work, I surely have a way to help you regain your strength." The teammates immediately perked up, all looking at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled and activated his initial divine light ability on Zhang Wensi. A golden vertical eye opened in the center of his forehead, and a beam of golden light shot out, landing on Zhang Wensi, but it dissipated quickly after a few seconds. "How do you feel?" Zhang Fan smiled as he looked at Zhang Wensi. "What do you mean, boss?" Zhang Wensi appeared somewhat bewildered. His time had been reverted back to 3 hours ago by Zhang Fan. This meant that not only had his body returned to 3 hours prior, but his conscious thoughts had also followed suit back to the time before they hunted zombies. So for him now it was equivalent to just arriving here, having not hunted any zombies yet, naturally lacking any subsequent memories. Thus Zhang Fan's words left him bewildered. Zhang Fan briefly explained. Zhang Wensi was astonished, and the teammates present were equally shocked, looking at Zhang Fan with disbelief. Rewind to 3 hours ago. Such a bug ability exists. This is simply insane. Zhang Fan replicated the process, activating the initial divine light for each teammate, sending them back to 3 hours ago when they were full of energy, then instructed them to collect the white crystals. Zhang Fan sat under the shade of a tree, flipping his hand to reveal a watermelon, a knife and a spoon. With a swift slice the watermelon was halved. Zhang Fan picked up one half and used the spoon to scoop out a chunk of the pulp, happily eating away. Mmm. Sweet. So sweet. The weather was splendid today, the sky a flawless azure like a mirror suspended overhead. White clouds idly stretched their forms, now morphing into cotton, now into galloping steeds, now into a tortoise. The mighty Yangtze River surged toward the sea, vast and magnificent, yet it could not wash away the bloodstains on the shores of Changheng Island. The blood mingling with the river's flow drifted far, far away, as if the entire river had been dyed crimson. With the combined efforts of 1500 replicas and the team, after an hour's work, all the crystals were finally gathered, filling an entire carriage. The blood-soaked crystals piled together like a heap of hawthorns emitted a pungent stench of blood. With so many crystals collected this time, joy beamed on every face. 100,000 crystals, enough for everyone to cultivate for a long time. The only problem was that the sheer quantity of crystals collected made them difficult to clean. That was no issue either. Zhang Fan crafted a metal filter. The group then took all the crystals and the filter to an upstream area with clean water to wash them. First they rinsed them with Yangtze River water to remove the bloodstains, planning to wash them again with fresh water back at base. Zhang Fan stayed behind to begin incinerating the corpses. The black flame ability he had sought the previous night was now put to use. The 1500 replicas soared into the sky and unleashed black flames upon the corpses below. The black fire spread rapidly, soon engulfing every body. A sea of black flames appeared along the Yangtze's banks, blazing fiercely as if determined to consume every last corpse without respite. With that done, the replicas returned one by one and merged back into Zhang Fan's body. Instantly all his attributes began to skyrocket wildly. Physique, spirit and abilities all surged simultaneously without exception. The difference was that physique increased the fastest, breaking through the 100,000 mark in no time. This meant Zhang Fan had officially broken through to level 6, becoming a level 6 ability user. Yet the surge in physique did not stop there, continuing to climb like an unbridled wild horse. Zhang Fan felt an endless torrent of warm currents rampaging through his body, strengthening every cell, every organ, every bone. After an unknown time the physical transformation finally ceased and the attribute panel stabilized. Zhang Fan glanced at the attribute panel and was stunned by his now magnificent stats. Name: Zhang Fan, level 6 ability user, physique level 6 587261100000, spirit level 4 6863100000, ability infinite pickup ability. Level 6. 580000. Zhang Fan gasped in shock. The gains this time were immense, especially the change in physique. Before today Zhang Fan's physique was around level 5 with 50000 points, and now it was level 6 with 580000, an increase of 630000. 630000, his physical condition had multiplied over tenfold. Unbelievable. Zhang Fan marveled. He knew he would make a huge profit this time, but the results still astonished him. Just how powerful was a level 6 physique of 580000? Zhang Fan could not gauge it, he only knew it was immensely strong. His body seemed to harbor boundless, overwhelming destructive force, enough to demolish a building with a single punch. Feeling the vast unmatched power within him, Zhang Fan could no longer contain his exhilaration and leaped abruptly. His legs transformed into high-pressure springs and his entire body became a lightning bolt, instantly tearing through the void. At that moment Zhang Fan clearly realized that his speed had surpassed the speed of sound, yes, broken the sound barrier. For in the instant of his leap a shrill sharp sonic boom echoed in his ears and a ring of white vapor cloud formed around his body. The sonic boom and vapor cloud were the unmistakable signs of supersonic speed. Zhang Fan was astounded. Previously he could only surpass the speed of sound using his super speed ability. Now, without activating any ability, a simple leap allowed him to break the sound barrier. Zhang Fan could no longer fathom just how terrifying his physical condition had become. Upward. Upward. Continuously upward. Like a rocket Zhang Fan ascended to a height of several kilometers before reaching his peak, then began to fall toward the ground under gravity's pull. From this height Changheng Island appeared no larger than a palm in Zhang Fan's view. The mighty Yangtze River had shrunk to a mere meter in width, and the neighboring metropolis of Mohai had also dwindled significantly. So high. Bold and confident in his skills, Zhang Fan made no protective moves and used no abilities, letting himself plummet toward the earth. He wanted to know if he would die from falling from this height. The several-kilometer distance was traversed in an instant and Zhang Fan struck the ground like a cannonball. With a thunderous roar the tremendous impact force exploded directly cratering the earth, a pit over 10 meters in diameter. Zhang Fan leaped out of the crater and landed on flat ground. He pinched the muscles on his arm. Outwardly there was no particularly noticeable change. But when he poked hard with his finger it felt like pressing into a bouncy ball instantly rebounding. When he flexed his muscles they became rock hard and poking them felt like striking a steel plate. One could imagine how terrifyingly powerful his physical body had become. At the same time his vision and hearing had undergone earth-shattering transformations. Standing there Zhang Fan could clearly see a tree on Chongzhou Island several kilometers away with a woodpecker perched on it holding a caterpillar in its beak. Closing his eyes he could distinctly hear the cicadas chirping on Chongzhou Island. This enhancement is too extreme. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly then turned his attention to the spirit attribute. Though the change in spirit was not as dramatic as physique it was still monumental compared to before. A spirit level of over 6800 at level 4 represented an increase of more than 7000 points, also over tenfold. Zhang Fan could clearly sense the immense shift in his spirit. His thoughts were sharper, his memory more prodigious, his mind more unclouded and his reactions more acute. Zhang Fan was confident that if he were transported back to pre-apocalyptic times with his current brain he could complete an entire university curriculum in just a few days and graduate early. The change in abilities was equally staggering. This time Zhang Fan had picked up over 10000 different abilities. Among them 99 were useless miscellaneous abilities, like turning into a dog or enlarging body parts, and many overlapped with his previous abilities, especially control-type ones which were heavily redundant. After excluding these two categories only 9 genuinely useful abilities remained. They were invisibility, water manipulation, rubberization, diamondization, detection, precision strike, curse, telepathic communication and mental control. These 9 abilities were all quite practical and would likely prove invaluable in the future. The invisibility ability allowed one to become unseen. Once activated the body would vanish completely into thin air. The sole drawback of this ability was that it could only conceal the body, not one's clothes or shoes. This greatly diminished its practicality as no one would wander around naked. The water manipulation ability needed no introduction, it allowed one to control rivers, lakes and seas. The rubberization ability was remarkably similar to the power of the man who aspired to be the Pirate King. Once rubberized the body turned into genuine rubber capable of stretching, elongating and contracting at will, a top-tier combat ability. The diamondization ability was identical to the White Queen's power. When activated the entire body from head to toe would transform into diamond, granting immense defensive capabilities. The detection ability, much like Chao Jie's power, could scan for nearby survivors and zombies. Zhang Fan gave it a try. His detection range extended up to 6 kilometers, revealing every zombie and survivor within that area, a truly astonishing scope. Precision strike was the most surprising ability among the 9. Despite its name it was a support ability and its brilliance lay in the word precision. This ability functioned like an automatic tracking and locking system. Once activated, no matter what attack Zhang Fan launched it would unfailingly lock onto the target, rendering all evasive maneuvers futile. For instance, if Zhang Fan threw a stone it would hit its mark regardless of the enemy's attempts to dodge, as if the stone were equipped with a homing system. It was a truly divine skill. After all, neither zombies nor ability users would stand still and wait to be hit, they would all rely on various dodges and maneuvers. But with this ability their evasions became useless unless they could escape its range in an instant. The curse ability allowed one to place curses upon others. For example, cursing someone to be hit by a car, to be cuckolded by the neighbor, or to be scammed by an elderly person on the street, curses in the literal sense. Zhang Fan was uncertain of its exact effects as he had never tried it, but he assumed it wouldn't be too weak. Mental communication was an ability that allowed for telepathic conversation, somewhat akin to Professor X's telepathy, enabling dialogue through the mind. The difference was that this ability was limited to communication and could not influence others' minds, it was a support ability. Mental manipulation was the second most satisfying ability for Zhang Fan after precision strike. Mental manipulation was a psychic ability that allowed one to control the minds of others, achieving the goal of domination. It bore a striking resemblance to the mind-body switch technique of the Yamanaka clan in Naruto. Zhang Fan was very pleased with these 9 abilities. With them he had become more versatile, more complete, and his offensive capabilities were far richer. Suddenly a scream echoed from the distance, originating from where his teammates were. Zhang Fan focused his gaze and saw them cleaning crystals by the shore. But a monster had inexplicably appeared in the surging river resembling a giant plecostomus. It measured over 4 meters in length, its body covered in hard exoskeletal armor. Its pelvic fins were like sharp scimitars and a row of fierce jagged bone spines grew along its back. This giant plecostomus suddenly lunged out, clamping its jaws onto Yang Linger, who was washing crystals by the shore. Its speed was tremendous and its massive tail lashed the water, sending up huge waves. With a twist of its body it retreated into the rushing river, attempting to escape. Damn it! Save her! Hurry! Don't think you can get away. The teammates panicked and launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of powerful moves without restraint. However, the attacks merely bounced off the giant plecostomus' exoskeletal armor, failing to harm it in the slightest. In the moment of crisis, Yang Linger remained remarkably calm. She released a chilling cold from her body, radiating a terrifyingly low temperature. With a series of cracking sounds, the surrounding river water rapidly froze into a solid layer of ice. Yet the giant plecostomus possessed immense strength. It thrashed violently, shattering the frozen surface and sending chunks of ice flying in all directions. The creature swung its long tail and rammed its head through the floating ice, continuing its swim toward the center of the river. Attack! Attack now! The teammates were frantic, exerting every ounce of their strength, but they couldn't wound the beast. With a flash, Zhang Fan appeared in midair above the river. He stood suspended a few meters above the water like a legendary master from television. Boss! Everyone rejoiced. Rise! Zhang Fan bellowed. The water around the giant plecostomus suddenly began to churn. In the next instant a thick water spout erupted, lifting the giant plecostomus out of the water and shooting it several meters into the air, where it hung suspended above the river. Die! A black flame materialized in Zhang Fan's hand. Like a magic trick, the black flame rapidly extended, shifted shape and compressed, eventually forming a crescent-shaped blade about 3 meters long. Go! Zhang Fan swung the blade through the air. The black crescent blade shot forth with incredible speed, striking the giant plecostomus directly. The giant plecostomus was instantly cleaved in two, cut cleanly in half at the waist. The cut was as smooth as if made by a razor-sharp sword. The two halves of the creature fell away. Yang Linger seized the opportunity to crawl out of its mouth. Zhang Fan reached out with his hand and 2 streams of water burst forth, coalescing into 2 massive hands. One hand caught Yang Linger around the waist while the other grasped the lower half of the giant plecostomus. Are you alright? Zhang Fan asked, looking at her. Yang Linger was in her ice form, her entire body crystalline and translucent, radiating a chilling cold. In this form her defenses were astonishing, comparable to steel. Zhang Fan believed the giant plecostomus' teeth couldn't have done much damage to her. I'm fine. Yang Linger shook her head, her voice cool. Thank you for earlier. You're welcome. Zhang Fan waved his hand and brought Yang Linger and the lower half of the creature to the shore. Seeing this, the teammates all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're safe. I was scared to death, I thought Linger was done for. The boss is incredible. He cut that plecostomus in half with one move. There's no one with that kind of attack power. Yeah, we all attacked for so long and couldn't even scratch that beast, but the boss sliced it in half with one blow. Amazing. By the way, boss, how did you turn the flame into a crescent blade? I can only use flames for wide area attacks or basic strikes. This last question came from Wu Yan, who also possessed the flame manipulation ability. As a second-level ability user, she could launch flame attacks, but it was limited to breathing fire, creating fire walls, fireballs, or seas of fire. Even when she tried to shape flames into weapons, the forms were extremely irregular and her control was quite crude, nowhere near as lifelike as Zhang Fan's. This is fine control. Zhang Fan said with a smile. When your spirit reaches level 4 you'll be able to achieve fine control. As he spoke, a flame appeared in Zhang Fan's hand, shifting through various shapes. It transformed into a sparrow, then a mouse, then a golden eagle, and then a galloping horse, each form vivid and completely under his command. This sight captivated everyone, drawing exclamations of awe. Boss, is this fine control? Zhang Wensi also cried out. Yes. Fine control. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. As your spirit improves, your control over abilities will become more and more skilled. At level 2 you can multitask 2 things. At level 3 3 things. At level 4 4 things, and you can also achieve fine control. Fine control means your command over an ability is so practiced that it reaches a meticulous level. For manipulation-type abilities you can shape them into beasts, birds, weapons, armor, flowers, and so on. Not only does it greatly increase destructive power but it also conserves energy. The flame in Zhang Fan's hand vanished, replaced by lightning. The watermelon-sized lightning bolt then shifted into various forms, spears, arrows, curved blades, as if by magic. Then came metal, earth, water. All these manipulation-type abilities in Zhang Fan's hands were like obedient children taking on all sorts of intricate shapes. For body transformation abilities you can achieve partial transformation. Zhang Fan smiled slightly and activated his silver alloyization ability. This time only his head turned silver while the rest of his body remained flesh and blood. So that's how it is. Wu Yan suddenly understood. The teammates were also full of admiration, knowing they could never achieve such fine control as Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan nodded and turned his attention to the lower half of the giant plecostomus. An ordinary plecostomus couldn't grow this large. Its size was clearly abnormal. Zhang Fan observed and found that this creature was also a zombie, the most obvious sign being its eyes. Its eyes were like those of a cataract patient or like the dead eyes of a fish. Yet its flesh hadn't rotted, something even a level 3 zombie couldn't achieve. Zhang Fan speculated that this zombie plecostomus was a level 4 zombie fish. Coincidentally, 2 orbs of light fell from the creature, 1 gold and 1 silver. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one and his physique increased by 9756. Nearly 10000 points. This confirmed it was a level 4 zombie fish. This was the second level 4 zombie Zhang Fan had encountered. The first was the sanitation worker zombie that dropped the initial divine light ability. The second was De Piaoyang. That in itself wasn't alarming. What truly sent a chill down Zhang Fan's spine was that while testing his detection ability he had discovered numerous zombie fish in the surging river comparable in size to this plecostomus. This giant plecostomus was a level 4 zombie. Didn't that mean those other similarly sized zombie fish were also level 4? Zhang Fan drew in a sharp breath. So far he had only encountered 2 level 4 zombies on land, yet there were so many in the Yangtze River. It seems my guess was right. Water zombies are generally much higher in level than land zombies. I hope they don't come ashore or things will get troublesome. A shadow of worry crept into Zhang Fan's heart, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. Afterwards Zhang Fan opened a portal and led everyone back to the hotel. With the island's zombies cleared there were no immediate threats. Zhang Fan decided to grant everyone a rare half-day off for the afternoon. Even so, cultivation couldn't be neglected. After lunch everyone returned to their rooms to train. Zhang Fan also allowed himself a lazy afternoon, staying in bed with Jingya, enjoying some time alone together. They didn't do anything in particular. Zhang Fan had some thoughts of engaging in unmentionable activities, but Jingya was too shy and couldn't relax during the day. After becoming ability users, everyone's physical attributes had greatly improved, including their hearing. Even if they tried to keep their voices down it would sound like wailing to others, so Jingya simply couldn't let go. That evening after dinner the team held a brief meeting about work arrangements. Although the zombies on the island had been cleared, no one could afford to rest. Zhang Fan's plan was for him and Jingya to continue gathering supplies while the logistics team handled support duties. The hunting team would head to the entrance of the Yangtze River tunnel to hunt zombies and collect white crystals. At that time Zhang Fan would have De Piaoyang gather a large number of zombies near the tunnel entrance. This would both block the entrance and provide ample zombies for the team to hunt. A two-for-one deal. Of course, to ensure enough time for cultivation the hunting team only needed to hunt in the mornings. The next morning, June 16th, after breakfast everyone set out. As usual they split into 2 groups. Zhang Fan and Jingya continued their supply run to Mahai. The hunting team led by a duplicate headed to the Yangtze River tunnel entrance to hunt zombies. Time flew by when they were busy. Unbeknownst to them 4 days had passed and it was now June 20th. Over these 4 days Zhang Fan and Jingya had gathered a vast amount of supplies, including various dried goods, such as mushrooms, wood ear fungus, salted duck eggs, ham sausages, dried squid, dried cuttlefish, sea cucumber, scallops, dried radish, dried lettuce slices and more. Various personal hygiene products, such as soap, facial cleanser, hand soap, shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent and so on. Also various fruits, cosmetics, clothing, bedding and egg products. When collecting eggs Zhang Fan and Jingya cleared out several chicken and duck farms. Besides finding a large number of chicken and duck eggs, they also found 17 live chickens and 9 live ducks, all of which they brought back. The big white goose at home would no longer be lonely. After days of extensive gathering, he had collected almost all the daily necessities. The variety was remarkably complete. Of course, fresh meat and fresh fruit were temporarily out of reach. The apocalypse had descended 20 days ago and fresh meat was nowhere to be found. Fresh fruit might still be possible, but he would need to find fruit trees first. Zhang Fan's next plan was to fill in the gaps and search for living livestock and fruit trees. Whatever supplies were missing, he would find them. That was filling the gaps. Searching for livestock and fruit trees was to obtain fresh meat and fresh fruit, both of which were essential. After lunch, Zhang Fan went outside the hotel alone. Today was a special day, so he didn't plan to go out in the afternoon. The diesel generator hummed steadily, emitting a low rumbling sound. Through the room's window he could hear his teammates laughing and chatting along with the sounds of fighting from the TV. Having just finished lunch, everyone was relaxing in their own ways. Zhang Fan looked up at the sky, his mood heavy. The sun hung directly overhead, releasing its light and heat without restraint. The temperature remained as high as ever and the vegetables in the garden were wilting under the scorching sun. With weather this good, will it still rain blood tonight? Zhang Fan pondered silently. Today was June 20th. Based on the pattern of blood rain every 10 days, it was highly likely to fall again tonight. But the sky was clear with not a single cloud in sight. Could it truly change so drastically and pour blood rain? Everything was uncertain. While his teammates cultivated in their rooms, Zhang Fan wandered alone through the resort. His stroll eventually led him to the farmyard where the chickens, ducks and geese were kept. As he approached, he heard the sharp, thunderous cries of geese, piercing and loud. Zhang Fan pushed open the yard gate. In the yard stood a white goose larger than an ostrich, along with 17 live chickens and 9 ducks. The chickens and ducks had been found by Zhang Fan and Jingye during their raids on poultry farms. None of them had mutated, their sizes still similar to ordinary poultry. Standing before the massive white goose, all the chickens and ducks looked like tiny specks. Yet the white goose treated the 9 ducks as its own kind, constantly courting the female ducks. Several male ducks tried to challenge the goose but were utterly outmatched. After a few defeats they learned their lesson and remained silent, letting the goose court their harem without a peep. What Zhang Fan witnessed upon entering was the goose's relentless flirting, leaving him speechless. "You're a goose, harassing female ducks, really? Get lost." Zhang Fan stepped in to stop the goose's uncivilized behavior, only to enrage the irritable bird. The white goose flapped its wings and lunged fiercely at Zhang Fan. He wasn't about to tolerate it and gave it a thorough beating, forcing the defeated goose to finally behave. "Scram!" Zhang Fan barked. The goose let out a pitiful cry and slunk away. Zhang Fan glared at it, then scooped out some feed and scattered it in the yard. The 9 ducks and 17 chickens immediately swarmed around, pecking eagerly at the feed, enjoying themselves immensely. Zhang Fan watched the scene and couldn't help but smile. He had raised chickens and ducks as a child, so he felt a special bond with them. Soon the feed was gone and the poultry scurried back to the cool shade of the corner to escape the heat. With weather this hot, the chickens might manage, but the ducks will suffer. I need to find a way to make them a pond. With that thought, Zhang Fan immediately split off 10 clones and sent them out. Some went to collect water, others surveyed the location, and some searched for materials. Over an hour later the 10 clones returned. Zhang Fan reabsorbed them and 10 unfamiliar streams of memory flooded his mind. He knew the pond was ready. With a grand wave of his hand he lifted the poultry into the air and flew toward the newly built pond. The pond was not far from the Holiday Hotel, a straight-line distance of just over 200 meters, originally a football field. The clones had dug out the field to create a pond over 4 meters deep, then filled it with water. Arriving at the spot, Zhang Fan saw a large shimmering pond. The water was slightly murky, but it would clear up after a few days of settling. To prevent the poultry from escaping, the pond was surrounded by a wall, a gleaming metal wall. It had been built from earth and then transformed into an alloy wall using the touch of gold. The alloy wall was incredibly sturdy, overkill for containing poultry. Additionally, on the eastern side of the pond, a grassy area the size of a basketball court was left for the chickens. Chicken coops and duck nests had been built there, providing shelter for the night and protection from rain. Zhang Fan landed with the poultry on the eastern lawn and set them down. The moment the 9 ducks and the white goose saw the pond, they became ecstatic. Flapping their wings like fighter jets taking off, they raced to the water. Plunging in headfirst, they swam several meters in one dive before surfacing. They joyfully beat their wings and cleaned their bodies. Zhang Fan was happy too. It made sense why city dwellers longed for a pastoral life. The countryside was closer to nature with a simple lifestyle, a slow pace and less pressure. Watching the chickens and ducks tending to livestock growing vegetables, it truly soothed the anxious heart. After staying a while longer, Zhang Fan returned to the hotel. He found Chao Jia and told her about the pond so she would be aware. These poultry were now precious treasures. Chao Jia assigned someone specifically to feed and water the poultry, collect eggs and incubate them. Since Zhang Fan had changed their environment, he had to inform Chao Jia. After dinner, the atmosphere in the hotel grew tense. The sky had turned overcast. Dark clouds obscured the stars and the moonlight. Lightning churned in the sky and the air became oppressively hot. It was the prelude to rain. No one felt sleepy or playful if they gathered in small groups waiting anxiously. Zhang Fan, Jingya, Lu Mu, Chao Jia and Wang Yuan sat on benches in the yard, all staring at the sky. Without a doubt it's going to rain tonight. Lu Mu looked worried. I wonder what we'll face tonight. Aunt Lu, we've cleared all the zombies on the island. We should be safe, right? Wang Yuan asked nervously. That's true in theory, but what if something unexpected happens? Lu Mu sighed. Either way, let's stay alert. Caution is the mother of safety. Wang Yuan nodded and couldn't help glancing at Zhang Fan. With him by her side, she felt reassured that they could overcome any crisis. Zhang Fan, have you made all the arrangements? Jingya asked softly. Yes. Zhang Fan nodded. To handle any emergencies tonight, he had stationed 100 clones around the holiday hotel. If anything happened, these 100 clones would be the strongest barrier. Time slowly passed amidst everyone's tension, worry and fear, finally reaching midnight. Crack, a blinding bolt of lightning streaked from the western sky to the east, illuminating the night. It was followed by a thunderclap loud enough to rupture eardrums. Patter, in the next moment heavy raindrops fell like beans from the sky, pounding the ground. They kicked up dirt, filling the air with a thick earthy scent. Crackle, soon the rain poured down in torrents. At that moment, team members upstairs rushed down to the hotel entrance, watching the deluge. Damn. It's really raining. We're doomed. Blood rain or normal rain? It's too dark to tell. Turn on the lights. Zhang Fan called out. Click, a team member flipped a switch and a harsh white light illuminated the small yard in front of the hotel. Seeing the rainwater in the yard, everyone fell into dead silence. Blood. Crimson blood. A shallow layer of blood-red water had already covered the ground like fresh gore. Blood rain. It really is blood rain. Every 10 days, this confirms it. Will something go wrong tonight? Probably not, there are no zombies on the island. What could happen? I hope so, but I have a bad feeling like something's off. Don't worry, we'll handle whatever comes. Over half the team are level 3 ability users. The previous 2 blood rains had left everyone with unpleasant memories. So this time everyone was on edge. Fortunately, as time passed, nothing bad happened and they gradually relaxed. Zhang Fan also felt relieved. As he had guessed, with no zombies on the island, even a heavy blood rain wouldn't cause trouble. Everyone go back to rest. The group returned to their rooms. Zhang Fan took Jingya's hand and went to their room. It was late, but many were too afraid to sleep. They pricked up their ears, staying on guard. Once bitten, twice shy. Jingya was scared too, curling up like a kitten in Zhang Fan's arms as if only that gave her security. Don't worry, even if something happens, the clones will shield us. He kissed her forehead and soothed, sleep now, it's very late. I can't sleep. Talk to me for a while, Jingya said, her bright black eyes fixed on him, her lashes fluttering. About what? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. Anything. How about the time I snuck into a watermelon field as a kid and stumbled upon a couple having an affair? Sure. Once upon a time. They whispered to each other and gradually they both drifted off to sleep. After an unknown time, a piercing scream like a midnight ghost's wail shattered the silent night and woke everyone from their slumber. What was that sound? Midnight. The Holiday Inn had long since extinguished its lights, all its occupants deep in slumber, sound asleep, surrounded by darkness. Suddenly, A piercing blood-curdling scream erupted like the wail of a demon from the abyss, shattering the hotel's tranquility and jolting everyone from their dreams. What was that sound? Where did that cry come from? Something's happened. The teammates, already on edge, sprang up almost instinctively at the scream. Then they rushed out of their rooms. Many had slept in their clothes tonight, prepared for any sudden emergencies. Within seconds they burst into the corridor. The hallway was pitch black, so dark one could barely see their hand in front of their face. Ahem. Someone called out, attempting to turn on the lights. The corridor lights were sound activated. A soft cough usually sufficed to trigger them. But tonight, there was no response. Cough. Cough. The person coughed a few more times, yet the lights remained dead. What's going on? Are the lights broken? Or is there a power outage? With so many lights in the hallway, they can't all be broken. It must be a blackout. Why would the power go out all of a sudden? And what about that scream just now? In the pitch-black corridor, coupled with the memory of the scream, everyone felt a chill run down their spine, a creeping dread in their hearts. Boom! A sphere of light suddenly materialized, dispelling the darkness and bringing a glimmer of illumination to the corridor. Everyone squinted instinctively, and after a moment of adjustment they turned to look at the source of the light. It was Zhang Fan. A fireball the size of a watermelon hovered above his head like a lantern, steadily radiating light. Jingya stood right beside Zhang Fan, one hand tightly gripping his, her expression somewhat uneasy. Tonight she wore a cute bear-print pajama set. The loose baggy outfit couldn't conceal her generous figure, and her disheveled hair added a touch of languor to her appearance. At any other time the male comrades might have stolen a glance to admire the goddess beauty, but now no one had such thoughts. Boss. Boss. Everyone instinctively gravitated toward Zhang Fan. At this moment, only by staying close to him did they feel a sense of security. Boss, what was that scream about? Yang Guang asked in a low voice. The others also fixed their gazes on Zhang Fan. Only Chao Jia, her delicate face pale, trembled, her eyes filled with fear. Clearly she had seen something terrifying. Something's happened. Zhang Fan glanced at Chao Jia, then looked up at the farthest room on the second floor, his expression turning grave. Something happened. The group exchanged bewildered looks. Zhang Wenxi is dead. Zhang Fan glanced at Yang Miao in Yang Linger's arms and Xiao Yudian in Lu Heng's embrace, using his telepathic communication ability, his voice echoing in everyone's minds. Yang Miao and Xiao Yudian were exceptions. One was 5, the other 3, too young. Zhang Fan didn't want to frighten them, so they heard nothing. Zhang Fan's voice resonated in their hearts. Linger, brother Lu, take the kids to room 201 and stay with Fatty and the others. The rest of you follow me. Due to his ability, Fatty's evolution had been remarkably fast, and he had already reached the 4th level. In terms of rank he was second only to Zhang Fan, and in strength also second only to him. Lu Heng and Yang Linger with the children would be safe staying with Fatty and his family. Having said that, Zhang Fan headed toward the room at the far end. Zhang Wenxi is dead. Everyone's faces contorted in shock, their eyes instinctively revealing fear and deep confusion. How could Zhang Wenxi die while safe in his hotel room? Who killed him? Burdened with these questions, the group closely followed Zhang Fan deeper into the corridor. During this time everyone with the alloying ability activated it. Lu Heng and Yang Linger watched their retreating figures, then opened the door to room 201 and entered. The farthest room on the second floor was 211. As they neared it, a strong stench of blood hit them. Such a heavy smell of blood. Wang Yuan wrinkled her nose, her face paling further. It seems Zhang Wenxi really did meet with misfortune. She had known Zhang Wenxi the longest among those present, aside from Yang Linger and Yang Miao, having met him at the New World KTV. Back then at the New World KTV, Wang Hui ruled with an iron fist, both brutal and lecherous. She herself, with her youthful face and voluptuous figure, was very attractive, and Wang Hui naturally wanted to force himself on her. Fortunately, Zhang Wenxi mediated, keeping Wang Hui in check. She had always been deeply grateful to him. But now, he was dead. Was he really dead? A wave of sorrow washed over Wang Yuan. Blood is seeping out, someone whispered. Lu Mulian looked down and saw blood oozing from under the door crack like crimson worms slowly creeping forward. What happened inside? Someone asked in a low voice. A wisp of black mist emerged from Zhang Fan's fingertip, drifting to the door lock and corroding a hole through it. The door swung open silently and everyone immediately peered inside. When they saw the scene within, even the most seasoned among them couldn't help but gasp in horror. Blood. The floor was covered in blood. Near the door a mass of scattered body parts was piled haphazardly. Yet these dismembered pieces were eerily assembled into a rough human form. Seeing the gruesome state of the corpse, a chill ran down everyone's spine. They could easily imagine how Zhang Wensi had been killed. He must have spotted the murderer and rushed to the door trying to escape. But then, a net-like or laser grid-like sharp structure appeared before him. This blade, as sharp as a razor, sliced Zhang Wensi into countless pieces the moment he collided with it. Who killed Zhang Wensi? Yang Guang's face was ashen. This is too cruel. He and Zhang Wensi were both in the second hunting team and had been working together for days. Seeing Zhang Wensi die so horribly, Yang Guang's heart surged with boundless rage. We must find the killer, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. We must find him and avenge Zhang Wensi. Damn bastard, if I catch you I swear I'll skin you alive. Zhang Wensi was too pitiful, he was such a good person. The crowd was riled up, both sympathizing with Zhang Wensi's fate and furious at his murderer. Everyone quiet. Zhang Fan raised a hand. First, save him. Save him? How can we save someone in that state? Unless... The group exchanged puzzled glances. Then they saw a vertical eye split open on Zhang Fan's forehead, shooting forth a beam of golden light. It's the primordial divine light indeed. But can the primordial divine light bring the dead back to life? Everyone knew of this ability, but none had ever considered it could resurrect the deceased. After all, that was too fantastical. Whoosh! The golden light struck Zhang Wensi's corpse, spreading like liquid mercury, enveloping each scattered fragment. The next moment a sight that chilled everyone to the bone unfolded. Beneath the golden radiance a horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The blood that had pooled across the floor began to flow backward in an eerie reversal. Like swallows returning to their nest, it streamed back into Zhang Wensi's body. Then the scattered pieces of flesh strewn across the ground began to converge and draw close to one another. They then reassembled seamlessly. Wounds vanished with astonishing speed. Rivers of blood flowed back into the lacerations. Within mere seconds a body that had been cleaved into countless fragments and scattered across the floor was perfectly pieced back together. Then the corpse stirred. Zhang Wensi was alive. This. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. Everyone stood agape, utterly speechless. Even though they knew of the primal divine light ability and had felt its power, witnessing a completely dismembered corpse reduced to something like a pile of blocks come back to life, the impact on everyone's psyche was unparalleled. A person who was utterly dead had truly been revived. It simply shattered their worldview. Turmoil churned in everyone's hearts. A ghost. Zhang Wensi sprang up like a madman and rushed toward the door. When he saw the crowd at the entrance he halted. Boss, why are you all here? Boss. Run. Run quickly, there's a ghost in the room. A ghost. Zhang Wensi urged everyone to flee, his face etched with sheer terror. Zhang Fan had used the primal divine light to rewind Zhang Wensi's time precisely to the second before he was attacked. Because the timing was perfect, Zhang Wensi was brought back to life. He didn't remember what happened after being dismembered, but he fully recalled the events leading up to his death. In other words, his current memory was frozen at the moment before the assault. Don't be afraid. Zhang Fan stopped Zhang Wensi. Tell me, what did you just see? Hearing Zhang Wensi scream the moment he was jolted awake, Zhang Fan had used his detection ability to scan the entire hotel. Apart from witnessing the grim scene in room 211, he found nothing. No zombies were detected. No ability users were found. Nor was there anything else. Thus Zhang Fan had no idea what Zhang Wensi had encountered or who had killed him. He had rewound Zhang Wensi's time to a second before the attack precisely to learn what had happened from Zhang Wensi himself. The others, suppressing their shock, also turned their gaze towards Zhang Wensi. Boss, there's a ghost. A ghost in the room. Run. Run, run. Zhang Wensi glanced back at the dim room, his eyes filled with overwhelming terror. His face was pale, his expression agitated, clearly traumatized. Don't be afraid, we're all here. Zhang Fan placed a hand on his shoulder. What did you see? Speak up, don't be afraid. Zhang Wensi, who usually trusted Zhang Fan the most, calmed down slightly upon hearing his reassurance. Boss, I just saw a ghost. A female ghost. Zhang Wensi looked back at the room again. It floated down from the ceiling, hair disheveled, face pale as death with eyes like cataracts. Isn't that just a zombie? Yang Guang couldn't help but retort. Exactly. Thought it was a real ghost, turns out it's just a zombie. So pathetic. Wang Yuan couldn't help but scold. The others also couldn't resist teasing. Seeing Zhang Wensi so terrified and babbling about ghosts, everyone thought it was a real specter. But hearing him describe the ghost, it was clearly just a zombie. What ghost? No. It's not a zombie. It really is a ghost. It really is a female ghost. Zhang Wensi grew frantic. Its body was incredibly cold. When it appeared, the whole room's temperature plummeted like falling into an ice cellar. And its body flickered and drifted, floating around just like a ghost. Hey, why is it so cold? As Zhang Wensi spoke, he suddenly shivered. Hearing this, everyone also felt a chill running down their spines, goosebumps rising on their arms. So cold. Why is it so cold? Brother Zhang, did you turn on the AC in your room? Everyone was puzzled. The cold air is coming from the ceiling. Zhang Fan abruptly looked up. Everyone followed his gaze, and then a chill shot from their tailbones to their crown, sending goosebumps across their skin. There, pressed against the ceiling, was a woman in flowing robes. Her hair was disheveled and she extended a long tongue. Her pallid skin was laced with blackish veins and her eyes had no pupils, only eerie whites. The moment they saw this woman, the first thought that sprang into everyone's mind was ghost. Yes, a ghost. Not a zombie. She was distinctly different from the zombies they had seen. Zombies had pale skin and grayish eyes, some with various wounds. But no zombie looked like this female ghost. Damn it, she was too much like a ghost. That's it. Zhang Wensi trembled all over. That's the female ghost that appeared in my room. Everyone run. The others' expressions also turned unnatural. Men showed fear, women shivered, they were all clearly terrified. Don't scare yourselves. Zhang Fan's voice rang out, this is a zombie but not an ordinary one. Everyone be careful. How this ghost zombie appeared and vanished and could even evade detection abilities after disappearing. Moreover, it had easily killed Zhang Wensi, a third-level ability user. All this indicated that this female ghost zombie was no ordinary creature. Faced with such a bizarre zombie, they dared not be careless. Everyone immediately went on alert, staring intently at the ghost zombie clinging to the ceiling, filled with extreme caution. Roar! At that moment the ghost zombie let out a low growl and thin red threads suddenly shot out from its body. Thinner than a hair, like red fishing lines, they lashed out towards the crowd at the door. Humph! Zhang Fan snorted coldly, activating time freeze. Countless red threads were instantly suspended in midair. Go! Zhang Fan flicked his finger and a high-frequency vibration wave burst from his fingertip. He didn't aim directly at the ghost zombie, but as he released the wave he used precision strike. Whoosh! The high-frequency vibration wave whistled, curving mid-flight and streaking towards the ghost zombie on the ceiling. Boom! The ghost zombie, frozen in place by time freeze, was struck squarely by the vibration wave. Bang! Its body instantly exploded, bursting into a cloud of stark white mist that roiled outward. Then, as if evaporating into thin air, the mist silently vanished from the room, disappearing from sight. What kind of ability is this? Mist form. Zhang Fan shouted in a low voice, everyone be on guard. As he spoke, he released his detection ability to search for the ghost zombie but found nothing at all. Sister Chow, can you detect it? Zhang Fan looked at Sister Chow. Can't detect it. Sister Chow immediately shook her head. Xiao Fan, it's completely gone. Damn it. Zhang Fan cursed under his breath, knowing they had encountered a tough opponent. His nerves were taut, vigilant against a potential attack. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Just then a puff of white mist emerged from the ceiling. Amidst sharp cracking sounds, the mist spread outward from the ceiling in all directions. The ceiling walls and floor were instantly coated with a layer of glistening ice crystals, shimmering with a fiery red luster under the light of the fireball. The cold wave spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye it filled the entire room, encasing it in ice. An astonishing chill emanated, freezing everyone until they shivered as if stranded in the frozen Antarctic. Most critically, the cold surged up from the floor into their legs. Their legs instantly froze, followed by the parts above. Crackle, crackle, crackle. in an instant everyone was frozen into ice sculptures. A frigid current spread outward, freezing the room in an instant and turning everyone present into dozens of ice sculptures. A swish echoed as the female ghost zombie silently appeared on the ceiling, shooting countless red threads directly toward Zhang Fan among the crowd. Judging by Zhang Wenxi's dismembered fate, it wasn't hard to guess these red threads possessed terrifying cutting power. If they entangled him, he would undoubtedly end up like Zhang Wenxi, sliced into Tetris-like pieces. "I've been waiting for you." A cold voice resounded in the female ghost zombie's mind. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying temporal fluctuation spread, instantly enveloping the entire room. The red threads froze midair and the female ghost zombie was pinned to the ceiling. Wisps of black mist rose from Zhang Fan, surging toward the zombie on the ceiling. With a hissing sound, the female ghost zombie, immobilized on the ceiling and unable to escape as her consciousness was frozen, was directly annihilated by the black mist into pure energy which flowed back into Zhang Fan. Several light orbs dropped, 1 gold, 1 silver and 4 white. "Oh. 4 abilities." Zhang Fan glanced sideways and picked them up one by one. Picking up the golden orb, his physique increased by 5271. Over 5000 in physique. This zombie is actually a 4th-tier zombie, no wonder it could kill Zhang Wenxi instantly. Picking up the silver orb, his spirit increased by 328. 3rd-tier spirit indicated the female ghost zombie's intelligence was no less than a human's. Then came the 4 white orbs. Picking up the first white orb, he gained the Absolute Zero ability. Absolute Zero. Zhang Fan shuddered, immediately examining the ability, and was utterly astounded. Absolute Zero is the lowest temperature in thermodynamics. At this temperature, all molecules and atoms composing matter cease to move. Absolute Zero is theoretically the lowest possible temperature unattainable in real life. While the Absolute Zero ability couldn't reach it, it could bring the surrounding temperature infinitely close to that point. This meant the ability could freeze nearly any substance in the world. What a remarkable ability! Zhang Fan marveled. At my current level, using this ability could freeze all life within 100 meters in an instant. Having broken through to the 6th tier, Zhang Fan's ability range expanded to 100 meters. Freezing that expanse in an instant was incredibly powerful. "Female ghost zombie, for gifting me the Absolute Zero ability. I forgive your transgressions tonight." Zhang Fan muttered to the air and continued picking up the 2nd white orb. He gained the Void Walk ability. What is this ability? After understanding its function, Zhang Fan was shocked again, realizing why the female ghost zombie could vanish before his eyes without him or Chao Jia detecting her. It was because of this ability. Void Walk allowed the body to enter a deeper spatial layer, disappearing from the current space. Once in deeper space, one could move freely, evade detection and dodge attacks. Unless an attack was strong enough to break space, it would be ineffective. Additionally, being in deeper space allowed easy traversal of obstacles like walls and floors. Incredible! Zhang Fan exclaimed, this ability is far superior to phasing through walls. If not for my time stop countering it, I'd have been helpless against that zombie. In Zhang Fan's view, Void Walk was a spatial ability somewhat like Obito's Kamui, alternating between a void space and reality. It dodged attacks, evaded detection and passed through objects. Against such power, what use was even the strongest attack? Picking up the 3rd orb, he gained the Tungsten Steel Wire Manipulation ability. What's this? Zhang Fan examined it. This was the red thread ability the female ghost zombie used. Those red threads were ultrafine tungsten steel wires about 10 micrometers in diameter, even thinner than a human hair, which is 60 to 90 micrometers. These wires were not only extremely thin but also tough, combining tungsten's resilience with steel's sharpness. They could be as soft as ordinary threads yet cut through iron like mud. It was easy to guess that Zhang Wenxi had been sliced into Tetris pieces by these tungsten steel wires. Another overpowered ability. Zhang Fan marveled, what was this zombie's origin? How did it have so many abilities? With this doubt, he picked up the 4th orb. He gained the Plunder ability. It's actually the Plunder ability. Zhang Fan was surprised but not very interested, as he could already pick up others' abilities. What use was this? It was just icing on the cake. Still, it was better than nothing. More abilities meant more options. No wonder this zombie had so many freakish abilities. It had Plunder. With his last doubt resolved, Zhang Fan felt relieved and turned to his teammates. Barbecue. It's over. His scalp tingled. His teammates had been hit by the absolute zero ability and frozen into ice sculptures, meaning they were already dead. Even if thawed, they couldn't come back. The freezing and thawing process caused immense damage to body cells. How could they survive? This was reality, not an anime or novel. Wiped out. Zhang Fan chuckled bitterly, using his primordial divine light to revive them one by one. Boss, where's the female ghost? Dead. Really? Of course. Boss, what happened to us? Frozen into ice sculptures. So we died. What do you think? Boss, did you revive us with primordial divine light? What do you think? Thank you, boss. Boss, you're our second parent. From now on we'll follow you through thick and thin. Boss. The teammates were overwhelmed with gratitude, tears in their eyes as they surrounded Zhang Fan, their heartfelt appreciation as unabashed as devoted followers. Enough, go get some rest. Zhang Fan waved. It's 3 a.m. and dawn's approaching. Boss, will there be no more trouble like this? Zhang Wensi asked, still shaken. Well. Probably not. Zhang Fan glanced out the window. The blood rain showed no sign of stopping, pattering relentlessly. Even inside the hotel room, Zhang Fan could hear zombie roars from the neighboring Shashing Island. His heart grew heavy. Tonight must be a carnival for the zombies. What evolution would the zombies undergo after tonight? The first blood rain triggered the zombie outbreak. The second caused mass evolution. 2/3 became first-tier zombies. 1/3 became second-tier zombies. Very few became third-tier. Fourth-tier zombies were extremely rare. What tier would they evolve to after tonight? As Zhang Fan pondered, beast-like roars echoed from afar. The roars grew closer, rising and falling like a thunderous stampede. Zombies are coming. Zhang Fan jolted, a big question forming in his mind. Where had these zombies come from? Crack, crack, streaks of lightning split the sky, writhing like thunder dragons amidst the rolling black clouds. At times they roared like colossal dragons, shaking the heavens and earth. At others they blazed like fire dragons, illuminating the entire night sky. Torrential rain poured down like beams from a bamboo tube, pitting countless craters into the ground. Holiday in rooftop. Aside from Lu Heng and his daughter Yang Linger and her sister and Pang Hu's family staying in their rooms, the entire team stood on the rooftop. The startling thunder flickered, casting light upon everyone's faces. All gazed toward the Yangtze River Bridge, their expressions heavy with solemnity and worry. The night was too dark to see clearly, but the roaring like 10,000 horses in fury could be heard distinctly. The rainstorm could not suppress it. Zombies were crossing the Yangtze River Bridge, advancing toward Changheng Island in terrifying numbers. The sheer momentum and formation like an army of thousands struck fear into everyone's hearts except Zhang Fan's. Don't worry. Zhang Fan's voice resonated in everyone's minds. I've already sent my replicas to destroy the Yangtze River Bridge. Once the bridge is broken, the zombies on Chongzhou Island can't cross over. We only need to eliminate the ones that have already landed. It was now clear tonight's zombies came from the neighboring Chongzhou Island. Chongzhou and Changheng were adjacent islands near the Demon Sea. The two islands were connected by the Yangtze River Bridge, the sole passage between them. They hadn't destroyed it before because cutting it would sever the link between the islands. Zhang Fan had planned to expand the base and incorporate Chongzhou Island into its territory, so he had spared the bridge. Little did he expect it would become a conduit for zombies, a true oversight. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, everyone felt somewhat relieved, but anxiety lingered. The blood rain had been falling for nearly 3 hours now. What changes had the zombies undergone? All at level 3. Or even stronger. No one knew. Let's go eliminate the zombies. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Let's destroy them all outside the resort to avoid ruining the environment. The resort was the team's stronghold, surrounded by thriving vegetable fields, orchards and melon sheds. If countless zombies stormed the resort, the consequences were unimaginable. Zhang Fan did not want the resort to become a battlefield. That would be too disheartening. Yes. Let's move. Zhang Fan waved his hand, activating his gravity ability. Everyone felt the weight pressing on them vanish, their bodies becoming light and airy. Then a lifting force emerged and everyone soared into the air, flying effortlessly. Aside from Yang Linger, her sister Lu Heng and his daughter, the entire team participated in this operation. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan and others from the logistics department also joined. Not that they were expected to kill zombies, but to seize this chance to train them. Surviving in the apocalypse meant one couldn't afford to tremble at the sight of zombies, at the very least they needed the courage to face them. Today was an opportunity. Of course it was also a chance to train the other teammates. Zhang Fan wasn't afraid of things going awry, even if a teammate fell to zombies he could bring them back. Flying. We're flying. Everyone was ecstatic. Except for Zhang Fan, Jingya and Dahuang, none had ever experienced the thrill of flight. Now suddenly airborne, they couldn't contain their excitement. Zhang Fan led the team soaring through the sky toward the Yangtze River Bridge. They encountered the zombies just above the country park. The zombie horde formed a serpentine line several kilometers long. The vanguard had already reached the park while the rear was still crossing the bridge. The zombies' target was unmistakable, the resort not far from the park. Without intervention the horde would surely storm and trample it completely. Zhang Fan swept his gaze over the horde, estimating it at around 17000. A third were level 3 zombies. A quarter were level 4. The rest were level 2. Their strength had multiplied compared to before tonight. The resort we live in is several kilometers from Chongzhou Island. Zhang Fan's voice echoed in everyone's minds. I can't fathom how the zombies detected us at the resort from such a distance. Every blood rain night these zombies act eerily. It was the same 10 days ago at Huading Yayuan. Zhang Wenxi shouted. We had thoroughly cleared the zombies within kilometers of that place. But on the night of the 10th, when the blood rain fell, countless zombies besieged the villa as if they knew we were there. The zombies are indeed strange during the blood rain, we need to study this later. Zhang Fan nodded, then pointed a finger at the vanguard of the zombie horde. A fireball shot from his fingertip. The fireball swelled rapidly, becoming a colossal sphere over 20 meters in diameter. Hiss hiss hiss, the blood rain sizzled upon impact, sending up plumes of white steam. Go! Zhang Fan swung his arm and the fireball shot forward like a cannonball, crashing into the zombie vanguard. Boom! It struck the ground, erupting in a massive explosion with sparks engulfing an area tens of meters wide. Countless zombies perished, some burned to cinders, others torn apart. The scattered sparks dispelled the surrounding darkness, casting a faint light over the desolate zoo. Down. Zhang Fan led the group, descending from the sky, landing directly in front of the zombie column. He raised his leg and stomped the ground hard. Rumble, the earth beneath them quaked as if struck by a massive earthquake. Then the ground within 100 meters abruptly rose, shooting skyward until it reached a height of 10 meters before stopping. In an instant a platform 100 meters in diameter and 10 meters high materialized. But that wasn't all, a dazzling golden light erupted from Zhang Fan, spreading across the entire platform through his feet. The golden light flowed like liquid mercury, quickly enveloping the platform. It was the power of turning stone to gold. Soon the entire platform gleamed, a metallic structure of pure yellow alloy. Zhang Fan and his team stood atop the platform, looking down at the zombies in the zoo. The teammates marveled at the sight beneath their feet. Creating such a massive platform in an instant, the boss power truly exceeded their imaginations. Now it's time for you to show your strength. Zhang Fan shouted, don't be afraid. Don't worry about getting hurt or dying. Fight with all you've got. Even if you die, I can bring you back. Yes, boss. Hearing this, the teammates felt reassured. Right, the boss could resurrect the dead if they had witnessed it themselves. What was there to fear? No words needed, just fight. The zombie army roared as they approached Changheng Island from Chongzhou Island, drawn by Zhang Fan and his companions. With furious roars the zombie army spread like a tide, surrounding the platform. Some zombies climbed up using their hands and feet. Some zombies unleashed their powers, launching dazzling attacks that bombarded the platform like special effects. Explosive flames. Sharp flying swords. Heavy stone projectiles. Dominant lightning. Various attacks violently bombarded the platform, yet it remained unshaken, far too solid. Brothers, let's do this. Huang Mao held a backpack in his left hand, his right hand on his hip, looking down at the increasing number of zombies below the platform, a fierce glint in his eyes. He'll take the lead. Saying this, he pulled out 2 gleaming kitchen knives from his backpack, discarded the pack and leaped off the platform with a knife in each hand. Whoosh! He instantly broke the sound barrier, producing a piercing sonic boom, his body like a sharp arrow plunging into the horde of zombies. I'm going too. Yang Guang transformed into a shiny metallic robot, then drew a gleaming large machete from his waist and jumped off the platform. No second thoughts, let's do this. Zhang Wensi licked his lips, transformed into silver alloy and jumped off the platform to join the fray. Even if I die, the boss can revive me. What do I have to fear? Damn it, don't hold me back, I want to slay 100. Let's take down these bastards. Kill. The members of the hunting team, experienced in slaying zombies and unafraid of death, eagerly joined the battle. However, the logistics team members like Chao Jia, Wang Yuan and Zhou Ling hesitated, showing signs of fear. What are you afraid of? You won't die. Wang Yuan gritted her teeth, transformed into silver alloy and leaped off the platform. Zhang Fan. Chao Jia looked at Zhang Fan longingly. Sister Chao, if you don't want to go down, you don't have to. Zhang Fan smiled, knowing that Chao Jia was gentle and quiet and slaying zombies wasn't fitting for her. Given their relationship, Zhang Fan was willing to protect her at all times, and he believed he could keep her safe. Chao Jia felt delighted but still gritted her teeth. Everyone is hunting zombies today, how can I be special? As she spoke, she also activated her silver alloy ability and charged into the horde of zombies. Being a level 3 ability user, her physical fitness was strong, and with the silver alloy ability she had no trouble dealing with ordinary level 2 zombies. However, Chao Jia had zero combat experience and was truly terrible in practice. After jumping off the 10-meter high platform, she lost her balance and fell onto her rounded backside. Roar! 2 level 2 zombies pounced on her, pinning her down and opening their gaping mouths to bite. Get off me! Chao Jia screamed in fright and grabbed both zombies, swinging them away with all her might, sending them flying. After transformation, her strength was immense, far beyond what ordinary level 2 zombies could withstand. Zhou Ling, Wang Yani and the others exchanged glances, took a deep breath and joined the battle. Their powers were also silver alloy, similar to Chao Jia, with no practical combat experience. Fortunately, with the silver alloy ability protecting them as long as they didn't encounter metal manipulation or magnetic control abilities, even zombies of higher levels couldn't kill them. In the blink of an eye, only Zhang Fan and Jingya remained on the platform. Jingya looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked back at Jingya. Their eyes met. Zhang Fan smiled silently, not speaking, just looking at her. Jingya pouted, her eyes watery, looking at Zhang Fan with a pitiful expression. Hubby, can I go down too? You don't have to go. Zhang Fan smiled and said, even if you have no combat experience, I can always protect you. Jingya was very pleased with Zhang Fan's answer, leaned in to lightly kiss him on the lips. You are my man, of course you must protect me, but as your woman I can't bring you shame. With that, she instantly transformed into a shining golden robot. Hubby, I'm going now. Jingya smiled slightly, taking out a handsome tang knife from her spatial pouch and leaped off the platform. Zhang Fan used his ability to turn stone into gold and metal manipulation to create weapons for everyone in the team. Huang Mao's 2 kitchen knives. Yang Guang's large machete. Even the tang knife in Jing Ya's hands was crafted by Zhang Fan. Only Zhang Fan remained on the platform. He glanced at the chaotic and bloody battlefield and moved into action. To prevent any accidents, Zhang Fan created 10 clones to monitor the battlefield and assist as needed. He transformed into a cloud of black smoke and flew towards the Yangtze River Bridge like a creature riding the clouds. Having gained several new abilities tonight, Zhang Fan wanted to find a few zombies to thoroughly test these abilities. Flying along the Yangtze River Bridge, he soon arrived at the middle section. The Yangtze River Bridge was broken here, revealing a gap several hundred meters long. This was the work of the clones. They had pushed the bridge deck between 2 piers into the river. With the bridge broken, the zombies could not cross. Zhang Fan arrived at the opposite side of the gap and saw numerous zombies standing on the bridge deck. They roared and screamed, crowding the bridge, but could only roar in frustration. There were still a steady stream of zombies coming from behind, almost filling the entire Yangtze River Bridge. Some zombies even fell off the bridge, crashing heavily into the water. Zhang Fan was not afraid of the number of zombies, he feared the opposite. Seeing the situation on the bridge, he acted without hesitation. He descended from the sky, landing directly on the bridge deck with the gap behind him several dozen meters high from the ground, and before him was a horde of zombies. Roar! Upon seeing Zhang Fan, all the zombies became agitated, roaring and lunging towards him. Whoosh! A thick white mist erupted from Zhang Fan, spreading rapidly around him like evaporating dry ice. Crack! The white mist contained extreme low temperatures, and as it spread, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, instantly freezing the rainwater on the bridge deck into solid ice. The white mist rose quickly, enveloping all the zombies in the area. A terrifying cold wave surged forth. With a series of cracking sounds, the zombies, roaring like beasts, were all frozen into ice sculptures. These ice sculptures held various strange poses. Some had their mouths wide open roaring. Some were in mid-lunge. Others displayed fierce expressions. However, at this moment they were all frozen in place. They had completely turned into ice sculptures, each lifelike as if sculpted from solid ice. Zhang Fan glanced at his creation quite satisfied and continued to walk forward with steady steps. The white mist billowed around him. The cold wave surged and the ice sculptures stood tall. As Zhang Fan advanced, the snarling and fearsome zombies were all turned into ice sculptures. He walked leisurely like an elegant model strutting on his own runway with a backdrop of frozen sculptures behind him. By the time Zhang Fan reached the other side of the bridge, there were no living zombies left behind, all had turned into ice sculptures. Looking at each lifelike ice sculpture seemingly carved from solid ice, Zhang Fan exclaimed in awe. Truly impressive, this is the absolute zero ability, it really is monstrous. With this terrifying power to freeze everything, it must be the most powerful area effect ability. Time to enjoy the fruits of my labor. Zhang Fan released 20 clones to collect the attribute light orbs. The 20 clones busied themselves with menial tasks, picking up attribute light orbs and collecting white crystals. Zhang Fan stood at the head of the bridge overlooking the river below. The river surface was shrouded in mist, vast and hazy. The water churned violently as all kinds of zombie fish gathered on the surface, gulping down the bloody rain in great mouthfuls. Their behavior was strikingly similar to fish in a pond scrambling for feed. Clearly, for the zombie fish in the Yangtze River, tonight's bloody rain was a feast of scattered bait. They fought and devoured frantically as if afraid of being left behind. The bloody rain. It truly holds a fatal allure for zombies. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. Though he was convinced that the bloody rain was the cause of the zombies' massive evolution, no one had ever witnessed zombies consuming it firsthand. Now that he had seen it, his worry deepened. Rivers, lakes and seas can gather the bloody rain. It's easy to imagine that aquatic zombies will be far stronger than their land counterparts. Gazing at the river, a concern arose in his heart: is it truly safe for us to stay on an island surrounded by water? Although water and land were naturally separated, making it hard for aquatic zombies to crawl ashore. Who could guarantee that once they evolved to a certain level they wouldn't gain the ability to step onto land? Better safe than sorry. The threat from aquatic zombies cannot be ignored. Zhang Fan made a silent decision: it seems necessary to build a defensive wall around the island. The torrential rain continued to pour. The river remained in turmoil. A few minutes later, all 20 clones returned. Zhang Fan absorbed them into his body, gaining 9,000 points in physique and 690 in spirit, but no superior ability. Gaining 9,000 physique so easily, as zombies evolve, leveling up becomes much simpler for me. It seems zombie evolution does have its perks. With a mutter, Zhang Fan transformed into a plume of black smoke and soared into the sky, heading toward the suburban wildlife park. The battle there had reached a fever pitch, with roars of slaughter shaking the heavens. Around the raised platform, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like a river. As the killing continued, his teammates found their rhythm. Veterans like Huang Mao and Yang Guang needed no introduction, ordinary zombies were no match for them. After all, they were all at level 3 with powerful abilities, while 60% of the zombies were only at level 2. A full level gap plus a disparity in abilities. This gave Huang Mao and the others a massive advantage, allowing them to cut through zombies as easily as chopping vegetables. Support members like Jingya Chao Jia and Wang Yuan, after an initial awkward phase, were now holding their own. Jingya in particular stood out. With her golden alloy and instant movement abilities paired with a sharp tang sword, she was nearly as formidable as the veteran hunters. 1/1 zombie, just like slicing through melons. Best of all, she possessed the energy absorption ability. All attacks that landed on her not only failed to cause harm but were converted into energy, continuously replenishing her body, making her fight ever more fiercely. Of course, there were level 4 and even level 5 zombies among the horde, which the teammates couldn't handle. No need to fear. The 10 clones standing on the platform were no decoration, they were specifically tasked with dealing with these high-level zombies. Yet despite this, the situation remained unfavorable for the teammates as the zombies were overwhelming in number. The zombie army, fearless of death, surged forward wave after wave. Especially active under the bloody rain, their strength skyrocketed and the teammates gradually began to falter. With a loud crash, Zhang Wensi, exhausted and caught off guard, was struck by a zombie from behind and sent flying. He landed on the ground and struggled to get up for a long time. Seeing this, Zhang Fan reached into the air and grabbed Zhang Wensi, who had turned into silver alloy, pulling him onto the platform. Zhang Wensi panted like an ox, his legs trembling, collapsing onto the platform, unable to rise. "Can't hold on," Zhang Fan teased. "Boss." Zhang Wensi gasped, "The fight's been too long, I'm completely drained." Zhang Fan smiled slightly, opened his right hand to reveal a white light orb and pressed it onto Zhang Wensi. "Boss, what are you?" Before he could finish, a piercing pain shot through his body. With a low roar, Zhang Wensi's face twisted in agony. Yet instead of anger, his eyes gleamed with ecstasy. He was all too familiar with this sensation. It was exactly how he felt the last time the boss had pasted an ability onto him. Clearly the boss had given him another ability. Half a minute later the pain subsided and Zhang Wensi exclaimed in delight, "Boss, what ability did you give me?" "Energy absorption," Zhang Fan explained with a smile. Zhang Wensi's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Boss, you're too good to me, I'd give myself to you." "Get lost." Zhang Fan kicked him off the platform and into the zombie horde. The surrounding zombies immediately lunged at him with roars. Zhang Wensi was instantly engulfed. The zombies bit, clawed, punched and kicked. Yet instead of harming him, all their attacks were converted into energy surging into his body. Fully charged, Zhang Wensi was both shocked and overjoyed. He sprawled on the ground, letting the zombies attack him. "You little bastards, didn't you have dinner? You've got no strength at all. Come on, hit me harder." Enraged, the zombies unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. Zhang Wensi's stamina rapidly replenished and soon he was back at his peak. "Kill." He slammed the ground and with a series of muffled thuds countless earthen spears shot up, piercing the legs and abdomens of the surrounding zombies. On the other side, Yang Guang was also exhausted. Zhang Fan pulled him onto the platform and pasted the energy absorption ability onto him. Energy absorption might not be an offensive ability, but as a support skill it was absolutely divine. It could convert any form of attack into energy, replenishing the ability user's reserves. Simply put, it was a mana regeneration ability. Ability users with this skill gained the capacity for sustained combat, making it incredibly valuable. However, limited by the ability itself, it couldn't enhance a teammate's fighting power, so it posed no threat to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan didn't mind sharing this ability with his teammates. Over the next period he went down the line, equipping every teammate with energy absorption. Once they received this ability, the teammates were like warriors on stimulants, bouncing back to full strength and rejoining the fray. With energy absorption they no longer feared exhaustion and fought even more fiercely than before. 30 of them holding off a charge of over 10,000 zombies, it was nothing short of a miracle. Suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from behind the battlefield. The sound was earth-shattering, drowning out the clamor of battle and ringing in everyone's ears. Zhang Fan turned to look. In the distance a zombie was howling in agony. Strangely, its body was wrapped in golden light, as if it were a scion bathed in golden flames. Like an inflating balloon, its body visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. Could this zombie be a scion hidden on Earth, about to transform into Super Scion Silver? 2 meters 2.5 3. Under Zhang Fan's gaze the zombie forcibly grew from 1.7 meters to about 5 meters, tripling in height. Standing at 5 meters tall, its body wreathed in golden flames, it was strikingly conspicuous, towering over the dark battlefield, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. This zombie. Zhang Fan was astonished. Growing so much in an instant, what kind of ability is this? Gigantification? Berserking? Rampage? Or Super Scion? Let's call it Berserk for now. After berserking, the zombie's combat power had clearly skyrocketed several levels. Roar! It let out a skyward howl, a rolling sonic boom exploding like thunder echoing across the entire Changheng Island. The next second it stomped the ground and charged toward the platform like an enraged African elephant. Boom boom boom, its feet pounded the earth, sending up rumbling thunder as if the ground itself trembled. Bang bang bang, along the way all zombies blocking its path were like mantises trying to stop a chariot brutally flung aside by its violent force. Some had their heads crushed, others their organs shattered, all sent flying. The berserk zombie plowed through, quickly charging from the rear to the front of the battlefield. Seeing this, Yang Guang, who was in the thick of battle, decisively abandoned the surrounding zombies and charged forward. Damn it! I'll play with you. Having just acquired the energy absorption ability and felt its immense power, Yang Guang was swollen with arrogance. His confidence inflated wildly, believing he could effortlessly neutralize any attack. Kill! Yang Guang roared. After alloying his body, he activated his super physique ability, massively boosting his strength. He stomped the ground, shattering the concrete, and launched himself into the air. He threw a punch straight at the berserk zombie's face. Roar! The zombie raised its right hand, huge as a cattail leaf fan, and swatted Yang Guang like a mosquito. Bang! Yang Guang felt a colossal force slam into him, sending him flying uncontrollably backward. He crashed into another zombie, pulverizing it into a meat paste. Yang Guang finally hit the ground, rolling another 7 or 8 meters before stopping. What immense strength! Zhang Fan gasped inwardly. Yang Guang, a 3rd-level awakener with both alloy and super physique abilities, was stronger than a 4th-level zombie. Yet the berserk zombie had swatted him that far with a single slap. How much power was in that palm? Zhang Fan stared at the berserk zombie, licking his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Cough cough, Yang Guang scrambled to his feet, shaking his dizzy head, eyeing the berserk zombie with fear. Thanks to the energy absorption ability's conversion and his alloy bonus defense, he wasn't injured. But Yang Guang was still shaken by the terrifying power the berserk zombie displayed. The moment he was hit, he felt as if struck by a missile. The force was simply overwhelming. In that instant, Yang Guang clearly sensed the limit of his energy absorption ability. A significant portion of the force couldn't be converted in time and acted directly on him. Without his alloy ability, he would have been injured. The energy absorption ability indeed has its limits. Once the attack exceeds that limit, it can't convert 100. Yang Guang thought to himself. However, thanks to the converted portion of the force, his stamina was restored to its peak. Roar! The berserk zombie finally reached the platform, its cold eyes fixed on the team members, launching a frenzied attack. Boom! It kicked at Zhang Wensi. Despite its massive size, its speed was no less. Zhang Wensi couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying like Yang Guang. The berserk zombie didn't pause, flashing to Bao Yuning and bending down to deliver a slap. Bang! Bao Yuning was also sent flying. Next, the berserk zombie, with the invincible demeanor of a bully, beat up the team members one by one, leaving them utterly subdued. Just as it lunged at Jingya to attack her, Zhang Fan intervened. How could he let his woman be bullied? Whoosh! Zhang Fan appeared before Jingya, throwing a punch that struck the berserk zombie in the chest, arriving after the zombie's attack but landing first. Bang! The berserk zombie, which was swinging a punch downward, was sent flying back several meters before stopping. Roar! Enraged, it howled again and charged madly at Zhang Fan. It's not injured. Zhang Fan was shocked. As a 6th-level awakener, even without using any ability, his punch's force should be more than a 5th-level zombie could withstand. Yet the berserk zombie was unscathed. Was it due to its defense, or was its physical strength not far behind Zhang Fan's? Again. Zhang Fan growled, lunging forward once more. Boom! A large and a small fist collided in midair, exploding with a crackling sound like firecrackers. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the two, sending surrounding zombies, blood, corpses, flesh and rain flying away. Looking at the combatants, Zhang Fan stood firm, unmoved. The berserk zombie staggered back, retreating 7 or 8 meters before stumbling to a stop. In a single exchange, the difference was clear. Zhang Fan's strength was superior, but the berserk zombie's power was far from weak. At the very least, it was the strongest opponent Zhang Fan had ever encountered. Roar! Zhang Fan and the berserk zombie clashed repeatedly for a long time. After a fierce battle, Zhang Fan discovered that the berserk zombie's strength wasn't the only thing enhanced, its speed, agility, defense and all other attributes had greatly increased. Its ability is powerful. Zhang Fan growled, and countless red threads suddenly emerged from his body. Like tiny venomous snakes, they shot toward the berserk zombie. The berserk zombie immediately tried to dodge, but the red threads came from all directions, completely blocking its escape. The threads swiftly closed and wrapping around and entangling the zombie. Shatter! Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. Slash! The threads contracted, instantly slicing the berserk zombie into blocks like Tetris pieces, and it collapsed. A gold, a silver and a white light orb dropped. The team members, while fighting, watched the scene. Seeing the fierce berserk zombie cut into pieces by the red threads, they all gasped in shock. Then they all looked at Zhang Wensi, realizing that he had likely been dismembered by a female ghost zombie using the same technique. Zhang Fan approached the 3 light orbs and picked them up one by one. He picked up the gold orb. Physique 4183. 4100 physique. This thing was just a 4th-level zombie. Good heavens! Zhang Fan marveled inwardly. A 4th-level zombie after berserking could match him. What kind of ability was this? He picked up the silver orb. Spirit 107. A 3rd-level spirit. He picked up the white orb. Obtained. Zhang Fan picked up the white light orb, acquiring the tenfold amplification ability. Tenfold amplification ability. Zhang Fan was astounded. Upon inspection he discovered that this ability could amplify all of the user's attributes by 10 times. What did this mean? It meant that with this ability all attributes, strength, speed, defense, agility, reaction, and even the power of other abilities, would be enhanced to 10 times their original level. This is insane. Absurd. It's a tenfold buff. Zhang Fan gasped in shock. Enhancing all attributes by 10 times would elevate combat prowess not merely tenfold but exponentially, by dozens or even hundreds of times. The most outrageous aspect was that this ability could amplify not only physical constitution and mental strength but also other abilities. This meant that while using this ability the power of all other abilities would also be multiplied by 10. This is simply broken. Zhang Fan was stunned for a long time. This ability is too ridiculous. I've hit the jackpot today. However, no ability in this world was absolutely perfect, and the tenfold amplification ability was no exception. Its greatest drawback was the extreme consumption of physical stamina during use. It was akin to a phone running games, normally lasting 10 hours on a charge but draining to empty in just 3 to 5 hours under heavy gaming. Similarly, this ability drained stamina at an appalling rate. An ordinary person could sustain it for only a few minutes before collapsing from exhaustion. Yet Zhang Fan had no such concerns. He could replenish stamina by picking up Constitution light orbs or by using his energy absorption ability. His Annihilation Black Mist ability could also restore stamina. While others fretted over rapid stamina depletion, Zhang Fan was utterly unconcerned. There was no man in this world more enduring than him. This ability is a divine skill. Zhang Fan knew clearly that its boost to his combat power far surpassed any random collection of abilities. Just this one ability alone made tonight a massive success. Let's test its effect. Transforming into a wisp of black smoke, Zhang Fan flew to a zombie-infested area and activated the tenfold amplification ability. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Zhang Fan. A blaze of golden radiance enveloped him, making him appear as if he were transforming into a Super Saiyan. Simultaneously his body swelled like an inflated balloon, visibly expanding to over 5 meters in height, turning him into a small giant. Power. An endless torrent of power surges from within. I feel like I could punch through a mountain. Zhang Fan clenched his fist and a fireball materialized in his hand. The fireball expanded rapidly, swelling into a colossal sphere over 100 meters in diameter within mere breaths. Like a miniature sun, it radiated intense light and heat, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Sizzling sounds erupted as the bloody rain poured onto the fireball, evaporating instantly. What is that? This is insane. Is that the boss? Why is he so huge? And that fireball? His teammates locked in battle with zombies were drawn to the blinding light. When they saw the massive fireball hovering above Zhang Fan, they were struck dumb with astonishment. Go! Zhang Fan hurled the 100-meter-wide fireball to the ground, where it exploded with a deafening blast. A cataclysmic roar echoed as the area within several hundred meters was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The raging fire mercilessly consumed everything in its path, zombies, buildings and all. Minutes later the flames subsided, leaving only a charred wasteland. As for the zombies, they had all vanished, reduced to ashes. Such terrifying power. Zhang Fan himself drew a sharp breath, barely containing his exhilaration as he burst into laughter. Again. Zhang Fan appeared in another area, gazing at the dense horde of zombies below. He activated his gravity ability. Universal pull. Zhang Fan spread his arms and thrust upward. A thunderous boom followed as zombies' vehicles and buildings within several hundred meters were hurled skyward, halting at a height of tens of meters. Merge. Zhang Fan clapped his hands together and the floating debris, zombies' vehicles and buildings, converged into a single massive sphere dozens of meters in diameter. Explode. Zhang Fan pressed down forcefully and the colossal sphere collapsed inward toward its center. In an instant. The sound of bones snapping and metal grinding filled the air, sending chills down the spine. Within seconds the 100-meter sphere had compressed into a mere 10-meter ball. Zombies were instantly crushed into pulp. Vehicles were flattened into scrap. Buildings were ground to dust. Blood gushed from the bottom of the sphere like a fountain cascading to the ground in torrents. Is he even human? Brutal. Too brutal. I kneel to no wall but the boss. The boss is definitely a monster. Holy crap. Planetary devastation. 666. The team members stared, their eyes nearly popping out as they gasped in disbelief, utterly awed by Zhang Fan's display. In their eyes Zhang Fan was no longer a man, he was a god. Zhang Fan watched as numerous attribute light orbs fell like rain. Golden, silver and white orbs cascaded down, soon covering the ground. Excellent. Zhang Fan was pleased with the ability's power. Too bad the stamina drain is significant, just 2 moves have consumed nearly half my energy. Time to recharge. A massive cloud of black mist erupted from Zhang Fan, quickly enveloping the sphere and annihilating it. A steady stream of energy flowed into him, rapidly restoring his stamina and nourishing his body. Zhang Fan waved his hand, releasing 10 replicas to collect the attribute orbs from the ground. He himself moved to another zombie-dense area. Gazing at the countless zombies below, Zhang Fan spoke deliberately, "I curse you to die from festering blood." As the words left his lips, an invisible black aura surged from his body. The black aura dispersed rapidly, splitting into countless strands that burrowed into the zombies on the ground. What followed was a horrifying sight. Every zombie within several hundred meters that was infected by the black aura began to grow disgusting pustules on their bodies. These pustules swelled rapidly until they burst, releasing vile pus and blood that reeked of decay. The continuous flow of putrid liquid emitted a nauseating stench. The zombies, as if drained from within, collapsed one after another. In less than a dozen seconds all zombies within the area lay motionless, never to rise again. Such a terrifying effect. Is the curse ability this broken? Zhang Fan felt a chill down his spine. Since acquiring the curse ability he had never tested it before. Today, inspired by the tenfold amplification ability, he decided to experiment on a whim, never expecting such devastating results. While the amplification played a role, the curse ability itself was undeniably formidable. I've clearly underestimated this ability all along, Zhang Fan muttered. Let's try another one, take turns. Devouring ability. Zhang Fan arrived at another zombie-dense area and activated the devouring ability. As he did, his mouth involuntarily opened wide. An unparalleled terrifying suction force emerged from his mouth, sweeping across the surrounding hundreds of meters like a tornado. In an instant all zombies, vehicles and buildings in the area were pulled toward Zhang Fan, shrinking as they flew. By the time they reached him they were no larger than peanuts about to enter his mouth. Damn! Zhang Fan cursed and hastily deactivated the ability. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Turning stone into gold. 3,000 thunderclaps. Meteor shower. Super vibration. Zhang Fan unleashed a barrage of abilities, testing one attack power after another. Amplified tenfold by his enhancement ability, each power's might surged dramatically, becoming astonishingly formidable. Zhang Fan was a level 6 ability user, with his attacks originally spanning a radius of about 100 meters. Yet under the tenfold amplification the attack range expanded to several hundred meters, drastically boosting its power. Unfortunately the zombie horde was too sparse. After several trials Zhang Fan soon exhausted them all. His teammates were utterly reduced to bystanders, witnessing Zhang Fan's awe-inspiring display. Then they were astounded. Everyone knew Zhang Fan was strong, but no one anticipated that Ling Tian would be this powerful. A single fireball turned hundreds of meters into a sea of flames. Turning stone to gold, petrified thousands of zombies into statues. Super vibration pulverized a massive swath of the undead into dust. Was this even human? He was a monster. In his teammates' minds Zhang Fan's strength was unnaturally immense, etching an invincible and indomitable impression in their hearts. Even Huang Mao, who had been less than convinced by Zhang Fan, was now entirely submissive. Having previously lost to Zhang Fan, he believed his defeat was merely due to being countered by Zhang Fan's time-freezing ability and that his combat prowess was no weaker. But after witnessing Zhang Fan's exploits tonight, Huang Mao fully recognized the gap between them. They were not on the same scale. Though there were no zombies to hunt, the teammates kept busy using their crystal manipulation abilities to collect crystals. About half an hour later the crystals were gathered and the duplicates had also retrieved the light orbs. Zhang Fan dismissed the duplicates. His physique and spirit had grown significantly and he had acquired a heap of miscellaneous useless abilities. The zombies have been cleared, everyone can go back to rest. Zhang Fan returned to the platform. No work tomorrow morning. Long live the boss. The boss is merciful. The teammates rejoiced, showering him with flattery. After a night of exertion it was nearly 5 a.m. and no one wanted to get up for work in the morning. Let's head back. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and opened a portal back to the hotel. The teammates filed through, safely returning to the Holiday Inn. The hotel was unharmed. It was already 5 a.m. Quite late, so the teammates quickly washed up and soon fell asleep. Zhang Fan wasn't sleepy, he cuddled with his wife for some intimate exchange before drifting off. When he awoke it was already 11 a.m. and Jingya was sitting at the vanity applying makeup. Dressed in a cute panda pajama, she had her waterfall-like hair cascading to one side, exuding a sexy yet languid charm. Awake. Jingya smiled at Zhang Fan. Awake. Zhang Fan blinked, eyeing Jingya's impressive curves and slender graceful figure, swallowing hard. Jingya sensed her man's gaze, a blush rising on her delicate face. She pouted, "Why are you staring at me? Haven't you seen enough?" "Never enough, not in a lifetime, ha." Zhang Fan threw off the covers, leapt out of bed and tossed Jingya onto the mattress. What followed was intimate. The two lay tangled in bed, Zhang Fan feeling utterly relaxed while Jingya was left with an aching back and sore legs. "You're such a beast." Jingya's eyes sparkled with spring, her voice soft and reproachful. "You're too energetic. Ha. Your stamina needs work." Zhang Fan inhaled the woman's scent, his face filled with bliss. "I collected a few level 4 zombie crystals last night, you can absorb them later." The higher the zombie's level, the larger and purer the crystal, with more abundant and refined energy, which greatly benefits cultivation. Jingya was only level 3. These few level 4 zombie crystals should allow her to break through to level 4. Level 4 zombie crystals. Jingya's face lit up with joy, but then she hesitated. "Honey, you should keep them for yourself. You're the most vital to the team, you need these crystals more than I do." "Just take them, level 4 crystals aren't much use to me," Zhang Fan reassured her. "Alright then." Jingya planted a kiss on Zhang Fan's cheek, beaming. "A kiss as a reward." "Ha." Zhang Fan, once tempted, immediately grew eager, but just as he was about to act, the bedside walkie-talkie buzzed. "Xiao Fan, time to eat," came Sister Chao's voice from the walkie-talkie. "Get up. Look what you've done." Jingya pushed Zhang Fan away and fled to brush her teeth and wash up. Lunch was lavish. But everyone's glances at Zhang Fan and Jingya were odd, a mix of teasing and mockery. And of course envy. With over 30 people in the team, only Zhang Fan and Jingya were a couple, the rest were single, and all young singles at that. Listening to the constant sounds from Zhang Fan's room, who could resist feeling restless, envious and resentful? Many secretly resolved to find a partner as soon as possible. Eating dog food was too bitter. Jingya's face was flushed, she was shy and still not used to it. Zhang Fan, with skin thicker than a city wall, couldn't care less. After lunch everyone moved from the dining hall to the meeting room. Today's meeting has 3 main points. Zhang Fan sat in the leader's seat, expressionless and authoritative, increasingly embodying a commanding presence. Jingya sat to his left, an Alienware laptop before her, taking minutes. The others sat upright around the conference table. "First, the defense wall plan," Zhang Fan said. "I observed during last night's blood rain the zombie fish in the Yangtze River are very active. I'm almost certain that after last night's blood rain the zombie fish in the river have evolved significantly. The stronger the zombie fish, the worse it is for us. My idea is to build a defensive wall around the island to protect it. That way, even if the zombie fish evolve to leave the water, the wall will hold them back." Zhang Fan scanned the group. "What do you all think?" "I agree." His loyal follower Zhang Wensi immediately raised his hand in support. Everyone saw that suckerfish zombie the other day, clearly a level 4. With last night's blood rain they're even stronger. If they burst out of the water we can't stop them. But with a defense wall it's different. Unless the zombie fish can fly they won't breach the wall, and Changheng Island will be as secure as a fortress. "I agree too." Seconded. "The boss is wise." No one objected. This was a matter of life and death, anyone who refused would be going against their own interests. Then it's settled. Zhang Fan nodded. Building the defense wall requires a construction team, so we need 6 construction members. Boss, do the construction members need an earth control ability? Zhang Wensi asked. Not necessarily. Zhang Fan shook his head. Anyone skilled in building or construction will do. Once they join the construction team, it'll paste the earth control ability to them. Shush shush shush. As soon as Zhang Fan said this, several people raised their hands. Zhang Fan looked at them. Tell me your qualifications. Boss, I used to work on construction sites specializing in building houses. Good, you're the first. Boss. The 6 construction team members were soon confirmed: Yang Jiacheng, Zhou Xiao, Wang Xiaoyuan, Lu Bowen, Zhang Wei and Ma Gang. All 6 had joined the team alongside Lu Mu and had experience working in the construction industry. Now they were more than willing to return to their former trade and build defensive walls for the team. Of course, the possibility that they coveted the earth-controlling ability could not be ruled out. The construction team is set. Next, let's discuss the second matter. Zhang Fan said. As of now, we have ample supplies of various kinds, but what we lack is fresh meat and fruit. Thanks to the extensive scavenging by Zhang Fan and Jingya, their stockpile of supplies was indeed plentiful. Food, water, potatoes, sweet potatoes, seasonings, dehydrated dry goods, eggs, snacks, honey, wine, tobacco and other such items would last them a long time. Other supplies such as medical items, personal hygiene products, cosmetics, clothing, bedding, books, fertilizer, diesel, gasoline and heavy machinery were also abundant. Even if some items were in limited quantity, they could be collected gradually later. For now it was sufficient. Only fresh meat and fruit were in critical shortage. It's been 20 days since the apocalypse began and the power has been out for half a month. Meat and fruit have mostly rotted and are inedible. We haven't been able to collect much. Zhang Fan said, so the focus of our next collection efforts will be on gathering fresh meat and fruit. Fruit is easy. Plants aren't like animals; if they want, turn into zombies. If we head to some fruit-producing areas, we're sure to find some. At worst, we can plant our own fruit trees, cultivate an orchard and grow our own fruit. After all, we have the plant-controlling ability. Accelerating the growth of fruit trees and planting fruit shouldn't be a big problem. The tricky part is fresh meat. Zhang Fan sighed. Whether it's land animals or aquatic creatures, almost all of them have turned into zombies. The vast majority are unusable. The most frustrating thing is that zombies are chasing down living things all over the world. Livestock and poultry are almost all dead. This makes obtaining meat extremely difficult. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now the world was filled with zombies. Moreover, zombies were attracted to living creatures like flies to filth. This only made the already scarce living things even more endangered. In the past, cats and dogs were everywhere on the streets, and in the countryside various poultry and livestock could be seen. In pastoral areas, herds of cattle, sheep and galloping horses were a common sight. Now, one could only laugh bitterly. It could be said that eating fresh meat in this current world was incredibly difficult. But if one couldn't eat meat, what joy was there in life? Food and drink were the greatest matters. No matter how harsh the conditions, one couldn't disappoint their stomach. To eat meat now, we have to find surviving livestock and poultry, protect them carefully and raise them artificially. Zhang Fan said expressionlessly, cattle, sheep, horses, chickens, ducks, geese. Any living creature we can find, we must find them, protect them and start artificial breeding. So my idea is this. Zhang Fan looked around at all his teammates. We should establish a breeding base on the neighboring Shashing Island to raise the surviving creatures. What do you all think? Boss, we're not against building a breeding base, but the question is, how exactly do we raise them? Yang Guang asked doubtfully. Do we have to manage them centrally like the old farms, feeding them daily? Of course not. Zhang Fan waved his hand. We don't have that much manpower, that much time or that much feed to run a professional farm. What I mean by a breeding base is simply free-range farming. To put it simply, we level Shashing Island, let the island restore its wild ecosystem and let vegetation and forests grow back. Then we search far and wide for livestock and other living creatures, release them onto Shashing Island and leave the rest to the animals. Everyone was intrigued. If they had to run a specialized farm, none of them would be keen on it. They had to cultivate every day, where would they find the time? But if it was just leveling Shashing Island and then releasing the livestock to let them grow naturally, that was simple. Imagine it, all the high-rise buildings on Shashing Island razed to the ground, all the concrete and asphalt removed. Then using the plant controlling ability to accelerate growth, the island's ecosystem would be restored in no time. By then weeds would cover the ground, trees would flourish, and once a batch of livestock was released with no natural predators, they would surely multiply profusely and thrive. In just a few years the entire Shashing Island might be overrun by livestock, much like rabbits overrunning Australia. At that point they would have an inexhaustible supply of fresh meat. The thought alone was delightful. Shashing Island is the smallest of the 3 Chongzhou Islands. We can start with a pilot project there, Zhang Fan said. If it proves that our method of demolishing the island for farming is feasible, we can scale up and establish a breeding base on the largest island, Chongzhou Island. I agree with the boss idea. I agree too. For the sake of eating meat. Good. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Since everyone agrees, we need to form a demolition team and a vegetation promotion team. They will be responsible for demolishing the buildings and concrete on Shashing Island and simultaneously accelerating plant growth. Those who join the demolition team will be granted the earth controlling ability. Those who join the vegetation promotion team will receive the plant controlling ability. The demolition team and the vegetation promotion team will each have 6 members. Who wants to join? I want to join the demolition team. I want to join the vegetation promotion team. Whether driven by the need for meat or the desire for abilities, everyone eagerly signed up. The spots for both teams were quickly filled. Next up is the task of capturing livestock, Zhang Fan said. This task will be carried out by Jingya and myself. In the meantime we will also continue to collect needed supplies and white crystals. Capturing livestock naturally required traveling far and wide, which offered great freedom. During this time he could search for livestock, hunt zombies, and gather supplies at his leisure. Everyone nodded in agreement. The boss possessed the portal ability, the detection ability, and could fly. He was the most suitable person for the task of capturing livestock. As for bringing Jingya along, since the couple wanted to act together, no one could object. Now the final issue is the zombies on Shashing Island. Zhang Fan continued, to turn Shashing Island into a breeding base we must first clear out the zombies on the island. Leave this problem to me. I should be able to handle it in a day or 2. After that the demolition and vegetation promotion teams can go to the island and start working. Building walls, demolishing buildings, and accelerating plant growth were all tedious chores that Zhang Fan had no interest in. So he would leave them to his team members if that was their job. Zhang Fan couldn't possibly handle everything himself. Otherwise why would he have recruited so many subordinates? To have them sit around doing nothing. The task of hunting zombies, however, Zhang Fan was happy to take on. It was his path to becoming stronger and there was no reason to delegate it to others. Jingya, please summarize the meeting. Zhang Fan looked at Jingya. Jingya stood up. Today's meeting mainly determined the work arrangements for the next 10 days. There are 3 parts. First, build defensive walls for Changheng Island. Second, restore the ecosystem of Shashing Island. Third, capture surviving livestock. These 3 tasks will be completed by the construction team, the demolition and vegetation promotion teams, and Zhang Fan and Jingya. My summary is complete. Jingya sat back down. Zhang Fan continued, the logistics department's personnel and tasks remain unchanged. As for the rest, continue to hunt zombies at the entrance of the Yangtze River tunnel and collect crystals. Well, cultivate this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, which is June 12th, we officially start work. The work schedule remains work in the morning, cultivate in the afternoon. Remember, we must work, but cultivation cannot be neglected either. Strength is of utmost importance. Understood. Dismissed. After the meeting, Zhang Fan left the base and headed to Shashing Island. He planned to use the afternoon's free time to eliminate all the zombies on the island. Shashing Island, located at the easternmost end of the Yangtze River estuary, lies to the south of Chongzhou Island, southeast of Changheng Island, and northeast of Puyao District. It is the smallest among the 3 islands of Chongzhou, Changheng, and Shashing, covering an area of only about 150 square kilometers. A mass of ominous black smoke swept across the vast Yangtze River, heading towards Shashing Island. The black smoke quickly reached above the island and then came to a halt, swirling and coalescing into a human form. It was none other than Zhang Fan. From his elevated position he looked down at Shashing Island, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The island boasted emerald green farmland, sprawling orchards, and red-tiled cottages surrounded by lush bamboo. Gazing at Shaoxing Island felt like stepping into a delicately painted elegant Chinese landscape. Serene and graceful. Exquisite and refined. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene was almost completely ruined by the presence of zombies. Zombies wandered the streets in the fields and on the beaches. Like repulsive insects dropped onto a delicious cake, causing extreme discomfort. Zombies are everywhere. Zhang Fan cursed under his breath as clones surged from his body, rushing towards different parts of the island. Soon the air was filled with the roars of zombies and the thundering sounds of unleashed powers. Zhang Fan descended into a resort. Here there were dozens of villas in European, American and Japanese styles alongside a vast stretch of natural sandy beach and a large artificial lake. The artificial lake was equipped with various racing boats, yachts, electric boats and rowboats ready for anyone to enjoy. There was also a golf water practice area, tennis courts, beach volleyball courts and swimming pools among other entertainment facilities. This resort was indeed very luxurious, which also meant it had the highest number of zombies. As soon as Zhang Fan appeared, the zombies wandering around surged towards him. There were male tourist zombies with bare torsos and female tourist zombies in bikinis. A horde of zombies roared as they lunged at Zhang Fan, more agitated than flies drawn to the smell of excrement. Observing the attire of the zombies, it was easy to guess they must have been tourists at the resort in life. 59 level 2 zombies. 27 level 3 zombies. 8 level 4 zombies. The blood rain last night has indeed led to a significant evolution among the zombies. Before last night level 3 zombies were scarce, today level 4 zombies were common. Before last night level 1 zombies were the majority, today level 1 zombies had vanished. The speed of evolution was simply outrageous. Looking at the zombies, Zhang Fan could easily assess their levels just by their appearance. Level 2 zombies still bore signs of decay. Level 3 zombies showed almost no signs of decay. Level 4 zombies had intact skin with no trace of rot. Their physical abilities were also evident. Thus the first to rush before Zhang Fan were all level 3 and 4 zombies, the fastest among them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, red lines emerged from Zhang Fan, shooting out like slender red snakes. Puff puff puff, the red lines were nearly invisible yet incredibly sharp. The first zombies to charge were all decapitated. Blood splattered everywhere. This was real blood. The higher the zombies' level, the more vivid the blood. The blood of level 1 and 2 zombies was thick and black, resembling nearly dried black blood. The blood of level 3 zombies was noticeably clear and bright, while level 4 zombies had blood that was brilliantly red and steaming, shining with vitality. From the blood it was easy to deduce that as they continued to evolve, zombies were transforming from mere moving corpses into a brand new form of life, a completely new species. I wonder what the zombies will evolve into in the end. Zhang Fan took steps forward. Roar roar roar, zombies in the distance continued to charge. However, some of the zombies hesitated, standing at a distance and observing. In their cataract-like gray-white eyes there was a glint of wariness and vigilance. If they were intelligent zombies. And they were at least level 3 zombies. Zhang Fan was intrigued by these intelligent zombies, and black flames erupted from his hands, quickly coalescing into black spears. Go! The black spears shot through the air, targeting these intelligent zombies. Roar! The few zombies howled, dodging swiftly. Some leaped into the air. Some sidestepped. Others struck the ground to create a wall of earth. A few zombies displaying considerable intelligence evaded and resisted the attacks of the black spears in their own ways. Unfortunately, it was futile. The zombie that had leaped into the air thought it had avoided the black spear, only for it to make a 90-degree turn and shoot towards the airborne zombie. Puff! The black spear instantly pierced through the zombie's abdomen, emerging from the top of its head. The zombies that had sidestepped also faced a similar fate, being killed by the turning black spear. The zombie that tried to create an earth wall was also pierced by the black spear and subsequently killed. Zhang Fan, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely through the resort, resembling an elegant magician. As he walked slowly, any zombie that came within 10 meters of him was killed by various attacks. The path he traversed was littered with corpses and glowing attribute orbs. A clone closely followed him, collecting orbs and crystals along the way. Once these crystals entered his spatial pocket, they would be divided into 2 types, one for level 4 crystals and the other for those below level 4. Zhang Fan would reserve the level 4 crystals for Jing Ya's use. The ones below level 4 would be distributed for everyone to utilize. Although they belonged to the same team, there were still distinctions in closeness. As things stood, Jingya was undoubtedly the closest person to Zhang Fan, so the best crystals would naturally be reserved for her. Zhang Fan moved swiftly, killing his way through the resort and reaping a large harvest of attribute orbs and crystals in less than 10 minutes. Let's check elsewhere. Zhang Fan soared into the air, preparing to leave the resort. Help! Help! Suddenly a frantic cry for help rang out. However, this voice only called out twice before it was abruptly cut off, and the call wasn't loud, but Zhang Fan still heard it. His hearing was exceptionally strong and no movement within a few kilometers escaped his ears. Zhang Fan halted his steps. Who is calling for help? He appeared puzzled. Activating his probing ability, he quickly enveloped a radius of 6 kilometers. Then he discovered several humans in an American-style villa 2 kilometers away. There were a total of 8 people, 3 men and 5 women. This in itself was nothing unusual. Shaoxing Island is a fantastic place for tourism and leisure. Each year many tourists come to visit, so the appearance of survivors is quite normal. However, what surprised Zhang Fan was that among the 8 survivors he recognized someone. Isn't that Zhang Qiuling? What is she doing here? Thinking of Zhang Qiuling, Zhang Fan recalled the ridiculous experience from a year ago, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Zhang Fan and Zhang Qiuling met 2 years ago while playing Honor of Kings. Zhang Fan was an avid player, having reached the highest rank. Zhang Qiuling, on the other hand, was a novice, hopelessly unskilled yet hopelessly addicted. When Zhang Fan's account was banned, he created a new one on WeChat, staying in the lowest ranks to dominate weaker players. It was around that time that Zhang Qiuling had just started playing, and during a ranked match they were paired together. In that match, Zhang Fan went on a rampage, securing 56 kills and dealing 59 of the team's total damage. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiuling ended with 0 kills, 39 deaths and less than 10 damage, a textbook case of being carried to victory. Awestruck by Zhang Fan's extraordinary skills, Zhang Qiuling took the initiative to add him as a friend. Since his new account had no friends, he accepted, and from then on she clung to him relentlessly. She was a master of coquettish charm, bombarding him with messages begging him to carry her, pleading for him to take her along and show off his prowess. Zhang Fan found her too inept to bother with and couldn't carry her anyway. But Zhang Qiuling refused to let go and even gifted him every single skin in the game. All the skins cost tens of thousands of yuan, leaving Zhang Fan both flattered and overwhelmed. No one had ever given him such a lavish gift before. Unable to refuse, he began playing with her regularly, continuing until his sophomore year of college. One day, feeling down, she suggested they meet in person. Zhang Fan agreed and followed her instructions to the meeting spot. He was utterly stunned. Online Zhang Qiuling was a goofball who loved to argue, terrible at the game but unbeatable in verbal sparring. In the game she fiercely defended Zhang Fan. Whenever someone attacked or insulted him, she would relentlessly argue with them until dawn. Given her playful personality, Zhang Fan had always imagined her as a cheerful, lively girl. But in reality, Zhang Qiuling was a true ice queen. With a cold, elegant demeanor, a tall and slender figure, and a taciturn nature, she was like a block of ice. From their first meeting, Zhang Fan was captivated by her presence. He was completely led by her, losing all semblance of his usual confidence. Even more astonishingly, after their meeting she took him straight to a 5-star hotel. What followed was obvious. Zhang Fan was the one who was seduced. They spent 7 days in the hotel, indulging in a whirlwind of passion. By the time they left, Zhang Fan could barely walk straight and had to rest for days back at school to recover. Addicted to the experience, Zhang Fan tried to contact Zhang Qiuling, but she vanished without a trace. No replies to messages, no answers to calls or video chats. He fell into a deep depression for nearly half a year until he met Molly and started a new relationship. Never did he expect to encounter Zhang Qiuling here, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. Was what he had with Zhang Qiuling truly love? Zhang Fan didn't know. They had spent over a year playing together online, but only as gaming buddies and internet friends. Their real-life acquaintance spanned merely 7 days. Yet those 7 days left an indelible mark on him, transforming him from a boy into a man and introducing him to the pleasures of a woman. Though brief, those days were like nails driven into his heart, impossible to forget. He tried to move on, but now she had reappeared. Forget it, let's save her first. In the villa's living room, a burly man glared at a woman, his face twisted with rage. The man, standing 6 feet tall with chiseled muscles and a crew cut, exuded a fierce aura. The woman he was staring at was a stunning beauty, easily a 9 out of 10. She had a curvaceous figure, long shapely legs and flowing black hair like a waterfall. Her delicate features, fair skin and perfect oval face were mesmerizing. Yet her face was cold as ice, her gaze sharp as a blade, like a snow lotus on a frozen peak, elegant and aloof. What drew the eye most was her ample 36D bust, enough to stir any man's desire. What defined a goddess? This woman was the epitome of one. But now her face was frosty as she glared at the man before her cold beautiful eyes like daggers. If looks could kill, the man would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. Besides the two of them, there were 2 women and 4 men in the living room. The 4 men leered at the beauty, their eyes filled with greed and lust. The 2 women wore expressions of jealousy and schadenfreude. Zhang Qiuling, I warn you, if you dare utter another word, I'll kill you. The burly man Wu Dong glared at her. You keep testing my limits. Do you really think I want harm a woman? Trash. The beauty scoffed, turning to ascend the stairs with a sway of her hips, not deigning to glance at Wu Dong. What did you say? Wu Dong's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. I said you're trash. The beauty spun around, her icy eyes scanning him. Just because you have some power doesn't mean you're anything. In my eyes you're nothing but garbage. You're asking for death. Wu Dong, now fully enraged, his face contorted. Zhang Qiuling, you forced my hand. With that he reached out and grabbed. The beauty felt as if a hand were squeezing her throat, lifting her off the ground. Choking, her face turned crimson. She clutched at her neck, trying to ease the pressure, but it was futile. Wu Dong, his expression savage, was tempted to kill her outright. Yet seeing her voluptuous figure and enticing curves, his heart burned with desire. This woman was simply too alluring, too tempting. Wu Dong had been with countless women both before and after the apocalypse, but he had never encountered such a tantalizing beauty. He couldn't bear to kill her. Zhang Qiuling, I'll ask you one last time, will you submit? Wu Dong growled. Hearing this, the 2 women knew he had softened again. One of them, a plump woman, goaded him. Dong Gu, Zhang Qiuling is as stubborn as a rock in a latrine. She's always been cold to you and repeatedly defies your authority. Why keep her? Just kill her, at least you'll save some food. Yeah, Dong Gu, end it. There's nothing to regret. Another woman with a face like a snake and a chin sharp as a all chimed in. You've tried, we've advised her, but it's useless. She's just stubborn. No amount of talking will help. Just kill her and be done with it. Listening to them, Wu Dong's expression wavered. Kill her. He couldn't bear it. Such a sensual beauty, what a waste. But if he didn't, she ignored him, constantly trying to escape and call for help, driving him mad. He didn't dare force her. Her supernatural ability was too deadly, touching her would be disastrous. Over the past half-month he had tried everything: solitary confinement, starvation, brainwashing, drugging. All to no avail. She was impervious to all methods, a source of both desire and frustration. If you're going to kill me, get it over with. The beauty rasped. I'd rather die than let a fool like you get a single advantage. Look in the mirror, you worthless piece of trash. You're asking for it. Wu Dong erupted, his face twisting. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. He tightened his grip, ready to snap her neck. Just then the entire villa shook violently. What's happening? Wu Dong looked out the window, the others also alarmed. The villa trembled again. Someone's attacking the domain. Wu Dong shot a furious glare at the beauty before striding outside. Let's see which bastard dares to assault my domain. We're coming too. The 2 women and 4 men followed. The beauty collapsed to the floor, clutching her bruised neck, gasping for air. After a moment she caught her breath, a flicker of humiliation in her cold, beautiful eyes. Then a voice she had longed to hear reached her ears. I'm looking for Zhang Qiuling. That voice. Zhang Qiuling's body trembled. She scrambled to her feet and dashed out of the villa like the wind. As Wu Dong and his companions exited the villa, their gazes instantly fell upon the figure standing outside. He was tall and slender with handsome features, an undeniable hunk. It was Zhang Fan. Was it you who attacked my domain? Wu Dong demanded. The others also scrutinized Zhang Fan, their eyes flickering with uncertainty and surprise. Since the apocalypse began they had been trapped here for 20 days. Zhang Fan was the first living person they had encountered in all that time, which left them astonished. Were there other survivors on Shashing Island? Domain. Zhang Fan looked puzzled, then turned his attention to the pale golden barrier before him. Before him lay a translucent golden shield. It resembled an inverted bowl much like the barriers seen in movies and anime encasing the entire villa within. The shield appeared as a layer of golden glass with light rippling across its surface. It seemed ethereal, yet when touched it was incredibly solid and tangible. Seeing Zhang Fan ignore him, Wudong cursed, "Are you deaf or what? I'm talking to you. You just called this a domain." Zhang Fan turned to Wudong. "Is this your ability? Idiot." Wudong spat, his face twisting with malice. "Get lost if you want to live or I'll fucking kill you." Zhang Fan chuckled and was about to continue attacking the golden barrier when a stunning beauty rushed out. She wore a tight white t-shirt and blue-white jeans, standing gracefully in the courtyard. Her bust was ample, her waist slender, and her long shapely legs could outshine any beauty. Her delicate oval face featured captivating phoenix eyes that stared at Zhang Fan, glistening with mist. Gee God! The beautiful woman opened her mouth as if to rush toward Zhang Fan, but after 2 steps she halted abruptly. Her eyes held a mix of surprise, guilt, excitement, fear, timidity, and longing. She stopped stubbornly staring at Zhang Fan, but her alluring phoenix eyes gradually reddened. She bit her red lips, forcing herself not to cry. Yet the hazy mist burst forth like a breached dam, tears streaming down her delicate face. "Zhang Qiling, what's wrong?" The snake-faced woman noticed the bowtie's change and was greatly surprised. Wudong and the others also looked at her, equally perplexed. They had been trapped here for days and had grown somewhat familiar, but they had never seen Zhang Qiling like this. Over the past days Wudong had used every means to force her submission. Yet Zhang Qiling remained like a stone, always cold-faced and never yielding. Cry. They had never seen her cry. But now she was crying. This was extremely rare. Wudong stared at Zhang Qiling, noticing her infatuated gaze on Zhang Fan, and his eyes darted between them. Was Zhang Qiling crying because of this idiot? Did they know each other? And their relationship seemed unusual. At this thought Wudong's face darkened with malice. He had coveted Zhang Qiling for a long time and would never allow anyone to interfere. Zhang Qiling was his. "Zhang Qiling, do you know him?" Wudong asked coldly. The others also looked at her. But Zhang Qiling ignored Wudong completely, her eyes fixed on Zhang Fan. In her eyes there seemed to be only Zhang Fan. Humph. Wudong snorted, realizing he could get nothing from her, and decided not to ask further. He turned to Zhang Fan. "Do you know Zhang Qiling? What's your relationship?" Zhang Fan also ignored Wudong, looking at the beauty with a complex expression. He sighed, "Crossdresser, long time no see." Zhang Qiling's in-game name was Crossdresser Winner. When Zhang Fan played games with her he called her Crossdresser, and after a year it became a habit. When they met in person and spent 7 days together at the hotel he still called her Crossdresser. Hearing this familiar nickname Zhang Qiling's body trembled and she smiled through her tears. "God, long time no see." Though she smiled, pearl-like tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably and her voluptuous body quivered incessantly. Hearing that familiar address, memories flooded back like a tide and a trace of tenderness appeared on Zhang Fan's face. He couldn't help but tease, "It's been almost 2 years, hasn't it? Tisk, your assets are bigger than before and your figure is even more voluptuous. You're terrible." Zhang Qiling also seemed to return to the past, sniffing her delicate nose. 2 blushes rose on her damp cheeks, a mix of shyness and coyness, her face flushed with embarrassment. Good heavens, was this the same icy Zhang Qiling? Everyone present found it unbelievable. Having been with her for so long, when had they ever seen her like this? Though he had never succeeded, Wudong had already regarded Zhang Qiling as his exclusive property, his woman. Yet now she who had always been cold to him was exchanging affectionate glances with Zhang Fan. Wudong felt a surge of jealousy as if wearing a green hat. A flame of envy rose from the depths of his heart, twisting his features. "Bastard, I don't care who you are or what your relationship is with Zhang Qiling, you're dead today." Wudong growled. The golden barrier that had enveloped the villa suddenly vanished, then reappeared. But this time it no longer covered the villa, instead it enclosed the area in front of it. Zhang Fan was also trapped within. "God, run." Seeing this, Zhang Qiling snapped out of her daze, her face turning pale. She rushed toward Zhang Fan, shouting a warning. "Humph." Wudong snorted. Instantly an invisible force acted upon Zhang Qiling. She slowly rose, suspended and immobilized in midair. "God, escape. Run." Zhang Qiling struggled and screamed at Zhang Fan. Her voice was hoarse, her throat nearly tearing from the strain filled with desperate urgency. Having been with Wu Dong for so many days, she knew exactly how powerful he was. She didn't know Zhang Fan's strength, but she was certain that once trapped in Wu Dong's domain no one stood a chance. Escape. Once locked in my domain even the gods can't flee. Wu Dong's face contorted with malice, his fierce eyes fixed on Zhang Fan. Kid die. Dong wait. The snake-faced woman suddenly spoke. What? Wu Dong glanced at her. The snake-faced woman leaned in. Dong Zhangqiuling is so anxious about this man, their relationship must be special. You can use him to force her to submit. Excellent idea. Wu Dong's eyes lit up. He reached out with a lecherous hand and pinched the snake-faced woman's cheek. If I succeed I won't forget you. Thank you Dong. The snake-faced woman beamed, throwing a flirtatious glance at Wu Dong. Ha ha ha. Wu Dong laughed heartily, then turned to Zhangqiuling. Zhangqiuling, give in to me and I'll let him go. Hearing this, Zhangqiuling clenched her fists. Her delicate face showed humiliation, anger and reluctance. But as she looked at Zhang Fan trapped in the golden barrier, a look of sorrow crossed her face and tears streamed down again. She gazed at Zhang Fan with tenderness. God, I'm sorry. Then her expression turned cold like ice that had frozen for 1,000 years. Let him go. You have to promise me first before I let him go. Wu Dong snorted. I promise. Zhangqiuling said coldly. Though I haven't known you long, I know you're a woman of your word. I'll trust you for now. Wu Dong was overjoyed. He turned to Zhang Fan. Kid, you can get lost now. With that he retracted the golden barrier, excluding Zhang Fan from it. Zhang Fan didn't move. He looked at Zhangqiuling and teased, crossdresser, after 2 years you're still looking out for me. That's commendable. But you doubted my strength and my character, and for that I must criticize you. I'm a god after all. Do I need you to sell yourself to ensure my safety? Who do you take me for? You want me to use my charm to save you? Who do you think I am? Hearing these familiar words, Zhangqiuling burst into tears. In the past, when the Great One teased her like this, she would always look at him with starry eyes. The Great One is amazing, the Great One is incredible. My Great One is the best. But this time she didn't. Zhangqiuling shook her head violently, wailing at the top of her lungs, go away. Get lost. I don't want to see you. You. Zhang Fan shook his head, then turned his gaze to Wu Dong, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. How dare you bully my crossdressing bro? If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll write my name backward. Humph, you're looking for death. Wu Dong sneered, waving his hand as a pale golden barrier immediately enveloped Zhang Fan. Zhangqiuling panicked. Zhang Fan. Dodge. Dodge now. Don't let his domain trap you. Crossdressing bro, open your damn eyes wide. Scum like him are nothing but trash before your Great One. Zhang Fan winked at Zhangqiuling, neither dodging nor evading, letting the pale golden barrier engulf him. Unaware of Zhang Fan's capabilities, Zhangqiuling was deeply moved seeing him stay for her sake and dissolved into a sobbing mess. You fool, who asked you to meddle? Leave. Who needs your help? By now Wu Dong was beyond furious and jealous. He had coveted Zhangqiuling for a long time. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse he encountered Zhangqiuling and was instantly smitten, thinking she was a heavenly being. Afterward he showered her with attention, favors and care, but Zhangqiuling remained indifferent. Why? Why, after all I've given, won't you even glance at me, Zhangqiuling? And this fool who popped out of nowhere, why would you sacrifice yourself for him? Why? What makes him so special? Wu Dong was furious, jealous and bitter. He swore he would grind Zhang Fan to dust to vent his hatred. Bastard, I'll break your bones one by one and rip out your muscles strand by strand. Wu Dong's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed hysterically, I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll make you regret ever showing up here today. With that he reached out and grabbed the air. Boom. A terrifying force like a mountain crashing down pressed onto Zhang Fan, lifting him off the ground uncontrollably. Zhang Fan didn't resist. He let Wu Dong do as he pleased, carefully sensing the force. It was a peculiar power, similar to gravity yet not quite the same. Gravity acts on every part of the body, every corner. This force was different. It only acted on the surface, like pulling pressure, friction, impact. Zhangqiuling, open your eyes wide. Wu Dong turned to Zhang Qiuling, watch me deal with this guy. No. Stop. Zhang Qiuling was frantic. Just watch. Wu Dong licked his lips, a bloodthirsty smirk crossing his face, then reached out with both hands and grabbed. Zhang Fan immediately felt two forces gripping his arms, pulling them apart violently. This guy's ruthless, trying to tear my arms off. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, showing no fear but instead flashed a mocking grin. Laugh. Laugh all you want. Soon you won't even be able to cry. Wu Dong sneered, manipulating the domain's power to pull Zhang Fan's arms, attempting to rip them off. But to his surprise, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge them an inch. Zhang Fan's arms seemed welded to his body, unbreakable. What's going on? For the first time since awakening his domain ability, Wu Dong encountered this. Shocked, he intensified his efforts. But useless. Is that all you've got? What a waste. Zhang Fan looked at Wu Dong disdainfully. Not to insult you, but this strength isn't even enough to tickle me. Shut up. Feeling humiliated, Wu Dong roared at Zhang Fan and continued manipulating the domain's power. But useless, utterly useless. Tearing his arms, useless. Tearing his head, useless. Tearing his legs, even more useless. After a series of attempts, not only did he fail to harm Zhang Fan, but Wu Dong himself was exhausted. Wu Dong panicked. What's happening? What the hell is happening? Dong, what's going on? Others noticed something was off and looked at Wu Dong. Wu Dong was a brutal man, merciless with any enemy. He loved trapping foes in his domain, then crushing their heads and tearing off their limbs. A simple example. The rich boyfriend of the snake-faced woman offended Wu Dong. He was eventually twisted limb from limb, hung on a flagpole and bled to death. Wu Dong's cold ruthlessness was fully displayed after the apocalypse. Whether zombies or survivors who disobeyed him, all were brutally killed. In the eyes of the snake-faced woman and others, Zhang Fan's provocation meant a fate worse than anyone's. They waited for the show, but nothing happened. What was going on? They looked at Wu Dong. They found him sweating profusely, straining with all his might, yet unable to harm Zhang Fan in the slightest. They were horrified. Zhang Qiuling also sensed something wrong, stopped crying and stared with wide, bewildered eyes. Damn it. Damn it all. After futile attempts, Wu Dong went berserk. Using his domain's power, he grabbed Zhang Fan and slammed him hard against the ground. He wanted to smash Zhang Fan to death. But as soon as Zhang Fan landed, his feet rooted like trees, standing firmly. Wu Dong was stunned. Unconvinced, he tried to throw Zhang Fan into the air, but Zhang Fan didn't budge. What's going on? Wu Dong kept straining but couldn't move Zhang Fan an inch. Such a fine ability wasted on a loser like you, it's a travesty. Zhang Fan sneered, then took a step forward, appearing before Wu Dong in an instant, and raised his hand for a mighty slap. Smack. Zhang Fan's strength was astonishing. One slap could obliterate a heavy tank. Let alone Wu Dong. Wu Dong was sent flying and the pale golden barrier around him vanished instantly. Bam. Wu Dong flew over 10 meters, crashing to the ground like a dead dog. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth knocked clean out. Bastard. Wu Dong was both shocked and enraged, struggling to get up. But Zhang Fan was like a shadow, appearing before him, raising his right foot and kicking Wu Dong hard on the chin. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as Wu Dong's jaw shattered and he let out a pig-like squeal. Zhang Fan crouched down, grabbed Wu Dong by the collar, lifted him and pressed his other hand against Wu Dong's forehead. Plunder ability. Activate. Zhang Fan could have crushed Wu Dong underfoot and taken his ability, but he didn't want him to die so easily. He wanted to repay Wu Dong in kind, making him taste the agony of having his limbs torn off. Ah! As Zhang Fan activated the plunder ability, Wu Dong convulsed violently, trembling like a leaf, and let out a heart-wrenching scream of immense pain. Seeing this, the snake-faced woman and her companions turned pale with fear. Wu Dong lost. How could he lose? How could he? They shook their heads frantically, unable to accept it. Wu Dong was the strongest among them. After the apocalypse, he slaughtered zombies and cleared out survivors, unstoppable like a god. Invincible, that was their first impression of Wu Dong. But now the invincible Wu Dong was being beaten by Zhang Fan, shattering their perception of him. The Great One. Zhang Qiuling gazed at Zhang Fan's back, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, joy and Utter admiration. Half a minute later the plunder succeeded. Wudong was now truly a dead dog, limp as if drained of all life. Zhang Fan tossed him aside and began fusing the domain ability. The plunder ability had 2 steps. Plunder first, then fuse. The plunder was just completed. Now the fusion began. In just 30 seconds Zhang Fan succeeded acquiring Wudong's ability, the domain ability. As for the domain, in Zhang Fan's understanding it was like a special force field similar to a gravity field. And the domain ability was the power to control this special force field. Once the domain was released, its master became the sovereign, able to control everything within it. Ability users: zombies, vehicles, streetlights, rocks, gravity, blood. Anything objectively existing in this world the domain master could manipulate. It was no exaggeration, within the domain the master could control everything. This ability is broken, Zhang Fan thought to himself. A pale golden barrier spread out from him in all directions, expanding to 100 meters before stopping. Thighs. Seeing the pale golden barrier, Zhang Fan released the snake-faced woman and her group were stunned. Wasn't this Wudong's domain ability? How did Zhang Fan have it too? Zhang Qiuling was also puzzled, finding it unbelievable. Zhang Fan closed his eyes and sensed clearly, perceiving every substance within the domain. This was even more incredible than the detection ability. Detection could only sense living things like zombies and survivors, not inanimate objects like rocks or vehicles. The domain could. From a large villa to a speck of dust, everything could be sensed. This perception was like seeing with open eyes, yet clearer, more thorough and more minute. Even the air currents, if Zhang Fan wished he could perceive them distinctly. This was perception. Next was control. Zhang Fan discovered that anything he could perceive within the domain he could manipulate. Try it. Zhang Fan locked onto a Maserati and exerted a slight force. Boom. The Maserati instantly collapsed into a lump of metal. He locked onto a utility pole. The pole immediately flew up, turned into a streak of light and shot fiercely into the distance. Boom. The pole slammed into a car, piercing through its rear window. Zhang Fan then locked onto Wudong. Wudong slowly rose into the air. With a slight exertion his arms were violently torn off, blood gushing out like water. Ah! Wudong let out a harrowing scream. With another exertion Wudong's legs were torn off. In an instant Wudong became a limbless wretch. It was a gruesome sight. The snake-faced woman and her group were terrified, pale and trembling like leaves. Too weak. Bullying the weak held no interest. Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to torment Wudong further. He discarded him like trash and paid no more attention. Afterward Zhang Fan finally looked at the cross-dressing bro Zhang Qiuling. Great one. The cross-dressing bro with swollen red eyes stumbled forward and threw himself into Zhang Fan's arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. Then he burst into loud sobs. The cross-dressing beauty wept bitterly, her cries filled with the grievances she had endured over the years and recent days, as if releasing them all at once. Zhang Fan watched silently, thinking that women truly were made of water, as his chest was now soaked. After a long while the cross-dressing beauty finally calmed down and stopped sobbing. Her eyes were slightly swollen, her nose twitching as she gazed at Zhang Fan through tear-filled eyes. Master, is it really you? She stared at him as if she could never look enough. Am I dreaming? With a sharp slap Zhang Fan struck her plump curvaceous rear. The cross-dressing beauty let out a cry, her watery eyes looking at him with grievance. Master, you hit me. Does it hurt? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. It hurts. She replied, looking pitiful. If it hurts, then you're not dreaming. Zhang Fan chuckled, raising his hand again. Another slap echoed. The cross-dressing beauty winced in pain, her tearful eyes glaring at Zhang Fan. Master, why did you hit me again? Tell me yourself, why did I hit you? Zhang Fan stared at her fiercely. I don't know. She huffed. You don't know? Zhang Fan raised his hand and struck again. With the slap and her cry he asked, do you know now? I don't know. Another slap. Still don't know. Stop. Stop hitting. I know. I know. What do you know? Zhang Fan stared at her fiercely. The cross-dressing beauty bit her tempting red lips, glaring back at him like an angry cat. 2 years ago I shouldn't have disappeared without a reason. Zhang Fan nodded. Tell me, why did you disappear without a reason? The cross-dressing beauty kept a stern face, biting her red lips tightly without speaking. Zhang Fan felt a headache coming on. He knew her too well. If this woman was stubborn and if she didn't want to tell you something, she'd never say it even if it killed her. Fine, forget it. I don't want to ask anyway. Zhang Fan waved his hand. It's the apocalypse now, what's the point of digging into the past? Living is what matters most. Hearing this, the cross-dressing bowtie's tears turned into laughter. My master is the best. She giggled. TCH. Zhang Fan shook his head and looked at the snake-faced woman and the others nodding toward them. Are they your friends? The uneasy snake-faced group quickly forced smiles at Zhang Qiuling. Their eyes were filled with pleading and flattery. Over the past half-month they had bullied Zhang Qiuling plenty, never expecting karma to strike so swiftly. Wu Dong was dead. Now they had fallen into Zhang Qiuling's hands. Truly fortune's wheel had turned. The once grinning Zhang Qiuling suddenly changed, her smile vanishing. How do you want to deal with them? Zhang Fan asked. He could tell these people weren't on good terms with Zhang Qiuling. They seemed to be with her, but she was completely isolated. I want them dead. Zhang Qiuling's face was like frost, her voice icy and emotionless, pronouncing their death sentence. The snake-faced woman and the others were terrified, immediately begging for mercy. Zhang Qiuling, you can't do this. We've bullied you, but it's not a capital offense. We were forced. That scumbag Wu Dong made us do it. We really didn't mean to. Zhang Qiuling, we've survived together this long, we're comrades in hardship if not friends. Sister Qiuling, please spare me for the sake of our shared trials. I don't want to die. I beg you, I don't want to die. I really don't. Zhang Qiuling remained unmoved, simply saying to Zhang Fan, I don't want to see them. All right. Zhang Fan nodded and a black mist emanated from his body. The black mist split into 6 streams surging toward them. In an instant it enveloped them, annihilating them into nothingness. A dozen orbs of light fell. The cross-dressing beauty stared wide-eyed. Master, what ability is that? Annihilation ability, I suppose, Zhang Fan said with a smile, walking over to pick up the orbs one by one. These 6 were all weaklings, mere novices. The 2 women were the highest level, barely reaching level 2. The 4 men were all level 1, far inferior to Wu Dong at level 4. Zhang Fan suspected they had been suppressed and discriminated against by Wu Dong, which explained their low levels. Of course it didn't matter, he hadn't expected many attribute points from them. He picked up the last white orb. All 6 were ability users, dropping 6 white orbs. Zhang Fan had low expectations for their abilities. If their abilities were powerful, they wouldn't still be level 1 rookies. He gained the water control ability. He gained the earth control ability. He gained the fire control ability. He gained the lightning control ability. He gained the invisibility ability. Just as I thought. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly, moving to the last orb. He gained the fusion ability. Zhang Fan showed a look of surprise. What kind of ability is this? After examining it carefully, he was overjoyed. I didn't expect such a gain. This is a win. A win today. Master, what's wrong? The cross-dressing beauty blinked her watery eyes, looking at him in confusion. I'm fine. Zhang Fan waved his hand, suppressing his excitement. He was indeed thrilled because the fusion ability he had just acquired was extraordinary. The fusion ability was simple and singular in function, it could merge different types of abilities into one. Of course, not all abilities could be fused, only those with similar attributes could be merged. If 2 abilities were completely unrelated, fusion was impossible. I have many abilities now, I need to think carefully about which ones can be fused. As Zhang Fan mused, the cross-dressing beauty suddenly leaned in and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Then she pursed her seductive red lips and gazed at him with autumn water eyes full of longing. Cross-dressing beauty, what's wrong? Zhang Fan looked at her in confusion. Master, I miss you. Zhang Qiuling said with red eyes, I miss you so much. With that she licked her alluring lips and kissed him directly. This was truly overwhelming. The cross-dressing beauty stood 1.7 meters tall, with a voluptuous figure, a curvaceous waist, plump hips and enchanting features. Paired with those captivating eyes, in ancient times she would have been the kind of beauty like Daji who could bring a kingdom to ruin. How could a young man like Zhang Fan resist? Especially since they had a wild past together. The kiss lasted several minutes, only stopping when Zhang Qiuling was breathless. "Master, I'm sorry." The cross-dressing beauty whispered, her eyes red as she looked at Zhang Fan. "2 years ago I fell in love with you, but I had too many burdens, I couldn't be with you. I had to leave to get as far away from you as possible. After the apocalypse began I thought I'd never see you again. But heaven blessed me letting me meet you once more." The cross-dressing beauty started crying again, this time with emotion. "Now all the irrelevant people and things are gone. No one can stop us from being together. I can finally love you with all my heart." She gazed at Zhang Fan, biting her tempting red lips. "Master, I want to be your woman, to stay with you forever. Is that okay?" Looking at her hopeful, excited eyes, memories of the past flooded back to Zhang Fan like a tide. He knew she loved him deeply, of that he was certain. He had been sure 2 years ago. That was why when she disappeared without a reason he never hated her, believing she must have had her reasons. Zhang Fan wanted to say yes immediately and fly away with her. But what about Jingya? They had a good relationship, getting along well, and he loved her too. If he left, what would happen to Jingya? "I already have a girlfriend. I have a girlfriend." These words struck the crossdresser's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her breathless with pain. She was the kind of stubborn person, as her mother would say, a mule. Once she set her mind on something, she had to see it through. Once she set her heart on someone, no force could pull her away. 2 years ago she had set her heart on Zhang Fan, and over those 2 years, despite all the pressure from every direction, she never yielded. She missed Zhang Fan. She thought of him day and night. But she couldn't contact him. She knew that if she did, Zhang Fan would be doomed, thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. She waited and waited. Then the apocalypse came. She thought Zhang Fan was dead, and her world crumbled into despair. She drifted aimlessly, her heart freezing into a block of ice. But the heavens took pity on her, letting her meet Zhang Fan once more. By the grace of the gods. The moment she saw Zhang Fan, her joy was immeasurable. In truth, she wasn't one to cry easily, yet she had wept several times in the short while since seeing Zhang Fan. It was easy to imagine how stirred and overjoyed she felt inside. What delighted Zhang Qiuling even more was that the apocalypse had arrived, and all those who had once obstructed and coerced them were dead. This meant there were no more barriers between her and Zhang Fan. They could finally be together openly. Her heart cheered and leaped. She swore this time she would hold on to Zhang Fan tightly and never be parted from him again. But then came those words, "I have a girlfriend." Her face turned ashen, her delicate and enchanting features drained of color, as if all her vitality had been sucked dry, her body beginning to stagger. Tears welled up in the crossdresser's eyes again, her voice trembling. "God of games, are you abandoning me?" Zhang Fan's heart ached and he scolded, "What nonsense are you talking? When did I ever say I'd abandon you? You said you have a girlfriend." Her voice quivered. "It's true, I have a girlfriend, but we can still be friends, just like when we used to game together." Zhang Fan quickly added, "After the apocalypse I set up a survivor base. There are over 30 people now. You can join us too and we'll fight together." "No. I don't want to." Zhang Qiuling shook off Zhang Fan's hand, her head swaying like a rattledrum, tears streaming like a fountain. "I don't want to be your friend. I want to be your woman." She went wild, suddenly tearing at her clothes, the tight tee, the jeans. Zhang Fan grabbed her hands. "Crossdresser, don't do this." She flung off Zhang Fan's hand and continued to rip at her clothes. "Don't call me crossdresser. I'm not a crossdresser, I'm a woman." "Your woman." It was broad daylight and they were on the street. Though few living souls remained, what if someone was watching? Zhang Fan didn't want her exposed, so he grabbed her hands again. "Linger, stop this." Zhang Qiuling was 3 years older than him, just 24 now. When they gamed, Zhang Fan always called her crossdresser without a second thought. But during the 7 days they met at the hotel he had to call her Linger. That was Zhang Qiuling's strict demand. Zhang Fan didn't understand why, but he was led by the nose those days and had to comply obediently. She struggled a couple of times but couldn't break free. Then she suddenly threw herself into Zhang Fan's arms, sobbing loudly. "God of games, don't abandon me, please don't abandon me. Without you I can't go on. Whoa. Please." Sigh. Zhang Fan felt a pang of pain, a sharp ache in his heart. He knew she loved him, but he never imagined it ran this deep. They had been apart for 2 years, why did she still love him so fiercely? It defied logic. "Don't abandon me, please." Zhang Qiuling was emotionally overwrought but her body seemed frail. After crying in Zhang Fan's arms for a while her voice gradually faded and she fell asleep. Sigh. Zhang Fan lifted her horizontally then teleported into the villa arriving at her room. The villa had several rooms but Zhang Fan immediately found Zhang Qiuling's. Her room carried her scent making it easy to locate. Zhang Fan gently laid her on the bed, covered her with a blanket and tried to pull his arm free. But he found her gripping his hand tightly even in sleep as if afraid he would leave. What a stubborn woman. Zhang Fan shook his head and lay down beside Zhang Qiuling. Inhaling her scent and listening to her steady breathing his mind was in turmoil. Scenes of their time together involuntarily flashed through his mind stirring a wave of tenderness. He was in truth a devoted man. Once he had a girlfriend he would actively distance himself from other women. His ex-girlfriend Molly had praised him for this more than once saying being with him felt secure. After getting together with Jingya Zhang Fan had also deliberately kept his distance from the other women in the team not wanting to cause misunderstandings. But Zhang Fan knew that this time he would have to become a Duan Zhengchun. He couldn't let go of either Jingya or the crossdresser. It was despicable. Yet he had no choice, he couldn't bear to part with either woman and losing either would bring him immense pain. When he was a child watching demigods and semi-devils Zhang Fan thought Duan Zhengchun was no good. Now he suddenly understood Duan Zhengchun a little. It wasn't that the prince was a scoundrel but that he loved each one deeply. He was fickle falling for one after another, yet he was devoted giving his all to every woman of his. Thus those women of the prince knowing he had many lovers still remained utterly loyal to him. Just as Zhang Fan was lost in thought the hand the crossdresser held tightened even more. Zhang Fan turned to find that the crossdresser was already awake staring straight at him. Awake. Zhang Fan smiled. She hummed softly then suddenly rolled over and straddled him. If one measured combat power with a Dragon Ball Scouter the crossdressers would surely be 5. That's right. She was a total weakling. In less than an hour she was utterly defeated, losing completely. But she felt so happy she could cry. She gazed at the face so close to hers, breathed in the god of games scent and an immense joy filled her chest. 2 years. She had yearned for this moment for 2 whole years and today her wish was finally fulfilled. The crossdresser cried again, tears streaming uncontrollably, sobbing until she was a mess of tears. Trembling she extended her fingertips to gently caress the god of games' face, from his heroic brows to his handsome nose then his handsome cheeks, lips, chin. What are you crying about? Zhang Fan asked, perplexed. I thought you didn't want me, the crossdresser choked out. Silly girl. Zhang Fan pulled out a few tissues to wipe away her tears, teasing lightly, with looks like yours, these breasts and these legs, I could play with them for 10,000 years. Pfft, the crossdresser laughed through her tears, nonsense. No one can live 10,000 years. That's not certain. Zhang Fan smiled. We're both ability users now, who knows, we might really live a long time. But the crossdresser shook her head, tears in her eyes. 10,000 years is too long, I only cherish the present. I just hope to be with you forever in this lifetime. You. Zhang Fan pinched her nose. It's almost 5 o'clock. Come back to the base with me, he'll introduce everyone to you. The crossdresser fell silent then said, that girlfriend of yours is at the base, right? Zhang Fan didn't want to hide it from her. Then I'm not going back. The crossdresser leaned gently into his arms, her cheek pressed against his warm chest. Love is selfish. She's my rival, I don't want to see her. But I know you. If you're willing to be with her you must love her deeply. I don't want to make things hard for you. So. I won't go back with you. I'll stay here and you can come see me every day. You silly girl. Zhang Fan held her tight. What have I done to deserve a woman like you? No. Meeting you is my fortune, the crossdresser murmured. I can't bear to leave you here alone, it's too dangerous. Zhang Fan patted her shoulder and said softly, how about I give you a few abilities to protect yourself? Give me abilities. The crossdresser looked puzzled. What do you mean? I have an ability called the paste ability which lets me paste my own abilities onto others. Zhang Fan said proudly, and I currently have nearly 40 high-quality abilities. The crossdresser was stunned, staring at Zhang Fan, clearly shocked. God of games, are you serious? Have I ever lied to you? Zhang Fan was pleased with her reaction and couldn't help but tap her nose. What ability do you want? This. Is it okay? The crossdresser hesitated. In her mind, abilities were precious things. How could they be given away so casually? Why not? Zhang Fan laughed. When we were together you gave me skins, shoes, clothes, a computer, a watch, a phone. I lived off you for a year and later you even gave me your first time. So what's wrong with giving you a few abilities now? The crossdresser pouted. You make a good point, I can't argue with that. Then don't argue. Zhang Fan chuckled. First I'll give you the gold alloy ability, it's perfect for defense. Gold alloy ability. The crossdresser blinked. What kind of ability is that? You'll find out soon. A minute later the crossdresser successfully obtained the gold alloy ability. Then came teleportation, metal manipulation, stone to gold, super regeneration, super hypnosis, super vibration, energy absorption, detection and void walk. Zhang Fan gave her 10 abilities in one go. They covered defense, mobility, ranged attacks, self-healing, mental attacks, physical attacks, mana recovery, detection and escape. With these 10 abilities the crossdresser would become flawless with no weaknesses in her power set. God of games, where did you get so many abilities? The crossdresser was so excited she could barely speak, her watery eyes full of admiration. I have an ability called the plunder ability. Zhang Fan explained with a smile. No wonder. The crossdresser suddenly understood, her admiration deepening. Her autumn water eyes were thick with affection, sweet as honey. God of games, I want it again. Come on up. After the fervent encounter they leaned against each other, exchanging a few words and lingering in tender affection. Zhang Fan had to leave. Great master, I can't bear to part with you. The crossdressing man blinked his large tearful eyes, pouting his lips as he gazed at Zhang Fan with a pitiful look. Be good. I'll come see you again tomorrow morning. Zhang Fan affectionately tapped her nose, soothing her. You've been through a lot this afternoon, rest well tonight. All right. They dressed themselves. Zhang Fan surveyed the room, noting its spaciousness that could accommodate many items. He then placed some vegetables, a bag of rice, a bag of flour, some cured meat, pots, pans and other utensils. Oh, and a gas canister with a stove as well. Watching him produce so many items one by one, the crossdressing man stared in disbelief. Great master, how did you do that? It's the portable space ability. Zhang Fan explained with a smile. It's like carrying a dimensional pocket with you, making storage very convenient. What an incredible ability. The crossdressing man was filled with admiration. I've left these things here. Cook yourself a good meal tonight and replenish your strength. Zhang Fan knew she could cook and that her food was delicious, so he had no worries about her meals. Then he produced a bag of white crystals, each the size of a walnut, all of which were 4th grade crystals. And these crystals? Zhang Fan said, you're only at the 1st grade, which is too low. Start cultivating now and level up as quickly as possible or your combat power will be too weak. Weak combat power was not a major concern. Zhang Fan didn't expect her to hunt zombies. However, her poor physical condition made it all too easy for him to overwhelm her in their intimate moments, leaving him perpetually unsatisfied. I understand. The crossdressing man nodded obediently. Then come over early tomorrow. Don't worry. Zhang Fan nodded. I'll need to relocate you tomorrow, so I'll definitely come early. Relocate? The crossdressing man was puzzled. Isn't it fine to stay here? I plan to demolish the buildings on Shashing Island and turn this place into a breeding base. I'll send people over tomorrow. Zhang Fan explained. All right then. The crossdressing man said no more, gently falling into Zhang Fan's arms, inhaling the scent of her great master. Changing residences was of little concern to her. As long as she could be with her great master, she was willing to go anywhere. Zhang Fan embraced her in return. They clung to each other for a while until Zhang Fan finally departed under the reluctant gaze of the crossdressing man. Leaving the villa, Zhang Fan transformed into a wisp of black smoke and flew toward the island center. Return. Zhang Fan bellowed, his voice like a thunderclap swiftly echoing across the entire Shashing Island. Whizzing sounds filled the air as figures soared into the sky, flying toward Zhang Fan. These were the 20 replicas he had released at noon. Zhang Fan reintegrated them and his physical constitution and mental strength began to grow once more, with a flood of unfamiliar memories surging into his mind. After a full afternoon of hunting by the 20 replicas, the zombies on Shashing Island had been completely eradicated. This was only natural. Each replica possessed the detection ability with a scanning range spanning up to 6 kilometers in radius, and Shashing Island was not large. With the combined efforts of the 20 replicas, clearing the island of zombies was a simple task. This was the first gain. The second was a substantial increase in both physical constitution and mental strength. Zhang Fan's physical constitution had risen by approximately 380000 while his mental strength had increased by 5390. This meant that Zhang Fan's physical constitution had reached the 6th grade 9781741000000 and his mental strength had reached the 5th grade 2963100000. A physical constitution of 978000 at the 6th grade. He was only a little over 20000 points away from the 7th grade, just a step away. As for mental strength, Zhang Fan had previously been at the 4th grade and now he had successfully ascended to the 5th grade, a remarkable leap. All of this was thanks to last night's blood rain. A whole night of blood rain had caused the zombies to evolve significantly. As of now there were no longer any 1st grade zombies. 2nd grade zombies made up 2/3 of the population, 3rd grade zombies accounted for 1/3 and 4th grade zombies were not uncommon. Zhang Fan had yet to encounter a 5th grade zombie, but he was certain they existed. 3rd grade zombies had already awakened intelligence and the intellect of 4th grade zombies was no less than that of humans. With the surge in numbers of 3rd and 4th grade zombies, Zhang Fan's mental growth rate had accelerated. Having cleared the zombies from Shashing Island today, his mental strength had reached the 5th grade as desired, now just 1 grade behind his physical constitution. Zhang Fan carefully sensed his current mental state, his thoughts were more agile and his brain functions were more powerful. Most astonishingly, he could now handle 5 tasks simultaneously. Handling 5 tasks at once meant he could perform 5 different actions without any interference between them. With the domain ability and the fusion ability, this afternoon's gains have been substantial. Zhang Fan mused, then released another replica instructing it to secretly protect the cross-dressing man. Once separated, the replica became a self-aware independent living being. Although the replica was bound to Zhang Fan and would absolutely obey his commands and could be recalled at any time, it was ultimately not Zhang Fan himself. He certainly did not want the replica and the cross-dressing man to become entangled. If something were to happen between them, it wouldn't be a simple case of cuckolding oneself, it would be Zhang Fan being betrayed, forced to witness the entire humiliating process. Zhang Fan believed that given the cross-dressing man's character, the likelihood of such a scenario was almost zero, but it was always safer to be cautious, wasn't it? Afterward, Zhang Fan used the Annihilation Black Mist ability to bathe himself. Having spent the entire afternoon entangled with the cross-dressing man, he had picked up the scent of a woman which needed to be erased. Once done, Zhang Fan changed into clean clothes, opened a portal and returned to the hotel. After dinner, everyone dispersed. Some returned to their rooms, others went outside for a stroll, and a few squatted outside to smoke. Zhang Fan had intended to return to his room to study the fusion ability but was pulled by Jingya for a walk. Zhang Fan, feeling guilty and somewhat remorseful, did not refuse. The two walked along the gravel path between the vegetable plots, the lush greenery surrounding them like a pair of loving young sweethearts. The sun was about to set, painting the western sky with a blaze of fiery clouds, dazzling and magnificent. Jingya was in high spirits, sometimes tugging at Zhang Fan's hand and tilting her head to chat with him, other times crouching by the vegetable beds to pick wildflowers. Her cheeks were flushed, her face radiant, and her eyes sparkled with spring, a typical young girl in love. Seeing her happiness lifted Zhang Fan's spirits as well. As they strolled, they eventually wandered into a small grove by the roadside. Young men and women nourished by the sweetness of love often find it hard to exercise restraint. By the time they emerged from the grove, it was already past 8 in the evening and the sky had grown completely dark. The stars shone brightly in the sky and the resplendent Milky Way hung overhead like a jewel-encrusted ribbon glittering with dazzling brilliance. "Shall we go back?" Zhang Fan asked with a smile. "I don't want to go back." Jingya shook her head, spotting a patch of lawn nearby, and said with a sweet smile, "How about we sit over there?" "Sure." Zhang Fan took a moisture-proof mat from his portable space, spread it on the grass and lay down. Jingya sat beside him, then lifted his head and placed it on her lap. "Honey, I've broken through to the 4th grade. Jingya suddenly announced. "That's wonderful." Zhang Fan said cheerfully, "Now that you're a 4th grade Esper, you have the ability to protect yourself. It's all thanks to the 4th grade crystals you gave me." Jingya gazed at Zhang Fan, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, brimming with affection. "Keep it up. I'll give you another batch of 4th grade crystals later so you can break through to the 5th grade as soon as possible." Zhang Fan smiled. "Oh, by the way, I acquired an interesting ability this afternoon." "What ability?" Jingya was curious. "Let me show you." Zhang Fan unleashed his domain ability. In an instant a pale golden barrier enveloped an area 100 meters in radius. What ability is this? Jingya looked at the pale golden barrier. The domain ability. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers and the mat beneath them slowly rose, lifting them both into the air. The domain ability. Jing Ya's heart stirred. Zhang Fan briefly explained the domain ability. Besides that, I also acquired the fusion ability. This ability is even more interesting, it can fuse different abilities together. There's an ability like that? Jingya was slightly astonished. Yes. Zhang Fan nodded. I've been thinking it over and I plan to use the domain ability as the base to fuse with other abilities. Using the domain ability as the core to fuse with other abilities. Jingya blinked her watery eyes. If you proceed with this line of thought, your domain ability might become even more formidable, right? My wife is indeed clever. Zhang Fan pinched her tender cheek and smiled. Currently the domain ability only has two functions: first reconnaissance, second domination. To survey everything within the domain, to dominate everything within the domain. Apart from that it has no other effects. Zhang Fan shifted his tone. But if we use the domain ability as the main body and fuse it with other abilities such as fire control, earth control, lightning control and so on, the domain ability will undoubtedly become even stronger. Jingya pondered for a moment. The idea is certainly sound, but I wonder about the actual effect. Why don't we give it a try? Zhang Fan inhaled the fragrance of the beauty beside him. But before the attempt I need to copy the domain ability to you. To me? Why? Jingya was taken aback. Just in case. Zhang Fan explained, if the fusion goes awry and destroys the domain ability it would be an irreparable loss. So let me store the domain ability with you first. Even if something goes wrong you can copy it back to me. Zhang Fan valued the domain ability highly, it was akin to a field-enhancing buff. Within the domain his own combat prowess surged while the enemy's was drastically reduced. This ability was undoubtedly a good one and could not be squandered. To be safe he would first store it with Jingya. After all, Zhang Fan had never used ability fusion before and did not know how it would turn out. Fusion did not necessarily lead to a favorable outcome. Planning for the worst would certainly not be a loss. Jingya nodded. Then let's begin. It took half a minute to copy the domain ability to Jingya. Zhang Fan then proceeded to experiment. The first ability he attempted to fuse was the fire control ability. Simply put, he integrated the fire control ability into the domain ability, allowing the two to merge. The fusion process was straightforward. In less than 3 minutes the two abilities were successfully merged. With the successful fusion, Zhang Fan immediately noticed that the fire control ability had vanished and he could no longer manipulate flames. However, Zhang Fan unleashed his domain. The pale golden barrier representing the domain quickly spread, enveloping 100 meters around him. At first glance the domain appeared unchanged from before. Yet Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant the domain transformed into a sea of fire flames surging through every corner. The pale golden barrier in the blink of an eye became a fiery shield radiating a terrifying scorching heat. In that moment everything within the domain was reduced to ashes in the blaze. Of course the area within 10 meters of Zhang Fan and Jingya remained untouched by flames. The two sat steadily on the moisture-proof mat. Withdraw. Zhang Fan retracted the domain and the sea of fire vanished instantly. Within a radius of 100 meters only ashes remained along with rising black smoke and embers that had not yet burned out. Only the area 10 meters around Zhang Fan and Jingya still boasted a lush green lawn. So this is the effect of fusing the flame ability with the domain ability. Quite terrifying. Jingya exclaimed, clicking her tongue. Not bad, is it? Zhang Fan said with a grin. In an instant the domain becomes a sea of fire, essentially a flame domain. He was very satisfied with the result of the fusion. Although the fire control ability was gone, it had been integrated into the domain ability. As long as he unleashed the domain he could still manipulate flames and the power was greatly enhanced, a clear gain. Indeed, it's formidable. Jing Ya's face showed admiration. Then let's continue fusing. Zhang Fan closed his eyes. This time he fused the lightning control ability. 3 minutes later the fusion was successful. Let's test the effect. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers and the pale golden barrier reappeared, encompassing 100 meters around. Lightning come. With a single thought from Zhang Fan. Countless bolts of lightning appeared within the domain. Innumerable silver streaks like writhing silver serpents crazily darted about, hissing and shrieking. Just looking at this sea of lightning and hearing the ear-splitting screams, Jing Ya's face turned pale. She could not imagine what fate would befall anyone exposed to this lightning sea. Incredible. Zhang Fan let out a hearty laugh and retracted the domain. He continued fusing. This time he fused the metal manipulation ability. Swords come. In an instant countless tiny flying swords appeared within the domain, dense as a rain of blades. For the fourth fusion he fused the plant manipulation ability. For the fifth he fused the earth manipulation ability. For the sixth he fused the water flow control ability. For the seventh he fused the ability to turn stone into gold. This fusion was remarkably powerful. With a mere thought from Zhang Fan, an endless golden light gushed forth within the domain. In a split second all matter within the domain was transformed into an unknown golden alloy. Truly fearsome. For the eighth fusion he fused the sound wave ability. The effect of this fusion was also astonishing. With a single thought the domain instantly became a sound wave domain. Terrifying sound waves ravaged the domain, forming a dreadful sonic shockwave with an absurdly lethal power. For the ninth fusion he fused the deletion ability. This was also quite twisted that the domain gained the effect of the deletion ability. With just a thought Zhang Fan could completely delete the abilities of enemies trapped within the domain, an insidious trick. For the 10th fusion he fused the gravity ability. For the 11th he fused the annihilating black mist ability. This fusion was also remarkably powerful. With a thought an endless annihilating black mist materialized within the domain, capable of obliterating any enemy inside and converting them into energy. For the 12th fusion he fused the enslavement ability. The domain gained an enslavement function. For the 13th fusion he fused the super hypnosis ability. The domain gained a hypnosis function. Once enemies were trapped inside they would be hypnotized instantly. For the 14th fusion he fused the primordial divine light ability. This fusion granted the domain a time reversal function. The original primordial divine light ability was a single target attack usable on only one target at a time. But after being integrated into the domain it became a group attack ability. Once enemies entered the domain it could instantly reverse the time of a group of people back to N days ago. Its range drastically increased. For the 15th fusion he fused the black flame ability. The black flame was Xiao Hei's ability, similar to the Amaterasu flames, capable of burning anything. For the 16th fusion he fused the invisibility ability. The domain gained an invisibility function. Do not underestimate this ability. Previously the domain existed as a pale golden barrier, very conspicuous and noticeable. If enemies saw the pale golden barrier and were determined to escape they might not be trapped. But with the invisibility function the domain would completely vanish from sight, formless and traceless, making it impossible to guard against. For the 17th fusion he fused the curse ability. The domain gained a curse function. For the 18th fusion he fused the absolute zero ability. The domain gained a terrifying freezing ability. For the 19th fusion he fused the tungsten steel wire manipulation ability. The domain gained a red thread strangulation ability. For the 20th fusion he fused the energy absorption ability. The domain gained the ability to absorb and convert energy. This meant that once the domain was attacked it could convert all attacks into energy to replenish itself. Not only was the domain less likely to be shattered, but it would also become increasingly sturdy. For the 21st fusion he fused the mental manipulation ability. The domain gained a mental control function. If enemies fell into the domain, activating mental manipulation could instantly control the minds of a group. For the 22nd fusion he fused the plunder ability. The domain gained a plundering function. This function was equally insidious. Once enemies fell into the domain their abilities would be plundered, making it impossible to defend against. For the 23rd fusion he fused the crystal manipulation ability. The domain gained a crystal control function, making future crystal collection much simpler. At this point all fusible abilities had been merged, the remaining abilities could not be fused. This also meant that Zhang Fan had lost 23 abilities while the domain had gained 23 functions: fire control, lightning control, metal control, wood control, earth control, water control, turning stone to gold, sound waves, deletion, gravity, annihilating black mist, enslavement, hypnosis, primordial divine light, black flame, invisibility, curse, absolute zero, tungsten steel wire manipulation, energy absorption, mental manipulation, plunder and crystal manipulation. Its power had increased by no less than tenfold. After breakfast the next day the entire team sprang into action. The construction crew headed to the shores of Changheng Island to build defensive walls. The demolition and vegetation teams went to Shashing Island to tear down buildings and roads while fostering the growth of wild grass. The hunting squad made their way to the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel to slay zombies and collect crystals. Each team was led by a duplicate tasked with opening portals overseeing the work and ensuring safety. Zhang Fan quietly split off a duplicate to accompany Jingya on supply runs while he stealthily slipped over to Shashing Island to find the cross-dressing beauty. The cross-dressing beauty had already risen and was having breakfast in the dining room. She wore a white silk camisole nightgown that accentuated her plump curvaceous hips and tall graceful figure. Her hair was swept up high revealing a snow-white neck like that of an elegant swan. Zhang Fan crept up behind her and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The cross-dressing bowtie's delicate frame trembled. She spun around and upon seeing her god her face lit up with joy. She turned and threw her arms around Zhang Fan's neck pouting, "God, why did you take so long? I've missed you so much." Breakfast ran a bit long. Zhang Fan chuckled inhaling the faint fragrance at her neck, his face filled with bliss. "I want some meat." "Then come get it." Afterwards they dressed and set out. Zhang Fan scooped up the cross-dressing beauty in his arms. She held onto his neck as he soared into the sky flying toward Chongming Island. "God, you're amazing, you can fly." Suspended midair feeling the howling wind, the cross-dressing beauty was ecstatic, letting out shrieks of excitement. "Hold tight, I'm speeding up." Zhang Fan shouted, suddenly accelerating. The cross-dressing beauty screamed, feeling as if her body had shot off like a rocket, clinging tightly to her god's neck. Chongming Island wasn't far and within minutes they arrived. After another half-hour they found a courtyard hidden in a bamboo grove on the island's eastern beach. The courtyard was surrounded by hundreds of acres of bamboo forest, offering a serene and elegant atmosphere. It was a blend of modern and traditional Jiangnan architectural styles, gentle, tranquil and understated. The cross-dressing beauty loved the environment and decided to settle there. After some cleaning and tidying, every corner and room of the courtyard was neatly arranged. Zhang Fan then produced various supplies and daily necessities, including large items like a generator and washing machine. With these, even living alone, the cross-dressing beauty would lack for nothing. The cross-dressing beauty was thoroughly satisfied with her new life and full of anticipation for the future. Her limpid eyes like autumn waters frequently rested on the busy Zhang Fan, brimming with unspoken tenderness. She had always admired her god, and after meeting him in the apocalypse that admiration only deepened. His immense strength and vast collection of supplies meant that being with him she never had to worry about anything. The sense of security was overwhelming. The only regret the cross-dressing beauty had was that her god had to return at night, unable to stay by her side continuously. Because of this she treasured every moment of daylight together, kissing and hugging as she pleased. She clung to Zhang Fan like a sticky rice ball, utterly inseparable. After organizing everything, Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Now we just need to clear out the surrounding zombies. From now on stay here and focus on cultivating. I feel like I've become your kept woman." The cross-dressing beauty wrapped her arms around her god's neck, smirking mischievously. "What, you don't want that?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. I do. The cross-dressing beauty giggled, "As long as you come to keep me company every day I'll be content. Of course if you could stay the nights too I'd be even happier. I'll figure something out." Zhang Fan pinched her nose. Zhang Fan knew how clingy she was. A moment apart left her feeling empty inside. So he needed to find a way to stay with her at night. And Zhang Fan did have a solution: the split ability of De Piao Liang. The duplicate ability created independent sentient beings, but split was different. The split ability literally split him into two halves, body and mind equally divided. Each half was entirely himself. Both the flesh and the consciousness were his own. By using the split ability, Zhang Fan could divide himself into two parts, one to stay with Jingya, the other with the cross-dressing beauty, neglecting neither. This wasn't being cuckolded. Zhang Fan made up his mind and couldn't wait to start. "Come on, let's go hunt some zombies around here." "Right now?" the cross-dressing beauty asked. "It's still early, let's go now." Zhang Fan stretched lazily. "I enhanced my domain's power yesterday, time to test it out." Testing the domain's power was one thing. On the other hand, he was only about 2,000 physique points away from breaking through to level 7, so he wanted to advance first. "Can I come with you?" the cross-dressing beauty asked hopefully. She was weak. Originally at level 1 she had only reached level 2 after absorbing the white crystal her god left last night. Such strength would have dominated the early apocalypse, but not now. The weakest zombies were level 2. Of course. Zhang Fan nodded with a smile. You're the best god. The cross-dressing Bowtie's eyes lit up and she planted another passionate kiss on him. After a moment of affection, Zhang Fan led her out and soon they arrived at Dongtan town outside the bamboo forest. Zhang Fan found a car, had his duplicate get in and honk the horn to attract zombies. Roar roar roar, this trick never failed. Zombies hidden throughout the town hearing the commotion converged on them like locusts swarming. Roar roar roar, watching the growing horde, the cross-dressing Bowtie's face showed fear and she instinctively pressed closer to her god. Don't be afraid, they're just small fry, powerless. Zhang Fan wrapped an arm around her slender waist, comforting her softly. The cross-dressing beauty nodded vigorously, giggling, with you here god, am not afraid of anything. Good girl. Zhang Fan turned and kissed her on her red lips, smiling, you're always asking how strong I really am, now I'll show you something amazing. I can't wait. The zombies gathered in droves. In the blink of an eye countless undead had filled the town surrounding the pair completely. Roar roar roar, leading the charge were level 3 zombies. They were faster than level 2s, so they got ahead. Yet they were less intelligent than level 4s, which were cunning and often hung back. Thus the vanguard was always level 3 zombies. Domain. Activate. Zhang Fan silently unleashed his domain. It spread invisibly, covering a radius of 100 meters. With its new stealth function, the domain no longer appeared as a pale gold shield but was transparent and invisible. So to the cross-dressing beauty and the zombies everything looked the same as before. The zombies moved swiftly, encircling the pair in moments, closing to within 10 meters. Red lines. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. Boom! In the next instant countless red lines appeared within the transparent domain, filling every corner and transforming it into a world of crimson threads. The cross-dressing beauty stared at the red lines, puzzled. They looked harmless. Annihilate. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless red threads instantly turned into razor-sharp weapons, shooting toward the zombies, ensnaring, shredding and cutting them into blocky pieces. In a single instant every zombie within 100 meters was slain without exception. Hiss, the cross-dressing beauty gasped, her eyes filled with sheer awe. To kill so many zombies in an instant. Such power was beyond her imagination. Since the apocalypse began, Wudong had been the strongest she had encountered, but compared to her god, Wudong was nothing. God, you're incredible. The cross-dressing beauty gazed at Zhang Fan, her watery eyes brimming with boundless admiration and pride. Haha, the zombies are too weak. Zhang Fan felt smug. He had to admit being looked at with such adoration by his woman immensely satisfied his ego. Zhang Fan's display not only stunned the cross-dressing beauty but also terrified the level 3 and 4 zombies lurking behind. They cowered, hesitating to advance. Level 2 zombies, however, had no such reservations, charging forward fearlessly. Zhang Fan welcomed them all, testing his new domain's abilities one by one, harvesting orbs of attributes. Lightning. Sword rain. Gravity. Vines. Absolute zero. Curse. The slaughter continued until noon, when he finally gathered enough physique points to break through to level 7. Boom. A physique of the 7th level was so formidable it defied imagination. Zhang Fan himself couldn't fully articulate exactly how powerful he had become. Yet he could sense surging, overwhelming energy roiling and churning within him. Every bone, every muscle fiber, every inch of skin and every single cell seemed reborn, brimming with boundless, matchless might. Such power. Zhang Fan murmured to himself. He felt that in this moment he was over 10 times stronger than before, as if a single punch could shatter a great mountain and a single kick could collapse a towering building. And the ability. With a mere thought from Zhang Fan, his domain expanded rapidly, 200 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye. The domain stretched to a radius of 500 meters before halting. In that instant every object within that 500-meter range was clearly reflected back into Zhang Fan's mind. From the vastness of villas and shops to the medium of zombie-laden vehicles down to the smallest blade of grass. Nothing was too trivial, every detail revealed with perfect clarity. Destroy. Zhang Fan clenched his hand abruptly. Boom, crack, in the next moment an unparalleled terrifying force acted upon everything within the 500-meter radius. These objects seemed to be crushed by some horrific power. Towers collapsed with a thunderous roar. Shops were reduced to rubble. Vehicles were compressed into flattened discs of metal. Every zombie within this range was directly burst apart, turning into a fine mist of blood, a slurry of gore and flesh that pooled on the ground. For a moment dust billowed, rivers of blood flowed, and the stench of gore was overwhelming. Within that 500-meter radius, everything was instantly leveled to the ground. Aside from Zhang Fan, who stood at the domain center, and the cross-dressing man, nothing else in the vicinity had survived. Wah! What happened? The cross-dressing man stared at the surrounding ruins, his beautiful eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. I did this, Zhang Fan said with a tone of awe. I never imagined that after breaking through to the 7th level my domain's coverage would surge to 500 meters. At the 6th level the domain was only 100 meters. At the 7th level it had surged to 500 meters. This wasn't simply a 5-fold increase in radius, if you considered the area alone it had become a full 25 times larger. A radius of 500 meters. That was an absolutely vast area, equivalent to 27 football fields. A single strike. Destroying such a vast region was even more terrifying than a missile. One could only imagine how immense Zhang Fan's destructive power had become. God, you're this incredible. The cross-dressing man gazed at his idol with adoration, his beautiful eyes sparkling with intense reverent admiration. Hey, it's not bad, Zhang Fan said with a slight smile, his lips curving with satisfaction as he looked at the countless tricolored attribute orbs scattered across the ground. In that single attack he had killed at least 1,000 zombies, including several 3rd and 4th level ones that had awakened intelligence. These mid-level zombies, fearing Zhang Fan, had tried to hide in the back and launch a sneak attack only to be killed by him instead. It was truly a pity. However, with such a large area and several thousand attribute orbs, picking them up one by one would be a hassle. In the past Zhang Fan would have created replicas to handle the collection. But now Zhang Fan had a change of heart. Could he integrate the infinite pickup ability into his domain ability? Then through the domain could he collect all the orbs in this area? Last night he had been so focused on fusing attack-type abilities to boost his domain's power that he had forgotten to integrate the infinite pickup ability. It was a bit of an oversight. But that was fine, it wasn't too late to do it now. Zhang Fan immediately began fusing the infinite pickup ability into his domain ability. 2 minutes later the fusion was successful. The domain ability now had the added function of picking up attribute orbs. Let's test it out, Zhang Fan thought. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the attribute orbs within the 500-meter radius immediately lifted off and flew towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan first collected the golden orbs representing physique. As each golden orb surged into his body, his 7th level physique began to skyrocket again. By the time he had absorbed all the golden orbs, his physique stat had increased by another 90,000 points. 90,000 in one go. The increase was astonishing. But Zhang Fan knew that 90,000 wasn't really that much, because the maximum for the 7th level was 10 million. This meant he needed to accumulate 10 million points in physique to break through to the 8th level and become an 8th level ability user. 10 million. Just thinking about it was daunting. But it didn't matter if the power of a 7th level ability user was more than sufficient for now. There was plenty of time to level up slowly. Next he collected the silver orbs representing spirit, which increased his spirit stat by 3,570 points, a very significant improvement. But compared to the physique stat it was still far behind. Finally he collected the white orbs representing abilities. From over 1,000 zombies there were less than a tenth as many white orbs, indicating that fewer than 100 zombies possessed abilities. The rest of the zombies had no abilities at all. This was actually quite normal. Only a minority of zombies awakened abilities. If every random zombie awakened an ability, what chance would survivors have? Ability to smell fly feces. Trash. Instant erection. Trash. Rapid finger twitching. Tra. Well, that's somewhat useful. Teeth 100 times sharper. Trash. Pyrokinesis. Not bad. Ability to control tongue extension. Is this ability even decent? As he collected each white orb, Zhang Fan continuously acquired a chaotic assortment of abilities. Over 90% of these abilities were useless. In the end he only obtained 3 decent abilities: pyrokinesis, geokinesis and water form. Pyrokinesis and geokinesis were self-explanatory. The water form ability allowed him to turn his body into a stream of water. This ability clearly lacked offensive power, but it was highly effective for defense against blade spears and other weapons. Especially when entering rivers, lakes or seas, this ability could be immensely useful. Imagine transforming into a current able to swim freely in the water without fear of attacks from aquatic zombies. Crossdressing man, let's go. Let's find another place to hunt zombies. By the time they finished it was noon. Zhang Fan led the crossdressing man back to the bamboo courtyard. He told her to start cooking while he took the opportunity to go to the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel. At the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel, a large number of zombie corpses lay scattered. A black flame was currently burning these bodies. These corpses were the work of the hunting team members who came here every morning to hunt zombies. After the hunt, the replicas would ignite black flames to cremate the corpses, preventing them from rotting and stinking. He then looked into the distance. Many zombies were roaming around the area, forming an impenetrable blockade around the tunnel entrance, acting as the first line of defense for the Yangtze River Tunnel. It seems De Piaoyang has been following my orders well. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. He then let out a long sharp whistle to summon De Piaoyang. Before long, De Piaoyang emerged from the zombie horde, strode over to Zhang Fan and looked at him with deference. Its eyes were incredibly lively, and although they were still the cataract-like dead fish eyes, they were filled with intelligence. Judging by its speed, Zhang Fan could easily tell that De Piaoyang had evolved to the 5th level. It had originally been a 4th level zombie, but the blood rain on the night of the 20th had caused it to evolve to the 5th level, granting it astonishing speed. De Piaoyang is getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly, then said to De Piaoyang, I'll give you the paste ability and you give me your split ability. He was confident De Piaoyang understood completely. A 5th level zombie definitely had intelligence surpassing that of an average human. De Piaoyang immediately nodded. Zhang Fan then transferred the paste ability to De Piaoyang. De Piaoyang in turn gave the split ability to Zhang Fan. After acquiring the split ability, Zhang Fan immediately tried using it, splitting himself into 2 halves. Rip, his clothes tore apart. Zhang Fan himself was split in 2 along the central line from his brow to his groin, dividing into 2 halves. Immediately after, the 2 halves of his body rapidly wriggled and regenerated, eventually forming 2 identical Zhang Fans. The 2 Zhang Fans looked at each other, experiencing the sensation of looking at oneself like gazing into a mirror. This feeling was entirely different from looking at a replica. Looking at a replica was like looking at a twin, but looking at a split body felt completely like looking at oneself. This feeling is truly peculiar. Zhang Fan muttered, then clenched his fists. As expected. After splitting in 2, my power is also halved. That makes sense. After all, I've been split in 2. Zhang Fan didn't dwell on this issue. Each half of his body used the portal ability to open its own portal. 1 half returned to the Holiday Hotel. The other half returned to the bamboo courtyard. Shortly after Zhang Fan left, a dozen heavy trucks suddenly appeared in the distance, charging towards the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen heavy trucks formed a long dragon, their engines roaring thunderously as they sped toward the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel in the blink of an eye. Roar, the Dabialiang station there let out a tiger-like howl. In an instant, countless responders gathered. Roar, 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 the nearby zombies heeding the command surged like a tidal wave toward the dozen heavy trucks as if to engulf them. After the blood rain on the night of the 20th, the zombies had evolved significantly. The weakest here were now level 2, and there were plenty of level 3 and level 4 zombies as well. Unfortunately, due to constant slaughter by the hunting squad, the number of zombies here wasn't large, only about 1,000. Such a horde charging would frighten most people to death, but this group was clearly no ordinary bunch. Humph. A cold snort rang out, exploding like thunder in the air. The next moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from one of the heavy trucks, then leaped onto the roof of the vehicle. He stood less than 1.7 meters tall, with a shiny bald head and a potbelly, a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s. This greasy uncle wore a black cotton t-shirt and knee-length denim shorts. His appearance was utterly ordinary, the kind you'd lose in a crowd. Standing atop the truck, the greasy uncle gazed down at the zombies swarming around him. Instead of a trace of fear, a cruel smile spread across his face. A bunch of trash daring to act tough in front of me. You don't know when to die. The greasy uncle sneered, his skin rapidly writhing as patches of cyan scales sprouted. With 2 soft sounds, 2 goat horns grew from his forehead. They elongated with the wind reaching 20 centimeters in less than 3 seconds. He suddenly crouched down, assuming a four-limbed running posture. His hands and feet writhed, sprouting hook-like sharp claws transforming into tiger paws. The skin on his chest abruptly split open, forming a massive mouth. This mouth was filled with rows of jagged fangs, like a tiger's steel teeth gleaming with a cold, sinister light. In the blink of an eye, the greasy uncle had transformed into a monster covered in cyan scales with goat horns, a goat's body, a human face, tiger teeth, and human claws. Hee. The monster let out an eerie laugh, its voice shrill and sharp like a baby's cry, sending chills down one's spine. Hee, little darlings, come into daddy's bowl. The monster screeched, its chest mouth wide open. A terrifying suction force surged from the massive mouth, sweeping toward the zombies charging from all directions. The suction force was astonishingly strong. The nearest zombies couldn't resist at all, lifted into the air and dragged toward the monster's mouth. They shrank as they flew. By the time they reached the monster, they were no bigger than apples, plunging into the gaping maw on its chest and vanishing without a trace. In an instant, all zombies within a 100-meter radius, level 2, level 3, even level 4, were devoured. None escaped, all swallowed into the monster's chest, mouth gone completely. The monster licked its lips, seeming unsatisfied, and leaped, vanishing from its spot. Reappearing eerily 100 meters away, it began sucking in the zombies there. In moments, all zombies in that area were devoured again. Hee more. The monster, like a cat savoring the scent of fish, kept gulping down. Soon the nearly 1,000 zombies at the Yangtze River tunnel entrance were completely consumed. Only the Dabialiang and a few dozen high-level zombies remained. Roar! Enraged, the Dabialiang let out a furious howl, activating its signature split ability, dividing into 4. The 4 Dabialiangs instantly scattered, transforming into 4 streaks of light, attacking the monster from 4 directions. As a level 5 zombie, its speed was incredible, like a fleeting shadow. The 4 Dabialiangs reached the monster in an instant, punching at it. But the monster vanished eerily. The 4 Dabialiangs missed, and due to their momentum they collided with each other. Suddenly a terrifying suction force came from above, pulling them uncontrollably into the sky. The monster had appeared above them, sucking them in. The force was immense. The 4 Dabialiangs dug their fingers into the ground, cutting through the asphalt like tofu. Their hands gripped the ground firmly, but their bodies were suspended, pulled upside down by the suction. Despite the awkward position the 4 Dabialiangs held on, resisting the monster's pull, temporarily avoiding being swallowed. The monster snorted and intensified the suction. The asphalt ground suddenly cracked, forming countless fissures. Then the ground shattered into fragments, flying toward the monster above. In moments the area around the Dabialiangs was torn up, forming a large pit. The ground the Dabialiangs clung to also cracked, and they flew up, heading into the monster's chest mouth. At this critical moment the clever Dabialiang made a desperate move. 3 of the Dabialiangs grabbed one, using all their strength to hurl it away. That one flew out of the suction's range. This Dabialiang decisively fled, upon landing darting into the distance like a swift leopard, vanishing 100 meters away in a few bounds. The monster considered chasing, but if it pursued that one, the remaining 3 would escape. 1 versus 3, anyone knew the better choice. The 3 Dabialiangs were lifted into the air and swallowed by the monster in one gulp, disappearing. The monster closed its chest mouth, burping contentedly. Its green eyes stared in the direction the Dabialiang had fled, letting out a cold snort. At that moment cyan mist began to seep from the gaps between its scales, swirling around it like steam, enveloping its entire body. The monster moaned in pleasure, its eyes filled with ecstasy. If a combat power detector were used, it would show the monster's power skyrocketing. In just that brief moment the monster's combat power surged from 6000 to 10000. Its body writhed, reverting to the greasy uncle's form. The greasy uncle clenched his fists and twisted his neck, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. My power has grown again. He then looked toward where the Dabialiang had escaped, a hint of regret in his voice. Finally encountering a level 5 zombie, and it got away. What a waste. To others zombies were monsters, merciless devourers of humans. But to the greasy uncle they were the ultimate tonic, miraculous pills to boost his strength. He possessed a miraculous stomach that could convert zombies into pure life energy to strengthen himself. It was this very ability that allowed him to devour zombies repeatedly and reach his current height. Just a few more level 5 zombies and I can break through to level 6. What a shame about that one. The greasy uncle returned to the truck and issued the order, move forward. Yes, boss. The dozen heavy trucks resumed their advance, soon arriving at the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel. They found the tunnel entrance blocked by a mound of earth with a golden stone tablet standing before it inscribed with 8 large characters, "Private property, trespassers die." The greasy uncle sat in the first heavy truck, seeing the scene through the windshield. Childish. In this age of ability users everywhere, blocking the road is useless. He sneered. Come on. Level this mound and keep moving. Yes, boss. The earth-controlling ability user in the team acted immediately, flattening the mound in no time, turning the obstacle into a smooth path. The dozen heavy trucks rumbled forward again, entering the Yangtze River Tunnel entrance and disappearing into its depths. The greasy middle-aged man was surnamed Yang, named Yang Chao, not Yang Chaoyue. Yang Chao, 45 years old, used to run a boiled vegetable shop on Guangming Road in Puyao District, a small shop owner. After the apocalypse descended, Yang Chao discovered he had unexpectedly awakened an ability which he called the Tao Tai transformation ability. The first time he transformed, Yang Chao thought he had become a monster, collapsing into existential despair. But soon Yang Chao found it truly delightful, for this ability was incredibly satisfying. First, after the Tao Tai transformation, his strength, speed, defense, reflexes and other attributes all surged several times over. Second, the Tao Tai ability possessed another powerful function, the stomach space. After acquiring this ability, Yang Chaos stomach underwent a transformation, becoming a self-contained space, the stomach space. The stomach space had an astonishing capacity, easily accommodating even thousands of zombies swallowed in one gulp. Moreover, it possessed a formidable digestive and decomposing power. Whether it was living beings like zombies or ability users or objects like metal and stone, all could be effortlessly digested. Then it would convert these into pure life energy, feeding back to Yang Chao to strengthen his body. Finally, the stomach space could emit a terrifying, devouring force capable of swallowing anything hard to resist among the same level. Such was the might of the Tao Tai transformation ability. It was precisely by relying on the Tao Tai transformation ability that Yang Chao quickly gained a foothold in the apocalypse and rose to prominence. He constantly devoured zombies, evolving at an astonishing speed. With his formidable power, Yang Chao cleared zombies, gathered supplies, rallied survivors and built a force. Currently he had amassed 300 people under his command, all ability users of formidable strength. Yang Chao had become a major figure in this apocalypse, whose every move could shake the world, holding an exalted status. However, with more people came a larger target, drawing more attention and naturally attracting zombies. Previously Yang Chao didn't care. But after the blood rain on the night of the 20th, zombies evolved again, growing even stronger. Faced with these enhanced zombies, even Yang Chao found them troublesome. Thus his advisor suggested relocating to avoid zombies and establish a base on an island. Surrounded by water, zombies couldn't land, making water a natural barrier ideal as a stronghold. Yang Chaos' heart stirred, and after discussing with his advisor, they naturally set their sights on Chongzhou 3 Islands. So they came. Once we eliminate the survivors and zombies on the islands, Chongzhou 3 Islands will become our territory. Leaning back in the passenger seat with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Yang Chao said, next we just need to use Chongzhou 3 Islands as a base, grow crops and vegetables, gather survivors and hunt zombies for crystals to keep growing. Flicking ash from his cigarette, Yang Chaos' squinting eyes held burning ambition, then expand territory and ultimately build a grand enterprise. The boss is wise. The refined young man sitting on the small bed in the back gave a thumbs up. People like us were originally just ordinary folks from the bottom. But this apocalypse has reshuffled the entire social structure, putting everyone on the same starting line. As long as we seize the opportunity and rise with it, we can surely build a great legacy in the future. Exactly. Yang Chao nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation. He had originally been just a small boiled vegetable shop owner with a bit of money, but still a commoner. Neither a noble nor a tycoon. Following a normal life trajectory, he might have spent his life running that small shop or doing other petty businesses, living peacefully as an ordinary person, forever ordinary. Yet this apocalypse brought mass death, with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving, and the social order completely collapsed. This was absolute chaos, a chaos unseen even in history. Such times were both a disaster and an opportunity. Heaven favored him, and Yang Chao awakened an immensely powerful ability, granting him terrifying strength far beyond others. Yang Chao knew the chance to change his fate had arrived. If he could seize this opportunity, he would surely build a hegemony and become the king of this apocalypse. Is there any predestined nobility? Yang Chao took a deep drag of his cigarette, tossed the butt outside and gazed at Chongzhou 3 Islands with soaring ambition. Let this Chongzhou Island be the starting point of my empire. Boss, I will follow you to the death, the refined young man immediately echoed. Xiao Lu, you're a talent. As long as you stay loyal to me I won't treat you poorly. Yang Chao smiled warmly at the refined youth, his eyes full of approval. This young man named Lu Chang had little combat power, but his ability was special, called Super Brain. Super Brain, as the name implied, meant Lu Chang's brain was far more developed than a normal person's. This endowed him with extraordinary learning ability, memory, logical thinking, and terrifying intelligence. Thus Lu Chang was both an excellent advisor and the best candidate for managing the team. In ancient times he would have been a combination of Zhang Liang and Xiao He, capable of devising strategies and handling affairs indispensable to any force. The convoy sped along, reaching the first of Chongzhou 3 Islands, Changheng Island, in less than half an hour. Yang Chao got out, surveyed the scenic, tranquil Changheng Island and smiled with satisfaction. What a great place, nice environment, beautiful scenery, peaceful, unlike the messy city. Absolutely. Lu Chang said cheerfully. Changheng Island is known as the land of tangerines, the clean island and the longevity island. Its unique natural conditions and abundant resources make tourism thrive here. Famous spots include the Tangerine Orchard, horse racing track, resort, zoo and reed maze. Oh boss. Lu Chang suddenly recalled something and smiled. The suburban resort has planted a lot of vegetables and this season they're ripe. If we go now we might harvest some greens. Hearing this, Yang Chao couldn't help swallowing, his appetite stirred. He ran a boiled vegetable shop and often ate them himself, naturally loving greens. But after the apocalypse, aside from the first few days, fresh greens were hard to find. Even if available, they were items like potatoes, cabbage, garlic, onions and ginger that didn't spoil easily. As for other greens, even if not rotten, they were wilted and far from fresh. He had craved fresh vegetables for a long time. If he could eat fresh greens today he would indulge himself and cook a pot of boiled vegetables. To the suburban resort. Yang Chao waved his hand grandly and got back into the vehicle. With his command the dozen heavy trucks restarted and rumbled toward the resort. Changheng Island was small and the roads had been cleared by Zhang Fan's team, so the journey was smooth. In less than 10 minutes Yang Chao led his dozen trucks to the suburban resort. There they saw fields upon fields of green vegetables. Fresh cucumbers, red tomatoes, tender lettuce, vibrant broccoli. Stop. Stop the damn truck. Yang Chao shouted at the driver. The driver slammed the brakes, halting the truck. Yang Chao flung open the door, leaped out, rushed to the vegetable patch and stared at the bounty with excitement. Haha, so many vegetables, we've hit the jackpot. Yang Chaos eyes gleamed green. Tonight we feast, no, from now on we feast. Damn it, if I'd known this treasure trove was on Changheng Island I'd have come sooner. Lu Chang and the others also got out, gathered before the lush field, swallowing hard. Such fresh cucumbers. Look at those tomatoes, so red and big, they must be juicy. I love lettuce wraps with grilled meat. They'll pick some lettuce later for a taste. Enough talk, let's pick a cucumber to quench our thirst. These look irresistible. I'll have one too. I'll grab a tomato. The underlings couldn't resist and lunged forward to pick cucumbers and tomatoes. Stop. Yang Chao bellowed, startling everyone. Everyone, damn it, back off. Yang Chao glared. Never seen cucumbers or tomatoes. Or are you starving ghosts? If you all rush in you'll pull up the roots. Step back. When Yang Chao spoke no one dared disobey. This man was ruthless. Provoke him and he'd swallow you whole, leaving not even a bone. No one touches a single vegetable here. Yang Chao ordered. Xiao Lu, pick a few nimble hands to harvest a batch. We're having boiled vegetables tonight, nothing else. Got it, boss. Lu Chang acknowledged. How dare you act wild here? Though merely 21 days had passed since the apocalypse descended, survivors were already acutely feeling the scarcity of supplies. Not to mention seasonal items like vegetables and fruits. Staples such as rice and flour had become precious commodities. Instant noodles, sausages and bread were now the most commonly consumed foods. Vegetables and fruits. They hadn't been seen in ages, let alone tasted. It was for this very reason that Yang Chao and his crew were so thrilled at the sight of such fresh produce. Yang Chao swore that this vegetable patch before him was his and no one, not even Jesus, would take it from him. Issue the order. Changheng Island is our base from now on. Yang Chao immediately commanded, and this vegetable patch will be the top priority for protection by our team. His face dark. Yang Chao swept a piercing gaze over every underling. Remember, without my order no one is to come within a step of this field. If I find out anyone has secretly picked vegetables from here, he don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you hear me? Yes. All the underlings responded loudly. None dared defy Yang Chaos' command. They knew all too well how merciless he could be. Good. Yang Chao nodded with satisfaction. Shall Lu pick a few nimble female colleagues to harvest some vegetables? Tonight we'll have a feast, we'll eat spicy hot pot. I'll arrange it right away. Lu Chang nodded promptly. We're having spicy hot pot tonight. Great. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. I haven't seen green vegetables in half a month. Finally I can eat some greens tonight. Woo, I'm so excited. The 300+ underlings were overjoyed, chattering away, all filled with anticipation for the evening meal. But at that moment an icy voice rang out, "How dare you trespass on my territory? You have no respect for me." The voice was not loud, yet it reached every member of Yang Chaos team. Their faces changed and they all turned to look in the direction of the sound. On the cement path nearby a group was heading their way. There were only about 30 of them, plus a small yellow dog and a tiger larger than an ox. Seeing this group, Lu Chang immediately leaned in and said, "Boss, these must be the survivors who took over Changheng Island before us. They must have erected the warning stone tablet at the entrance of the Yangtze River tunnel. I figured as much." Yang Chao curled his lip in disdain. Just this many people and all greenhorns at that, and they think they can claim such a treasure. How delusional. With that he pulled out a cigarette and put it between his lips. Lu Chang, ever perceptive, flicked a lighter to light it. Yang Chao took a deep drag, slowly exhaled a smoke ring and waved his hand. "Let's go. Let's check it out." "Yes, boss." Lu Chang nodded, then turned and barked to the 300+ underlings behind him, "Follow me." Led by Yang Chao, the crowd moved toward Zhang Fan and his group, who were approaching. One side had just over 30 people, if the other had over 300. In sheer numbers they were outmatched 10 to 1. Their momentum was lacking and their mindset was worlds apart. Yang Chaos team was brimming with confidence. They outnumbered the opposition 10 to 1. Even if each of them spat, they could drown the enemy. Afraid? Not a chance. Just fight. As for Zhang Fan's team, aside from Zhang Fan himself, everyone else felt a knot of anxiety in their stomachs. Though Zhang Fan was strong, the enemy had 10 times their numbers. How could they possibly fight? And who could guarantee none of the enemy were as strong as Zhang Fan or even stronger? With vastly different mindsets, the two groups soon met in the middle of the cement road and stopped simultaneously. Good heavens! So many beauties! Yang Chaos gaze swept over and immediately spotted Jing Yachao, Jia Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, Yang Linger and other lovely women. His beady eyes lit up with greed. Though his team was large and powerful, most were men. Women were scarce. High-quality attractive women were especially lacking. Any one of Jingya and her companions could outshine the women in his team. How could Yang Chao not be delighted? He had a great fondness for beautiful women. But he was ugly, not wealthy, and poor with words. He had little luck with women. Even average-looking beauties looked down on him, let alone high-quality ones. I never expected this. Yang Chao took a drag of his cigarette. Not only is there so much produce here, but also so many beauties. Truly a treasure trove. Coming here was the right call. Xiao Lu, you have an eye for this. You flatter me, boss. Lu Chang chuckled, his lecherous gaze roaming over Jingya and the others. Yang Chao wasn't one to hoard everything. Though brutal, he treated his trusted subordinates well. With so many beauties he would surely share one or two. He could have a busy night. Who's the leader here? Yang Chao asked, cigarette dangling from his lips. I am. Zhang Fan stepped forward. You? Yang Chao looked Zhang Fan up and down, his disdain deepening. Truly a small team with a leader as young and inexperienced as this. What future could such a team have? And they were squatting on this resort, what a waste. I'll give you a chance. Have your people join mine. No problem, right? Yang Chao said casually. If these people were smart he might let them live. But if they were ungrateful he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. Just over 30 people, killing them would be no loss. Heh. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. You want us to join you just like that? Who do you think you are? Jesus. Yang Chao squinted. So. You're refusing. I'll give you a chance, get your people off Changheng Island now and I'll let you live. Zhang Fan said lazily. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yang Chaos' eyes turned cold. Shao Gang, smash this fool's mouth and make him kneel before me. As you command, boss. A figure emerged from the crowd, charging toward Zhang Fan like a tank, the ground trembling beneath his heavy steps. He was enormous, over 2 meters tall, with muscles so bulging they resembled Master Roshi unleashing a Kamehameha. The ground shook as he barreled forward. Yang Chao watched, cigarette in mouth, smiling as if he could already see Zhang Fan being beaten to death. This brute was Lu Shuanglong, one of his trusted underlings gifted with super strength. Before the apocalypse, Lu Shuanglong was a professional basketball player, naturally huge. After the apocalypse, he awakened the super strength ability, making his power even more astonishing. With this strength, Lu Shuanglong was unmatched among his peers. In ancient times he would have been a warrior worth 10,000 men. Yang Chao believed he could easily defeat Zhang Fan and drag him over. Kneel. Lu Shuanglong charged up to Zhang Fan, swinging his massive hand like a catcher's mitt, grabbing at Zhang Fan with overwhelming force. Too slow. Zhang Fan didn't even bother to dodge. He reached out languidly and seized Lu Shuanglong's wrist. Lu Shuanglong tried to force his hand down, but it wouldn't budge. His heart skipped a beat as he tried to pull back. But his wrist felt clamped in a vice. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move it an inch. Damn it. Lu Shuanglong growled, using his other hand to help, but even with all his might he couldn't free his right hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan stood there casually, his expression serene as if he were holding a fly. Crap. We've hit a tough one. Lu Shuanglong realized he was up against a formidable opponent. With such a big frame, is that all the strength you've got? Zhang Fan glanced at Lu Shuanglong, then gave a slight flick of his wrist. A tremendous force sent Lu Shuanglong hurtling uncontrollably into the sky. Pathetic. Zhang Fan flicked his finger, releasing a high-frequency vibration wave that struck Lu Shuanglong in the abdomen. Boom. Lu Shuanglong was hit hard, spewing blood from his mouth. His massive body flew straight through the air, landing heavily at Yang Chaos' feet over 10 meters away. His eyes rolled back and he passed out. A wave of astonishment rippled through Yang Chaos' underlings. Lu Shuanglong, a trusted general and a level 4 ability user, wasn't the strongest in the team but was solidly in the top 5. And he was utterly crushed. That was insane. Suddenly the underlings looked at Zhang Fan with fear in their eyes. No matter Zhang Fan's true strength, the ability to defeat Lu Shuanglong meant he could crush them all. Yang Chao looked at the unconscious Lu Shuanglong and waved his hand. Take him to get treated. Take him away. Lu Chang immediately ordered. A few underlings rushed out, lifted Lu Shuanglong and carried him to the back of the group. Yang Chao squinted, reassessing Zhang Fan. I underestimated you. After all, you're the leader, it's only natural you have some skills. Ma Guang. Yang Chao called out. Boss. A young man stepped forward. He looked refined, wearing glasses with messy hair, but his eyes were eerily sinister. Take him down. Yang Chao gestured with his chin toward Zhang Fan. Sure thing, boss. The scholarly youth named Ma Guang responded loudly, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, a hint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Then, under the gaze of both sides, he walked step by step toward Zhang Fan. Just before reaching him, he suddenly dropped to his knees and kowtowed deeply. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Jingya and the others behind him were equally baffled. Is this guy losing his mind? Zhang Wensi couldn't help but mutter, why is he kowtowing to our boss out of nowhere? What's he playing at? Who knows? How bizarre. Everyone was puzzled, completely thrown off by Ma Guang's actions. But the next moment they witnessed something unbelievable. Wisps of black mist rose from Ma Guang's body, coalescing above his head into a pitch-black notebook. The notebook resembled a dictionary, its cover adorned with images of skulls, ghosts, and the undead. An overwhelmingly sinister aura emanated from the black notebook. A chill shot up everyone's spines, making their scalps tingle. What the hell is that thing? Bao Yuning's voice trembled. It feels so ominous. Cui Yen stammered. Ma Guang stood up again, his eyes now pitch black, a slight smile on his lips. He exuded an intensely eerie and malevolent presence. He stared at Zhang Fan and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. If the King of Hell decrees you die at the third watch, no one will keep you till the fifth. I sentence you to immediate death. I sentence you to immediate death. As Ma Guang's voice fell, the black notebook hovering above his head suddenly blazed with an intense black light. Then, like pages being turned in a book, it flipped backward one by one. With each turned page, several lines of text appeared on the black notebook. These lines meticulously recorded a person's name, rank, ability, time of death, and cause of death. For instance, the first page: name Qin Huiru, rank level 1, ability bloodsucking, time of death June 5, 2022, 113507, cause of death killed. Another example, the second page: name He Yushu, rank level 2, ability simp, time of death June 5, 2022, 114927, cause of death frozen to death. Every page of the black notebook recorded a single person. These people were none other than those killed by Ma Guang. Everyone he had slain would appear in the black notebook. It could be said that this black notebook was Ma Guang's record of achievements. Consequently, Ma Guang also referred to this black notebook as the Book of Life and Death, and his ability as the Book of Life and Death ability. Shwa shwa shwa, after flipping through over 100 pages, the black notebook finally reached the newest page. This page was blank, devoid of any text. The previous 100+ pages all had text, meaning Ma Guang had already killed over 100 people. These were all living humans, not zombies, because killing zombies wouldn't register in the black notebook. Die. Ma Guang bowed deeply towards Zhang Fan again, the kowtow crisp and resounding. Shwa, a black light shot out from the black notebook, transforming into a black arrow that streaked towards Zhang Fan. Witnessing this, the refined young man Ma Guang curled his lips, the sinister charm in his eyes growing denser. His ability was incredibly eerie, not attacking the body but directly assaulting the spirit, killing imperceptibly. Moreover, the more devoutly he kowtowed beforehand, the greater the power of the black notebook. Previously, killing people hadn't required such trouble, he could obliterate them without any bows. But Zhang Fan was different. He had effortlessly defeated Lu Xuanglong, displaying terrifying combat prowess. To ensure his death, Ma Guang had specifically performed a grand kowtow ceremony. Though the action was somewhat undignified, Ma Guang didn't care. He had grown accustomed to it. Watching vibrant lives being literally bowed to death by his own hands stirred a morbid excitement within him. This guy is dead for sure. Yang Chao flicked away the cigarette, but in his hand, looking at Zhang Fan as if he were already a corpse. He knew all too well how twisted Ma Guang's ability was. Yang Chao understood clearly that to counter Ma Guang's ability, one had to act before the black notebook appeared. Once Ma Guang summoned it, it was too late, not even Jesus could save him. Yang Chaos underlings also stared at Zhang Fan, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. They could already envision the scene of Zhang Fan being slain by the black arrow and ascending to the Book of Life and Death. However, just as the black arrow was about to reach Zhang Fan, an unexpected event occurred that stunned everyone. The black arrow, a mere 10 centimeters from Zhang Fan, suddenly stopped. Yes, it stopped. It stood rigidly still, less than 10 centimeters from Zhang Fan's face, then halted as if frozen in time. What's going on? Ma Guang's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Fan. What is this? How did the black arrow stop? This is the first time I've seen this. Brother Guang has killed before, but this has never happened. How strange. Yang Chaos underlings murmured among themselves, looking dumbfounded, clearly bewildered by the scene before them. Yang Chao narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, also at a loss. Lu Chang frowned, staring blankly as well. No matter how sharp his mind was, this scene left him utterly confounded. Because it defied the realm of rational thought. Zhang Fan glanced at the black arrow suspended before him, then looked at Ma Guang. Your ability is very unique. I'm extremely interested, so I'll take it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan activated the plundering function of his domain ability. Ah! Ma Guang instantly let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently and spasming as if struck by an epileptic seizure. Ma Guang! Yang Chao growled. What's wrong with Ma Guang? He was fine. How did he end up like this? Was he attacked psychically? Or by some other unknown, unseen attack? Ma Guang and his men were all startled, each one bewildered and filled with fear. No one had seen Zhang Fan attack, yet Ma Guang had become like this. It was too uncanny. Yang Chao stared at Zhang Fan and barked, Kid, what did you do to Ma Guang? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang Fan waved his hand signaling Yang Chao to calm down. 30 seconds later Ma Guang finally stopped convulsing and screaming, but his body was limp as if drained, collapsing to the ground while gasping for air. You! What did you do to me? Ma Guang struggled to stand, glaring at Zhang Fan. As a level 4 ability user, even with his ability plundered, his physical body remained formidable, so standing was no issue. You'll know in a moment. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and integrated the Book of Life and Death ability. 2 minutes later he opened his eyes, a glint of understanding flashing in them. So such an ability exists in this world. Truly the world is vast and full of wonders. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, then activated the Book of Life and Death ability. The next moment his eyes turned pitch black and dense black mist surged from his body. The black mist rose and rapidly coalesced into a notebook, a black notebook identical to Ma Guang's. However, Zhang Fan's black notebook was larger, more condensed, with clearer patterns of skulls and netherworld spirits. Thighs. Yang Chao and his men were all astounded. Ma Guang was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Thighs. Isn't this my ability? How can you? No. That's not right. Something's wrong. Ma Guang seemed to realize something and immediately tried to use the Book of Life and Death ability, but there was no response. He tried again. Still no response. Ma Guang panicked. Previously, using this ability had been as effortless as eating or drinking, it came naturally. But now, nothing happened. What's going on? What is happening? Ma Guang suddenly looked at Zhang Fan at the black notebook hovering above his head, and a terrifying thought surged in his mind. He stared intently at Zhang Fan, his eyes turning red. What exactly did you do to me? What do you think? Zhang Fan said with a faint smile. Isn't it as clear as day? You possess a plundering ability. Lu Chang suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on Zhang Fan, filled with disbelief. Plundering ability. Ma Guang, Yang Chao and the others immediately looked at Zhang Fan, then at the black notebook above his head. In an instant a chill ran down their spines. Ma Guang had lost his ability while Zhang Fan had gained it. The matter was obvious. Ma Guang's Book of Life and Death ability had been plundered by Zhang Fan. He possesses a plundering ability. Damn it. Fall back. Retreat now. Get away from him. Yang Chao and his underlings were terrified, scrambling backward to put distance between themselves and Zhang Fan. They didn't stop until they were over 100 meters away. No one wanted their ability plundered. In this world, losing one's ability was worse than death. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Zhang Fan smiled at Ma Guang. Now let you taste the flavor of your own Book of Life and Death ability. What do you want? Ma Guang stared at Zhang Fan, his speech faltering. Having awakened the Book of Life and Death ability for over half a month, he was well aware of its monstrous nature. He relished using this power to toy with his enemies, but he certainly didn't want to taste its effects himself. What do you think? Zhang Fan smiled faintly, activating the black notebook hovering above his head. Or rather, the Book of Life and Death. Rustle, 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 the pages of the book immediately began to flip. Ma Guang's Book of Life and Death meticulously recorded the over 100 survivors he had killed, with text filling the first 100 pages. Zhang Fan's Book of Life and Death was entirely blank. He opened the cover and it stopped at the first page. When the King of Hell decrees your death at the third watch, who dares keep you until the fifth? I sentence you to die now. Zhang Fan's voice was calm, throwing Ma Guang's own words back at him verbatim. Whoosh, a black light shot out from the Book of Life and Death, forming a black arrow that flew toward Ma Guang. It's over. Ma Guang's face turned ashen, knowing he couldn't escape, so he didn't bother trying, watching the black arrow strike him. Boom, Ma Guang's body trembled, the light in his eyes fading silently, then he fell backward, utterly lifeless. Externally he bore no wounds, but he was dead, his spirit annihilated into nothingness. The Book of Life and Death ability was a power specialized in attacking the spirit, killing invisibly and with overwhelming dominance. Glancing at the book floating above Zhang Fan's head, several lines of text rapidly appeared on the first page. Name Ma Guang. Level 4. Ability none. Time of death June 22, 2022 123905. Whoosh, 2 orbs dropped down. 1 gold 1 silver. Collect. Zhang Fan thought, and the 2 orbs flew toward him, merging into his body. Physique 8526. Spirit 917. A 4th level physique and 3rd level spirit, this Ma Guang was indeed a 4th level ability user. Zhang Fan muttered, then turned his gaze to Yang Chao and his over 300 underlings. Meeting his eyes, everyone except Ma Guang paled, fear evident in their stares at Zhang Fan. Now it's your turn. Zhang Fan's eyes were pitch black, his demeanor turning sinister and eerie. Holby first. Kid, you can't act wild here. Yang Chao stepped forward abruptly, his face twisted and eyes fierce. Lin Xiaoxiao, immobilize him. Yes, boss. A pleasant female voice rang out, and the next moment Zhang Fan felt a terrifying force pressing on him. This power surged from all directions, acting on every part of his body, squeezing him. Kid, die. Yang Chao roared, unleashing his ability directly. Damn. What kind of monster is this? So ugly. This form looks a bit like the mythical Tao Tai. Tao Tai. One of the 4 perils in mythology. Yeah. Zhang Fan and the others saw Yang Chaos transformed state for the first time and were stunned. They hadn't witnessed the power of the Tao Tai transformation but were first shocked by its ugliness. Damn, it was hideous. Die. Die. Yang Chao, now in Tao Tai form, roared and suddenly opened the massive maw on his chest. Suck. A terrifying devouring force erupted from the gaping maw, sweeping toward Zhang Fan and the others like a hurricane. The dreadful suction acted on everyone except Zhang Fan, causing them to fly uncontrollably toward the massive mouth. Damn it. Boss, save us. Help. Humph. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, unleashing his domain power, instantly freezing the flying group midair. Huh. Yang Chao was astonished. The devouring force of his stomach space was unparalleled. No one had ever resisted its pull before. The big beauty who escaped this morning was the first to flee from this attack's grip. Yet even so, she couldn't withstand the stomach space's devouring, losing 3 split bodies. These people had actually resisted. How? Suck. Yang Chao intensified the devouring, but it was useless. The domain power firmly trapped Jingya and the others, unmoved by Yang Chaos efforts. What's going on? Yang Chao was both shocked and furious. Such puny strength dares to act arrogant before me. Utterly reckless. Zhang Fan sneered. Go to hell. With those words, Zhang Fan activated the Book of Life and Death above his head. It flipped to the 2nd page, then shot a black arrow straight at Yang Chaos' face. No. Yang Chao panicked, retreating instantly only to find his body frozen. What's happening? Yang Chao tried to move his legs, but they were locked by 2 terrifying forces, utterly immobile. Damn it. Yang Chao struggled desperately, but it was futile. The forces binding his legs far surpassed his own strength. He was a 5th level ability user, and after the Tao Tai transformation his physique was several times stronger. Yet he couldn't budge these forces. The opponent's power was far beyond his imagination. Wait. Yang Chao immediately begged. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. Let's talk this out. Having been a leader for only a few days, he hadn't developed an arrogant, invincible mindset. Previously a humble hotpot shop owner, he was quite tactful. Facing a life threat, Yang Chao quickly capitulated. He couldn't die. Yes, he couldn't die. He had awakened an ability gaining overwhelming power. In this lawless world he could do anything he wanted. He loved this world too much. He hadn't had his fill, he couldn't bear to die, and he didn't want to. Death meant losing everything. Yet Zhang Fan paid no heed. Pfft, the black arrow pierced Yang Chaos' forehead, destroying his consciousness and annihilating his soul. Yang Chao stood frozen, the light in his eyes fading, his pupils dilating until he was silent. Dead. The boss is dead. Heavens. What do we do now? Lu Chang and the other underlings, seeing their leader killed, turned pale with fear. In their eyes Yang Chao was invincible, dominating all. But now, Yang Chao was dead, effortlessly slain. This shattered their perceptions and left them leaderless, gripped by panic. Lu Chang, who had followed Yang Chao the longest, knew well his strength. Yet now the arrogant Yang Chao was dead, killed by Zhang Fan in just a few moves, sending shockwaves through Lu Chang's heart. How powerful was this young man? What level was he? Why was he so strong? Zhang Fan, unaware of their thoughts, collected the physique and spirit orbs dropped by Yang Chao. Physique 97,351. Spirit 6,483. This guy was a 5th level ability user, just over 2,000 physique points shy of breaking through to 6th level. Zhang Fan was somewhat shocked. Yang Chao was the first 5th level ability user he had encountered with an incredibly fast evolution rate. After all, Jingya with white crystals provided by him and diligent training had only just broken through to the 4th level. His ability must have something special about it for him to evolve so quickly. Zhang Fan looked at the white orb dropped by Yang Chao. Earlier, seeing Yang Chaos Tao Tai transformation, he had found it too ugly to consider picking up the ability orb. Now Zhang Fan felt it necessary to take this ability. Collect. Zhang Fan picked up the white orb. Fusion. Acquired Tao Tai transformation ability. Zhang Fan felt it carefully and was amazed. The physique boost from the Tao Tai transformation was several times, but he didn't care much. His tenfold amplification ability was stronger. What stunned Zhang Fan was the stomach space of the Tao Tai transformation. It was enormous. At a glance it seemed as large as dozens of football fields. Even more astonishing was the bottom of the stomach space, a strange black lake. This lake was made of some black liquid bubbling and emitting a pungent odor. Yang Chaos rapid evolution was due to this stomach space. It could digest anything including zombie corpses and crystals. Then the stomach space would convert the digested matter into life energy to strengthen Yang Chaos body. No wonder this guy was close to breaking through the 6th level in such a short time. He had this iron stomach. Zhang Fan marveled inwardly. Other survivors cultivated by slowly absorbing white crystals, which took time. Higher level crystals required more time. The stomach space digested crystals instantly without any time needed, allowing Yang Chao to absorb crystals at lightning speed. Coupled with the ability to digest zombie corpses, Yang Chao absorbed an immense amount of energy. These two factors combined made his evolution incredibly fast, allowing him to break through to the 5th level in such a short time. This is a great ability. Zhang Fan sighed. Leaving aside combat power, just the evolution speed alone has immense value. Zhang Fan knew he wouldn't use this ability himself. The thought of devouring zombie corpses disgusted him. But his underlings could. Their evolution was too slow, and Zhang Fan believed that if he offered this ability no one would refuse. However, this ability was extraordinary and couldn't be given to everyone. It required careful consideration. After understanding the Tao Tai transformation ability, Zhang Fan snapped back to reality and looked at Yang Chaos over 300 underlings. How should he deal with these people? That was the question. Kill them? They were over 300 living humans, not zombies. Killing them would make him no different from a butcher. Release them? That wouldn't work either. If he let them go, the vegetables on Changheng Island would surely be exposed, inviting endless trouble. Zhang Fan clearly remembered the reactions of Yang Chao and his group when they first saw the vegetables here. That excitement. That exhilaration. That joy. All of it showed their craving and greed for vegetables. This meant other survivors would similarly yearn for them. Unable to release or kill them, the only option was to recruit them, turning them into allies. His team was indeed short-handed. Construction teams, demolition teams, cultivation teams and hunting teams all needed people. Planting fruits, vegetables and grains also required manpower, and these people were undoubtedly excellent assets. Do you want to live or die? Zhang Fan fixed his gaze on Yang Chaos 300+ underlings and delivered a soul-stirring interrogation. Do you want to live or die? Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd nodded frantically. Even an ant clings to life, how much more so a human? Of course they wanted to live. Moreover, now that they had awakened their abilities, each one of them was a superhuman, even more unwilling to die. Since you want to live, then it's simple. Zhang Fan strode forward, stopping 10 meters before the crowd, his gaze calm and piercing. If you're willing to follow me and obey my commands, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, death. We're willing. Well, follow you. Every single one of the 300+ underlings chose to submit without exception. They had followed Yang Chao for no more than 20 days, some as few as 3 to 5, their loyalty was shallow. Moreover, they had joined him partly under duress. The other reason was to gain Yang Chaos protection. Now with zombies everywhere, survivors struggled to get by, their lives hanging by a thread at any moment. Following a strongman like Yang Chao undoubtedly offered shelter and safety. Now that they had encountered an even stronger leader in Zhang Fan, they had no reason to remain loyal to Yang Chao. He wasn't their father. Excellent. Zhang Fan was pleased with their choice. From today onward you are part of Changheng Island. I have no other demands but one thing you must do, obey management. Zhang Fan swept his gaze over them, his eyes as sharp as blades. Since you've joined my team you must abide by my rules and submit to my authority. I'll be blunt, anyone who disobeys management should not expect leniency from me. This is not a threat, it's a warning. You all know full well what the world has become. Life is as fragile as grass, isn't it? For your own safety and the team's well-being I hope you'll comply with management. With that Zhang Fan added, later I'll distribute the team's rules and regulations. I hope you'll study them carefully and keep them in mind. Having said that, Zhang Fan fixed his gaze on each person, then pointed at Lu Chang. You come here. Lu Chang trembled, a wave of fear washing over him. He wondered why Zhang Fan had singled him out. Could it be that he had seen through his role as Yang Chaos confidant and intended to eliminate him, eradicating any remnants of Yang Chaos influence? With this thought Lu Chang's fear grew. Trembling he approached Zhang Fan, forcing a smile uglier than tears. Boss, you wanted to see me. Zhang Fan glanced at Lu Chang and asked with a faint smile, you were that guy's right-hand man, weren't you? No. I'm not. I'm just a nobody. Lu Chang desperately wanted to deny it, but he dared not. The 300-plus underlings behind him all knew his identity. If he lied to Zhang Fan they might expose him to curry favor with the new boss. I am, Lu Chang admitted with a bitter smile. What's your ability and what role did you play in the team? Zhang Fan pressed on. With nothing left to hide Lu Chang answered honestly, my ability is the super brain. Well, it means my mind is quite sharp. So I was responsible for advising Yang Chao and managing the team's daily affairs. Super brain. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Chang was taken aback. You're quite good. Zhang Fan flashed a mysterious smile and activated his enslavement ability. Ah, Lu Chang felt a piercing pain in his mind, collapsing to the ground and clutching his head as he let out a blood-curdling scream. What's happening? What's wrong with Secretary Lu? Yang Chaos 300-plus underlings were startled, staring in shock at Lu Chang writhing on the ground. Zhang Fan offered no explanation, nor was one necessary. Half a minute later the enslavement ended. Lu Chang rose to his feet. His gaze toward Zhang Fan had changed, fear replaced by submission, obedience and reverence. Master. Lu Chang called out respectfully. From today onward you are our strategist, responsible for planning and managing daily affairs. Zhang Fan commanded. His primary task was to hunt zombies and enhance his strength. He had no time for these trivial matters. These duties were better left to a professional like Lu Chang. It was precisely the kind of work suited to him. Yes, master. Lu Chang replied reverently. Zhang Fan pointed to the 300-plus underlings. Your first task is to arrange accommodation for them. Remember, they must not be too far from the resort. Yes, master. Lu Chang acknowledged obediently. Your second task is to categorize them. Zhang Fan continued issuing orders. Our team is developing Changheng Island and Shashing Island. First, we plan to build a defensive wall outside Changheng Island to fend off zombies from the Yangtze River. Second, we need to demolish the buildings on Shashing Island while promoting plant growth to restore its ecosystem, establishing a livestock breeding base there. Building the wall requires a construction team. Demolishing buildings needs a demolition team. Promoting plant growth calls for a vegetation team. Additionally, they all need to eat, drink and manage daily necessities, so we need people dedicated to logistics, cooking, cleaning, waste disposal, planting vegetables and fruits and so on. Your second task is to classify them so they can carry out various assignments. Master, I understand. Lu Chang agreed once more. I'll give you the afternoon to settle them in. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Start work tomorrow morning. Any problems? Rest assured, master, I'll make sure everything is arranged. Lu Chang guaranteed, thumping his chest. Excellent. Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. Take them to find lodging. I'll come see you tonight. Yes, master. Lu Chang led the 300-plus underlings away along with the dozen heavy trucks they had driven. Jingya and the others gathered around. Boss, you've recruited over 300 people just like that. Our team has grown tenfold in an instant. With so many, it'll be hard to manage. Mainly supplies. I wonder if our collected resources can sustain such a crowd. Food, water. Will they be enough? Everyone chimed in, some excited, others worried, and a few indifferent. Zhang Fan understood their concerns and waved his hand. Supplies are certainly sufficient, don't worry. Even if they run short, we can gather more. The consumption of 300 people was indeed immense, but Zhang Fan could collect resources even faster, more than enough to sustain them. Moreover, many hands make light work. They could use the island as a base to engage in various production activities, achieving self-sufficiency and sustainable resource development. In short, adding over 300 people to the team did bring certain drawbacks, but the advantages were undoubtedly greater. It all came down to how they were managed. Afterward, Zhang Fan and the others returned to the hotel to finish lunch. Then everyone went to rest. The afternoon was reserved for cultivation, no outings were needed. As usual, Zhang Fan and Jingya visited the room of Fatty and her 4 cubs, playing with the 3 little tigers. The cubs had grown considerably, plump, fluffy, and endearingly cute, even more adorable than before. One sat on Zhang Fan's lap, rubbing its furry head against his chin. Another pressed its waist against Zhang Fan's back as if scratching an itch. One licked Jingya's fingers with a slurping sound full of mischief. Their mother Fatty lay on a mat, her eyes half closed, radiating maternal warmth. After playing with the 3 cubs for a while, Zhang Fan approached Fatty and communicated with her using his telepathic ability. Fatty, I have an ability that's perfect for you. What ability? Fatty lifted her large head, looking at Zhang Fan curiously. To facilitate communication with his 2 pets, Zhang Fan had shared the telepathic ability with Fatty and Dahuang. So though they couldn't speak, they could converse mentally. Don't resist, I'll transfer it to you and you'll know. Zhang Fan said. Thank you, master. Fatty expressed her gratitude. Zhang Fan promptly transferred the Tao Tai transformation ability to Fatty, who then acquired it. With this ability, your evolution speed will greatly accelerate. You must train diligently. Zhang Fan patted Fatty's head. Rest assured, master, I won't let you down. Fatty promised. Excellent. Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. There are no zombies left on Changheng Island now. You can go to Chongzhou Island to hunt them. It'll also give you the portal ability to facilitate travel. Fatty was different from the others, she needed to feed her cubs, requiring food. In these times there were no animals to hunt, so she could only eat zombies. And the Tao Tai transformation ability was a powerful boon for Fatty, like adding wings to a tiger. Chongzhou Island was the next target for development, and its zombies had to be cleared. Having Fatty clear them first would serve 2 purposes at once. Changheng Island and Chongzhou Island were separated by the Yangtze River, making the portal ability an ideal means of travel. Zhang Fan would be reluctant to part with the portal ability for anyone else, but Fatty was different. She was his loyal servant, absolutely devoted, so he was willing. Leaving Fatty's room, Zhang Fan pulled Jingya back to theirs to rest. After lunch, it was only natural to engage in some post-meal exercise to aid digestion, good for health. Baby, you're on top today. So embarrassing. Melodious sounds once again filled the room, sometimes passionate, sometimes gentle and lingering. Those 2 are at it again. This single dog is being tortured. Damn. Jingya was a level 4 ability user, her physique far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Moreover, she had an outwardly pure appearance but harbored intense desires within, a woman that ordinary men couldn't handle. Zhang Fan was no ordinary man, he was a level 7 superhuman, an indefatigable powerhouse. After their encounter, Jingya was utterly defeated while Zhang Fan emerged triumphant. After dinner, Zhang Fan led his underlings for a stroll and arrived at the neighboring Shuyun residential area. Shuyun was not far from the resort, only about 3 kilometers away on foot, making it the closest residential area to the resort. Lu Chong led a group of underlings to Shuyun residential area, designating it as their new dwelling place. The buildings in Shuyun were low-rise, each only 6 stories tall with 3 rooms per floor. Each building contained roughly 18 apartments, allowing 1 unit per person. With one building housing 18 people, only 20 buildings were needed to accommodate everyone. Shuyun residential area, however, was a large complex with over 30 buildings, more than enough to house over 300 underlings. Before the apocalypse, property prices on Changheng Island were tens of thousands per square meter, but now houses had become utterly worthless. Choosing and living anywhere you pleased was one of the few perks of the apocalypse. When Zhang Fan and his group arrived at Shuyun, the underlings were already having dinner. The dinner was simple. Each person received 4 steamed buns, a dish of pickled vegetables, a sweet potato, and a bowl of rice porridge. The food supply was ample, suggesting Yang Chao and his team had gathered considerable provisions, though they lacked meat and vegetables. The underlings sat in the courtyard slurping their food with gusto, much like at a rural feast. They chatted, played cards, laughed and bantered, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Chang also sat among them eating. He devoured the steamed sweet potato without peeling it, savoring each bite of pickled vegetables and sweet potato. When he noticed Zhang Fan's arrival, he immediately stood up to call the underlings to attention, but Zhang Fan stopped him. "Don't make a fuss yet. Let everyone finish their meal, we'll talk afterward." Zhang Fan transmitted telepathically. "Understood, boss." Lu Chang said no more. Half an hour later, after the underlings had finished eating, Lu Chang gathered them together. Lu Chang was highly efficient. This time the group was no longer a chaotic mess like at noon, instead they were organized into 5 phalanxes. The 5 teams stood in neat rows, each with about 70 to 80 people, much like during morning exercises in high school. Attention. At ease. Right face. Forward. At ease. Master, the team is assembled. 357 present, all accounted for. Please give your orders. Lu Chang finished organizing the troops, then trotted over to Zhang Fan and reported. "You've done well." Zhang Fan's face showed approval. In just one afternoon Lu Chang had managed to lead the team effectively, he was indeed talented. Then Zhang Fan strode confidently before the 6 teams. "Attention. At ease. We met briefly at noon and you may not know me. Allow me to introduce myself." Zhang Fan's voice boomed, "My name is Zhang Fan. Level 7. As for my abilities, I have many and you'll learn about them in time." He spoke casually, but his words sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. Level 7. He's actually level 7. How did he cultivate so quickly to reach level 7? He's a monster. No wonder Yang Chao was no match for him. Yang Chao was only level 5. How could he compete with a level 7? Damn. I'm only level 2 but he's level 7. Truly, comparisons are odious. Everyone's gaze toward Zhang Fan shifted, filled with deep awe and submission. Zhang Fan's strength extinguished any thoughts of rebellion, they were thoroughly convinced. Yet beyond submission everyone also felt joy. Following such a leader ensured safety, at least from the fear of zombies. Even if the sky fell, there would be a tall leader like him to hold it up, wouldn't there? As for those behind me, I met them gradually after the apocalypse began. Zhang Fan gestured toward Jingya and the others. "Come forward and introduce yourselves to everyone." Jingya, Chao Jia and the others stepped forward, standing in a row behind Zhang Fan. The 300+ underlings immediately turned their gazes toward them, their eyes filled with curiosity. It was undeniable that although Zhang Fan's team was small, it boasted many beautiful women, which was quite eye-catching. "My name is Jingya, level 4 ability Dimensional Space. I'm Chao Jia, level 3 ability Detection. I'm Zhang Wensi, level 3 ability Earth Manipulation. I'm Yang Guang, level 3 ability Super Physique." After the introductions they stepped back, leaving the floor to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan continued, "We're all adults here, so we'll skip useless chatter and keep it brief. You all know our situation. You understand the world outside better than I do. Living in such a world, we not only have to fight zombies but also secure ample food and supplies. Otherwise we won't survive. Therefore building up Changheng Island is imperative, for it will be our home for survival. I hope everyone can unite closely, contribute your strength and help develop Changheng Island. Once Changheng Island is well developed, we'll be safer, have more resources and live better." After a few brief remarks, Zhang Fan walked up to the first team and asked, "What team is this?" "Master, this is the construction team." Lu Chang replied from behind. "Do they all have earth manipulation abilities?" Zhang Fan inquired. "Only about a dozen do," Lu Chang said helplessly. "But before the apocalypse most of them worked in construction-related fields." "That's enough." Zhang Fan nodded slightly and addressed the construction team, "I'll assign you a captain. When you build the defensive walls, follow his orders." "Yang Jiacheng," Zhang Fan called out. "Here." A middle-aged man with dark skin stepped forward. He was one of the original 6 in the construction team, the eldest. Yang Jiacheng stood before Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan pointed at him and said, "He will be your captain from now on. At home you follow Secretary Lu Chang's management. But when building the defensive walls outside you follow Captain Yang Jiacheng's orders." Is that clear? Yes. The construction team shouted in unison. Yang Jiacheng, these are your men now. Get to know them first. Zhang Fan looked at Yang Jiacheng. When you're ready, bring them to me to receive the earth manipulation ability. Yes, boss. Yang Jiacheng replied excitedly. He had been just one of 6 in the construction team, and now he was suddenly promoted to captain, managing over 70 people. How could he not be thrilled? Zhang Fan approached the second team. What team is this? Demolition team. In the following time, Zhang Fan questioned each team and appointed a captain for each to facilitate management. The 357 people were divided into 5 teams: construction, demolition, growth, hunting, and logistics. Logistics retained only 20 people responsible for cooking, washing dishes, and other support tasks. The remaining 337 were split into 4 teams of about 80 plus, each tasked with building defensive walls, demolishing structures, growing plants, and hunting zombies respectively. After assigning these tasks, Zhang Fan bestowed abilities on each team. The construction and demolition teams received earth manipulation, while the growth team received plant control. Zhang Fan did not play favorites. If the hunting and logistics personnel could choose either ability. By the time everything was sorted, it was already 10 p.m. Everyone returned to their rooms to sleep, and Zhang Fan's group went back to the hotel. The next morning after breakfast, everyone set out to their respective tasks. Each of the construction, demolition, growth, and hunting teams was led by a clone to their work sites. The clone's duties included opening portals, guiding the teams, and overseeing the work. Of course, the clone leading the construction team was also responsible for converting the newly built defensive walls into alloy walls. This would undoubtedly make the walls more robust and durable. And so a grand construction campaign unfolded on both Changheng Island and Shaxing Island. Many hands indeed made light work. The pace of building the defensive walls accelerated dramatically, advancing rapidly every day. The demolition of buildings on Shaxing Island was also astonishingly fast. Each day numerous high-rises and shops were toppled, and vast stretches of concrete and asphalt roads were reduced to powder. As soon as the demolition team cleared an area, the growth team followed to restore vegetation, quickly reviving the ecosystem on Shaxing Island. The hunting team was not idle either. They were taken to the entrance of the Yangtze River tunnel to hunt zombies gathered by the Great Beauty. Zhang Fan, accompanied by Jingya, inspected the work of each team before returning to Mahai. Their main task remained collecting supplies while also searching for live livestock and poultry such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. Supplies were easy to find. Supermarkets, markets, shopping malls, and convenience stores yielded plenty. Livestock and poultry, however, were elusive. They were virtually absent in the city, so they had to search in the countryside and villages without any guarantee of success, just relying on luck. Meanwhile, on Chongzhou Island, Zhang Fan's other half had also set out with the cross-dressing beauty. Today the cross-dressing beauty wore a white short-sleeved shirt and blue slim-fit capris, accentuating her well-proportioned figure and shapely derriere, radiating breathtaking beauty. Their primary task was still hunting zombies, or rather Zhang Fan's main task was hunting zombies. Cultivation was like rowing against the current. Without progress one regresses. Zhang Fan had split himself in two, not only to conveniently accompany both girlfriends but also to divide the labor. The half with Jingya focused on collecting supplies, leading the team, and building the faction. The half with the cross-dressing beauty concentrated on hunting zombies. The two halves had clear divisions of labor perfectly arranged. Zhang Fan led the cross-dressing beauty to Shuyan residential area. This area was large, surrounded by other residential complexes with a huge population and consequently a vast number of zombies. He created noise to attract them, released his domain, and wiped them out in one fell swoop. With his domain ability, Zhang Fan's zombie killing efficiency soared, eliminating large swaths at once. In less than a morning, Zhang Fan successively annihilated 9 areas including Shuyan Dongtan Yunshu Yunduo Hotel and Jinmao residential area, killing a massive number of zombies and rapidly increasing his physique and spirit. Let's go to the next area. Zhang Fan wrapped his arm around the cross-dressing bowtie's slender waist and lifted into the air, flying toward the next destination. The cross-dressing beauty leaned against her man, her eyes filled with admiration. She didn't really need to be out in the scorching heat, but she was clingy and wanted to stay by his side even if she did nothing. In her words, as long as she was with him even under the blazing sun, she was happy. Zhang Fan suddenly halted midair. What's wrong? The cross-dressing beauty asked, puzzled. We're in luck. Zhang Fan pointed excitedly at a village below. There's a litter of pigs down there. Pigs. The cross-dressing beauty blinked. Was finding a litter of pigs really worth such excitement? Let's go down. This was a small supermarket. The supermarket's doors were tightly shut. Inside the sealed supermarket, various goods were haphazardly piled on the floor, leaving the place in utter disarray. The vegetable section. Unlike the chaotic mess of the rest of the supermarket, this area was remarkably clean, with almost all the vegetables cleared away. The supermarket's doors were bolted shut, and though the goods were scattered, they were quite complete. Logically, no survivor had visited. So where had the vegetables gone? The culprits were a nest of pigs. In a corner of the vegetable section, a large black sow lay lazily on the ground, snoring thunderously. Not far from her, a dozen or so piglets barely a month old were playing joyfully. Some were fighting. Others were tearing at the trash. Some were rolling on the ground. Others were rooting the floor with their snouts. Outside the supermarket, the atmosphere was grim and desolate, but inside it was harmonious and cheerful, a stark contrast. With a swoosh, two figures materialized in the supermarket. The man was handsome and dashing, the woman beautiful and graceful like a celestial couple. This pair was naturally Zhang Fan and the cross-dressing man. Wow! There really is a nest of pigs, the cross-dressing man exclaimed. Her shout startled the dozen piglets, who scurried on their short legs toward their mother. The mother pig was also roused, scrambling to her feet and staring warily at Zhang Fan and the cross-dressing man. A pig that had survived this long must have astonishing intelligence. What incredible luck today! Zhang Fan beamed. With so many piglets, we'll have pork to eat. A sow and a dozen piglets were indeed a mouthful of meat, but not much. What Zhang Fan valued was the potential of these piglets. Finding them was like finding the seeds of pigs. All he had to do was raise them well, and the pigs would multiply, providing an endless supply of pork. Best of all, Zhang Fan had previously acquired an ability that he thought was perfect for these piglets. This ability was rapid growth. As the name suggested, this ability's function was to accelerate the growth of living beings, shortening their maturation cycle. Zhang Fan wasn't sure exactly how fast they would grow because he was already an adult and couldn't grow further, so the ability was useless to him. But for these newly weaned piglets it was perfect. If he applied this ability to them, their growth rate would skyrocket, allowing them to mature quickly into moving slabs of streaky pork. Hey! When I got this ability, I guessed it would come in handy one day, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Every day Zhang Fan slaughtered countless zombies, and every day he acquired all sorts of random abilities. When it came to the sheer number of abilities, if Zhang Fan claimed second, no one in the world dared to claim first. All told, the abilities he had acquired past and present numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Unfortunately, most of them were useless junk, and Zhang Fan had deleted them all. He kept only a few that were useful or might be useful in the future, and rapid growth was one of them. Master, what should we do with them? The cross-dressing man licked her sexy red lips. Kill them for roast, suckling pig. We can't eat them. Zhang Fan glared at her. I'm keeping these pigs to raise. Whether we'll have pork in the future depends entirely on them. Killing them now would be like draining the pond to catch the fish, utterly foolish. The wisest course was to raise them and let them multiply into thousands of pigs. The cross-dressing man pouted and giggled. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. A woman's mouth is a devil's lie. Zhang Fan scoffed as his domain silently expanded, enveloping the mother pig and her piglets. Come here. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, and the sow and her piglets uncontrollably floated into the air, flying toward them. 1, 2, 3. Wow, this old sow is so fertile, she gave birth to 14 in one litter, the cross-dressing man exclaimed. She sure is more fertile than you. Zhang Fan teased with a laugh, then activated the paste ability, applying abilities to the piglets one by one. First he pasted the rapid growth ability. Then he pasted the clone ability. Finally he pasted the annihilation black mist ability. Clone ability. Annihilation black mist ability. That's right. Zhang Fan wasn't just giving the piglets the rapid growth ability, he was also pasting the clone and annihilation black mist abilities onto them. The clone ability could continuously create clones. And every clone was a living, breathing entity of flesh and blood. The purpose of pasting the clone ability onto the piglets was naturally to have them constantly create clones. This way they could produce a massive number of piglet clones. The annihilation black mist ability could replenish the piglet's stamina. Creating clones consumed stamina, and the more clones created, the more stamina was required. Once stamina ran out they couldn't continue making clones. This clearly didn't align with Zhang Fan's grand plan for meat, but the Annihilation Black Mist ability could perfectly solve this problem. Half an hour later the 14 piglets had successfully acquired the three major abilities Rapid Growth Clone and Annihilation Black Mist. At this point it seemed everything was done, but in truth, the most critical step remained. The piglets were too clever and wouldn't willingly create clones according to Zhang Fan's wishes. No matter, Zhang Fan had plenty of ways to handle them. Mental manipulation. With a thought, Zhang Fan activated the mental manipulation function of his domain ability, taking control of the 14 piglets' minds. Then he seized control of their bodies. Clone. Zhang Fan manipulated the 14 piglets to activate the clone ability. In an instant a miraculous scene unfolded. A flash of light enveloped the piglets and 14 clones appeared beside them. Each piglet had created one clone. This meant the 14 piglets had become 28. The cross-dressing man was stunned. "Master, what did you do to them? How are there 14 more piglets?" Zhang Fan briefly explained what he had done. The cross-dressing man was speechless. "Master, you're such a sly dog. The little piglets are still so young." Feeling merciful, Zhang Fan shrugged. "Then how about you give up streaky pork, braised ribs and pig trotters from now on?" The cross-dressing man paused, looked at the 14 piglets, then thought of the fragrant streaky pork, braised ribs and pig trotters. She shook her head decisively. "You'd better continue. That's more like it." Zhang Fan opened a portal and sent the 14 newly created piglet clones to Shashing Island. Piglets of this size were already fully weaned and could survive without their mother. Of course, surviving was one thing. Leaving their mother's embrace for the first time and arriving in a strange environment would surely frighten and disorient them, requiring adaptation, but that was their problem. Shashing Island was now completely free of zombies and entirely safe. As for whether the piglets might get sick, Zhang Fan couldn't help it, he wasn't a veterinarian. Zhang Fan controlled the 14 piglets to continue creating clones. The piglets were very weak, not even reaching level 1, and could only create a few clones before their stamina was depleted. No problem. With the Annihilation Black Mist ability, stones and garbage could be converted into energy to replenish the piglet stamina. Through Zhang Fan's relentless efforts, in less than an hour he had created 1400 piglet clones, all of which were sent to Shashing Island. A total of 1400 clones meant each piglet had produced 100 clones, absolutely outrageous. Yet even so, Zhang Fan had no intention of letting the 14 original piglets off. They still had to contribute to the team's grand plan for meat, doing their part. The cross-dressing man was right, Zhang Fan's behavior was akin to exploiting child labor. But then again, they were pigs. Since ancient times, had pigs ever had rights? It seemed they never had. They were forever destined to be exploited, forever doomed to the fate of being slaughtered and served on the dinner table. "Master, it's noon and I'm hungry." The cross-dressing man rubbed her belly, looking at her master with pitiful eyes. "I want to eat." "All right." Zhang Fan nodded, waved his hand and created a clone. He ordered the clone to continue manipulating the piglets to create more clones. He himself led the cross-dressing man back to the bamboo courtyard. Zhang Fan didn't plan to send the 14 original piglets to Shashing Island. If he did, they might absorb their clones, ruining all his efforts. After all, the original had absolute control over its clones. If the original wanted to absorb them, the clones couldn't resist. The best solution was to ensure the originals and clones never met, so absorption would never happen. By noon, the construction team, after a busy morning, officially knocked off. Team leader Yang Jiachen gathered everyone and gave a brief speech. "That's all for this morning's work. Everyone performed excellently and I hope you'll keep it up." Suddenly a dozen or so piglets, appearing from nowhere, charged over like startled deer, darting wildly through the streets. "Pigs! Where did these pigs come from? Damn! There are pigs here, catch them, don't let them get away." The construction team members naturally spotted the rampaging piglets, their surprise and joy evident. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't eaten pork at all. Now they craved meat, desperately dreaming of fragrant streaky pork and succulent pig trotters. Seeing so many piglets, who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't be tempted? Just as the construction team members were about to catch the pigs, a commanding voice echoed over the island. "This morning I released a batch of wiener pigs on Shashing Island. Until these wieners have grown, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to arbitrarily kill or capture them. Violators will be expelled from Changheng Island." It was Zhang Fan's voice. Hearing his words, the construction team members felt as if cold water had been poured on them, instantly calming down. They looked at each other and exchanged wry smiles. Sigh, all that excitement for nothing. It's okay. I just didn't expect these piglets to be the boss. I was wondering how these piglets could have survived on Shashing Island, which was full of zombies. Turns out the boss released them this morning. But where did he find them? If they were released today as wieners, it makes sense not to eat them yet. We should wait until they grow up. Hurry up and grow, we'll have pork soon. Though frustrated, the construction team understood. Living creatures were too scarce these days. Finding some piglets was a rare opportunity, so they had to be kept as seeds for breeding more pigs. Eating them now? That would be a tremendous waste. At the Holiday Inn on Changheng Island, people were dining in the restaurant. Zhang Fan, Jingya and Lu Mu sat at one table. Zhang Fan, where did you find those piglets? Why didn't I know? Jingya asked, puzzled. She and Zhang Fan had returned together today and heard everyone talking about the piglets, which piqued her curiosity. She had been with Zhang Fan all morning, even finding time for some indescribable activities. When had he caught the piglets? A clone found them. Zhang Fan said with a smile. A couple of days ago I sent out many clones to search for livestock and poultry. Today luck was on our side, they found a nest of piglets. I see. Jingya nodded in understanding. Just then a low rumbling sound suddenly echoed. What's that sound? Zhang Fan frowned slightly. This time the noise was loud enough for others to hear as well. They all stopped eating, their eyes filled with confusion. A rumbling sound. The sound of a heavy truck. Could someone have driven a heavy truck onto the island again? That doesn't sound right. I think it sounds more like a helicopter. A helicopter. Where would a helicopter come from? Should we go out and take a look? Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Fan. Wait a moment. Zhang Fan closed his eyes and activated his detection ability. A strange detection wave radiated from him, quickly enveloping a vast area of 7 square kilometers. In terms of area, Zhang Fan could now detect a region of 154 square kilometers. The entire Changheng Island itself was only 160 square kilometers. If Changheng Island were circular and Zhang Fan happened to be at its center, the detection range of his ability would be enough to cover the entire island. But Changheng Island was elongated and the Holiday Inn was located in the western part, allowing him to detect only a third of the area. Even so, this was astonishing enough. It really is a helicopter. Zhang Fan glanced sideways and there was more than one. 3 helicopters appeared in the sky, all commercial ones marked with a company logo. The 3 helicopters flew over Changheng Island, heading straight for the neighboring Shashing Island. On board the 3 helicopters sat a total of 12 survivors. 7 men and 5 women fully armed. What are they up to? Zhang Fan frowned. The 3 helicopters were fast. As soon they flew out of his detection range, vanishing from Zhang Fan's sight. Zhang Fan opened his eyes. Zhang Fan, what's the situation? Jingya stared at him intently, her starry eyes shimmering with a liquid gleam. The others also looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan briefly described what he had detected. The direction of Changxing Island. Lu Mu frowned delicately. What are those people up to? Could it be for the piglets the boss released on the island today? Zhang Wensi laughed heartily. How is that possible? Wang Yuan pursed her lips. Those piglets were only released this morning, how could they know? Even if they knew, there's no way they could have gotten here so quickly, right? Yeah, it's been no time at all. But speaking of which, it's pretty impressive that they managed to get helicopters. That's nothing. There are nearly 50 helicopters in Mahai. If you're determined to find one, you can. They're all unclaimed anyway. Yeah, forget helicopters, you can find passenger jets or fighter jets if you want. True. Zhang Fan created a duplicate. Go to Shashing Island and see what those people are up to. Got it. The duplicate nodded, strode out of the hotel and opened a portal to Shashing Island. Below them rolled the mighty river. Above them stretched the vast blue sky. The 3 helicopters swam like fish through the azure heavens. The surging air currents tousled the hair of those inside, their clothes flapping noisily. On the middle helicopter sat 4 people. The pilot was a young man with an unremarkable appearance. In the co-pilot's seat sat a strikingly handsome man, sharp features, fair skin and a high-bridged nose. The handsome man was named Zhang Yang. Good genes from his parents made him good-looking. In the back sat two women, one tall and one short, both high-quality beauties. The taller woman was a mixed-race beauty with strikingly three-dimensional features, fair skin and sapphire blue eyes, yet she retained the delicacy of an Eastern woman. Although she was seated, her posture suggested she was at least 178 centimeters tall. Her tight leather jacket and pants accentuated her slender waist, full bosom and legs that rivaled a supermodel's, a figure of breathtaking allure. This woman was a Sino-British mixed race named Hua Rui from Hangzhou. Beside her sat a round-faced adorable girl, pure and kawaii, exuding a sweet charm. This girl was called Suyu, also from Hangzhou. Zhang Yang kept glancing at the mixed-race girl Hua Rui, but she sat with her arms crossed, eyes closed, completely ignoring him. Zhang Yang could only talk to Suyu in an attempt to catch Hua Rui's attention. "Xiao Yu, are you sure there are livestock here? Don't let us come all this way for nothing." Suyu rolled her eyes at him adorably and said with mild irritation, "I get that you want to talk to Sister Hua Rui, but can you change the subject? You've asked that 80 times already, aren't you tired of it? I told you my ability has never been wrong, at least not so far." Exposed by Suyu, Zhang Yang wasn't embarrassed. His crush on Hua Rui was common knowledge in their base. He had confessed many times, but Hua Rui never responded. She wasn't cold or playing games, she simply didn't think much of him because he was a weakling. Hua Rui admired and liked strong people, and the weak Zhang Yang completely failed to impress her. "I was just confirming." Zhang Yang laughed awkwardly. "From what you said earlier, the reaction of the crystal ball is unprecedented. There might be a big haul. I hope it doesn't disappoint." "Don't worry. Big sis won't make a mistake." Suyu puffed out her developing chest and said confidently. "Hey, you little rascal, no respect for your elders." Zhang Yang scolded with a laugh, "I'm older than you, you should call me big brother." "Naya Naya." Suyu made a face. "Boss, Shashing Island is ahead," the pilot suddenly announced. The mixed-race beauty, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, twin gleams flashing in her sapphire-like eyes as she leaned out to look below. Indeed, they had arrived. Whoosh, Hua Rui's figure flickered, and in an instant she was on the island. As she stood there, her fiery, stunning figure was fully revealed. Describing her as having an angel's face and a devil's body was perfectly apt. The 3 helicopters landed and the others disembarked one by one, gathering before Hua Rui. Hua Rui looked around, her blue eyes sweeping. "Old dog, it's your turn." "Got it, boss." Old Dog was a rugged-looking man, full name Go Hanjiang, but everyone called him Old Dog. Old Dog closed his eyes, ready to activate his ability, when suddenly a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded. Hua Rui and the others turned to see a dozen piglets running toward them from a distance, looking panicked. "Pigs! They're pigs! There really are live animals here. Now we can have pork." The group grew excited, their eyes fixed on the dozen piglets like hungry wolves. They had come all the way from Hangzhou to find livestock and poultry. To encounter so many piglets as soon as they landed was both surprising and delightful. "Catch them," Hua Rui commanded in a crisp voice. "Leave it to me." A tall, thin man stomped the ground. Puff puff puff, earthen walls rose from the ground quickly, forming a circle that trapped all the piglets inside. Snort snort, the dozen piglets panicked, squealing and darting about, but they couldn't escape. "Let's go check it out," Hua Rui called out, striding over on her long straight legs, her pert hips swaying as she approached the earthen wall. Then she leaped up onto the wall, looking down at the penned piglets. The others climbed up as well, their faces beaming with joy. 1, 2, 3. Wow! 14 in total. If we raise them, that's 14 big fat pigs. Zhang Yang grinned happily. "Put them in my farm and within a month they'll be fully grown. Then we can feast on delicious pork." "Hey! I want braised pork with vermicelli." A burly man licked his lips and said in a deep voice. "I want braised pork belly." Suyu swallowed hard, her big eyes sparkling. "My mom makes the best braised pork. You'll have you all taste it then." "I want braised pork intestines. Love that funky smell, it's so satisfying." Hearing her teammates chatter, Hua Rui discreetly swallowed, her mouth watering. Though she was mixed race, she had spent all her summer and winter breaks in China. Every time she returned, she would feast on all the delicacies of Hangzhou. She was a true foodie and the taste of pork was irresistible to her. But as the team leader, she didn't show it. Instead, she asked, "Check how many are female." "Boss, I've counted 9 females, 5 males, 14 in total," someone shouted. "Good. Hua Rui nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Yang. Collect them. On it. Zhang Yang nodded, ready to activate his ability and store the 14 piglets in his farm. But just then a calm voice rang out, without so much as a greeting. You come to my territory and capture my livestock. That's not very honorable of you. Hua Rui spun around, her sapphire-like eyes locking onto the speaker. The others turned as well. There, sitting on the roof of a BMW not far away, was a handsome young man. Hua Rui fixed her gaze on the young man, wariness in her eyes. In this perilous world one had to be cautious of any stranger except those well-known. Because you could never tell if someone was good or bad or what their character was like. The others stared at Zhang Fan without speaking. Zhang Yang was the first to break the silence. Who are you? I should be asking you that. Zhang Fan looked at the group. Who we are is none of your business. Zhang Yang lifted his chin defiantly. You said this is your territory. Sorry, but it's ours now. If you know what's good for you, shut up. Hua Rui snapped. Zhang Yang glared at Zhang Fan but obediently fell silent. He listened to no one but Hua Rui. Hua Rui looked at Zhang Fan, her blue eyes glimmering. Hello. We're survivors from Hangzhou. We came here today to look for livestock. I apologize for the intrusion. With that she pointed to the 14 piglets behind her and said, you have many piglets here. If you don't mind, we can trade other livestock with you. Now that sounds like something a person would say. Zhang Fan nodded. If you have other live animals and willing to trade. Live animals were incredibly hard to find. He and Jingya had searched for days without finding a single creature. It was only thanks to his other half's luck that they had found a nest of piglets. Otherwise, who knew when they'd find any live animals? So if they truly had live animals, he didn't mind trading. He had plenty of piglets on hand. Boss, there's no need to trade with him. Live animals are precious. Zhang Yang quickly said, he's alone, we can just kill him and take all the piglets. Yeah boss, we've worked so hard to find so few live animals, why should we trade them away? Boss, give me half a minute, he'll take care of him. The others were all reluctant to trade, urging her on, and one sinister-looking young man made a move directly. Wang Yi, get back. Hua Rui shouted sternly. But the sinister young man ignored her, his body erupting with dazzling purple lightning that coalesced into a 3-hanglong thunder spear, thrusting it fiercely at Zhang Fan. Aside from Hua Rui, the others stood by with cold indifference, refusing to intervene. In this post-apocalyptic world, living creatures were a rarity. Every single fowl and livestock they possessed had been painstakingly gathered one by one. Every head of livestock and every fowl was hard-won, so they were naturally unwilling to trade them away to Zhang Fan for nothing. After all, the apocalypse had arrived and there were no laws to restrain them. If they could just eliminate Zhang Fan, wouldn't those 14 piglets be theirs? Their aspirations were noble, yet reality proved harsh. Just as the sullen youth thrust his 3-zhang lightning spear fiercely at Zhang Fan sidestepped, slightly evading the massive weapon. Not good. The sullen youth's face contorted in alarm as he attempted to retreat. But Zhang Fan was faster, teleporting before him and reaching out a large hand to seize the youth's throat. Then, with a slight exertion of force, crack. The sullen youth's throat was instantly crushed. His eyes bulged wide as he died on the spot, his breath ceasing. A dead silence fell over the scene. Hua Rui and the others stared unblinkingly at the sullen youth, their minds short-circuiting, unable to process what had happened. From the sullen youth's attack to Zhang Fan's killing him, everything had transpired in a flash, far too swiftly. So fast that Hua Rui and her companions hadn't even registered it, leaving them still in a daze. Bang! Zhang Fan casually discarded the sullen youth's corpse, and the dull thud jolted Hua Rui and the others back to reality. Wang Yi. Several of them roared, then turned to Zhang Fan, their eyes blazing with furious flames and intense hatred. How dare you kill Wang Yi? This time even Hua Rui glared at Zhang Fan, her sapphire-like eyes erupting with seething anger. Their team wasn't large, at most 21 people. Every single one was an elite, a friend who had shared hardships and supported one another through it all. One could say they had forged deep bonds of camaraderie. But now Wang Yi had been slain by this very man before them. How could Hua Rui tolerate this? Brat, I'll tear you limb from limb. Kill. Kill him. Avenge Wang Yi. You damned bastard, I'll make you pay with your life. Except for Zhang Yang and Su Yu, everyone including Hua Rui surged toward Zhang Fan. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. Crimson mist-like substance burst from Hua Rui, coalescing into sharp arrows that shot toward Zhang Fan. The old dog slammed the ground, and with a series of dull thuds dozens of earth spikes jutted up beneath Zhang Fan's feet. A rotund, plump man clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying gravitational force that bore down on Zhang Fan like a mountain. A short-haired freckled woman produced a short blade, vanishing in a puff of phantom light before reappearing behind Zhang Fan, the blade slicing toward his back. A burly giant let out a furious roar, his muscles bulging as he stomped the ground, charging at Zhang Fan with a thunderous rumble. 9 individuals each deployed their abilities, whether melee or ranged, launching a frenzied assault on Zhang Fan. "Kill that bastard!" Zhang Yang shook his fist, cursing viciously. "You dared to kill Wang Yi, may you die a miserable death." Su Yu remained silent, tears glistening in her eyes as her nose twitched. "Brother Wang, boo-hoo. Villain. We must kill this villain. Avenge brother Wang Yi." Facing the encircling mob, Zhang Fan smiled leisurely, an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly overestimating itself. Super vibration. Buzz, a terrifying high-frequency vibration wave erupted from Zhang Fan, slamming heavily into everyone. Boom, the short-haired freckled woman screamed in agony, flying backward like a broken kite. The burly giant struck as if by lightning, spat out a mouthful of blood, and also hurtled backward. The rest, along with their attacks, were swept away by the high-frequency wave. They crashed heavily to the ground over 10 meters away, coughing up blood, clearly severely injured. 1 move, 9 defeated. Witnessing this, Zhang Yang and Su Yu stood dumbfounded. Defeated. Defeated. Zhang Yang's teeth chattered, they were actually defeated. The leader and 8 others joined forces, yet he defeated them in 1 blow. Their team was an elite squad. Captain Hua Rui was a level 5 psychokinetic and the other 8 were level 4. With such strength in their Hangzhou, they could almost dominate as long as they didn't face a massive zombie horde. Yet upon arriving in Mahai, they stumbled upon a random young man and were effortlessly crushed. Was it that Mahai had too many experts, or were their leaders too weak? This guy. Su Ye's small lips parted slightly, her dark eyes wide with shock. With such meager strength you dare to play bandits? I seriously doubt how you've survived until now. Zhang Fan yawned and stretched. All of you go to hell. May you be reborn into a better life in your next incarnation. Bastard. Hua Rui roared, her body suddenly erupting with viscous watery crimson mist like gushing blood or blazing blood-red flames. The ground beneath her feet hissed and sizzled upon contact with the mist, then dissolved and vanished. In an instant a deep pit formed under Hua Rui. This red mist. Zhang Fan squinted. It's somewhat similar to my annihilation black mist. Die. Hua Rui bellowed, and the crimson mist on her body transformed into a blood-red tiger over 10 zhang tall, lunging at Zhang Fan with a thunderous roar. The others watched, their hearts in their throats. They knew this was their leader's most powerful attack. If this move couldn't defeat the man before them, they were doomed. It must succeed. Several of them silently prayed. The crimson mist was a terrifying substance that could annihilate and dissolve anything. So far they had yet to encounter any material that could withstand its assault. They believed that with their leader's wrathful strike they could threaten this freak of a man. But to their utter astonishment, faced with their leader's full-force blow, Zhang Fan merely shook his head slightly. After all that fuss, this is your best. Zhang Fan tapped lightly. The ferocious blood-red tiger, charging with deadly momentum, froze in place less than 3 meters from him, unmoving. What? Hua Rui's delicate frame trembled violently. Zhang Yang and the others' faces twisted in shock, nearly dropping their jaws. It stopped. How is this possible? What's going on? Who is this guy? Hua Rui stared with her clear blue eyes slightly dazed. It stopped. Whoosh, as everyone stood dumbfounded, Zhang Fan appeared before Hua Rui like a ghost. Then extending 2 fingers he pinched her fair chin. A lovely lady like you, why resort to thievery? What are you doing? Hua Rui's face flushed as she tried to retreat, only to find her body frozen solid, unable to move. What have you done to me? Hua Rui struggled desperately while glaring at Zhang Fan. Let our leader go. The others panicked and charged again, especially Zhang Yang, who this time joined the fray. Zhang Fan snorted lightly and Zhang Yang and the others were instantly immobilized, unable to move. I can't move. Bastard. Damn it. The group struggled in vain, their hearts filled with both anxiety and awe. Too powerful. They had no means to fight back. The most terrifying part was that they had no idea what psychokinetic ability Zhang Fan was using. It was utterly absurd. Zhang Fan paid them no mind and fixed his gaze on Hua Rui. "Tell me, where are your living creatures?" Hua Rui's heart stirred and she quickly replied, "I can tell you, but you must promise to let us go." Zhang Fan was too strong. So strong that Hua Rui felt despair, unable to see any path to survival. But Zhang Fan's words offered a glimmer of hope. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Do you think you're in a position to bargain with me? We've gathered many living creatures, over 50 fowl and more than a dozen livestock including chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle and sheep, almost all common types." Hua Rui replied impassively, "We're willing to exchange these for our lives." Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. He had never expected this group to possess so many fowl and livestock. If he could obtain these living creatures combined with his replication ability, rapid growth ability and annihilation black mist ability, he could mass-produce a large number of fowl and livestock. Then their team could achieve meat self-sufficiency. "You must understand better than us how precious living creatures are in this world," Hua Rui continued. "And our lives are utterly insignificant to you. Trading our living creatures for our lives, that's a good deal for you." Zhang Fan chuckled. "Why should I trade with you? I can simply read your memories, find out where you've hidden the living creatures and then kill you all." He possessed the ability to read memories acquired from some previous encounter, though he rarely used it. "I advise you not to do that. If you do, you'll never get your hands on our living creatures." Hua Rui's eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly, "Because the place where we've hidden them isn't on Earth." "What do you mean?" Zhang Fan frowned slightly. "Zhang Yang, tell him." Hua Rui looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang snorted and raised his chin. "Listen up. My ability is called Space Farm ability. You know what a space farm is? I have a built-in space farm where I can not only raise living creatures but also the time flows faster than outside, which is great for their growth. All the living creatures our team has collected are in my space farm. If you kill us, you'll never get them." "There's such an ability?" Zhang Fan was genuinely stunned. He himself had a portable space ability, but his space could only store inanimate objects, not living ones. Living creatures could technically be stored, but they would remain in stasis, never growing. The time in his portable space was perpetually frozen. This made his portable space an excellent storage ability but utterly useless for raising living creatures. They simply didn't grow. "There are countless abilities in this world. How many do you know?" Zhang Yang sneered with disdain. "The world is vast and supernatural abilities are countless. How many have you actually seen?" Zhang Yang tilted his chin upward, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Zhang Fan, contempt evident in his eyes. After the apocalypse descended, their team tirelessly cleared out zombies, gathered supplies and searched for living creatures without a moment's rest. Zhang Yang was confident that their team had witnessed more abilities than anyone else. How many could this fellow have possibly seen? "Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my Huabei credit?" Zhang Fan nearly died laughing. How many abilities had he seen? He had acquired over 10,000 different abilities in his past and present lives combined. What did this guy know? But Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. He grabbed Zhang Yang out of thin air and pulled him close, grinning. "Since you're so well-traveled, let me ask you, have you ever seen a plunder ability?" Plunder ability? Zhang Yang paused for a moment. He had indeed never encountered a plunder ability, but just hearing the name he could guess its function. Zhang Yang's face changed instantly, terror dawning in his eyes as he stared at Zhang Fan. "Could it be? You possess the plunder ability." Hua Rui and the others also paled, their gazes fixed on Zhang Fan with growing fear. This guy had the plunder ability. If that were true, they dared not imagine what would happen next. Their abilities plundered, reduced to ordinary people. No. If such a thing occurred, it would be worse than death itself. For a moment they all stared intently at Zhang Fan, their hearts clenched tight. "You guessed right. I do possess the plunder ability." Zhang Fan's lips curled upward. "It's the power to seize others' abilities and turn them into my own." "You? What do you want?" Zhang Yang's face twisted in panic. "Don't come near me." Zhang Fan smiled amiably. "I haven't seen many abilities, so yours is now mine." "No. Don't. You can't plunder my ability." Zhang Yang burst into tears. "Without my ability I'd be useless. I couldn't survive." "Sir, you can't plunder his ability." Hua Rui interjected urgently. The livestock are in Zhang Yang's space farm. If he loses his power, no one knows where those creatures will go. So please don't act rashly. Let's talk this through. Zhang Fan fell silent for a moment, forced to admit that this foreign woman had a point. He could indeed plunder the space farm ability, but what about the living creatures inside? They most likely wouldn't transfer along with the ability. Zhang Fan had evidence for this. Earlier, when Jingya had copied the spatial storage ability to him, the items in her storage space hadn't transferred to his. So even if he plundered Zhang Yang's space farm ability, there was a high chance he wouldn't get the creatures. That was something Zhang Fan wanted to avoid. He knew all too well how hard it was to find living creatures these days. And with so many of them, losing them would be a massive loss. Seeing Zhang Fan's hesitation, Hua Rui knew she had swayed him. She prepared to press her advantage and continue persuading him, but her teammates suddenly spoke up. Kid, if you dare to plunder Zhang Yang's ability, we'll never let you off. That's right. Even if we have to fight to the death, we'll make you pay a heavy price. Zhang Yang, don't be afraid of him. Hearing her teammates' words, Hua Rui's vision darkened and she nearly cursed under her breath. What a bunch of idiots. At a time like this they still dared to threaten him. Were they brainless? She had once thought her teammates reliable, but now she realized how unreliable they truly were. Sure enough, Zhang Fan laughed at their threats. Make me pay. I'll be waiting. With that, he activated the mental control function of his domain ability, seizing Zhang Yang's will. Release the creatures. Zhang Yang's mind was now completely under Zhang Fan's control, reduced to a puppet that would not disobey his commands. At the instruction, he mechanically released all the living creatures from the space farm. One by one, poultry emerged in rapid succession. Livestock followed. Zhang Yang, what are you doing? Who told you to release them? Put them away. Seeing the creatures freed, the teammates grew anxious. This time even Hua Rui was no exception. As long as Zhang Fan didn't get the creatures, they still had bargaining chips, their only leverage. But if Zhang Fan took them, they would lose all footing to negotiate with him. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang ignored them completely, continuing to release the creatures as if they didn't exist. Zhang Yang, you traitorous bastard. Those creatures aren't yours alone. What right do you have to hand them over? You idiot, put them back now. Zhang Yang paid them no heed. Within seconds, a large herd of livestock and dozens of poultry had appeared around them. Zhang Fan scanned them quickly: 27 chickens, 16 ducks, 9 geese, 2 peacocks, 5 pheasants, among the livestock 2 cows, 6 goats, 4 sheep and 7 rabbits. Chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, rabbits, everything was there. The creatures were lively and plump, clearly healthy. Excellent. Perfect. Zhang Fan used his domain to trap all the creatures, preventing their escape, while a joyful smile spread across his face. With these chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep and rabbits, he could endlessly produce duplicates and soon achieve meat independence. Imagining delicious braised pork, beef skewers, roasted lamb chops and grilled rabbit, Zhang Fan's tears of longing streamed down uncontrollably. By then he had released Zhang Yang from his control and Zhang Yang regained his senses. Hearing his teammates' curses and seeing the creatures before him, Zhang Yang was utterly bewildered. Boss, what happened? He asked Hua Rui in confusion. Look at what you've done. Even Hua Rui, usually composed, was now exasperated. Zhang Yang, you've doomed us. Boss, it wasn't me. I don't know anything. I didn't do this. I really don't know. Zhang Yang was on the verge of collapse. He truly had no idea what had happened. Hua Rui had noticed Zhang Yang's strange behavior and suspected he had been controlled. But dwelling on that now was pointless. The fact remained that Zhang Yang had handed over all the creatures. Next, Zhang Fan would surely plunder Zhang Yang's ability and claim the creatures for himself. Sure enough. After securing the creatures, Zhang Fan immediately activated the domain ability's plunder function to seize Zhang Yang's power. Ah! Zhang Yang clutched his head, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His face contorted in agony, his body convulsed and trembled violently, racked by immense pain. His teammates stopped cursing, watching his suffering with pity. Though they had blamed Zhang Yang, he was still a comrade who had fought alongside them through life and death. Seeing him in such torment stirred their compassion. Hua Rui looked from Zhang Fan to the anguished Zhang Yang, sapphire-like eyes flickering with hesitation, a desire to act yet an inability to decide. By the time she finally steeled herself, the plunder was over and Zhang Yang had fallen still again. He lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog gasping for breath as if drained entirely. Is it over? A chill of sorrow washed over Huarui. Sorrow for Zhang Yang, sorrow for the team. Without his ability, Zhang Yang would be reduced to an ordinary person. Though he could still absorb crystals to cultivate, he would at best be a slightly enhanced commoner. And without the space farm ability, their team would lose their stable breeding ground. From now on, raising creatures would require building a base from scratch. The difficulty was immense and growth rates would be slow. The loss was catastrophic. So this is the space farm. Zhang Fan observed the space. It resembled an inverted bowl with flat ground and a curved sky. Thick white fog surrounded the edges, blocking the view beyond. The ground was covered in lush green grass, a variety Zhang Fan didn't recognize, vibrant and verdant, stretching like an endless prairie. No wonder it's called a space farm. This prairie really does look like a farm. Tisk, what a fine ability. Zhang Fan estimated the diameter of the space to be about 7 kilometers. It was far smaller than his spatial storage ability, but more than enough for raising livestock. A farm 7 kilometers in diameter covered roughly 38 square kilometers, equivalent to 57,000 mu of pasture. For comparison, a herder's pasture in Inner Mongolia was only about 400 mu. With 1 mu supporting 5 sheep, this pasture could sustain around 285,000 sheep. A team of 300 could feast on lamb skewers and roasted chops every meal and still have plenty to spare. What a wonderful ability. Zhang Fan rejoiced inwardly. He'll never have to worry about fresh meat again. With that thought, Zhang Fan waved his hand and sent all the creatures Zhang Yang had released into the space farm. Once inside, they scattered joyfully as if entering paradise. The cattle, sheep and rabbits happily nibbled on the grass, their chewing producing crisp sounds. The chickens, ducks and geese fluttered far away before pecking at the grass. Watching these creatures graze freely lifted Zhang Fan's spirits. Herding was a relaxing and pleasant activity that soothed the soul and brought joy. Reluctantly withdrawing from the space farm, Zhang Fan turned his attention back to Zhang Yang and the others. Just then a blood-red arrow suddenly shot toward him. An ambush. Zhang Fan sneered, instinctively activating time freeze to stop the arrow. To his surprise, the blood-red arrow ignored the frozen time and pierced directly into his mind. Damn it! Zhang Fan was shocked. His time freeze had failed to stop the arrow. What the hell was that thing? What would be the consequences? Zhang Fan's heart pounded with unease, yet after a long wait nothing happened. What's going on? He wondered, bewildered. That's Cupid's arrow. This is the arrow of Cupid. A magnetic and gentle voice echoed, and Zhang Fan looked up to see the mixed-blood beauty Huarui speaking. The arrow of Cupid? Zhang Fan furrowed his brow slightly, asking, what kind of supernatural ability is that? A hint of hesitation flashed in Huarui's clear autumn-like eyes before she slowly replied, you know of the love god Cupid, right? Zhang Fan curled his lips. Who doesn't know the love god Cupid these days? A Western matchmaker, a little brat who specializes in bringing people together. So? Zhang Fan maintained a serious expression. The arrow of Cupid is a very alternative and domineering form of mental attack ability. It can ignore all defenses. Huarui's cheeks flushed slightly, a bit shy, as she said, once struck by it, the target will fall madly in love with me in an extremely short time. There was something she didn't say. The arrow of Cupid is actually mutual. In other words, once she shoots the arrow while the other party falls madly in love with her, she will also fall madly in love with them. No one can escape. It was precisely for this reason that Huarui hesitated when Zhang Yang was robbed of his ability by Zhang Fan. She wanted to save Zhang Yang and everyone. The only way was to shoot the arrow of Cupid to make Zhang Fan fall in love with her. Only then could she influence Zhang Fan and plead for him to let them go. But correspondingly, she would also fall in love with Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan was still a stranger to her and she knew nothing about him. How could she fall in love with a stranger? Thus Huarui hesitated. But seeing Zhang Fan snatch away the living thing and then rob Zhang Yang of his ability, she knew she could no longer hesitate. Otherwise they would all die. Huarui decisively shot the arrow of Cupid. What the hell? Zhang Fan had the urge to curse. What kind of ridiculous ability could make someone fall madly in love with themselves? This is too absurd, right? Zhang Fan did not believe there was such a miraculous ability in this world, but he did not intend to verify it. Better safe than sorry. What if he really fell madly in love with the other party? That would be too ridiculous. So it was better to nip everything in the bud. Die. Zhang Fan coldly stared at Hua Rui and launched his attack. Whoosh! A mass of black mist appeared out of thin air rushing towards Hua Rui. It was the obliteration black mist. No! Hua Rui cried out in a delicate voice, lamenting, "You can't kill me." Hearing that voice and seeing the mixed blood beauty showing fear, a strange surge of intense love, compassion and tenderness suddenly welled up in Zhang Fan's heart. She can't die. A voice echoed in Zhang Fan's mind and he instinctively stopped his attack. Whoosh! The obliteration black mist halted just above Hua Rui's head, less than 10 centimeters from her scalp. Just a step away and it could have taken her life. Hua Rui was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, realizing how close she had come to death. What a close call. Hua Rui turned to look at Zhang Fan and found him staring intensely at her, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Hua Rui's heart fluttered. She knew the arrow of Cupid had taken effect. Zhang Fan really had fallen in love with her, but wasn't she feeling the same way? Hua Rui gazed dreamily at Zhang Fan, feeling an undeniable affection, as if she could never look enough at him. Whoosh! Zhang Fan instantly teleported in front of Hua Rui, cupping her chin and kissing her. Hua Rui's delicate body trembled. She offered no resistance, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck, responding passionately. Zhang Yang and Su Yu along with others watched the two embrace and kiss, all looking bewildered. What's going on here? Just like that they kissed. Do these two know each other? Are they familiar? How could they do this? Zhang Yang watched his beloved woman kiss Zhang Fan, his heart bleeding. Zhang Fan robbed him of his ability, turning him into a useless person, and now he's also taken his beloved woman. Such hatred. Such resentment. Even if he drained the waters of the 5 lakes, it could not wash it away. Die for me. Hatred and jealousy drove Zhang Yang completely mad. He roared, drawing the dagger strapped to his leg and stabbing fiercely at Zhang Fan. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning struck from the sky, directly hitting Zhang Yang, turning him to charcoal. Bang! Zhang Yang fell to the ground lifeless. Zhang Yang. The others' expressions changed drastically, revealing looks of sorrow. First it was Wang Yi. Now it's Zhang Yang. In just half a day 2 companions had died. Their Thor team had never suffered such great losses from the apocalypse until now. Bastard! The others glared at Zhang Fan, their eyes filled with fury. Boss, how long do you plan to kiss him? Old dog roared. That roar awakened Hua Rui and Zhang Fan, who were lost in their own world, and the two instantly separated. Hua Rui was panting, her face flushed, her gaze hazy, and her sapphire-like eyes contained an unbreakable spring affection. Seeing her like this, old dog grew even angrier. Zhang Yang was killed by him, and now Zhang Yang was also killed by him. How could you be so intimate with the murderer of your companions? How could you act this way towards the deceased Wang Yi and Zhang Yang? The others also glared at Hua Rui. What she did was too much. Hua Rui looked at Zhang Fan with affectionate eyes, then glanced at Zhang Yang's corpse and said irritably, "He's dead, so what? He was just a useless fool." What did you just say? Old dog thought he had misheard. Boss, how could you say such a thing? Others also looked at Hua Rui in disbelief. Wang Yi and Zhang Yang were companions who shared life and death with us. So what? Hua Rui cut him off, tightly grasping Zhang Fan's hand, leaning against him like a little bird, softly humming, "They offended my man, so they deserve to die. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. They deserve to die." This phrase pierced old dog and the others' hearts like a knife, leaving them breathless. Hua Rui. But she was their boss, their companion they had spent day and night with, and she actually said such things. Boss, how have you changed like this? Old dog pointed at Hua Rui, looking heartbroken. I'm sorry. I don't want it to be this way. Hua Rui sighed gently, but the effect of the arrow of Cupid is irreversible. I have completely fallen in love with him and my thoughts cannot be changed. Does Hua Rui know what she is saying? Of course she does. At this moment she was more awake than ever. She originally planned to use the arrow of Cupid to make Zhang Fan fall madly in love with her in order to protect herself and her group. Her initial intention was good. But she severely underestimated the power of the arrow of Cupid. When this supernatural ability erupted with its power, she fell directly. She completely fell in love with Zhang Fan. This love was the deepest, purest, most sincere and most innocent love. Even to some extent it changed her thinking, influenced her, while causing her to madly love Zhang Fan, making him the most important person in her heart. Completely trapped, unable to extricate herself. In contrast, the bond she had with Zhang Yang and the others became negligible. After all, it had only been 20 days since the apocalypse began. They had known each other for less than 20 days. How deep could their feelings be? Thus, hearing Old Dog and the others insult Zhang Fan, Huarui instinctively spoke up for him. She was like a protective hen, not allowing these former teammates to speak ill of her man. However, Old Dog and the others couldn't understand any of this and couldn't grasp Huarui's current state of mind. In fact, apart from Huarui and Zhang Fan, no one else could comprehend them. After all, it was too mystical. One shot and they fell in love with each other. Are you kidding me? Boss, no, Huarui. Old Dog glared at Huarui. Are you really willing to betray our Thor team for this guy you just met? I don't want to betray the Thor team, but I can't live without him. Wherever he goes I will go. Huarui looked at Zhang Fan, her eyes filled with affection. His heart is towards the mountains and I am like a pine, his heart is towards the water and I am like the east. If I become a pair of fish, what is there to fear about death? I wish to be a mandarin duck and not envy immortals. Darling. Zhang Fan called out affectionately. Husband. Huarui gazed deeply into his eyes. She's gone mad. This woman has gone mad. She's bewitched. Old Dog and the others held their heads, feeling a tingle on the back of their necks. They couldn't figure it out. How could a perfectly normal person suddenly change like this? Bewitched? Or possessed? Boss, don't you want me anymore? Suyu pouted, her big eyes brimming with tears, looking like she was about to cry. Xiao Yu. Huarui sighed gently. It's not that I don't want you, but I have already found my belonging. You want to go with him? Where he goes I will go. Huarui nodded gently, then looked at Zhang Fan. Dear, would you like to join the Thor team? I don't want to. Zhang Fan rejected decisively. I have a team here, I cannot leave. Under the influence of the arrow of Cupid, Zhang Fan indeed loved Huarui, irrationally loving her. But in comparison, the influence on him was lighter than on Huarui. After all, he was level 7, 2 levels higher than Huarui, and his mental will was much stronger than hers. Thus the influence of the arrow of Cupid on him was much lighter than on Huarui, allowing him to maintain his rationality. Yet Huarui seemed bewitched, completely unable to extricate herself. In a certain sense, Huarui's arrow was like a case of trying to steal a chicken but losing rice, and not only did she fail to fully control Zhang Fan, but she also ended up sacrificing herself, which was quite tragic. If any woman were to be rejected by her boyfriend, she would definitely feel uncomfortable, but Huarui did not. She nodded in understanding, then turned to Suyu. He can't leave here, so I can only leave the Thor team. Suyu bit her lip, glancing at Zhang Fan before retorting, wherever he goes I will go. Huarui nodded gently, then looked at Zhang Fan. Dear, can Xiao Yu join your team? She is my good sister. And her supernatural ability is quite powerful. She can search for poultry and livestock all over the country. The reason we have gathered so many poultry is all thanks to Xiao Yu. Does he really need to ask for permission? Boss, how have you turned into a lapdog? Suyu felt desolate. For your sake she can join. Zhang Fan agreed. He hadn't expected this cute girl to have such an ability. With her, finding living things would be much easier. He couldn't miss out on such talent. Thank you, my dear, you are so good to me. Huarui smiled brightly, feeling sweet inside, then looked at Old Dog and the others. Dear, how do you plan to deal with them? They have offended me so naturally they cannot be spared. Zhang Fan replied indifferently. After all, if you don't eradicate the roots, the spring wind will blow again. I hope you can understand. I understand. Huarui sighed gently. Old Dog, I'm sorry for you all. But you should never offend my man. To prevent him from being put in a difficult position, I can only make things difficult for you. Old Dog and the others twitched their mouths, cursing inwardly. To avoid putting him in a difficult position, we can only be made to suffer. Just listen to that. Is what you're saying even human? There is no reasoning with a woman whose heart has changed, especially one deeply in love. Thus Old Dog and his crew met their tragic end, dispatched by Zhang Fan. Then Zhang Fan said to Huarui, darling, wait for me a moment. What's wrong? Huarui looked at him with confusion. I need to relieve myself. Zhang Fan smiled, then vanished from his spot, reappearing inside a nearby residential building. What's going on with you? A voice rang out as another Zhang Fan stood in the building, looking displeased at the first Zhang Fan. He had been eating dinner at home when he received a telepathic message from his duplicate saying there was a minor issue that required his attention, so he came alone. Zhang Fan, well, actually the duplicate, gave a wry smile and said, Original, I have bad news and good news. Which do you want to hear first? It wasn't the original Zhang Fan who had encountered Hua Rui and the others and been struck by Cupid's arrow. It was this duplicate. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Don't pull that on me. Fine, tell me the good news first. The good news is I've obtained an ability called Space Farm which can house living creatures. The duplicate continued, and I just got dozens of livestock from that group. Really? Zhang Fan was overjoyed. See for yourself. The duplicate didn't waste words and dove straight into Zhang Fan's body. Minutes later. So this is the space farm. The space is enormous. The grass is so green. These livestock are wonderful. Zhang Fan watched the animals frolicking on the grass and grinned from ear to ear. With these live animals he could continuously produce a large number of livestock, achieving meat self-sufficiency. The thought alone was exhilarating. The only thing that gave Zhang Fan a headache was Hua Rui. He was out for just a moment and stirred up such a big mess. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. Struck by Cupid's arrow. Falling for a mixed-race beauty. How was he going to explain this to Jingya? Zhang Fan felt his head throbbing, both his upper and lower heads. Oh well, the duplicate is a part of me. If he causes trouble I have to clean it up. Sigh, day in and day out, never a moment's peace. Zhang Fan shook his head, composed himself and teleported out of the building, landing before Hua Rui and Su Yu. Darling. Hua Rui smiled like a blooming flower and rushed over. Zhang Fan looked at the mixed-race beauty and realized he deeply loved Hua Rui. This feeling was peculiar. Zhang Fan guessed he was influenced by the duplicate's memories. But it was only an influence. His love for Hua Rui was far shallower than the duplicate's. After all, it was the duplicate, not him, who had been struck by Cupid's arrow, so the depth couldn't compare. We've known each other for a while, but I still don't know your name. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Hua Rui slapped her forehead and said ruefully, look at me forgetting something so important. She extended her delicate jade-like hand and beamed, darling, let me formally introduce myself. Hua Rui just turned 20 from Hangzhou. You're only 20. Then you've developed too fast. With this figure, these curves, this waist. You could pass for 27 or 8. Zhang Fan grumbled inwardly as he took her slender hand. It was smooth and cool, like holding a piece of warm soft jade, a truly pleasant sensation. Zhang Fan, 21, from Jinling. Zhang Fan said with a smile. You're older than me, so can I call you brother Zhang Fan? Hua Rui blinked her moist eyes, her pretty face flushed with shyness. What a temptress. Zhang Fan shuddered slightly, swallowing hard, yearning to take the mixed-race beauty right then and there. But considering the third wheel nearby, he suppressed the urge. You can call me whatever you like, but there's something I need to tell you first. What is it? Hua Rui blinked her big watery eyes, staring intently at Zhang Fan. I already have a girlfriend. Zhang Fan said helplessly, I had a girlfriend before we met, so. Hua Rui's expression shifted slightly. She had considered this possibility before shooting Cupid's arrow. That was why she had hesitated. She never expected Zhang Fan to actually have a girlfriend. Hua Rui hung her head, eyes reddening, saying nothing. I'm sorry, Zhang Fan sighed. He felt utterly wronged. He had been sitting at home eating dinner when he sensed movement and sent a duplicate to investigate. Then he was hit by an arrow and fell for this woman. Was this love falling from the sky while sitting at home? What a mess. Hua Rui suddenly looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. Darling, can you break up with her? No. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. I love her as much as I love you. I can't lose you, and I can't lose her either. I understand. Hua Rui let out a faint sigh. Actually, I can't blame you. It's my fault for shooting Cupid's arrow without fully knowing you. With that, Hua Rui blinked her watery eyes. Darling, will you take me home? Yes. Zhang Fan touched her face. I'll explain everything to Jingya. I believe she'll understand us. Darling. Hua Rui threw herself into Zhang Fan's arms, offering a passionate kiss. At this moment words were futile, only a genuine response was most sincere. Zhang Fan swept the mixed-race beauty into his arms and vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were inside the space farm. Love me. With a pained sigh, the mixed-race beauty officially graduated, evolving from her growing phase to full maturity. 2 hours later. Zhang Fan supported the trembling mixed-race beauty out of the space farm. Su Yu, who had been waiting, immediately rushed over. Boss, you're finally out. Su Ye's round face flushed. She wasn't foolish and could guess where her boss and that man had gone. But when she saw her boss trembling on her legs, barely able to stand, she was still stunned. What kind of torment had her boss endured to be injured like this? Su couldn't help but glance at Zhang Fan, muttering inwardly that his nose didn't look that big. Can you walk? Zhang Fan asked with concern. Hua Rui, her eyes full of spring, gave him a flirtatious glare. If you weren't so greedy, would I be like this? If I go back with you now, won't your girlfriend laugh at me? That's easy. Zhang Fan smiled. I'll give you an ability, a self-healing one that lets you recover. Hua Rui blinked. You can give me abilities. I have an ability called Paste which lets me paste my abilities onto others. Zhang Fan explained with a smile. I can paste the self-healing ability onto you enough to heal your injuries. Paste ability. Hua Rui was astonished and asked incredulously, darling, how many abilities do you have? Not many. About 40 or 50 useful ones. If you count the useless ones, there are plenty, over 10,000. Zhang Fan was truthful. He indeed had that many abilities, but only about 40 or 50 were genuinely useful. Over 10,000. The mixed-race beauty and the cute girl were stunned, speechless, staring at Zhang Fan as if he were a monster. 10,000 abilities. They couldn't even imagine it. All other survivors only had one ability. You alone possess over 10,000 abilities. Was the god of abilities your father? No wonder we were crushed by you. So that's why. Amidst her shock, Hua Rui also felt relieved, grateful she had shot Cupid's arrow, otherwise she might never have known how she died. Even without so many abilities you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Zhang Fan chuckled. In level 7, and you're at most level 5. How could you compete? Level 7. Hua Rui and Su were petrified again. After a long while, the mixed-race beauty finally uttered 2 words: monster. Yes. You're a monster. Su was completely convinced the apocalypse has only been around for so long and you've already evolved to level 7. How are others supposed to survive? Hey, it's nothing. Zhang Fan smiled and pasted the super self-healing ability onto Hua Rui. Since she was his woman, he naturally gave her the best healing ability. After a brief painful fusion, the super self-healing ability took effect and Hua Rui quickly returned to her peak state. How do you feel? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. I feel great. Hua Rui wiggled her hips. The pain was gone, her legs no longer ached and her whole body felt indescribably comfortable. Darling, thank you. Hua Rui kissed Zhang Fan. Don't be so formal with me. Zhang Fan took her hand. Come on, I'll take you back first. Well, make it just in time for dinner. Hua Rui hesitated. Meeting your girlfriend now? I'm not mentally prepared yet. An ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. You have to face it eventually, right? Zhang Fan shrugged. But. No buts. Come with me. Zhang Fan grabbed her hand, opened a portal and pulled her through without further ado. He couldn't afford to create another duplicate to keep a mistress elsewhere. What's this? Hua Rui asked curiously. A portal. It leads directly to my home. There's such an ability. Hua Rui and Su were astonished again, then urged by Zhang Fan stepped through the portal and arrived at the Holiday Hotel. Is this your base? Hua Rui looked at the Holiday Hotel. Yeah. It's on Changheng Island next to Shashing Island. A resort we've made our base. Zhang Fan briefly explained and led the 2 beauties toward the dining hall. His teammates were still having lunch there and Jingya was among them. He needed to explain things to her. Thinking about the impending situation, Zhang Fan felt a headache coming on. Would Jingya forgive him? If not, what should he do? He brought the 2 women to the dining hall where his teammates were indeed eating and all looked up. Boss, you're back. Everyone greeted him, then turned their eyes to Hua Rui and Su, struck by their beauty. Su was cute and adorable, but what truly captivated them was Hua Rui. Her delicate features and stunning figure made her an absolute gem. While the men focused on Hua Rui's beauty, many women noticed Zhang Fan and Hua Rui's hands. They were holding hands. Holding hands? What was their relationship? Wang Yuan, Chao Jia, Zhou Ling, Wang Yani and the others all looked at Jingya with strange expressions. Jingya had initially wanted to greet Zhang Fan with a smile, but now her smile froze on her face. Boss, where did you find 2 such beautiful women in such a short time? Zhang Wensi asked with a grin. Zhang Fan ignored him and turned to Jingya, his eyes full of apology. Jingya, come outside. I need to talk to you. Jingya bit her red lips, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes as she mechanically followed Zhang Fan out of the restaurant and up to the second floor. The diners inside stared at their retreating figures, then glanced at the impossibly beautiful Hua Rui, exchanging bewildered looks. What's going on? Zhang Wensi asked, utterly perplexed. Did I say something wrong? Shut up. Wang Yuan grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into Zhang Wensi's mouth, then cast a knowing glance at Hua Rui, her eyes deep in thought. The others also looked at Hua Rui, but the thoughts of men and women were worlds apart. The men were purely captivated. This woman was so beautiful that they would gladly trade 10 years of life to win her as a girlfriend. The women's thoughts were entirely different. From Zhang Fan and Hua Rui's intimate gestures earlier, they could easily tell that the relationship between these two was far from ordinary. The problem was Zhang Fan already had Jingya. Why was he so close to this woman? Had he cheated? Yes. He must have cheated. This woman was stunningly beautiful, with a face to die for and a figure to match, absolutely the finest arm candy. A woman of such high allure would be irresistible even to them, let alone a man like Zhang Fan. Pa! What a scumbag. He acted so proper in front of us, but deep down he was still a philanderer. If other women were merely indignant, Jingya's Aunt Lu Mu was purely furious. Jingya was her niece and her only relative in this world. She wanted nothing but happiness for her. Originally she had been delighted that Jingya was with Zhang Fan. He was a fine young man and together they were a perfect match, talented and beautiful. But she never expected Zhang Fan to cheat and to brazenly bring the other woman back. This was an insult. It was a slap in Jingya's face. If she as the aunt didn't stand up for Jingya now, she wouldn't deserve the title. Come outside with me. Lu Mu abruptly stood up, glaring coldly at Hua Rui. With that she strode out of the restaurant and headed toward the hotel exit. Hua Rui looked puzzled but followed her out. What's happening? Sister Liu's mood is off. The male companions including Zhang Wensi were completely baffled. The women remained silent. They knew Lu Mu was going to defend Jingya, but none of them tried to stop her. Having been with Jingya for so long, they naturally sided with her, united in solidarity. They resisted this wild woman Hua Rui. Room 202. The two entered the room and Zhang Fan closed the door behind him, reaching for Jingya's hand. Don't touch me. Jingya flung his hand away and the tears she had been holding back finally burst forth. Who is she? What is she to you? Jingya bit her lip hard, sobbing uncontrollably. Even when the apocalypse descended she had never been this heartbroken. Zhang Fan was her first love, outstanding, strong, devoted and protective, giving her immense security. Until today Jingya had believed she was the happiest and luckiest woman in the apocalypse. Other women struggled desperately to survive, some selling their bodies for a meal, others being toyed with by several men for a bottle of water. Not her. Zhang Fan shielded her well, providing not only a comfortable living environment but also ample supplies. He cherished her deeply, never letting her overwork. If she tired even slightly he would scold himself. He treated her as if she would melt in his mouth or break in his hands. Jingya felt as if she were soaking in a honey pot. Zhang Fan was so exceptional that she sometimes felt unworthy of him, often plagued by insecurity. Every time she woke up in the middle of the night she feared it was all a dream. But feeling the warmth beside her she knew it wasn't. He was still there and she could sleep peacefully. Having him around was truly reassuring. Gradually she grew accustomed to his scent, to sleeping in his arms and to scavenging supplies with him. But now Jingya felt her dream shattered. Her heart ached, a tearing, stabbing pain. I just met her today. Seeing Jingya crying like a rain-soaked figure, Zhang Fan's heart clenched. He tried to wipe away her tears but she dodged. Just met today. You still want to lie to me? Jingya smiled bitterly. I know you too well. If you had just met her today you wouldn't have confirmed your relationship with her, let alone brought her back. Let me explain. Zhang Fan urged. Fine. Talk. Jingya sobbed, letting the tears fall freely. Hey Race, what happened? Zhang Fan wasted no time and recounted everything that had happened at noon without hiding a thing. Jingya was stunned, even forgetting to cry. Cupid's arrow. There's such an ability. There is. Zhang Fan smiled wryly. And its effect is beyond your imagination. Hua Rui. That woman was once at odds with me over a few friends. But after the arrow was shot she completely disregarded her friend's fates and defended me at every turn. Even if I killed her friend she had no complaints. Jingya opened her mouth at a loss for words. She had thought Zhang Fan was secretly involved with that woman and couldn't accept his deceit. But she never expected the truth to be this. In all fairness, Zhang Fan was quite wronged. He was hit by an arrow out of nowhere and unwittingly fell in love with that woman. Thinking this, Jingya's anger dissipated considerably. She wiped away her tears and asked with reddened eyes, "Then what do you plan to do with her?" "That depends on you," Zhang Fan said seriously. "If you don't want to see her, she'll have to go back to Hang City." Jingya was satisfied with the answer but said, "Aren't you in love with her?" "Why so heartless?" "I am in love with her, but that love is nothing compared to my love for you, a drop in the ocean." Zhang Fan seized the moment, stepped forward, took her hand and said affectionately, "I care more about your feelings than hers. You will always be my most beloved woman, irreplaceable." "Humph. You're just saying sweet things. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind." Jingya's heart was joyful, but she retorted, "You still covet her beauty, don't you?" Zhang Fan was embarrassed. "Why would you say that? We've been together so long, do you think I don't know you?" Jingya spat and whispered with a blush, "You're a lecher at heart, I've seen through you long ago." "Ha. Ha." Zhang Fan felt awkward. "Also you have the primal divine light ability. You could use it to make you both sober, but you didn't." Jingya glared at him sharply. "You're just lusting after her body, you're despicable." Zhang Fan was left speechless. Yes. He did have the primal divine light which could undo the Cupid's arrow effect. Why hadn't he done it at the time? No. It wasn't that he didn't do it, he simply hadn't thought of it. Was it possible that subconsciously he truly coveted Hua Rui's beauty and overlooked this issue? "Speechless, aren't you?" Jingya's face reddened again, tears streaming down. "You scumbag. Seeing she's pretty you want to possess her. Do you have any shame?" Zhang Fan smiled bitterly, letting her scold him. Upon reflection he had indeed acted improperly, wronging both Jingya and Hua Rui. Let her vent. Seeing him silent, Jingya wiped away her tears and said, "Reedied, why aren't you saying anything?" "I think you're right." Zhang Fan sighed. "I'll use the primal divine light now to undo the Cupid's arrow effect." With that he turned to leave. "Are you really going to do that?" Jingya stopped him. Zhang Fan nodded. This was a misunderstanding that shouldn't have happened. It's time to end it, it's better for everyone. "Can you bear to?" Jingya asked, surprised. "I am somewhat reluctant," Zhang Fan said with a wry smile. "But once the primal divine light hits me, I'll forget her and the reluctance will fade." Jingya bit her lip, staring at him intently. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fan asked, puzzled. Jingya was silent for a long moment before murmuring, "Will you hate me?" "No," Zhang Fan said with a gentle smile. "Someone once told me that love is inherently selfish." "You're not wrong." Jingya cried again, throwing herself into Zhang Fan's arms and sobbing loudly, her tears quickly soaking his shirt. There. Don't cry. Cry any more and you'll turn into a little kitten. None of your business. You're my wife, if I don't care who will." "Pfft. You big wolf." Boom. Just then a loud rumble came from outside, startling the young couple in the room. "What's that sound?" Jingya looked up. "Let's check it out." Zhang Fan pulled Jingya to the window and through it they saw what was happening in the courtyard. Hua Rui and Lu Mu were locked in combat. "Why is my aunt fighting her?" Jingya's expression shifted. "Stop them. You shameless woman. How dare you seduce another woman's husband? I'll beat you to death today." Lu Mu transformed her body into a gleaming silver alloy, becoming a shiny silver robot, and launched a frenzied attack on Hua Rui. "Whoever you are, if you don't stop I won't hold back." Hua Rui didn't retaliate, only defending passively. She was at level 5 while Lu Mu was at level 3, a full 2-level gap. In a real fight Lu Mu would be no match. But she held back. She didn't know Lu Mu's identity or her relationship with Zhang Fan, and she didn't want to kill her lest she anger Zhang Fan. "Hold back. I won't hold back either. You shameless homewrecker. Watch me beat you to death." Lu Mu's attacks were fierce and lethal, almost every strike aimed at killing Hua Rui. But the level gap was too great, she couldn't touch Hua Rui. Stop. A cold snort rang out. It was Zhang Fan's voice. Huarui immediately stopped at his command, but Lu Mu ignored it, landing a heavy punch on Huarui's chest. Pfft! Huarui spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. Are you okay? Zhang Fan rushed over. It's just a scratch and no problem. Huarui smiled sweetly, her super regeneration ability activating, healing the wound quickly and completely restoring her. But a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, glaringly conspicuous. Damn, mistress. Die. Lu Mu charged again. Enough. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and Lu Mu was instantly sent flying, stumbling 7 or 8 meters before landing unsteadily. Zhang Fan, you. Lu Mu glared at him. Aunt Lu, I understand your feelings for standing up for Jingya. Zhang Fan said coldly. But I want to say this is between Jingya and me. You'd better not interfere or don't blame me for turning ruthless. You. Lu Mu's face turned ashen. Zhang Fan ignored her and turned to Huarui, his gaze softening. Huarui, I'm sorry. What's wrong, darling? Huarui looked at him with confusion. I'm glad to have met you. Zhang Fan took her hand, his eyes full of reluctance. Though our time together was brief, I was happy. Darling, are you hiding something from me? Huarui's face tensed with worry. My heart is uneasy, I feel very unsettled. It's nothing. Zhang Fan smiled and released a clone. Primal Divine Light. 2 beams of golden light enveloped Zhang Fan and Huarui, rapidly rewinding their time. That's the Primal Divine Light. Everyone stared at the golden light shrouding the pair, their expressions shifting slightly. Zhang Wensi shouted, Boss, what's going on? Why are you using the Primal Divine Light on yourself? No idea. The men were utterly perplexed. The women seemed lost in thought. Lu Mu was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhang Fan to be so ruthless as to use the Primal Divine Light on himself. Jingya stood frozen. This was the outcome she had hoped for, but watching their tightly clasped hands and the reluctance in Zhang Fan's eyes, she couldn't feel any joy. The golden light quickly faded. Zhang Fan and Huarui's time had rewound to the state before Huarui shot the Cupid's arrow. They had completely forgotten each other. Who are you? Where is this? Half an hour later, a helicopter departed from Shashing Island heading toward Hang City. Xiaoyu, what exactly happened? Huarui frowned. Why are Zhang Yang and Old Dog missing? And why do I have Zhang Yang's space farm ability? Boss, have you really forgotten everything? Suyu looked at her leader. I don't know. Huarui shook her head, looking lost. But I feel an emptiness in my heart, sad hurt, as if I've lost something most precious. The zombies roared like madmen, surging out from alleys, shops, supermarkets, and residential buildings. They rushed towards the central intersection of the street, where a Rolls-Royce was parked with a loudspeaker on the roof playing The Lonely Warrior on repeat. I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love your defiance, I love how you face despair without shedding a tear. I love your tattered clothes yet daring to block the bullets of fate, I love how similar we are with our flaws alike. This loudspeaker runs on batteries, and as long as the batteries are charged it can play continuously. Zhang Fan sat in the driver's seat, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, squinting his eyes, leisurely exhaling smoke, completely indifferent to the zombies. The fastest zombies lunged forward. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment bolts of lightning as thick as arms crashed down, turning a 500-meter radius into a sea of thunder and lightning. The zombies were turned to char and fell to the ground. In just a few breaths all the zombies within a 500-meter radius were dead. As the lightning vanished, a dense black fog replaced it, turning a 500-meter radius into a sea of black mist. After several seconds the fog dissipated and the surroundings returned to clarity with the zombie bodies gone. The intersection became quiet again, the Rolls-Royce still parked there, and Zhang Fan continued to sit in the car exhaling smoke. Shall we go? Is it fitting? This ragged cloak. Fight. Let's fight. With the most humble dreams. The loudspeaker on the roof continued to sing, The Lonely Warrior, with all its might, continuing to attract zombies. After more than an hour with no more zombies appearing, Zhang Fan started the Rolls-Royce, drove several kilometers away, and chose another intersection, continuing the previous scene. Time passed, the sun set, and darkness gradually enveloped the earth. His stomach grumbled. Let's eat something. Zhang Fan opened the car door, got out of the Rolls-Royce, appeared on the rooftop of a nearby residential building, and sat down on the ground. He took out a small pot, several packs of white elephant instant noodles, a pack of Shuanghui ham sausages and 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring. Pouring water, starting a fire, cooking the noodles, adding the ham sausage, adding the seasoning. In a short while an enticing aroma wafted up and Zhang Fan picked up the pot and slurped it down. No wonder it's white elephant instant noodles if they taste so good. After finishing a big pot of noodles, Zhang Fan broke into a sweat. He lay back content and patted his belly. Occasionally eating instant noodles feels great. Lighting up a cigarette, exhaling smoke while gazing at the starry sky, Zhang Fan reflected on everything from the day. Zhang Fan initially thought that by using the initial divine light to reverse his time back to before Hua Rui shot the Cupid's arrow, he could completely erase the arrow's influence. In fact, he succeeded. His true self really forgot about Hua Rui and was no longer affected by the Cupid's arrow. Unfortunately, when he absorbed the clone that activated the initial divine light into his body, memories of Hua Rui surged back into his mind. Zhang Fan was stunned. He had completely forgotten about the clone. Zhang Fan realized at that moment that he could never forget Hua Rui. Unless he let someone else use the initial divine light to reverse his time back to before meeting Hua Rui, he would never be able to forget her. However, the initial divine light had already merged with his domain ability, making it impossible to give to others. The situation had reached a dead end. He could never forget Hua Rui in this lifetime. This led to Zhang Fan constantly recalling Hua Rui's figure after sending her away in the afternoon. Coupled with Jing Ya's gloomy demeanor, the strange looks from others made Zhang Fan feel inexplicably irritable. He decided not to stay at the hotel but instead went to Chongzhou Island alone to vent his anger by hunting zombies and clear his mind. In just one afternoon, Zhang Fan traveled to 5 or 6 places and hunted down tens of thousands of zombies. Physical strength increased by 670000. Mental strength increased by 23000. Of course, he also got a bunch of miscellaneous and useless abilities. There were a few useful abilities, one for water control, one for fire control and one for metal control. Unfortunately, they were all duplicates. Not a single valuable one. Zhang Fan exhaled a puff of smoke. It was dark now and he should have gone home, but he didn't want to return. There was no particular reason, just a strong desire not to. He wanted to be alone in peace. Now that I think about it, being carefree alone is the best. Do whatever I want. Go wherever I want. If I want to hunt zombies, I can hunt zombies. If I don't feel like killing, I can find a place to sleep soundly. If I feel the need for physical satisfaction, I can easily find a woman. A bottle of water and a loaf of bread should suffice. Devotion. To hell with devotion. Zhang Fan raised his middle finger to the sky. Whoosh! At that moment a sharp sound of something slicing through the air abruptly rang out and 4 blades shot towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, neither dodging nor avoiding, allowing the 4 blades to shoot towards his face. But just as the blades were within a few centimeters of him, they suddenly stopped midair, motionless. The 4 blades trembled slightly. Their owner was evidently straining to control them, attempting to launch another attack. However, it was as if a wall blocked their path and the blades could not advance an inch. Roar! A low growl echoed. Sounds of something slicing through the air followed, then the sound of footsteps hitting the ground. Zhang Fan turned his head to see a dozen zombies surrounding him. Zhang Fan flipped over and stood up, leisurely brushing off the dirt from his pants, calmly scanning the surrounding zombies. Tisk tisk, 18 zombies dare to surround me. Zombies these days are getting bolder. Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Roar! The 18 zombies did not immediately attack. They stared at Zhang Fan with their dead fish-like eyes, coldly watching him. This alone proved that they were different from other zombies. If they were awakened zombies. Come out. Zhang Fan took out a cigarette, lit it, blew a smoke ring and suddenly spoke into the darkness. There was no response. Ha ha. Zhang Fan scoffed, you little rats hiding in the shadows, since you dare to ambush me, why won't you show yourselves? You've still been discovered. A slightly hoarse voice sounded and a figure slowly floated out from the darkness. Indeed, he was floating. He seemed to possess the ability to float in the air, his feet hovering above the ground, hands in his pockets, gliding toward Zhang Fan. He was about 1.6 meters tall, slender, with long hair. Wearing a Hongxing Erk tracksuit and a cap that only revealed his face, he smiled at Zhang Fan. So it's a human. You can control zombies. It seems you have an ability similar to enslavement. No. The visitor shook his head slightly. This is a puppet ability. Puppet ability. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. The puppet ability allows me to refine any living being into my puppet, making it serve me. The visitor landed on the edge of the rooftop smiling as he said, "These 18 zombies are all carefully selected by me. The weakest is level 4 and the strongest has already reached level 5. Impressive." Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up. The visitor, unfazed by the compliment, replied, "But compared to your abilities it seems insignificant." "My abilities? You know what abilities I have?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "I've been watching you since you arrived here this afternoon, including the scenes of you hunting zombies. What kind of large-scale ability do you use to attack zombies? How can you wipe out so many zombies at once?" "Oh, that one." Zhang Fan said, a bit absent-minded, "That's a domain ability." "Domain ability? Just as I suspected. Is it like the domains in web novels where you are invincible and can do anything within that domain?" "Pretty much." Zhang Fan nodded. "It's a perfect ability." The visitor became more excited. "Brother, I want to exchange this ability with you. Name your price." "Exchange this ability?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The visitor smiled slightly. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Tong, a local of Chongzhou Island. I have 2 abilities, a copying ability and a pasting ability. Do you understand these 2 abilities?" Zhang Fan trembled slightly. "Are you saying the copying ability can copy other abilities? Full marks in reading comprehension." The visitor smiled slightly, "And the pasting ability allows me to paste my abilities onto others. So you want to copy my domain ability?" "Exactly." Zhou Tong nodded slightly. "Your domain ability is very strong, precisely what I need. I want to exchange." "I have no objections." Zhang Fan smiled, "But my domain ability is a high-quality ability. I won't exchange it for just any ability." "That's natural." Zhou Tong smiled. "I will provide you with several options. Brother, pick one and let me know." "Let's hear it." Zhang Fan became interested. "The first one, cloning ability." Zhou Tong said, "Cloning ability is an ability that can clone any living entity. Simply put, as long as I can obtain the genetic material of a certain life form, I can clone that life. For example, if I obtain your genetic material, brother, I can clone you. If I can obtain the genetic material of a tiger, I can also clone that tiger. The only problem is that the cloned life is just a shell without thought or consciousness. But the advantage is that I can infuse my own consciousness into it, thus controlling that shell. In other words, the life cloned by the cloning ability is more like my other body rather than a true life." Zhang Fan was greatly shocked. He never expected such an ability existed in this world. It was incredible. "You dare come to find me so brazenly? If this body you have now should not be your true form, right?" Zhang Fan suddenly said. "Brother, you are very clever." Zhou Tong smiled. "You are strong, so I dare not come in my true form, thus I could only control this body to come to you." Zhang Fan understood. Having witnessed the scene of himself hunting zombies in the afternoon, the other party wouldn't risk their life to find him unless they were insane. The second ability, Dragon Transformation ability. At the Holiday Inn on Changheng Island, Lu Mu pushed open the door to Jing Ya's room and saw her standing by the window staring blankly into the distance. "Xiaoya, why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Mu walked over and gently embraced her niece's shoulders. "And I can't fall asleep." Jingya turned around, her eyes red and swollen, tears welling up and traces of tears on her face. Lu Mu sighed softly. "Xiaoya, don't be sad. He's a grown man and so powerful. He'll definitely be fine. Don't worry." Jingya bit her lip, tears streaming down again. "It's not that I'm worried about that. I'm afraid he doesn't want me anymore. And if he doesn't want me, how can I go on? I can't live without him." Seeing her like this, Lu Mu was furious. "Look at you now, so spineless. Remember, he was the one who cheated. He wronged you. You haven't even done anything to him yet. He ran away from home first. He's so immature." Lu Mu grew angrier. "I think a man as childish as him doesn't deserve you and isn't worth your attachment. Just break up with him. Let's leave Changheng Island and go it alone so we don't have to live under someone else's roof and depend on their whims." "And how can you say that?" Jingya looked at Lu Mu in shock, dissatisfied. "Zhang Fan has always treated you well, hasn't he?" "He has, but that's only because I haven't crossed his bottom line." Lu Mu sneered. "Once I cross that line, he won't show me any mercy. That guy is ruthless. Except for his special affection for you, he treats everyone else the same. I've seen through him." Lu Mu shook her head. "And he's a womanizer. With his nature, he brought one woman home today and hell bring another tomorrow. If you stay with him you'll suffer later. I think you should just break up. You have so many abilities and carry so many supplies. Wherever we go we can live a comfortable life. There's no need to take his nonsense. No. Jingya shook her head vehemently, I don't want to break up with him. And I love him. Without him my life is gray. Do you really love him? Lu Mu stared at her niece. I love him. Jingya nodded firmly. Xiaoya, think it through. Lu Mu warned, if you stay with him you might have to share him with other women. Jingya fell silent. Share her man with other women. Jingya had never thought about this before. In her view of love both partners should be loyal. That was the most basic bottom line. But now, that bottom line was facing its most severe test. Jingya felt lost. Could she really accept sharing Zhang Fan with other women? Yet thinking about what happened this afternoon Jingya gradually grew resolute. Xiaoya, this concerns your whole life. Think it over carefully. Lu Mu said with pity, remember no matter what decision you make Aunt will support you unconditionally. If you want to leave he'll leave with you. If you want to stay he'll stay and face it with you. Jingya bit her lip and said after a long pause, Aunt, there's nothing to think about. I want leave. As long as I can be with him even if he has countless women he'll accept it. As Jingya spoke tears fell again, seeing the reluctance in his eyes this afternoon broke my heart. I know. He truly loves Huarui. I forced him to kill that love in his heart. I tore them apart. You know Aunt, after Huarui left I felt no joy at all, only guilt. I blame myself for being selfish. I blame myself for hurting him. I love him yet I hurt him. If he's unhappy I'm unhappy too. That's not what I want. Jingya wiped her tears and sobbed, as long as he's happy I'll let him do whatever he wants. That scumbag. Lu Mu gritted her teeth in anger, what has he done to deserve such a sacrifice from you? What right does he have? Xiaoya, your love is too humble. What if he changes his heart in the future? Your fate will be miserable. I can't control the future. I only care about the present. Sigh. Draconic transformation ability. Zhang Fan looked surprised. It's exactly what it sounds like. Zhou Tong smiled slightly and said to one of the zombies, show this brother. Roar, the zombie let out a low growl, its grey-white eyes coldly scanning Zhang Fan. Then like an inflating balloon it began to expand at a visible rate. 2 meters, 3 meters. During the expansion the zombie's body form underwent rapid changes. Black scales emerged on its skin and its limbs elongated into eagle talons. Its head turned into a camel's face. Its ears became ox ears. Its body transformed into a serpent's torso. In just over 10 seconds the zombie had turned into a dragon. A black dragon 5 meters long. A dragon with a head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like an ox, a neck like a serpent, a belly like a mirage, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, and palms like a tiger. Though he had guessed the draconic transformation ability might turn one into a dragon, witnessing a zombie transform into a dragon in person still left Zhang Fan utterly awestruck. A dragon. A creature from mythology appearing right before his eyes was simply mind-boggling. Roar, the dragon zombie let out a thunderous roar, its voice echoing like a clap of thunder. Then its body slowly rose into the air as if defying gravity, hovering above Zhang Fan. Its body twisted slightly and 2 long dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, radiating dominance. Zhou Tong was pleased with Zhang Fan's expression and explained with a smile, brother, this is the draconic transformation ability. After transformation all physical attributes increase tenfold. Additionally, you gain subsidiary abilities like cloud riding, lightning control, water control, and storm control. The specific subsidiary abilities vary from person to person as different people have different dragon forms. Impressive! Zhang Fan exclaimed in admiration. The draconic transformation ability is indeed remarkable. Zhou Tong nodded with a smile, with this ability you can basically be invincible at the same level. Indeed. Zhang Fan didn't argue. Not to mention the subsidiary abilities, just the tenfold increase in all physical attributes was extraordinary. All physical attributes included strength, speed, defense, neural reactions, and more. A tenfold increase in all attributes meant combat power wasn't just 10 times stronger, it was dozens or even hundreds of times greater. Anything else? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. Of course. Zhou Tong snapped his fingers, the third ability, the God-Beater Whip ability. This ability is a mental ability that specifically attacks the spirit. Once hit, the spirit suffers severe damage. In mild cases, splitting headaches. In severe cases, mental collapse. Not a bad ability. Zhang Fan marveled, these three abilities you mentioned are truly excellent. Any others? The fourth is the all-encompassing ability. Zhou Tong said with a smile. What ability is that? Zhang Fan was puzzled. Brother, you know the plant control ability, right? Zhou Tong asked instead of answering. Of course. Zhang Fan nodded. All-encompassing is the super version, enhanced version, evolved version or plus version of the plant control ability. Zhou Tong explained, the all-encompassing ability offers stronger control over plants, resulting in greater hardness, flexibility, attack power, and a wider range of plants that can be controlled. A simple example. Brother, have you watched Naruto? Yes. Zhang Fan nodded. Zhou Tong smiled, if plant control ability is Yamato's wood style, then the all-encompassing ability is Hashirama Senju's wood style. The two are on completely different levels. I understand. Zhang Fan realized. In Naruto, Yamato's wood style could only be used to build houses. Hashirama Senju's wood style could not only create an entire forest but also grab the Nine Tails by the head and destroy Madara Uchiha's complete Susanoo. The two types of wood style were indeed incomparable, far too different. Anything else? Zhang Fan pressed. For now, these four abilities. Zhou Tong shook his head, but I believe any one of these four abilities is worthy of the domain ability. Brother, whichever one catches your eye you can exchange with me. These four abilities of yours are indeed powerful. Zhang Fan flicked away his cigarette, but, unfortunately, none of them appeal to me. Zhou Tong frowned, slightly displeased, brother, him being sincere about trading abilities. In truth, given his nature and his actions since the apocalypse began, if he fancied someone's ability he would have just snatched it without a single word of negotiation. His willingness to trade with Zhang Fan stemmed from his fear of Zhang Fan's strength, as he lacked absolute certainty in killing him. If he could kill Zhang Fan he wouldn't hesitate. Since it's a trade, I have the right to refuse. Zhang Fan waved his hand, farewell. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Zhou Fan sneered, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, since you won't trade then stay. Ha, trade fails so you resort to robbery. Zhang Fan glanced at him, bring it on. He was actually quite tempted by the other's abilities, but his refusal wasn't just because he was reluctant to part with the domain ability. The main reason was to provoke the other into attacking, then kill him and seize his abilities. Die. Having decided to rob, Zhou Tong hesitated no more, go. Kill him. Roar, the 18 zombies roared in unison and sprang into action. The already transformed dragon zombie lunged forward, its sharp dragon claws slashing viciously at Zhang Fan. The remaining 17 zombies also underwent draconic transformation. In an instant all 17 turned into dragons. Astonishingly, each took on a completely different form. Some had white scales. Some had golden scales. Some had cyan scales. Some had yellow scales. Some had red scales. 18 dragon zombies of varied forms lunged at Zhang Fan with bared fangs and claws. Zhou Tong himself radiated dazzling silver light which gathered above his head to form a silver whip. The whip resembled a wooden whip 3 feet 6 inches and 5/10 long with 21 segments. Each segment bore 4 talisman marks totaling 84, much like the divine artifact God-Beater whip from the investiture of the gods. Die. Zhou Tong flicked his finger and the God-Beater whip above his head transformed into a streak of silver light, striking fiercely at Zhang Fan. Well struck. Under the pitch-black night sky atop a high-rise rooftop, 18 dragon-like zombies roared fiercely, lunging at Zhang Fan with claws bared, while Zhou Tong also urged his divine whip forward in attack. Among the 18 zombies, 11 were level 4 and 7 were level 5. After draconification their combat prowess surged by at least one realm. Level 4 zombies matched level 5 and level 5 matched level 6. Such a force could sweep all before it, unstoppable even by some large survivor groups. Combined with Zhou Tong, a level 6 ability user, this force was absolutely terrifying. But unfortunately Zhang Fan was not level 6, he was level 7, and not an ordinary level 7 at that. Freeze. Facing the ferocious onslaught, Zhang Fan uttered a single word with casual ease. A hum spread as a temporal ripple emanated outward. Both the 18 zombies and the incoming divine whip halted midair, frozen motionless. The scene itself seemed to pause as if someone had pressed a stop button. Is this? Zhou Tong's pupils contracted sharply. Domain ability confinement. Or time stop space freeze. Unlike Zhang Fan, Zhou Tong was a lone wanderer. After the apocalypse struck, Zhou Tong successfully awakened the copy ability and played it safe, steadily replicating. He amassed more and more abilities, growing ever stronger. When it came to understanding abilities across all of Mahai aside from Zhang Fan, Zhou Tong likely ranked second. Seeing his zombie puppets and attack frozen, he instantly grasped Zhang Fan's method. Half right. Zhang Fan smiled faintly as countless red threads emerged from the void, slithering like serpents to coil around the 18 dragon zombies before tightening gently. With a series of soft thuds, the 18 dragon zombies were diced into pieces like Tetris blocks, crashing onto the rooftop and shattering into countless fragments. Stunned by the sight, Zhou Tong was dumbfounded. These 18 zombies, draconified with tenfold defense, were among the elite of level 6 zombies. Yet they were dismembered in an instant. How sharp must those red threads be? Numerous light orbs dropped, some gold, some silver, some white. Absorb. 18 gold orbs merged into him. Physique 640000. 18 silver orbs merged. Spirit 2500. Now only 36 white orbs remained. He would not rush to absorb them. After dealing with Zhou Tong, there would be time enough. After all, absorbing ability orbs and fusing abilities was excruciatingly painful. Zhang Fan looked at Zhou Tong standing at the rooftop's edge and said with a smile, "Your puppets are dead. Now it's just you." "What level are you?" Zhou Tong demanded gravely. He had observed Zhang Fan all afternoon, believing he knew him well. So when he came tonight, he used a different body, not his true form. He thought he had been cautious enough and held Zhang Fan in high regard, but Zhang Fan was still stronger than he had imagined. "You don't need to know that." Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. "I'm quite curious though, how many abilities does this body of yours have?" "That depends on whether you can keep me here." Zhou Tong chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fan. "I'll remember today's debt. We'll see each other again." With that, his entire form burst into a plume of white smoke, shooting into the distance at incredible speed. "Flee." Zhang Fan pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out and placed it between his lips. "Can you really escape?" With a soft snap of his fingers, the white smoke that had already traveled 200 meters froze midair, unable to move. "Fire," Zhang Fan said calmly, and a small flame materialized before him. He used it to light the cigarette, took a deep drag, and the lit tip glowed faintly. "Come back." With a wave of his hand, the white smoke in the sky flew back, soon arriving before Zhang Fan. "Die." A wisp of black mist appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the white smoke and corroding it rapidly. In an instant the smoke was annihilated into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Several light orbs dropped, 1 gold, 1 silver and 5 white. Absorbing the gold orb. Physique 320000. Absorbing the silver orb. Spirit 27194. As expected of a level 6 ability user, such generous experience. Zhang Fan rejoiced inwardly. 320000 physique. To gain that from killing level 2 zombies alone, he would need to hunt 6400 of them. Yet a single level 6 ability user provided that much physique, truly a fat sheep. Zhang Fan then turned his gaze to the 5 white orbs, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Zhou Tong possessed the copy ability, so he surely had many abilities. This body dropped 5 orbs representing 5 abilities. Zhang Fan wondered what those 5 abilities were. Absorbing the first. Gain divine whip ability. A spiritual type ability indeed. Nice, another killing move added to my arsenal. Zhang Fan grinned. Spiritual abilities were rare. So far he had only encountered super hypnosis, mental communication, and the Book of Life and Death. Now there was another divine whip ability. His spiritual attack methods grew more diverse. Picking up the second white orb. Gained white smoke ability. This was the ability Zhou Tong used to flee earlier, similar to the black smoke ability. Picking up the third white orb. Gained all-encompassing ability. Let's test this ability. Zhang Fan concentrated for a moment, then his eyes snapped open. Rise. The residential building beneath him began to tremble. Through the dim starlight countless trees could be seen sprouting from the ground at the base. These trees grew wildly as if injected with growth hormones. Soon they reached over 100 meters, climbing to the height of the rooftop. Zhang Fan looked around. The area surrounding the building had turned into a forest. Tall straight trees stood lush and vibrant like ancient giants planted for centuries. This ability is truly remarkable, far more powerful than ordinary plant control abilities. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up as he commanded the trees to attack. Vines shot out like giant pythons coiling around a neighboring building. Then they tightened with crushing force. With a series of cracks, the 33-story residential building was snapped in half, then shattered and collapsed. A massive cloud of dust rose, engulfing the area around the building. Awesome! Zhang Fan beamed with delight. Picking up the fourth orb. Gain Draconification ability. Try it. Zhang Fan focused his thoughts. His heart pounded violently as if trying to burst from his chest. A mysterious force spread from his heart, surging through every part of his body in an instant. Zhang Fan felt tingling and cramping all over as if countless ants were biting and crawling inside him. Then, with a series of soft pops, sharp pains erupted across his skin as golden scales sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, quickly covering his entire body. Sharp pains shot through his forehead as two dragon horns emerged. Muscles elongated. Limbs transformed. His stature rapidly increased. Perhaps because it was his first transformation, the entire process lasted a full 2 minutes. When it all ceased, Zhang Fan had vanished, replaced by a 7-meter-long golden dragon covered in golden scales with 2 horns on its head. Power. Such immense power. I feel like I could shatter a mountain. Sensing the boundless energy surging within him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but soar into the sky. Once airborne, Zhang Fan felt an unprecedented ease. Even without deliberate flight or gravity manipulation, his body felt light as if flying came naturally. He couldn't hold back a roar, but it emerged as a resonant dragon's cry, thundering through the dark sky and echoing far and wide. Locking onto a building, Zhang Fan dove down, his massive dragon claw slamming into its rooftop with tremendous force. A cataclysmic power erupted. The building, as if struck by a meteor, collapsed with a deafening roar. Thrilled, Zhang Fan wreaked havoc on several more buildings, nearly leveling the entire neighborhood before reluctantly stopping. Zhang Fan descended in human form but didn't land on the rooftop. He hovered in midair, feet off the ground. No wonder Zhou Tong could float. Zhang Fan marveled. Zhou Tong's ability to hover wasn't due to gravity, magnetism, or attraction control. It was the Draconification ability. Dragons are born to ride clouds and mist, summon wind and rain, command thunder and lightning, and rule rivers and lakes. After gaining Draconification, even in human form, Zhou Tong could still ride clouds, summon storms, command lightning, and dominate waters, though with diminished power. Having obtained the Draconification ability, Zhang Fan could do the same. So even without gravity manipulation, he could now fly. Like the Bokujutsu from Dragon Ball, feet off the ground, soaring through the air, truly riding the wind for thousands of miles, sipping morning dew and evening nectar. One word: incredible. Even just for the flight capability, this Draconification ability is immensely valuable. Zhang Fan mused. From now on he could fly without gravity manipulation or black smoke. Amazing. Picking up the fifth orb. Gained clone ability. Clone ability. Zhang Fan's body trembled slightly as he immediately examined it. As Zhou Tong had said, this ability could indeed clone living beings. By obtaining the genetic material of any life form, it could perfectly replicate that life. Of course, the cloned body was just a shell, mindless, without consciousness. But that wasn't a flaw, it was a massive advantage. As the Master One could project their consciousness into the clone, taking control of its body, effectively gaining another vessel. This was different from a duplicate. A duplicate was an independent life with its own consciousness, merely obeying the Master's commands. A clone was different, it was another body, one you could fully control. Imagine. If you cloned yourself using your own genetic material, the resulting body would be identical to your original, essentially another life. Even if your original body was destroyed, the clone could serve as your new vessel, truly another life. Let's try. The cloning ability was no ordinary power. Like the Spatial Farm ability and the Tao Tai Transformation ability, it came with its own cloning space. The cloning space was spherical, spanning several kilometers in diameter. All around were golden dense mists that obscured the view, preventing Zhang Fan from seeing farther. Zhang Fan extracted a few drops of blood and sent them into the cloning space. With a resonant hum, a vast amount of golden mist materialized out of thin air within the cloning space, enveloping the drops of blood and forming a golden cocoon of light. The blood contained Zhang Fan's genetic material, perfectly meeting the conditions for the cloning ability. As time passed, the golden cocoon of light grew larger and larger. In less than 10 minutes the golden cocoon expanded from the size of a ping-pong ball to that of a basketball. In the end its diameter exceeded 3 meters. The radiant golden cocoon hovered at the center of the cloning space, undergoing rapid cloning. After about an hour, cracks began to appear on its surface. The cracks quickly spread across the entire golden cocoon, and finally with a thunderous roar it exploded. The fragments dissolved back into golden mist, dissipating into the void. In its place stood a robust, completely naked figure. Chiseled features, a handsome face, flowing black hair, symmetrical and athletic muscles, a perfect golden physique, all of this showcased the striking handsomeness of the person before him. Looking at his face, it was identical to Zhang Fan's, as if they had been carved from the same mold. This was precisely Zhang Fan's clone, created just moments ago using the cloning ability. The clone's eyes were open, but they were vacant, with dilated pupils like a soulless shell. And indeed that was exactly the case. All clones produced by the cloning ability were mere shells, physical bodies without consciousness or thought. This was a stark contrast to the replication ability. Zhang Fan gazed at the clone, then separated a portion of his consciousness and infused it into the clone's body. With a sharp flash the clone's eyes widened, emitting a piercing gleam, and its hollow gaze became bright and spirited. Zhang Fan clenched his fist, sensing the clone's power. It's exactly the same as my original body. Because it was a clone he had created himself, Zhang Fan's consciousness melded perfectly with it, allowing him to control the body with flawless precision, just like his own. Let me test the abilities. After trying each one, Zhang Fan discovered that this clone possessed all of his original powers. So what difference was there between this clone's physical body and his original one? The answer was no difference. With this ability, even if my physical body is destroyed, I can endlessly create new bodies. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Does this mean that as long as my consciousness endures I can achieve immortality? Whether it would grant immortality was just speculation, but Zhang Fan thought it highly possible. When the body aged he could clone a new one, achieving a form of immortality through constant body replacement. It wasn't impossible. Tonight's haul was huge. Zhang Fan took out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 10 p.m., and decided it was time to head back to sleep. Where to go? He didn't want to return to the hotel, so he decided to visit the cross-dressing beauty. He opened a portal and in an instant arrived at the Bamboo Grove courtyard, then teleported inside. Invisible, he entered the bedroom. The cross-dressing beauty was lying in bed playing on her phone. Her other half was brushing her teeth. Zhang Fan entered the bathroom and they exchanged glances, sharing a smile. Then they merged together. Since they were originally the same person, the fusion was seamless. He continued brushing his teeth, then washed his face. After a brief bustle, Zhang Fan left the bathroom, lifted the covers and slipped into bed. The cross-dressing beauty casually tossed aside her phone and snuggled up, pressing her soft voluptuous body into Zhang Fan's arms. Great one, time to sleep. She licked her alluring red lips and cast a flirtatious glance at her great one. Provoked so brazenly, how could Zhang Fan resist? When he woke up it was already 8 a.m. By the time the cross-dressing beauty had breakfast ready it was 9 a.m. Zhang Fan wasn't in a hurry, he leisurely ate breakfast with her, savoring the peaceful moment. He was tired of the grind of rising early and working hard every day. Now he just wanted to give himself a break. Wake up naturally, enjoy a hearty breakfast, then slowly head out to hunt zombies. Kill wherever he went without deliberately searching. After an hour or two, when mealtime came, he'd return home punctually for lunch. No need to push himself. No need to rush. No need to run around. No need to worry about others' lives. He could do whatever he wanted. How relaxed and comfortable that was. The cross-dressing beauty was busy in the kitchen making a clatter. Despite her goddess-like appearance, she was an excellent cook. This was tied to her childhood experiences. When she was 7 years old her parents divorced. She went with her father while her mother left the country and was never heard from again. Her father was busy every day and neglected her care. When the housekeeper was around she could eat warm meals, but if the housekeeper was on leave she had to survive on instant noodles. To ensure she could have a hot meal when the housekeeper was away she learned to cook from her. Her family was very wealthy and the housekeeper they hired was highly skilled, making delicious dishes. She was naturally dexterous and under the housekeeper's tutelage became quite proficient in cooking, mastering nearly every type of dish. Zhang Fan loved her cooking. In terms of pure flavor it was on par with Sister Chow's. But she knew a greater variety of dishes and had more diverse recipes. Eating at her place daily with 8 or 9 different dishes each time, there was never any repetition. Affectionate, clingy, sweet, lovely, beautiful, and an excellent cook, where could one find such a perfect girlfriend? For 3 consecutive days Zhang Fan stayed with the cross-dressing beauty, truly indulging in bliss and forgetting all else. On the 4th day, having adjusted his mindset sufficiently, he split off half of his body again and left. Zhang Fan didn't rush back to Changheng Island. Instead he first went to Shashing Island to check on the construction progress. Hovering several hundred meters in the air, he could clearly see every detail of the entire island. It seems the demolition team and the growth acceleration team haven't been slacking off. Zhang Fan murmured. Over 2/3 of the buildings on Shashing Island had been demolished, with only 1/3 remaining. The demolished areas had already been replaced by lush vegetation such as grass and forests. Piglets were either hiding in the grass or in the woods, clearly having adapted to the island's environment, no longer running around in panic as they had initially. The progress is pretty good. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Despite having the spatial farm, he believed that the Shashing Island breeding base was still very necessary. Zhang Fan's plan was using the poultry and livestock on hand mass-produce replicas to expand their numbers. This presented a problem. The original poultry and livestock would absorb their replicas just as Zhang Fan absorbed his own clones. This issue was easily solved by raising the originals and replicas separately. Zhang Fan decided that the original poultry and livestock would be kept on Shashing Island as breeding stock, not for consumption. All produced replicas would be sent to the spatial farm raised there with its superior environment and used as a source of meat. This decision was made because the spatial farm offered a superior environment, faster growth rates for poultry and livestock, in a much larger area capable of supporting far more animals than Shashing Island. Thus, compared to Shashing Island, the spatial farm was better suited as a meat production base. Next, Zhang Fan returned to Changheng Island. The construction team was still building the defensive wall, which was now 1/5 complete. In about half a month the wall would be finished. Afterward Zhang Fan went back to the hotel. Jingya, Chao Jia and the other girls were picking vegetables in the fields. As soon as Zhang Fan appeared, Chao Jia spotted him. "Xiao Fan, you're finally back." Upon hearing this, Jingya's body trembled violently. She saw Zhang Fan hovering not far above her head, a cigarette dangling from his lips. With a soft sound, tears welled up in Jingya's eyes and streamed down uncontrollably. Zhang Fan had been absent for days, leaving an odd atmosphere on Changheng Island. Jingya was sullen, Chao Jia and the other women were listless, and the rest of the team lacked their usual spirit. The entire team seemed drained of vitality, their morale scattered and their former energy gone. This made some truly realize Zhang Fan's importance. When Zhang Fan was around, his impact went unnoticed, but the moment he left, the team began to falter. Fortunately, he was only gone for 3 days, a longer absence would have surely led to chaos. As for Jingya, these 3 days had terrified her. She feared Zhang Fan had abandoned her, spending each day in tears, gloomy and despondent. Upon seeing Zhang Fan return, she wept and laughed with joy, finally pulling him into a fervent embrace, lost in passion. Afterwards 2 hours had passed. Jingya clung tightly to Zhang Fan, afraid that if she let go he would vanish and never return. "From now on, do as you please. I won't interfere." Her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with spring strands of hair damp with sweat, she said, "Just don't leave me. Don't be foolish." Zhang Fan embraced her, saying, "I was just in a bad mood these past couple of days and went out to clear my mind. It has nothing to do with you." Jingya pouted, then suddenly lifted her head, her moist eyes gazing at him with a hint of hope. "Honey, should we have a child?" Zhang Fan was taken aback. Why the sudden urge for a child? Jingya lowered her head without a word, then finally spoke softly, "I'm afraid that one day you'll tire of me and cast me aside. If I bear you a child, at least there will be a bond between us." It wasn't a whim but a solution she had concocted after days of anxious thoughts. The apocalypse had arrived. Laws were gone, morality had decayed, and society was in utter chaos. In this disordered world, men gradually dominated while women were reduced to commodities. The ties between husband and wife were no longer as strong as before, when marriage laws could still impose some restraint. Now it was different. If love faded, one could simply be cast aside. Jingya truly feared that Zhang Fan would grow weary of her and kick her away, severing their connection completely. If they had a child, it would be the continuation of both their lives and the most unbreakable bond between them. You're wrong. Zhang Fan kissed her and said softly, a child is never the bridge that sustains a marriage. Love is. In the beginning it's romantic love. Later it becomes familial love. As long as we have love we can stay together forever even without a child. Conversely, without love, even with a child, we would still part ways. I know all that. Jingya said wistfully, but people's hearts change. Today's vows might become nothing but a joke tomorrow. Don't worry about tomorrow. Zhang Fan pinched her nose. We're in the apocalypse now. Who knows how long we'll even survive? Who can care about the future? Cherishing the present is what truly matters. Besides, having a child now really isn't appropriate. Zhang Fan sighed. Our own future is uncertain. How could we raise a child? Wouldn't that be harming him? True. Jingya nodded, biting her lip, her face flushed. I've rested enough. Come on up. Again. I wasn't satisfied earlier. I've been hungry for 3 days. Then let me feed you. When they finally rose it was already noon. Nourished by love, Jingya's skin was radiant, her spirits high, her earlier gloom completely gone. When she arrived at the dining hall to help, Chao Jia and the others saw the change in her, their hearts filled with both envy and jealousy. Zhang Fan had returned at 8 a.m. And now it was nearly noon. They had been entwined for a full 4 hours. 4 hours. It must have been blissful. Zhang Fan played in the yard with the 3 little tigers while Fatty lay basking in the sun by the wall. As for Dahuang, he had recently become obsessed with Tom and Jerry, staying indoors all day binge-watching, utterly ruined. Boss, you're finally back. Boss, welcome back. Boss. The team members returning from work saw Zhang Fan's return and were overjoyed. During his absence they had lost their pillar of support and worked without enthusiasm. Now he was finally back. "Hi, I'm back." Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. "Go wash up, lunch will be ready soon." The team members nodded and filed into the hotel. "Boss, take a look at this." Zhang Wensi suddenly handed him a stack of flyers. "What's this?" Zhang Fan took them curiously, his eyes narrowing as a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Where did these come from?" Zhang Fan asked as he examined them. "A helicopter flew overhead while we were hunting zombies today and dropped them." Zhang Wensi explained. As a member of the hunting team, he went with his teammates every morning to hunt zombies at the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel. The hunting team now also handled the crystal collection for the entire group. The crystals used by teammates for cultivation were all provided by the hunting team. Zhang Fan nodded. The content on the flyer was simple: greetings all survivors. I am Lu Jiaza, leader of the Bright Survivor team. Ability Solar Black Spot, level 6. Our Bright Survivor team currently has 3851 survivors and 1729 ability users. Among them there are 9 5th level ability users, 83 4th level, 516 3rd level. When one place is in trouble, all come to its aid. Humanity faces a life and death crisis. We need unity and cooperation to overcome this. Our Bright Survivor team sincerely invites all survivors to join us. Whether you're an ability user or an ordinary person, as long as you're willing to join, we will treat everyone equally. Our benefits are as follows: ordinary people, an 80 square meter apartment, 250 grams of rice, 300 grams of flour, 1 bottle of water, 550 milliliters, 10 first level crystals daily. First level ability users, a 100 square meter apartment, 500 grams of rice, 500 grams of flour, 2 bottles of water, 550 milliliters, 1 potato, sweet potato, 20 first level crystals daily. Second level ability users, a 140 square meter apartment. Our address is 178 Jinyang Road, Puyao, Zhangjiang. All survivors are welcome, we await you with open arms. Zhang Fan flipped to the second flyer. The content was similar, also recruiting. The rest were much the same. These guys are a bit crazy. Zhang Fan shook his head. Gathering so many survivors, aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? On ordinary days it might be fine, but on a blood rain night it would be a disaster. You're right. Zhang Wensi nodded. But these survivor teams have deliberately avoided the zombie-infested downtown areas, setting up their bases in relatively remote places for safety. Relatively safe, yes. Zhang Fan nodded. Boss, all the survivor teams are recruiting now and the smallest ones on these flyers have over 1,000 people. Zhang Wensi suggested, shouldn't we get moving too? Otherwise all the survivors will be snatched up. In Zhang Wensi's view their team had experts' abilities and territory. They should have long been recruiting and expanding like these teams becoming the strongest force in the apocalypse. Strength isn't about numbers. Zhang Fan saw through his subordinate's thoughts and patted his shoulder with a smile. There aren't many survivors to begin with, it's hard to form a team of tens of thousands. As long as the numbers don't exceed 10,000 it's tough to gain an overwhelming numerical advantage. A few thousand versus a few hundred makes little difference. Teams with fewer than 10,000 members didn't faze Zhang Fan, he could annihilate such a team single-handedly. Only larger numbers would pose a threat. Across all of Mahai finding 5,000,000 survivors was a stretch, so teams of tens or hundreds of thousands were impossible. As long as such teams didn't emerge they couldn't threaten his group, Zhang Fan was confident of that. Instead of plotting to recruit, focus on enhancing our own strength. If every one of us were a 5th level or even 6th level ability user, what team would we fear? Zhang Fan said, so hunt more zombies and boost your own abilities as much as possible. Got it, boss. Zhang Wensi nodded. After lunch Zhang Fan took Jingya out. This time they weren't searching for supplies or living creatures but heading to Shashing Island. The task for this afternoon was simple: replicate living creatures. In Zhang Fan's spatial farm there were 27 chickens, 16 ducks, 9 geese, 2 peacocks, 5 pheasants, 2 cows, 6 goats, 4 sheep and 7 rabbits, 78 creatures in total. Zhang Fan created 78 duplicates of himself, each taking one creature and first applying the 3 ability package to them. The 3 abilities were naturally replication ability, annihilating black mist ability and rapid growth ability. With the replication ability the creatures could create their own duplicates. With the annihilating black mist ability the creatures could replenish energy to continuously produce duplicates. The rapid growth ability allowed the duplicates to grow quickly and reach maturity. After applying the 3 abilities the 78 duplicates used mental manipulation ability to control their assigned livestock, starting a continuous stream of duplicate production. In no time the 78 creatures were churning out duplicates like eggs being laid. Chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, rabbits. Zhang Fan and Jingya sat under a nearby tree eating sweet watermelon while collecting the duplicates. He intended to send the duplicates into the spatial farm for breeding, preventing them from being absorbed by the originals. In just one afternoon each of the 78 creatures produced 100 duplicates. This meant Zhang Fan gained 27100270 chickens, 16100160 ducks, 91009000 geese, 21002000 peacocks, 51000500 pheasants, 21002000 cows, 61000600 goats, 41004000 sheep, 71007000 rabbits. In total 7800 creatures. A breeding efficiency that was simply astonishing. If Zhang Fan had possessed such an ability before the apocalypse he could have become a billionaire just by raising livestock. He placed all 7800 duplicates into the spatial farm. The once empty spatial farm suddenly came alive. Yes, lively but not crowded. With a diameter of 7 kilometers and an area of 38 square kilometers the farm had more than enough room for these creatures. Each creature occupied over 4800 square meters, equivalent to 7.2 mu, leaving plenty of space. Zhang Fan also created 10 additional cow duplicates, 10 goat duplicates and 10 sheep duplicates. These duplicates weren't for breeding but for immediate slaughter. Today he wanted to give his team members an extra meal. At Shuyun Residential Complex the logistics staff were already bustling with activity. Some washed vegetables, others chopped ingredients and a few boiled water, each immersed in their tasks with great enthusiasm. Not far away over a dozen people were slaughtering cattle and sheep. Joyful smiles adorned every face. Boss Zhang is truly remarkable, finding live cattle and sheep even in the apocalypse. His methods far surpass Yang Chaos. Ha! That miser Yang Chao can't hold a candle to Boss Zhang. I followed him for over 10 days and only got a single sausage. Boss Zhang on the other hand delivered 7 cattle and 7 sheep at once. I haven't had meat in nearly a month. Tonight I'm going to indulge, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Just then a portal suddenly appeared not far from the complex and a group of people stepped out. Upon closer inspection it was the construction team returning. After a busy afternoon the workers were all weary. They had planned to sit down and rest for a while before heading upstairs after dinner. But as soon as they entered the courtyard they saw the logistics team slaughtering cattle and sheep bustling with energy. Slaughtering cattle. Holy cow! Where did the cattle come from? The construction team members were overjoyed and rushed over immediately. They're really slaughtering cattle. Oldie, where did these cattle come from? The construction team asked excitedly, their eyes gleaming with greed as they swallowed hard, itching to take a bite. Oldie's ability was metal manipulation, a highly offensive power that would have made him ideal for the hunting team. However, Oldie disliked killing and loved cooking, so he joined the logistics team as a chef. The boss sent them. Oldie said with a chuckle. He delivered 7 cattle, 7 goats and 7 sheep, saying it's a treat for everyone. I see. The boss is incredible. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. The construction team members were ecstatic, cheering and jumping for joy, wholeheartedly acknowledging Zhang Fan as their leader. They didn't care where the livestock came from, all they knew was that tonight there would be meat to eat. Don't just stand there, come lend a hand. Let's get the livestock cleaned up quickly and roast them tonight. Oldie called out. Got it. Let me wash my hands first. I have to help with this. Oldie. The weary construction team members perked up as if injected with adrenaline, their aches and pains forgotten as they eagerly stepped forward to assist. The demolition team, growth acceleration team and hunting team members who returned later reacted similarly, cheering with excitement before joining in. A cheerful atmosphere filled Shuyun residential complex, and soon the aroma of meat wafted through the air, lingering without dissipating. At the holiday hotel they were also having meat tonight. More precisely, they were enjoying roasted whole lamb. Zhang Fan had set up 3 large barbecue racks, tying the dressed whole lambs onto them for roasting. The blazing charcoal seared the lamb, sizzling with oil, turning it golden and emitting an irresistible fragrance. A group sat together feasting on roasted lamb, drinking iced beer, playing drinking games and boasting. The atmosphere was wonderfully lively. Xiao Fan, have some meat. Chao Jia brought over a glistening golden roasted leg of lamb slathered with various seasonings, its appearance alone whetting the appetite. Sister Chao, sit down and eat too. Zhang Fan wielded a small knife, swiftly cutting the lamb leg into many pieces, meat and bone included. Everyone dig in, don't be shy. Zhang Fan called out, picking up a piece of lamb leg and placing it in his mouth, chewing slowly. Ah! The flavor is incredible. Hearing Zhang Fan's praise, Chao Jia's beautiful face lit up with a joyful smile. I'm glad you like it. Sister Chao, have some too. Sister Chao's cooking is amazing. Yeah, this tastes better than any barbecue I've ever had. Of course. Our Sister Chao used to be a head chef at a 5-star hotel, how could her skills be lacking? Sister Chao is beautiful and a fantastic cook. I wonder which lucky guy will end up with her. Just as everyone was immersed in the delicious meal, a piercing scream like the wail of a demon from hell suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The sound was so harrowing that everyone shuddered. What was that noise? The people chatting and playing drinking games immediately stopped. Then they all stood up, exchanging glances, looking around, their faces filled with uncertainty. Zhang Fan remained silent, activating his detection ability to scan the surrounding area. Damn it! Zhang Fan shot to his feet. Boss, what's wrong? Everyone turned to look at him. Penghu is in trouble. Zhang Fan's face darkened. A survivor team has captured Penghu. A few days ago Zhang Fan had transferred the Tao Tai transformation ability to Penghu and sent it to Chongzhou Island to hunt zombies. After acquiring the Tao Tai transformation ability, Penghu frequently went to Chongzhou Island to hunt zombies, rapidly increasing its strength. In just a few days it had successfully evolved to level 5. At level 5 with the Tao Tai transformation ability, Penghu was no weakling. Yet just moments ago it had been ambushed by a survivor squad. Penghu tried to retreat and flee toward this area but was severely injured and captured less than a few hundred meters from the holiday hotel. After succeeding, the group vanished into thin air, as if evaporating, disappearing from Zhang Fan's detection. Honey, do you know who took Penghu? Jingya asked with furrowed brows, her moist eyes filled with worry. Over the past few days she had formed a strong bond with Penghu, and hearing of its capture she was deeply concerned. Moreover, Penghu was nursing 3 tiger cubs. If anything happened to it, the cubs wouldn't survive. I don't recognize those people. Zhang Fan shook his head, and after they succeeded they vanished into thin air. If I'm not mistaken, they likely possess a teleportation type ability similar to portal creation. People couldn't simply disappear without reason, yet they had done so, clearly the work of an ability. Vanished into thin air. How do we find them? Penghu is alive, they probably captured it for meat. We need to find it quickly or it'll be in danger. Boss, did you notice any distinguishing features of those people? Features. Zhang Fan frowned, thinking carefully, then suddenly said, one of them was missing an arm. Missing an arm? Who? I've never heard of anyone like that. The vast sea of survivors is so large, how could we know everyone? It's normal not to have heard of them. Everyone murmured among themselves. Only Zhang Wensi slapped his forehead, muttering, strange. I feel like I've seen a one-armed man somewhere. Where was it? Where was it? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Wensi simultaneously. Zhang Fan also looked at him. Old Zhang, think carefully, remember where you saw him. I'm thinking. Zhang Wensi rubbed his temples, mumbling for a long time, then suddenly his eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, flyers. Boss, I saw the one-armed guy on one of the flyers. Flyers? Zhang Fan's body tensed. Where are those flyers? Zhang Wensi had brought quite a few flyers that afternoon, 20 or 30 of them. He had only skimmed the first few and hadn't looked at the rest, so he had no memory of the one-armed man. I tossed them in the trash can by the door, let me go find them. I'll help. Everyone look for them. They lifted the trash can lid and quickly retrieved the flyers. Zhang Wensi flipped through them, pulled out one flyer and shouted excitedly, it's him. Zhao Yang, the leader of the Zhao Yang survivor team. Let me see. Zhang Fan took the flyer. The content was similar to the previous ones, recruiting survivors, but this time the team was the Zhao Yang survivor team. The Zhao Yang survivor team currently had 1135 members. 1 level 6 ability user. 7 level 5 ability users. 62 level 4 ability users. 432 level 3 ability users. The team's leader Zhao Yang was the sole level 6 ability user. He was also a middle-aged man missing an arm. The flyer included a photo of him clearly showing his missing left arm. It's definitely him. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. 666 Qinghe Road, Changning District, Mahai. Does anyone know this place? Everyone shook their heads. I know. A cold voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. It was Yang Linger. Linger, do you know this place? Zhang Fan immediately asked. That's the Tanxiang Villa complex, my home is there. The Sandalwood Villa estate was a luxurious residential complex located in the western outskirts of Magic Sea City. Spanning an area of 47384 square meters, the estate housed only 18 villas each, with a floor area of approximately 1500 to 1800 square meters and a land area of about 2500 square meters. Each villa in the Sandalwood Villa estate was worth over 100 million, earning it the title of Shanghai's premier luxury residence. Before the apocalypse, only the truly wealthy could afford to live here. After the apocalypse, this upscale neighborhood lay vacant until it was chosen by Zhao Yang Survivor Group as their stronghold. The group currently numbered 1135 members and enforced a strict hierarchical system. The higher ones ranked, the greater their strength, the better their living quarters and the more resources they enjoyed. For instance, Zhao Yang, the group's leader. As the sole level 6 psychic, he had seized the finest villas in the estate. He also had 16 women as his wives. In addition, he was served by a total of 106 staff members, including maids, butlers, chefs and personal physicians. All of these people were women, and they served only Zhao Yang, responsible for his daily needs. It was no exaggeration to say that within his survivor group Zhao Yang reigned like an absolute monarch. No one dared to defy his commands and all feared to oppose his will. He could favor any woman he desired at any time. As the leader did, so did the followers. With Zhao Yang setting such an example, his underlings followed suit, seizing the finest houses and the most women for themselves. The remaining villas in the Sandalwood estate were occupied by the group's 7 level 5 psychics. As for the rest of the members, they had to find housing in the surrounding neighborhoods. The Sandalwood Villa estate. They had no share in it. Zhao Yang was in high spirits today. That afternoon he had received a report from a subordinate about a tiger discovered on Chongzhou Island. Zhao Yang was overjoyed. Live animals were a rare commodity these days. For one thing, the city itself had never had many animals, just a few stray cats and dogs. Secondly, after the apocalypse struck, most living creatures had turned into zombies, and even those that hadn't usually fell victim to the zombies' jaws. These two reasons made live animals exceedingly rare, especially in a metropolis like Magic Sea City. A tiger. It was an extraordinary rarity. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Yang wasted no time. He hastily summoned a dozen subordinates and personally set off for Chongzhou Island. His efforts were not in vain. They successfully located and captured the tiger. Now the tiger was confined in a large iron cage in the estate's courtyard. Zhao Yang sat in a lounge chair gazing at the tiger with satisfaction. Flanking him were two tall slender women in Cheongsam, one fanning him and the other feeding him grapes. As Zhao Yang chewed on a grape, he beamed at the tiger trapped in the massive iron cage. Nearby stood the cage itself, over 5 meters tall. Each steel bar was as thick as an adult's arm, and inside it was a giant tiger the size of an ox. If Zhang Fan had been there, he would have recognized it immediately. It was his pet Pang Hu. Pang Hu's limbs were bound with iron chains, and it lay slumped and powerless in the cage. Its tiger eyes swept over Zhao Yang and his men, filled with ferocity. "Hasn't Chef Jiang arrived yet?" Zhao Yang asked impatiently. As the leader, he held great power and controlled vast resources. He didn't lack for meat, but he craved fresh meat. It had been nearly half a month since he last tasted fresh meat. Having captured a tiger today, he was eager beyond measure. Chef Jiang was his personal cook, formerly the head chef at a 5-star hotel, whose skills were beyond reproach. However, Chef Jiang was on the verge of a breakthrough and had taken leave to cultivate at home. Another chef was cooking for Zhao Yang today. On any other day, Zhao Yang wouldn't have minded the change. But today, having finally secured a tiger, he insisted that Chef Jiang prepare it. He had no regard for any other cook. "Chief Chef Jiang is on his way," a subordinate said. "Hurry him up." Zhao Yang snapped impatiently. "It's almost dark. If we dawdle any longer, we won't be eating tiger meat tonight." "I'll urge him right away." The subordinate quickly went to relay the order. Zhao Yang took a sip of tea, glanced at the dozen or so subordinates seated around him, and said with a grin, "You're in luck today. I'll treat you all to some tiger meat." These dozen subordinates were his most trusted men, some level 4, some level 5, all deeply loyal to Zhao Yang. They were the ones who had accompanied him to Chongzhou Island that afternoon to capture Pang Hu. "We're basking in your glory, Chief," a burly, honest-looking man said, scratching his head. His eyes burned with desire as he looked at Pang Hu. "By the way, Chief, this tiger is huge. We can't finish it all. Can I take some home?" "I was about to ask the same thing, Chief. Let us take some back, won't you?" A chubby young man chimed in with a laugh. "Yeah, Chief, this tiger must yield at least 500 or 600 gene of meat. Share some with us, please." "Chief, I don't want anything else, just give me the tiger's penis." "Ha ha ha, Lao Li, are you blind? This is a female tiger. Where would it get a penis?" "A female tiger? How can you tell?" Amid the laughter and banter of Zhao Yang and his men, a cold voice suddenly rang out from above Zhao Yang. The voice exploded like a thunderclap overhead, echoing for kilometers around. Who's speaking? How dare they call our chief by his name?" Not only were the residents of the Sandalwood Villa estate startled, but survivors living in the surrounding areas were also alarmed. People stepped out of their homes, went to their balconies, or climbed to their rooftops, looking up in confusion toward the source of the voice. Zhao Yang's face darkened as he looked skyward, and his dozen or so subordinates followed his gaze. There, hovering not far above them, were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and striking, the woman sensual and coldly beautiful. Standing in the sky, they seemed like immortals descending to the mortal world. "Who are they? Never seen them before. I don't recognize them either." Everyone looked puzzled. As for the fact that they could fly, no one paid it much mind. Many psychic abilities allowed flight. For instance, controlling gravity, magnetic fields, or air, or even having a specialized flight ability. So flying was nothing special. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Fan and Yang Linger. Zhang Fan descended from the sky with Yang Linger, and upon seeing Pang Hu locked in the large iron cage, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Good, they had arrived in time. It wasn't dead. However, seeing Pang Hu bound hand and foot, rage surged within Zhang Fan. "Capturing live animals and encroaching on my territory. If I don't teach you a harsh lesson today, will all the livestock on Shashing Island be snatched up by you tomorrow?" Where did these two little punks come from daring to call our chief by name? Looking for death are you? One of Zhao Yang's subordinates sneered. Kneel down, kowtow and beg for mercy and I might let you live, Zhang Fan said, his voice cold as he swept his gaze over Zhao Yang and his men. You're asking for it. Before Zhao Yang the group leader could even speak, the dozen or so subordinates beside him erupted in fury. Who's the idiot here telling us to kowtow? You don't know when you're dead. Little punk, die. A burly bald man roared in anger. He stomped hard on the ground and with a sharp crack the marble floor shattered beneath his feet. Using the rebound force he shot upward like a javelin hurtling toward Zhang Fan and the woman. Leave him to me. Yang Linger cried out. A stream of frigid air burst from her hand, surging toward the bald man. With a series of cracking sounds the cold blast struck the bald man, rapidly freezing him. In an instant a layer of frost formed over his body, turning him into an ice sculpture. Yet the bald man seemed completely unaffected. He continued charging at the pair and threw a thunderous punch. His strike was like a fully drawn bow or a cannonball shot from a barrel carrying immense force. Not good. Yang Linger's pretty face paled as she tried to dodge. But she couldn't fly on her own, she was only hovering in the air because Zhang Fan was supporting her. Dodge. She couldn't even move. A mere ice-freezing ability thinks it can stop old Jia. How laughable. Old Jia is a level 5 psychic with a super physique, immense strength and incredible defense. That woman is only a level 3 psychic, how could she possibly be a match for old Jia? Old Jia, don't kill them. I want them kneeling before us, kowtowing in repentance. Zhao Yang's subordinates sneered, already envisioning the scene of Zhang Fan and the woman being beaten and begging for mercy. Zhao Yang watched coldly from the sidelines. Old Jia was one of his 7 level 5 psychics possessing a super physique ability. Once activated it boosted all his physical attributes several times over, making him the physically strongest psychic under Zhao Yang's command. In pure hand-to-hand combat even Zhao Yang himself, a level 6 psychic, was no match for him. How could Zhang Fan and the woman stand a chance against old Jia? Sister Yang, your ice-freezing ability is quite mediocre, Zhang Fan said with a faint smile. Let me show you what real ice-freezing can do. As he spoke, Zhang Fan pointed a finger into the void. A wisp of white frigid mist shot from his fingertip, streaking straight toward the bald man. Zhang Fan pointed into the void, a blast of white cold mist shooting directly towards the bald man. A mere trick. The bald man scoffed, disregarding the approaching mist, and swung his fist towards Zhang Fan. Crack, 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 the white cold mist instantly enveloped the bald man. He immediately felt a terrifying chill penetrating through his skin and blood vessels into his body. This dreadful chill was many times more terrifying than Yang Linger's earlier freezing ability. Not good. The bald man realized the danger and attempted to retreat. It was too late. Crack, 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 the chill surged into his body, freezing his blood vessels, muscles and internal organs from the outside in. In the blink of an eye the bald